Chapter 1. Awakening from the dream, He Butchung awoke from his slumber, and the first sight that greeted him was that of a golden-haired, blue-eyed man, brandishing a bloody dagger, crouching before him with a foolish grin. Lying supine on the grass, his head throbbed painfully, and as he attempted to rise, he found himself utterly devoid of strength. The air was thick with the stench of horse manure and the metallic tang of blood. He wished to inquire about his surroundings, yet his throat felt as though it had been stuffed with an apple, rendering him voiceless and even causing spasms. The man with the dagger spoke to He Butchung in a series of strange tongues. Yet his visage, smeared with a purplish-black goo, seemed devoid of malice. A tremendous roar reverberated through the land, causing the very ground to tremble. A colossal rhinoceros, resembling a small hill, lumbered into his field of vision. Its head was adorned with two massive horns, the longest stretching over 2 meters, while its murky eyes appeared as large as basins, and its nostrils could easily accommodate a basketball. Heavy chains bound its body, and enormous wooden crates dangled from those chains like cumbersome packages. Boom, boom, boom. As the immense creature passed by, its thick legs left a series of deep impressions in the earth. Only in dreams does one find themselves speechless. And only in dreams do such bizarre sights manifest. He Butchung lay on the grass, attempting to take a couple of deep breaths, although it felt as if a great stone pressed upon his chest. Igniting a searing pain throughout his lungs, he dismissed it as a mere dream and tried to shut his eyes once more. However, closing his eyes did not usher in darkness, nor did it awaken him from slumber. Instead, he found himself adrift in a void, surrounded by a multitude of twinkling stars. As he floated in this emptiness, countless snowflake-like fragments of paper began to cascade down, each fragment resembling a firefly on a summer night, dancing around him incessantly. Instinctively, he reached out to touch one of the fragments that had drifted before him, and an odd sensation akin to electricity surged from his fingertips into his mind. Each fragment revealed either clear or blurred images, resembling disjointed film strips. When pieced together, they formed a dynamic tableau, albeit one filled with peculiar imagery. He Butchung touched several more of these floating fragments, and upon contact, they vanished from his grasp. Each fragment contained but a brief snippet of memory, which now flooded into He Butchung's consciousness, leaving him in a state of torment. It is said that if one sleeps too soundly, they may easily become ensnared in terrifying nightmares, at which point self-suggestion may aid in awakening oneself. He Butchung longed to slap himself awake, raising his hand to deliver a forceful blow, only for his palm to pass through his face, confirming that he was indeed still trapped in this dream. At that moment, numerous memory fragments began to infiltrate his being. While he had yet to comprehend the entirety of the situation, he was absorbing knowledge at an unfathomable pace, particularly the peculiar languages that emerged from his throat, distinctly different from his previous manner of speech. In school, foreign language classes had been the bane of He Butchung's existence. Now, he found himself compelled to learn in this bizarre manner, as fragments of memory surged into his mind, causing him excruciating headaches. Yet the results were surprisingly effective. He sensed someone slapping his face and heard a peculiar voice calling to him. Elated, he noticed the memory fragments in the void gradually dissipating, compelling him to force his eyes open once more. This time, he was met with the sight of a group of soldiers clad in medieval European armor, with the golden-haired, blue-eyed man among them. Sul'dak squatted beside He Butchung, casually remarking to his comrades, could he possibly be daft? To his astonishment, He Butchung understood the man's words. You're the one who's daft. Your whole family is daft. He longed to retort, yet the words lodged in his throat, unable to escape, as though his vocal cords could no longer produce those sounds. He felt as if a cart had struck him, his bones scattered, with waves of pain pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat, threatening to send him into unconsciousness once more. This sensation felt far too real to be a dream, yet the scene before him was utterly incomprehensible. Sul'dak, veteran Sam, and 10 other comrades belonged to the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, 4th Battalion, 6th Squad, 2nd Team. Sam served as the team leader, while Sul'dak distinguished himself among the 11 with his exceptional skinning skills, earning the position of deputy leader during a battlefield sweep in the Northern Grove. Sul'dak discovered the barely breathing He Butchung beneath the corpse of a demon. However, without an identification tag, He Butchung was rendered devoid of identity, dressed in attire unassociated with the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, and devoid of weapons or shield. Thus, the 4th Battalion's logistics personnel were reluctant to allocate limited resources to He Butchung. They insisted on a simple bandaging before leaving him under a tree at the battlefield's edge, hoping that if he had comrades, they might return for him. The logistics officer spoke these words with uncertainty. After all, the 4th Battalion was responsible for clearing the battlefield, primarily tasked with handling the remaining corpses. Every cart was filled with supplies meant to be transported back to camp, making it impossible for an injured man to be treated alongside the dead, nor could he be tied to the back of a thunder rhinoceros-like cargo, compelling the logistics personnel to abandon the unidentifiable Heebwichang. After delivering these remarks, the logistics officer wore an awkward expression, seeing no one from the 2nd team refute him. He dusted himself off and quickly departed. I knew Gaster wouldn't care about this matter. That stingy fellow would rather haul back valuable timber. Sul'dak glanced at team leader Sam. Awaiting his decision, Sam lifted Heebwichang's eyelid, discovering that his eyes could still follow his finger's movement, and as his finger approached the pupil, Heebwichang's gaze revealed evident fear. He concluded, he might be mute. He certainly doesn't seem like a fool. As Sul'dak utilized his skinning knife to cut away the bloodied garments from Heebwichang's body. Tending to his wounds with bandages, he inquired of team leader Sam, what do we do since we don't know his unit number? Team leader Sam, a seasoned soldier with 15 years of service, examined Heebwichang's injuries and sighed. Given his condition, leaving him behind is tantamount to a death sentence. Forget the logistics personnel's drivel. All we need to know is that he is a citizen of the Green Empire. As for his identity, that's a matter for the logistics and administrative departments. We can't just leave him to fend for himself here. Sul'dak replied, you're right. I'll take on the role of deputy stretcher bearer. Sam grasped Sul'dak's arm, saying, stay here and help us gather demon materials. After this battlefield sweep, whether we feast on meats or subsist on gruel, depends on what you bring us. There's a demon corpse ahead. Hurry and strip off the useful black-patterned hide. Jaranen, you go chop wood for the stretcher. A dark-skinned lad who had been quietly crouching nearby immediately stood up, drawing a short knife from his side and responding eagerly, understood. Boss. The smoke-filled battlefield seemed to gain a touch of humanity as a result. Chapter 2. The Unwanted at dusk. The dying sun cast a fiery glow across the horizon, painting the clouds in hues of crimson. A great flock of copper-billed finches soared over the camp, descending into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, where a multitude of nests had been built. The soldiers meticulously recorded the names of their fallen comrades, preserving only their identification tags and precious personal belongings. Wrapped in linen, the bodies were coated in oil, stacked high into mounds, surrounded by piles of red pine branches. The priest clad in a long robe held a slightly tattered prayer book, standing before the pyre and softly reciting a requiem. The commander of the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, Mond Goes, personally ignited the pine branches. Thick smoke billowed upwards as the oil-soaked linen quickly caught fire, the flames swiftly engulfing the entire mound of bodies. The crackling of burning wood mingled with the sharp squeaking sounds emanating from the pyre, the noise of fat from the corpses being rapidly rendered by the intense heat. 10 sentinels would vigilantly guard the site until dawn, ensuring the fire did not spread. The 4 battalion commanders of the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment stood expressionless behind Mond Goes, waiting for the ceremony to conclude before returning to their respective units. After each battlefield sweep, the Baron of the 4th Battalion, Sydney, wore a hint of pride on his face. Even within the confines of the military camp, he paid meticulous attention to his appearance, ensuring that his uniform was always impeccably pressed and pristine. He donned a pair of gleaming knee-high military boots, and his belt was adorned with a scabbard that housed 3 sapphire gemstones the size of fingernails. Near the chest of his uniform hung 2 polished copper noble medals, radiating a bright sheen. Before returning to his tent, it was customary for him to conduct a round of inspection through the 4th Brigade's camp, with the first stop being the animal enclosure. Here, he oversaw a dozen thunder rhinos, which were not his personal property but rather belonged to his brother-in-law, Colonel Mond Goes of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. These formidable beasts were primarily responsible for transporting valuable supplies within the camp. The thunder rhinos had a particular fondness for starchy cassava cakes, which were made by mashing the cassava, steaming it until cooked, and allowing it to cool, resulting in cakes the size of wagon wheels. Given their substantial appetites, each rhino would consume at least 50 of these cakes in a single meal, though they were only fed twice daily, morning and evening. Following this, Baron Sydney would make his way through the 5 subordinate squad camps to inspect the arrangements for the night watch, returning to his tent only after darkness had fully descended. However, this evening, he wished to return to his tent sooner, as his adjutant had discreetly informed him an hour prior that representatives from the merchant caravans trailing the 57th Heavy Infantry were awaiting him outside his tent. Although this battlefield cleanup did not promise a bountiful reward, the results were still quite satisfactory, as one could always obtain some black pattern demon skins from the defeated fiends, items highly coveted among magical merchants. Baron Sidney was well aware of the ethics surrounding battlefield spoils. Certain items could be claimed, such as the small pieces of black pattern demon skin, while others, particularly valuable possessions from fallen soldiers and standard-issue military equipment, were strictly off-limits. Yet, at this moment, Baron Sidney felt a sense of dissatisfaction when, after completing his inspection of the watch posts, he found himself obstructed by several soldiers. Among them stood an old veteran named Sam, a squad leader from the 5th Squad, whom he recognized. Sidney's most profound impression of Sam was formed during his father's command of the brigade, where Sam had already established himself as a seasoned veteran. This man was akin to a slippery eel. No matter how perilous the situation, he always managed to survive. However, such veteran rascals were unlikely to achieve glory or promotion. At this moment, veteran Sam and Sul'dak stood before Baron Sidney, accompanied by the remaining 10 soldiers of the 2nd Squad. "What brings you here?" the Baron queried with a scowl, his displeasure evident for all to see. Veteran Sam hesitated, but it was Sul'dak who stepped forward first. Reporting to Baron Sidney, the situation is as follows. Sam could only brace himself, standing beside Sul'dak as he awaited the completion of the report. Baron Sidney commanded 300 warriors, while he might not recall all their names. He had a distinct impression of each. Sul'dak, in particular, stood out to him for his remarkable skinning skills, marking him as a valuable asset within the brigade. For this reason, Baron Sidney exercised patience, allowing Sul'dak to articulate the entire account. Upon hearing Sul'dak's explanation, Baron Sidney frowned, clearly displeased, and remarked, "Why would they come to me with such matters?" Veteran Sam cast a furtive glance at Sul'dak, his eyes conveying a message of "See, I told you so. If the Baron is displeased, you shall bear the consequences." Sul'dak, visibly anxious, looked up at Baron Sidney. Perhaps it was Sul'dak's earnest gaze that moved the Baron, or perhaps his eagerness to extricate himself from the situation compelled him to expedite matters. For he instructed Sul'dak, "Take him to the logistics department. We are not a battlefield hospital." Sul'dak replied earnestly, "We approached the logistics department, but the individual lacks identification and cannot be verified as one of our soldiers or an ally. They refused to accept him." Baron Sidney was well aware that within the infantry regiment, departments would inevitably pass the buck when there were no benefits at stake. He lowered his head in contemplation, when his adjutant leaned closer and whispered a few words into his ear. Suddenly, Baron Sidney's eyes brightened, and he said to Sul'dak, "In that case, inquire about his origins and hand him over to those merchants outside the camp. I doubt they would mind transporting an injured soldier back to Green, provided his family compensates them." Considering that the individual had not uttered a word since regaining consciousness, Sul'dak further explained to Baron Sidney, "Baron Sidney." This pronouncement seemed to extinguish the last flicker of patience within Baron Sidney, whose expression grew increasingly apathetic. He nonchalantly remarked, "Very well. Ordinarily, we cannot harbor individuals without identification, but I can feign ignorance. Should he not survive the next few days, simply find a spot in the woods outside the camp to bury him. If he does recover and can walk, he should be sent on his way promptly. Remember, do not bring me trouble." With that, he strode past Sul'dak and Sam. "Yes, my lord," Sul'dak replied, trembling as he hastily saluted. He Young lay in a tent reeking of sweat and foot odor, feeling for the first time as though he were a superfluous presence. After Sul'dak rescued him from the battlefield, he racked his brain to find a suitable place for him, a shelter capable of providing care, such as the infantry regiment's logistics department or the merchant caravans that profited from the war. Unfortunately, none were willing to take in the gravely wounded and immobile Young. Ultimately, Sul'dak could not abandon Young to his fate in the woods outside the camp. He persuaded veteran Sam and the remaining members of the 2nd Squad, and upon securing their consent, he carried Young into the camp, finding a quiet corner within a tent. Although there was no military doctor or access to healing potions, they managed to bring back some porridge from the mess hall each day, roughly forcing it down Young's throat like a goose being fattened. Despite the arduous circumstances, Young discovered that his body possessed a resilience akin to wild grass, unbelievably tenacious in its will to survive. In the face of such adversity, his injuries gradually began to heal. Each day, he closed his eyes to embrace the swirling fragments of memory, and upon opening them, he was met with the sight of soldiers from the lower echelons of society, enduring their existence in this extraordinary world. That he finally realized that this was not a dream. He had indeed traversed into another realm. Chapter 3. Recuperation. During his days of recuperation within the tent, Qiang gleaned a general understanding of this world through the vivid fragments of memory swirling in his mind. Among these memories, the most profound impressions were not of this bizarre world, but rather of the relentless practice year after year. Day after day, swinging swords and blocking with shields had seemingly become a conditioned reflex. He also recalled a gentle blonde woman with faint freckles on her face and a sea of flames capable of incinerating all. He referred to this star-filled void as his spiritual realm. Upon closing his eyes, remnants of memories would continuously emerge within this spiritual realm, gradually merging with Qiang's essence, not as possession, but as a fusion. He discovered that the owner of this body was named Changba, born into a noble family in a northern city of the empire, living a life of comfort and receiving a fine education. As the second son, Changba lacked the inheritance of titles or lands, compelling the old earl to chart a path for him into a prestigious warrior academy to strive for promotion to a first-tier warrior, thereby gaining access to a set of magical armaments and a steed from the family treasury, ultimately becoming a knight of the constructs. Changba indeed followed the old earl's plan, yet just as he was on the cusp of becoming a first-tier warrior, an unforeseen incident occurred. He joined a small group known as the Wind Chasers, and during a mission, an evil sorcerer abducted a companion. In the pursuit of this sorcerer, he found himself engulfed in flames. Although he was rescued by those who came afterward, he suffered severe burns, seemingly losing his chance to ascend to greatness. This segment of memory was fragmented. For reasons unknown, Changba began to wander aimlessly, ultimately encountering fiends in the northern slopes of the Glow Forest in Handanar County. As a knight with a spirit of sacrifice, he resolutely chose to defend his companions, sustaining grave injuries when a fiend's corpse fortuitously fell upon him. Perhaps from that moment, the knight Changba had perished, and it was Qiang who was revived by Sul'dak from beneath the fiend's carcass, having traversed into this world. Outside the camp, the chaotic sound of footsteps once again echoed through the air. In recent times, the vicinity of the Handanar County forestry had been plagued by frequent skirmishes, as the banished fiends often emerged from the dense woods to assault the outposts surrounding the forest. The 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, stationed at the foot of the forest, frequently endured these disturbances from the malevolent entities. The second squad, including Sul'dak, had followed Baron Sydney for nearly a day and a night. Just as Qiang was sinking into a weary stupor, on the brink of believing he was about to perish from hunger, the heavily armored warriors of the second squad returned from outside the camp. Lacking even the strength to remove their armor, they collapsed onto the raw leather laid within the tent with a resounding thud. The last to enter the tent was Captain Sam, the most seasoned heavy infantryman of the 57th Regiment. Veteran Sam had an abundance of survival skills he wished to impart to the younger soldiers. As his heavy iron boots thudded near Qiang's face, a strong scent of blood wafted through the air. Grasping a long knife sheathed in leather, he ushered the weary soldiers sprawled within the tent out. "Everyone, come and have a bowl of hot soup. Even if you feel like sleeping, you must remove your armor, otherwise you might end up sleeping too deeply, and the straps could cripple your arms and legs." Sam chattered incessantly while assisting the other warriors in shedding their armor, his incessant prattle making one wish to silence him. Sul'dak, bearing a large wooden bowl, struggled to reach Qiang's side and plopped down onto the moisture-resistant mat laid on the ground, extending his hand beneath Qiang's nose to feel for a faint breath. Finally allowing himself to relax, weak and feeble, Qiang managed to open his eyes and cast a glance at the soldier who had rescued him from beneath a fiend's corpse, his heart brimming with gratitude. Sul'dak loosened the straps of his iron boots and remarked, "I must say, my friend, you truly are a tenacious little bug. You seem to be improving, though your complexion leaves much to be desired." The extraordinarily heavy iron boots were expertly tied together by Sul'dak and hung at the tent's ventilation opening. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a rich aroma reminiscent of a fragrant dish throughout the tent. Having liberated his feet, Sul'dak did not hasten to remove his cumbersome armor, but instead took a greasy black cloth to meticulously wipe the blade of his sword before sheathing it. He bent down, cradling Qiang's head, and poured a bit of hot soup into him. With food finally in his stomach, Qiang felt the twisting pain in his abdomen begin to subside, though it was soon replaced by aches throughout his body. Sul'dak, seemingly indifferent to the agony etched across Qiang's face, whispered, "You would never guess what we faced last night. A whole battalion of fiends passed through our defensive perimeter. Fortunately, they weren't targeting us, or we would have been doomed. When will this relentless anxiety come to an end?" He appeared to merely seek an audience for his thoughts, not requiring a response from Qiang. As he unfastened the heavy chainmail, Tossing it into a corner of the tent, the scent of blood clung to Sul'dak. Though he seemed oblivious to it, cautiously, he produced a palm-sized piece of black-patterned demon skin from his pocket. A triumphant grin spreading across his face as he excitedly shared with Hebokiang. However, our squad managed to ambush a lone fiend. The credit for this victory goes to Baron Sydney, but we've all profited a little. Heh. After saying this, Sul'dak offered Hebokiang another sip of hot soup. You need to recover swiftly. Upon seeing the thick demon hide, Hebokiang finally comprehended that the foes facing this group of warriors were not human, but rather a breed of fiends far more robust than Men.No1 had told him where these fiends originated, as if their existence were a given. During the course of his recuperation in the tent, other soldiers from the second squad would frequently bring him food from outside, mostly consisting of porridge and meat soup, though there were carelessly brought roasted meats, cut into small pieces and stuffed into his mouth. By the following day, when Sul'dak discovered that a piece of roasted meat remained lodged in Hebokiang's mouth, still unconsumed, he unleashed a tirade upon the other soldiers. It was through this painful ordeal that Hebokiang gradually began to mend, slowly acclimating to this peril-laden new world. Chapter 4. The meaning of life on the earthy slopes at the foot of the forest, vast expanses of lush sweet potatoes thrived. A wave of warmth swept through, causing the sweet potato vines to undulate like golden grains of wheat. This region, blessed with abundant rainfall and warm summer climates, lacked predators such as groundhogs, allowing the sweet potatoes to flourish. The tender stems and leaves were the favorite sustenance of the thunder rhinoceros. But to maintain their vitality, it was essential to feed them sweet potatoes rich in starch. The warriors of the second squad labored under the scorching sun, wielding sickles to cut down the sprawling sweet potato vines and using pickaxes to unearth the tubers buried deep within the soil. Each tuber, as thick as an arm and measuring nearly a meter in length, contained a faint toxin in its pale yellow sap. For an ordinary person, consuming the sweet potato would result in swollen lips akin to sausages and a tongue extending like a dog's, with half their face becoming too swollen to speak normally. In the Green Empire, sweet potatoes were seldom consumed. However, the thunder rhinoceros and some large livestock were undeterred by this minor toxin, remarkably resilient. These sweet potatoes boasted high yields and could be found in abundance even in the wilderness. The 6th Squad of the 4th Division was tasked with preparing half a month's rations for the regiment's thunder rhinoceros. All 5 squads of the division participated, and it took a full 3 days to harvest the sweet potatoes from the slope. With his bare torso glistening, Sul'dak led the charge, understanding precisely how to conserve energy and effectively unearth the sweet potatoes. Hebokiang followed closely behind, using prepared vines to bundle the sweet potato vines into large, orderly stacks on the slope, each bundle maintaining an equal distance, creating a visually pleasing arrangement. The young black soldier Jylongden and the red-haired Klaus energetically wielded pickaxes, digging out sweet potatoes from the rich, loamy soil. The collaboration of the 4 in this endeavor was Hebokiang's suggestion, and it proved effective, significantly enhancing their efficiency compared to working alone. Each member performing their designated role made the task of harvesting sweet potatoes all the more enjoyable. Captain Sam loaded the neatly arranged sweet potatoes onto a flatbed cart and approached Hebokiang, delivering a hearty pat on his shoulder and grinning widely, revealing his yellowed teeth as he praised. Well done. You're in such fine shape. I never expected you to have a farmer's knack. Leading the group, Sul'dak paused to take a long swig from a water jug before tossing it to Hebokiang, who didn't hesitate to gulp down the remaining water in one go. Are you from the north? Captain Sam inquired, sitting atop a bundle of sweet potato vines, squinting up at Hebokiang. Hebokiang hesitated, recalling memories of endless snow-capped mountains, before slowly nodding in affirmation. Once this war concludes, we'll gather some funds for your journey home, he continued, producing a pipe from his pocket and taking a couple of dry puffs before speaking in a hoarse voice. Hebokiang squinted, reminiscing about another world, his smile tinged with bitterness. What? Don't you want to return home? Captain Sam probed. Although Hebokiang could understand the imperial language due to fragmented memories, he lacked the ability to articulate it accurately, leaving him unable to engage in conversation. During this time, Sul'dak had been taking care of Hebokiang, thus they had grown quite close. However, Sul'dak seldom broached such topics with Hebokiang. When Captain Sam inquired, Sul'dak seized the opportunity to ask, You haven't forgotten where your home is, have you? To Sul'dak's surprise, Hebokiang nodded, leaving him momentarily speechless, uncertain how to console him, muttering under his breath, Cursed dimensional war. And what are your plans for the future? Captain Sam asked, noticing Hebokiang's silence. assuming him to be a mute who could hear perfectly. He turned to Sul'dak, suggesting, "Dak, don't you know the merchants from Talapagan? Perhaps you could inquire if they need extra hands." Sul'dak agreed. "I'll ask them tomorrow morning when I find the time." As one of the few warriors in the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment skilled in skinning, Sul'dak was evidently well regarded by the merchants who had accompanied the regiment to capitalize on the war spoils of Handanar County. He was acquainted with several overseers from various caravans, and Sam's suggestion for Sul'dak to seek their assistance was certainly not without merit. Young Jilongnan interjected from behind, "Captain, why not keep the big guy around?" Since Habokiang had regained consciousness and his injuries were gradually healing, he had not yet regained the ability to speak, but this did not hinder him from contributing. Many of the skills he possessed stemmed from the fragmented memories of his body's previous owner, and upon merging with the experiences from another world, he had developed numerous innovative ideas. While some were constrained by various limitations, others proved remarkably effective. Hence, despite his injuries not fully healing, he had already been accepted by all members of the second squad. Captain Sam, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, muttered indistinctly, "What nonsense! We are in military service. The conscription system of the Green Empire is evident. Who would willingly come to fight and live such a life on the edge of a blade if it weren't for forced conscription?" This statement rendered Jilongnan speechless. Leaving him to pull a piece of baked flatbread from his pocket, chew it absent-mindedly, and swallow it without a second thought, Habokiang observed clearly as Jilognan's throat bulged with a lump the size of a ping-pong ball. Watching him struggle to swallow the dry flatbread without taking a sip of water, his eyes seemed to glaze over. The freshly cut sweet potato vines also needed to be transported back to the camp, where they would all be thrown into the feeding trough outside the beast pen. The thunderous rhinoceroses, resembling small hills, gathered around, their wide mouths capable of swallowing a bundle of sweet potato vines in a single bite. These astonishingly voracious creatures were the most formidable transporters in the camp, yet feeding these giants was an exceedingly laborious task, typically requiring dedicated caretakers. Only when provisions for the temporary thunderous rhinoceroses were needed would a group of soldiers venture into the wild to collect them. After the 4th Brigade was awarded the commendable task of clearing the battlefield, they subsequently undertook several reconnaissance missions, including this one to prepare fodder for the thunderous rhinoceroses, all orchestrated by Count Montgasper to maintain equilibrium among the other brigade leaders. Once the sweet potatoes were returned to the camp, the work of the 2nd Squad was far from over. They still needed to mash the sweet potatoes and deliver the resulting puree to the logistics cooking team, where it would be steamed into sweet potato cakes, which were the thunderous rhinoceros's favorite food. The process of making sweet potato cakes was one of Habokiang's few interests, as it allowed him to observe the thunderous rhinoceroses up close. He longed to ride upon their backs and experience their immense weight, yet the caretakers in the camp kept a watchful eye, reluctant to allow anyone to approach these colossal beasts, despite his boundless curiosity about this world. Habokiang always felt a sense of not belonging. During those days of recuperation in the tent, he endured his pain by secretly hypnotizing himself, constantly whispering to himself, "Do not fear. This is merely a dream. And when I awaken, all suffering will vanish." This was a mantra he recited each night before drifting into slumber. As a new day dawned, he would seek the meaning of life in this world under the morning sun. Chapter 5. Born Warrior's 2 months had allowed Habokiang's body to fully recover, and his time in the military camp gradually helped him find his footing. Many infantry regiments of the Green Empire did not have dedicated logistical support while fighting in the field, and the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment was no exception. As the commanding officer, Count Montgasper, like other infantry commanders, entrusted logistical supplies to the accompanying merchant caravans. The merchant convoy following Duke Newman into Handanar County was immense, with large merchants trailing behind the Duke's main force of constructed knights, while only smaller caravans sought business with the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment. Most of these merchant groups hailed from the territory of Baron Sydney, capable of assisting soldiers in sending their wages and letters back home, occasionally bringing news from their hometowns. Sul'dak often managed to procure some black-striped demon skins, so he was familiar with many of the merchant group's managers, and they would gather to share light-hearted banter. Habokiang sat on a dirt slope at the camp's entrance, watching Sul'dak chat with a merchant clad in silk trousers and a long tunic. Occasionally, the bearded merchant cast glances towards Habokiang. Initially, the merchant thought Sul'dak was joking, but soon he became serious. Sul'dak waved to Habokiang, who stood up from the grass, brushed off the crumbs from his backside, and hurried down the slope. The merchant tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with Habokiang, squinting like a cunning fox. "A northerner," He inquired casually, his gaze falling on the bulging biceps of Hebokiang's arms. Hebokiang nodded. The locals took great pride in their northern heritage. Sul'dak quickly interjected. Hey, Lajin, he can't speak. It may be a result of his injuries. However, he can definitely follow your instructions. Just don't expect him to respond. Lajin scrutinized Hebokiang from head to toe before finally resting his gaze on Hebokiang's feet, exclaiming, quite robust. I can assure you he was once a soldier. Are you really going to include him in your caravan? Lajin's last question was posed with a chuckle, as if jesting. Sul'dak frowned, displaying impatience as he retorted, just give me a straight answer. If you're unwilling, I'll seek out Big-Eyed Pike. Realizing Sul'dak was serious, Lajin quickly attempted to smooth things over, saying, I never said no. Be a bit patient with me. We are fellow countrymen. After all, you look out for me. And I'll take care of you. It's only right. Sul'dak sensed Lajin was still being evasive and opened his mouth to reprimand him, but Lajin preempted him by patting Sul'dak on the shoulder, assuring him, all right, I understand your point. Just hand him over to me. He seems like he doesn't need much looking after, and I'll pay him for his work. Hebokiang was led away from the military camp by the merchant Lajin. While Sul'dak waved gently from the camp entrance, the merchant's temporary lodgings were not far from the camp, resembling a bustling marketplace. Tents lined the streets, displaying various daily necessities, and merchants seized every opportunity to profit. Soldiers often ventured out to purchase everyday items, while many sought a hearty meal. However, for these merchants, such small businesses were not their main focus. Relying on the limited coin soldiers carried was hardly worth the long journey to the front lines. The primary business involved large-scale procurement of military supplies, including food, fabric, and iron goods, as well as the collection of various spoils of war, which were exchanged for gold and silver coins, providing soldiers a sense of security. Some large merchants even offered delivery services, ensuring that soldiers' hard-earned money reached their hometowns. The 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment was tasked with defending the northern slope of the forest, where malevolent spirits occasionally appeared. The last battle had taken place a month prior. Although Hebokiang did not express it, he felt immense gratitude towards Sul'dak. He pondered that Sul'dak's respect among the merchants stemmed from his remarkable skinning skills, glancing down at his own calloused hands. Hebokiang resolved to hone his own skills. Suddenly, Lajin halted, and Hebokiang nearly collided with him. Turning, Lajin asked, I forgot to ask. What do they call you? Hebokiang attempted to pronounce his name, his face flushing red as he instinctively recalled the sounds. It seemed he needed to forget entirely. Big guy, Lajin suggested tentatively. Hebokiang's expression soured. Northerner boy. Lajin continued to probe. Hebokiang cast his eyes sideways. How about we just pick any name? It's merely a code name. How does Morgan sound? There was a big fellow named Morgan in a previous caravan, and he was an excellent cart driver. Lajin, undeterred, proposed. Just as Hebokiang considered using his old name, Lajin slapped his forehead and inquired, all right, what do you want me to call you? Little Dak. Seeing Hebokiang hesitate, but not scowl further, Lajin enthusiastically patted his shoulder, exclaiming, I think that name is indeed splendid. The two walked side by side into the makeshift marketplace, with Lajin continuing to chatter incessantly. He was curious about how Sul'dak had described Hebokiang's retrieval from the battlefield. So he asked, I heard Dak dug you out from the corpse pile of the malevolent spirits? Hebokiang merely nodded occasionally under Lajin's gaze. Lajin led Hebokiang to a camp made up of 3 groups of tents. Calling over a curly-haired youth manning a stall and a burly man sleeping outside a tent, introducing them as Gabby and Ulysses, who would be working together henceforth. The slick-haired Gabby smiled amicably at Hebokiang before returning to his stall, while the burly Ulysses seemed genuinely interested in Hebokiang. Extending his hand, Hebokiang instinctively grasped it, feeling as if a massive iron vice had clamped down on his hand, the pressure increasing. Ulysses' face broke into a triumphant grin. However, before the smile could fully spread, Ulysses' dark-skinned visage became somewhat rigid. Hebokiang discreetly loosened his grip, causing Ulysses to retract his hand as if bitten by a venomous snake. Regarding the subtle testings among subordinates, Lajin merely pretended not to notice. After greeting his 2 employees, Lajin proceeded to arrange accommodation for Hebokiang. Chapter 6. Lajin's business. Merchant Lajin led Hebokiang to the entrance of a canvas tent, lifting the flap to reveal what appeared to be an immense warehouse within. Large wooden crates were piled together, many adorned with labels inscribed in various languages. At the entrance, an unsealed wooden crate sat, and upon peering inside, Hebokiang was met with the sight of a large leg bone resting at the bottom. its surface marred with swirling black magic patterns that seemed to possess a life of their own. Writhing slowly, a mere glance made He Buqiang feel dizzy. This is a temporary storage for low-grade magical materials. I will have a wooden bed set up for you here, Lodging informed He Buqiang. You will reside here and temporarily oversee this warehouse, with your daily task being to inventory the incoming supplies. Occasionally, a wagon will transport these goods to Handanao County. He Buqiang nodded in acknowledgement. The interior of the tent was considerably more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Filled with a faint scent of oil.as, He Buqiang navigated through the piled crates. He reached the end of the tent, where he discovered an abundance of swords, shields, and other weapons, mostly standard issue from military camps. He was astonished that such a small trading group would possess so many military supplies. Unable to resist, He Buqiang picked up a knight's shield from the rack, held it before him, and struck it with his hand, producing a series of dull thuds. The rack also displayed a row of hefty, round-handled Roman swords, their ancient bronze handles intricately engraved with decorative patterns. However, these engravings seemed to lack the disorienting aura of the black magic skin. The blade of the Roman sword was less than 3 feet long but remarkably heavy. Grasping the weighty sword, He Buqiang effortlessly lifted it from the rack, feeling an unexpected fluidity in his movements, especially as he gripped the hilt, which evoked a long-lost familiarity. With practiced ease, he performed a flourish and smoothly returned the sword to its place on the rack. Do you have an affinity for these weapons? Lodging inquired, his eyes lighting up as if he had discovered a hidden treasure. He Buqiang nodded in affirmation. His gaze then shifted to other weapon racks, aside from the row of Roman swords. There were several dark-bladed daggers, their handles crafted from brown leather, promising a comfortable grip. Additionally, near the central support column of the tent, lay a dozen pagliro spears, fully metallic and reserved for heavy infantry. Lodging seemed to place a great deal of trust in Sul'dak, unperturbed by the prospect of He Buqiang pilfering from the tent filled with weapons and magical materials. Lodging continued, do you know how to maintain these weapons? You must periodically take them out to wipe them down and apply some animal oil to the edges. As he spoke, he retrieved a greasy cloth and demonstrated by vigorously polishing a Roman sword. He Buqiang accepted the oily rag but opted not to follow Lodging's example. Instead, he picked up a whetstone from the tray of the weapon rack, expertly honing the blade before carefully wiping it down with the cloth. Lodging regarded him with satisfaction and patted his shoulder, saying, very well. You shall be responsible for the maintenance of the weapons from now on. The warehouse was permeated with a musty odor of decaying bones, prompting Lodging to hasten their exit. At the entrance of the tent, he added, oh, by the way, we have 2 meals a day. You may choose to eat here or join the others for communal dining. As for your wages, we shall start with 15 silver coins per week. If you perform admirably, I may consider a raise. You can give it a try for now. It was evident that Lodging, out of respect for Sul'dak, was not overly harsh with He Buqiang. That a weekly wage of 15 silver coins was considered moderately high among the common folk of the Green Empire, yet in a war zone like Handanao County, this remuneration seemed somewhat lacking, likely a provisional amount with potential for slight increases thereafter. Having conveyed this information, Lodging blended into the bustling crowd of the marketplace, engaging in animated conversation with 2 armored soldiers. Meanwhile, He Buqiang squatted at the entrance of the tent, observing the throng of people in the modest market, his mind swirling with uncertainty about the future. In front of the camp stall lay a knight's light shield, 2 daggers, 3 Roman swords, and a pagliro spear. Gabby squatted behind the stall, yawning in boredom, tossing 2 copper coins between his fingers. Even as soldiers passed by, Gabby showed no inclination to hawk his wares, waiting instead for someone to take the initiative to stop. The standard weapons of the military camp belonged to Count Montgosper, and even if some were damaged in battle, soldiers could exchange them at logistics, provided they had a valid reason. Yet, there was a discernible gap in quality between standard weapons and those of superior craftsmanship. If one found the standard military sword too light, the Roman sword, resembling a club, was an excellent alternative. After a lengthy period of fruitless waiting, it became apparent that Lodging was indifferent to the success of the stall. Mirroring Gabby's nonchalant demeanor, He Buqiang sensed that Lodging did not harbor expectations of profiting from this stall. The burly Ulysses, having suffered a setback at He Buqiang's hands, had grown taciturn, retreating into the tent to sleep. Gabby turned to He Buqiang, beckoning him over. He Buqiang approached the stall, mimicking Gabby's stance as he squatted behind it. Besides the weapons, the stall also displayed whetstones and other sundries. Nearby Gabby, there were 2 small black patterned stones the size of a child's palm and several oval stones of a deep, dark hue. He Buqiang casually picked up one of the egg-sized black stones. These are magical cores, Gabby indicated, tapping his head with a peculiar grin. They are extracted from the brains of demons, but this one is rather small. And they don't believe it contains any magic crystals. Only those containing magic crystals hold value. Purchasing magical cores is akin to gambling. If you find a magic crystal inside, you profit. Otherwise, you've merely acquired a worthless rock. Gabby scratched his curly hair and pointed to a smaller pile of magical cores, stating, "These go for 50 silver coins each." He then gestured to another pile, roughly the size of a fist, and continued, "These are pricier, around 1 gold coin each. Many in the military camp enjoy gambling on these." Upon hearing Gabby's words, Hebo Qiang likened the purchase of magical cores to gambling on emeralds. Gabby, seemingly pulling a trick from thin air, produced a piece of dried beef and handed it to Hebo Qiang. Tossing another piece into his mouth, he then addressed Hebo Qiang. "I hope you won't take it personally what happened earlier. Ulysses means no harm. He simply enjoys wrestling with people." He casually sat behind the stall and explained, "Our daily tasks are quite simple. I watch the stall while Ulysses stands guard at night. Recently, there have been few skirmishes, and we only become busy after a victory." Gabby had a few brown freckles scattered across his high cheekbones, a prominent nose, and a slender frame. Like lodging, he was quite chatty. "You don't seem to be from Benar, do you?" Chapter 7. The turn of events. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the seams of the tent, casting a narrow beam of light upon the damp felt mat. A flock of green-feathered forest birds flitted from the woods, appearing from a distance like a small-scale dust storm. According to Sul'dak, the meat of these birds was tender and could be seasoned with pepper and salt, then coated in flour and fried to a crisp. However, capturing them was quite troublesome, and preparing such ingredients required ample patience. Ulysses, draped in a thick tarp raincoat and soaked with dew, sat yawning atop a cart. Cradling a spear in his arms, the emerald blades of grass glistened with dewdrops. Upon learning of Hebo Qiang's culinary skills, Lodging had entrusted him with preparing breakfast, with half a roasted rabbit left from the previous night. Hebo Qiang planned to simmer it with oats to create a hearty meat porridge. The diet of the Green Empire was rather monotonous, consisting of oat porridge, baked flatbreads, roasted meats, and a variety of meat soups, with almost everything capable of being tossed into a pot, resulting in a hodgepodge stew. Mornings were usually simpler, often featuring either oat porridge or just a piece of flatbread. Since the last incident, Ulysses had become quite obedient. Upon seeing Hebo Qiang emerge from the tent, he took a wooden bucket to fetch water from the river. The small stream at the foot of the forested mountain was not far from the camp. Though the path was not easy to traverse, especially in the morning when the grass was heavy with dew, causing one's pant legs to become damp and uncomfortable. The cooking stove was set up outside the tent. Hebo Qiang cleared out some of the charcoal ash from the cold stove, then took a blowpipe and blew gently into the embers, sending sparks flying and igniting the nearby grass. The flames leapt up with a sudden flare. Certainly, if the hearth holds not a single spark, it matters not, for Lodging still possesses flint, making the act of kindling a fire quite convenient. "Ah, little Dak, good morning." Captain Sam approached with his entire second squad from the direction of the camp. Greeting Hebo Qiang from afar. Hebo Qiang rose to his feet, having long attempted to form words, yet he had not yet mastered the art of speech. As Captain Sam drew nearer, he clapped Hebo Qiang on the shoulder and inquired, "How have you fared with the Lodging merchant caravan?" Hebo Qiang nodded vigorously, indicating that all was well with the caravan. Captain Sam smiled and remarked, "It seems Sul'dak has secured you a commendable position." Sul'dak approached from behind and said to Hebo Qiang, "Today, our squad is on duty. We shall conduct a routine inspection along the mountain path to the valley west of the forest. The indigenous people of Handano County have been rather restless lately, persistently attempting to set up roadblocks along that route, which has disrupted our logistics and transporting supplies. We have conducted several joint operations with the Brotherhood to eliminate them, but alas, those natives always exploit their familiarity with the terrain, retreating into the woods at the first sign of the infantry's return, only to re-emerge once the coast is clear, like a persistent nuisance. In the end, the infantry can only arrange for us to take turns patrolling that forest path," Sul'dak lamented. "These rascals, they don't even wait for me. I must be off. I hope fortune favors us on this mission." Sul'dak, equipped with his standard-issue military knife and square shield, donned in chainmail, hastily followed after the second squad. Sul'dak's mention of good fortune referred to the possibility of encountering rare game while executing their duties in the dense woods surrounding the forest. A short trek westward would lead them into the vast expanse of the Gander Mountains, a territory inhabited by formidable beasts, a place even the Demon Legion dares not tread, where large predators frequently roam. The previous encounter of the 3rd Squad of the 57th Regiment's smaller team, which successfully hunted a wild boar boasting tusks over a meter long, had become a topic of much delight among the warriors of that squad, inciting envy amongst the others, who were eager to embark on their own hunts in hopes of capturing such formidable creatures. The 57th Regiment's encampment lay in a remote area close to the Beast Forest, where demons seldom appeared, but the indigenous people of Hailansa County, displaced by these demons, often caused trouble in the surrounding woods. The 2nd Squad's current patrol aimed to root out those lurking natives. Of course, they did not expect to catch those nimble natives, akin to tree monkeys, all at once. They merely hoped that such patrols might deter them, although the infantry warriors were more than willing to teach those tree monkeys a lesson. As the captain of the 2nd Squad, Sam harbored fewer expectations for serendipitous encounters, as each such encounter equated to danger. Nonetheless, upon entering the woods west of the forest, the ordinary soldiers of the 2nd Squad carried several traps for beasts at their waists. It was not until the members of the 2nd Squad vanished into the trees at the foot of the mountain that Hailansa withdrew his gaze. Hailansa crouched before the stall, gripping a sturdy Roman sword. In that moment, he felt as though the sword in his hand was an extension of his arm. He was immersed in the subtle atmosphere, his senses sharpened, detecting the slightest movements around the stall with acute awareness. The curly-haired lad, Gabby, wished to explore the makeshift market, so Hailansa watched the stall for him, all the while remembering Lajin's instructions to maintain the high-quality weapons in the warehouse with an oilcloth. He wielded the Roman sword with vigor, performing a series of combat techniques that seemed to flow naturally from him. Lajin remained as elusive as ever, his presence seldom seen. He might very well be the most unreliable boss Hailansa had encountered. For this small caravan hardly resembled a typical merchant troop, having failed to open their stall for 3 consecutive days. Instead, Gabby jubilantly returned from a soldier, having acquired a piece of black-striped demon hide, earning him praise from Lajin. "How much for this dagger?" Hailansa inquired, pointing to a wooden board beside the dagger, clearly marked with the price. Dagger price, 35 silver coins. The handwriting on the board was Gabby's, but it was scrawled in a haphazard and careless manner. The man remained silent, casting a glance at Hailansa before picking up the dagger, running his thumb along its edge to gauge its sharpness. "Can you lower the price a bit?" he asked again. To which Hailansa shook his head. Noticing Hailansa's firm stance against negotiation, the man, unwilling to prolong the matter, retrieved 35 silver coins from his pouch and tossed them to Hailansa before turning to leave. When curly-haired Gabby returned from the street, he was astonished to find that Hailansa had sold 2 daggers and a Roman sword in such a short span of time. By this time, midday was approaching. Hailansa caught sight of a bloodied figure stumbling out from the dense woods at the foot of the mountain. He abruptly straightened his posture. The soldier emerging from the thicket was unmistakably the black lad. Hailansa. Chapter 8. Courage. The camp of the 57th Armored Infantry Regiment was established on a mound at the foot of the forest slope, with the Gandhar Mountains to the west. From this earthen rise, one could behold the expansive plains to the south of the forest, through which a river meandered down from the Gandhar Mountains into the southern plains. It was currently the season of heaviest rainfall in Hailansa County. Hailansa, drenched in blood, emerged from the thicket, clad only in the upper portion of his chainmail, while his lower half was reduced to blood-stained linen shorts. He gripped his standard-issue military knife, but his square shield was nowhere to be seen. As he dashed towards the camp in a panic, the makeshift market was situated between the camp and the forest. Thus, when a bloodied soldier burst forth from the dense woods, it was the market-goers who first noticed the commotion. Hailansa, upon hearing the startled gasps from the market, recognized Hailansa's disheveled return from the thicket. "Hey, little Zach, where are you off to?" Gabby called out to Hailansa. At that moment, Hailansa had already taken long strides towards Hailansa. Nimbly weaving through the bustling crowd of the market, as he navigated through the throngs, he moved as lightly as a breeze. "I used to run just as fast in my youth," a drunken old man at an outdoor tavern remarked to Lajin, who merely squinted, following Hailansa's retreating figure with his gaze and nonchalantly responding, "Of course I know." Apart from Hailansa, several soldiers clad in standard chainmail also rushed from the market, easily identifiable as members of the 57th Infantry Regiment. Perhaps due to their heavy and finely crafted armor, Hailansa led the pack as they sprinted towards Hailansa. Hailansa steadied the staggering black lad, Hailansa, whose chainmail was adorned with a few wooden arrows. These arrows could hardly pierce through armor, inflicting harm only in areas left unprotected. Hailansa bore a wound on his shoulder, a gash resembling a throat slash, albeit slightly off-mark. Sweat mingled with blood as Hailansa gasped for breath, his face etched with anxiety. Upon encountering Hailansa, He wasted no time, gripping He Buoqiang's arms tightly, utterly exhausted from his run. "Quickly, take me back to the camp. I must report to Baron Sidney that a band of indigenous warriors has appeared in the valley west of the forest, and Sam is currently engaged with them. I need to request reinforcements from Baron Sidney to cleanse that pack of wretched natives," Jialongnan urged, panic-stricken. Without hesitation, He Buoqiang bent slightly, hoisting one of Jialongnan's arms over his shoulder, preparing to carry him back to the 57th Armored Infantry Regiment's camp at that moment. A few infantry soldiers trailing behind, He Buoqiang caught up and inquired of Jialongnan, "What happened? Were you ambushed by demons?" He Buoqiang was momentarily halted by two infantry soldiers. Jialongnan repeated to them, "We were ambushed by a large group of indigenous warriors from Handanal County." One of the infantry soldiers asked Jialongnan, "Which squad are you from?" Jialongnan swiftly replied, "Our commander is Baron Sidney of the 4th Squad." Subsequently, Jialongnan, supported by two soldiers in standard armor, hurriedly made his way towards the camp, while another soldier walked alongside, querying Jialongnan for further details. No one paid He Buoqiang any heed. For the moment, it seemed he was of no concern. He stood on the grassy knoll, somewhat dazed, watching Jialongnan hasten towards the camp, Jialongnan not even glancing back at He Buoqiang. Jialongnan had not provided He Buoqiang with much useful information. He merely relayed that their squad, tasked with patrolling the valley trail west of the forest, had encountered a band of indigenous warriors from Handanal County. He Buoqiang possessed only a superficial understanding of the indigenous inhabitants of Handanar County, having heard mere fragments of their existence from Sul'dak. Though these natives once held dominion over this land, they remain entrenched in a rudimentary tribal social structure, appearing to the regular forces of the Green Empire as nothing more than a band of uncivilized apes. The Heavy Infantry Battalion has never regarded the natives of Handanar County with any semblance of respect. Little did he anticipate that the very individuals wielding wooden bows and stone spears would be the source of trouble for the 2nd Squad. Rumor had it that Sul'dak and Sam were engaged in combat with the natives in the western valley of the logging area, and He Buoqiang felt a surge of blood coursing through his veins. He recalled Sul'dak's earlier words that morning, expressing hope for a stroke of good fortune on their mission, yet now it was evident that the news was far from favorable. He Buoqiang, feeling the weight in his hand, looked down to find the Roman sword he had meticulously polished behind a market stall still gripped firmly in his grasp. He was unsure where this sudden courage originated. Perhaps it was the strength inherent in his body that prompted him to make a startling decision. He chose not to return to the bustling market stall, but instead turned to silently regard the clamor of the temporary marketplace. He observed many onlookers, some watching 3 infantrymen hastily escorting Jialongnan back to the camp, while others craned their necks, straining to catch sight of any potential enemies emerging from the thicket. A few even dashed back to their tents, preparing to pack their belongings. He did not spot Lodging or Gabby amid the crowd, and though he longed to convey his intention to borrow Lodging's Roman sword, the absence of Lodging diminished any desire to return. He merely raised the sword in his hand toward the market, hoping Lodging would grasp his meaning. When no response came, He Buoqiang mused, "Perhaps he didn't see me at all." Without a backward glance, he began to run, plunging into the dense forest of the logging area, intending to retrace Jialongnan's path to locate Sul'dak and Sam. Gripping the Roman sword, he believed it would prove useful. He was aware of his own robust physique, though he had yet to experience the chaos of battle. Rushing into the thicket stirred an exhilarating fervor within him. A wave of warmth surged from his feet upward, filling him with an inexplicable strength. He immersed himself in the underbrush without reservation, but upon entering the forest, he realized he had no knowledge of the route taken by Jialongnan. He paused, momentarily bewildered, before veering toward the western side of the logging area, recalling Sul'dak's mention of a valley path located west of the site. As he navigated through the undergrowth, a multitude of serrated leaves brushed against his face, leaving a thin line of blood. These leaves bore toxins that stimulated the sensory nerves, causing the tiny wound to throb painfully. Treading upon the soft, leaf-littered ground, the forest was damp, each step seemingly squeezing forth moisture. Insects scurried from the decaying foliage, fleeing in all directions. He Buoqiang inhaled deeply, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach, and vigorously wiped his face before resolutely continuing toward the western side of the logging area. Chapter 9. Ambush not far off, the plaintive cries of juvenile owlbears echoed through the tranquil woods, causing the hairs on He Buoqiang's neck to stand on end. He cautiously parted a thicket of thorny trees, circumventing a family of owlbears, and only exhaled in relief once he reached a spot where their cries faded into silence. Sul'dak had often lamented the difficulty of encountering wild beasts during patrols within the logging area. Yet he was taken aback to find such formidable terrestrial predators as he ventured into the dense woods west of the logging site. The owlbear family was gathered, feasting upon a spotted-tailed deer, within their clearly defined hierarchy. Familial status dictated the order of feeding. Perhaps the eagerness of the young ones to break the established order led to a scolding from the matriarch, after which their cries subsided. The forest was thick with foliage, perpetually devoid of sunlight, and many leaves lay upon the ground, decomposing slowly. The soft, rotting soil concealed numerous branches, which resembled the outstretched arms of zombies buried beneath the detritus, posing a hazard to the unwary. Damp, decaying wood was covered in dense clusters of black fungus, and many tree roots were adorned with pale brown moss, while various oily yellow mushrooms and light yellow ferns thrived amidst the undergrowth. Had one the knowledge to discern edible fungi and wild vegetables, a bountiful harvest could be gathered without straying far from the vicinity. The logging area was expansive, and even traversing the hillside revealed massive tree stumps. Ibuchiang discerned his direction and pressed on, but regrettably, after a considerable distance, he had yet to uncover the supply route hidden within the valley. Along the way, he encountered various small creatures of the forest that showed little fear of humans. One particularly bold ocelot pursued him from above, emitting defiant calls as if Ibuchiang had intruded upon its territory. After crossing the logging area and wading through a shallow stream, he found no forest paths ahead and was left to wander aimlessly along the riverbank. Other than the calls of birds and the rustling of leaves, the silence of the dense forest was profound. After a short while, he noticed bloodstains on the rocks of the riverbank, assuming them to be left by Jialongnan. Just as he approached to examine them closely, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound, akin to chittering, and caught sight of several oddly appearing natives, clad only in animal skins and banana leaves, gathered around a massive stone. Devouring a white-scaled fish, wooden spears lay scattered upon the stony bank, alongside a few crude wooden bows that appeared to have a severely limited range. However, there were no signs of battle, suggesting that Sul'dak and Sam had not engaged these natives. In no time, the bloody fish was completely consumed by the natives, who showed no haste to depart. Instead, they stripped off their animal skin garments and leaped into the stream with splashes. Ibuchiang, having scoured the area without finding any trace of the second squad, chose not to disturb the natives and continued deeper into the forest, just as he began to doubt whether he was lost. He finally discovered a narrow path through the woods. Although it was not particularly wide, remnants of wheel ruts were still visible, albeit faint from the erosion of rain. Clear footprints marked the trail, unmistakably belonging to infantry soldiers in iron boots. Despite having traveled so far without locating the second squad, Ibuchiang's fervent blood began to cool. As he regained his composure, he pondered the extent of his ability to confront the natives. He paused for a moment, abruptly feeling a blinding light flash before his eyes. Without turning to investigate, he swiftly concealed himself behind a tree. Just as he did, an arrow silently whizzed from behind him, embedding itself into the trunk with a soft thud. Had he not been alert and taken refuge behind the tree in time, that red-tailed arrow would have surely found its mark in his back, causing cold sweat to break out upon his brow. Following the direction from which the arrow had come, he glimpsed a shadowy figure darting into the thicket. To his astonishment, it was a native who had been trailing him. Ibuchiang refrained from pursuing the native and cautiously retrieved the red-tailed arrow from the tree trunk. The arrowhead was fashioned from polished bone, adorned with a striking red feather that he could not identify. The arrowhead bore some stains, suggesting it had been smeared with poison. Continuing along the narrow path, the native remained closely behind him, seizing every opportunity to shoot a cold arrow, yet consistently evading direct confrontation. After each shot, the native would swiftly retreat into the dense forest, leaving Ibuchiang with no chance to retaliate. With such a tale following him, Ibuchiang felt an incessant tension, leading to mounting fatigue. He scanned his surroundings, seeking a slightly more open area along the path, when he caught sight of the native once more, flitting through the underbrush. Clad in garments woven from branches, the native held a wooden bow. A quiver of red-tailed arrows slung across his back, and exhibited remarkable agility. Ibuchiang pursued the native to its hiding spot, but by the time he arrived, the native had already vanished. The sense of danger lingered. And just as Ibuchiang lingered for a moment, 3 red-tailed arrows shot past him, prompting a startled cry as he fell to the ground. After a considerable wait, rustling sounds emanated from the thicket, and a young native, clothed in leaf attire, cautiously emerged, a wooden bow in hand, drawing nearer to Ibuchiang. with a red-tailed bone arrow nocked and ready. Stopping 10 meters away, the young native aimed his bow at He Buqiang. Poised to release a second arrow. In that instant, He Buqiang sprang up from the ground, hurling the Roman sword directly at the young native. The Roman sword sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, piercing the chest of the young indigenous man with unimpeded force. The heavy blade effortlessly shattered the indigenous man's sternum, the tremendous impact propelling him backward 3 steps until he was firmly impaled against a stout tree. Blood foamed from the young man's mouth as he clutched the hilt of the sword with both hands. Yet despite his desperate efforts, he could not dislodge it. Blood gushed from his chest as He Buqiang approached, coldly observing the young indigenous man before pulling the Roman sword from his chest, the motion seamlessly severing his throat, causing the young man to crumple to the ground. Chapter 10. The blood of battle crimson flowed incessantly down He Buqiang's left shoulder. A bone arrow had lodged itself firmly into the back of his shoulder. He had to stretch his right arm to its limits to grasp the shaft of the arrow. Although it had not penetrated deeply, the arrowhead was poisoned. At that moment, He Buqiang felt a tingling numbness spreading throughout his left arm. 2 other bone arrows had missed their mark, embedding themselves into the ground where He Buqiang had just fallen. He approached the young indigenous man's body, first removing his quiver and wooden bow, then searching him thoroughly, but finding no antidote or similar remedy. He reluctantly abandoned the search. The young man's face was youthful yet vacant. His nostrils flared, and his skin displayed a reddish-brown hue. He wore no shoes, but the soles of his feet were thickly calloused, a testament to his agile movements through the dense forest. Had it not been for He Buqiang's cunning trap, he might have eluded capture altogether. Perhaps it was the heat of battle that stirred the latent combat instincts within He Buqiang's body, igniting a surge of new strength that made him feel as though he had boundless energy, making the Roman sword feel all the more natural in his grip. However, the seized wooden bow proved of little use. It could be drawn to full tension with minimal effort, and the arrows lacked power, requiring close proximity to be effective. This explained why the indigenous man had shot at He Buqiang from less than 10 meters away. Overall, the bow was not particularly effective. He Buqiang had witnessed the alloy bows used by infantry regiments. These bows were a type of hunting bow, not overly long, yet possessing commendable range and convenient for carrying, making them ideal for combat in the jungle. Regrettably, he had not had the opportunity to acquire one before his arrival, with no means to treat his wound. He could only allow the poison to continue its spread. Fortunately, the toxin was not particularly potent, merely causing a slight numbness in his left arm. Adopting the indigenous people's camouflage techniques, He Buqiang gathered branches adorned with green leaves to obscure himself, smeared mud upon his face, and wiped the bloodied Roman sword against the indigenous man's leather armor. Finally, after some contemplation, he skinned the indigenous man's pelt and donned it himself. The leather armor exuded a pungent odor that nearly suffocated him. He understood he had entered the indigenous people's alert zone, and having discovered this narrow path through the woods, it seemed he was not far from the second squad. There were no traces of battle in this vicinity, compelling him to press deeper into the jungle with trepidation. After traversing the forest path for some time, He Buqiang suddenly noticed the nearby thicket shaking violently, and a reddish-brown arm emerged, waving swiftly in his direction, signaling him to find cover. He was taken aback, not expecting to find an indigenous person concealed within the bushes. Had it not been for the arm's beckoning, he might have remained oblivious. It appeared the indigenous man had mistaken him for a comrade, prompting He Buqiang to hastily conceal himself within a nearby thicket. Pondering how many indigenous individuals might be hidden in the nearby underbrush, and whether there was a way to stealthily approach and eliminate them. While He Buqiang was lost in thought, the forest erupted with a cacophony of shouts, the initial call seemingly originating from nowhere, only to be met with a chorus of responses echoing throughout the woodland. He Buqiang felt a chill run down his spine as he realized he had stumbled upon the perimeter of the indigenous encirclement. Fortunately, draped in animal skin, he was mistaken for one of their own. Before long, He Buqiang observed swift figures darting through the jungle, armed with wooden spears and bows, leaping down from tree branches, charging toward a nearby slope. The foremost indigenous warriors brandished woven shields made of vines, while a volley of steel-tipped arrows flew through the air, toppling the first 3 shield-bearers. Yet, these casualties did not deter the others. Instead, they quickened their pace toward the forested slope. The thicket on the slope was densely packed with trees, obscuring He Buqiang's view of the unfolding battle. Hidden within the underbrush, he took stock of the situation, noting that many more indigenous warriors were continuously arriving to join the fray. The slope appeared to be a gaping abyss, silently consuming the advancing indigenous warriors. A tribal leader, adorned with a colorful feathered headdress, sat astride another indigenous man, wielding a staff adorned with vibrant flags, positioned behind a large tree. Surrounding him were several robust warriors. Indicating his status as their chief, he continuously summoned the others to gather for the next charge. Despite the previous failure of their assault, the leader exhibited no signs of discouragement, instead fervently rallying his comrades. Under his call, numerous warriors emerged from the underbrush, gradually forming a cohesive unit. Inspired by the chief's fervor, they found the courage to charge, yet he refrained from issuing an immediate attack order. Instead, he called out once more, gathering dozens more from the foliage and treetops to bolster their ranks. It appeared that the chief intended to mobilize all available forces, integrating even the strong warriors beside him into the offensive. Leaving only 2 to guard him, from the thicket emerged 3 indigenous warriors, one of whom had previously signaled for Hebuqiang to hide. Now, these warriors responded to the chief's call, joining the charge. As they crawled from the underbrush, they gestured for Hebuqiang to join their ranks. However, he remained still, feigning ignorance to their summons. The 3 warriors, seeing Hebuqiang's inaction, did not press the matter further. Under the chief's persistent urging, the attacking force swelled to hundreds of indigenous warriors, densely packed within the forest, cloaked in animal skins and woven branches, emitting a cacophony of primal sounds akin to monkeys. Their numbers imposing. Hebuqiang anticipated that the tribal leader would lead the charge, but to his surprise, the leader merely emitted a series of exaggerated calls before shamelessly stepping aside, brandishing his staff and producing an elongated call, prompting the throng of indigenous warriors to surge forth from the trees toward the forested slope. Meanwhile, the chief remained behind, flanked by 2 guards. Gripping the heavy Roman sword, Hebuqiang felt a profound sense of assurance. His body responded eagerly to the prospect of battle. His robust physique showed no signs of fatigue from his long journey, rather igniting a restless urge within him. At that moment, he made a bold decision. He adjusted the foliage on his head and tidied the animal skin draped over him. And as the battle cries echoed closer, he burst forth from the underbrush. Yet, Hebuqiang did not charge toward the forested slope. Instead, he seized the opportunity to sprint toward the tribal leader. Chapter 11. The carnage. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting sparse patches of light upon the forest floor. The humidity was oppressive, although the sunlight was barred from entering. The heat still permeated, rendering the forest akin to a vast steamer. The battle cries of the indigenous people resounded far and wide. These tribesmen from Handanal County had been driven from the plains by malevolent spirits into the mountains. Yet they bore little grudge against their tormentors, instead creating incessant troubles for the soldiers of the Grellan Empire. The indigenous guerrilla tactics became a significant nuisance for the logistical supply lines of the Grellan Empire. The Grellan Empire had claimed this land solely for its bountiful resources, with some slavers merely capturing a few tribesmen to sell to the overlords of the Roland continent as slaves. To the malevolent spirits, however, these indigenous people were merely foul-smelling sustenance. The 2 indigenous guards stationed beside their chief soon spotted Hebuqiang. Mistaking him for a lagging tribesman, they pointed their wooden spears toward the advancing forces. Urging him to hurry and join them, Hebuqiang remained silent, and as he neared within 20 meters of the tribal leader, the guards finally discerned the dissimilarity in his appearance. At that moment, the chief realized that Hebuqiang was no indigenous man at all. He emitted a series of strange calls, commanding the burly warriors beneath him to retreat, while the 2 guards brandished their wooden spears and advanced toward Hebuqiang. The distance of merely 20 meters was but a fleeting moment for Hebuqiang and the 2 indigenous warriors. As Hebuqiang sprinted forward without the slightest reduction in speed, he charged directly at one of the natives. And just as their paths were about to collide, the native thrust his wooden spear violently at Hebuqiang. In response, Hebuqiang exerted his legs with tremendous force, leaping high into the air. And with a swift motion, his Roman sword sliced through the air, striking the native's spear with pinpoint accuracy. The hardwood spear shattered upon impact, and taking advantage of the moment, Hebuqiang elbowed the native squarely in the face while his knee crashed into the native's chest. Resulting in a cacophony of cracking bones, the native collapsed to the ground, and Hebuqiang swiftly stepped over his body, pursuing the retreating native chief, realizing escape was futile. The native chief urged the muscular natives under his command to confront Hebuqiang. Wielding a wooden staff adorned with a flag, the chief swung it towards Hebuqiang, igniting a fiery arc in its wake. Startled by the flames, Hebuqiang sidestepped the flaming staff, which grazed his cheek, the searing heat eliciting a sharp sting. Seeing his attack succeed, the chief reveled in triumph, barking orders to his strong men to press forward. Although He Buqiang possessed great physical strength, he lacked combat experience. One of the robust natives lunged at him, lifting his leg to kick He Buqiang in the abdomen. He Buqiang, caught off guard, staggered backward, instinctively thrusting his Roman sword forward, with a swift upward flick of his wrist. The blade slashed a 2-foot-long gash across the native's chest, severing the abdominal and thoracic cavities, causing internal organs to spill forth, pooling on the ground. The native let out a mournful cry before collapsing. The chief, atop his fallen comrade, lost his balance and tumbled down. He Buqiang was astonished by the ferocity of his own instinctive reaction. Moments earlier, he had felt a wave of panic, his mind blank. And yet his hands acted with lethal precision, slaying the formidable native warrior. The fallen chief dropped his staff, and as he attempted to recover it, He Buqiang, unwilling to allow him to reclaim his weapon, tightened his grip on the Roman sword and lunged at the chief, plunging the blade into the chief's back. Just then, a native guard, pursuing from behind, aimed his spear at He Buqiang's neck. Reacting instinctively, He Buqiang hunched forward, narrowly avoiding the thrust as the spear skimmed his scalp. Seizing the spear with one hand, he drove his Roman sword into the guard's chest with the other. The guard collapsed atop the chief. And fearing the guard might still struggle, He Buqiang seized the guard's disheveled hair and viciously slashed his throat with the Roman sword, silencing him for good. After dispatching 3 natives, He Buqiang's blood surged with adrenaline. His heartbeat echoing like a drum. Exhausted, he collapsed onto a clearing strewn with dried leaves, his grip on the Roman sword tightening before it slipped from his hand, falling to the ground, smeared with the warm blood that quickly began to congeal, creating a sticky mess on his palm. He longed for some leaves to wipe away the blood. Before he could catch his breath, the indigenous people hidden deep within the thicket realized their chief had been slain and immediately erupted in urgent cries. The news of his death spreading rapidly. Natives began converging on He Buqiang's position, and though they had not yet arrived, a flurry of arrows rained down, one wooden arrow landing at his feet. Losing its momentum, witnessing the multitude of natives closing in, He Buqiang, gripped by fear, seized the Roman sword and the chief's flagstaff, sprinting towards an opening in the encirclement. The natives at the front, upon learning of their chief's demise, immediately scattered in disarray, countless indigenous warriors pursuing the lone He Buqiang, unhesitatingly abandoning their anticipated victory, fearing he would be torn to shreds by the enraged natives behind him. He Buqiang poured every ounce of strength into his escape. As he ran, some natives attempted to intercept him, but none could halt his advance. Behind him, hundreds of natives formed a fan-shaped formation, desperately shouting as they chased He Buqiang. He Buqiang had never anticipated that single-handedly slaying the native chief would incite the fury of all the indigenous people. And he dared not glance back, focusing solely on fleeing forward with all his might. It was uncertain how far he had run. His legs felt increasingly heavy, and the air filling his lungs seemed perpetually insufficient. A salty taste creeping into his throat, he understood he was nearing exhaustion. Yet the natives relentlessly pursued him, never far behind. As he continued, his foot caught on something unseen, and his body lurched forward uncontrollably. He Buqiang's face slammed into the leaf-strewn forest floor, his body somersaulting forward like a crashing aircraft, sending a flurry of leaves scattering. Dazed and disoriented, he lay there, a singular thought echoing in his mind. It's over. Just as despair washed over him, a melodious horn sounded from across the forest, followed by a cacophony of battle cries. Chapter 12. Victory. With a swift whoosh, a black-feathered arrow sliced through the dense underbrush, cleaving a blueberry leaf in two and producing a sharp sound that pierced the forest air. The white fletching of the arrow compacted as it flew, and the foremost native, seeing a tiny black dot materialize before him, had no time to react. As the dot expanded into a steel arrow, it was too late to evade. The arrow struck him mercilessly in the chest. The immense force sent him crashing backward, a spray of blood erupting from his wound. A rain of arrows descended upon the forest, and the leading natives fell in droves. These arrows, tipped with steel points, could pierce through leather armor, rendering them deadly to the natives of Handanal County. Soldiers from the 57th Heavy Infantry Battalion's 4th Squad surged from the thicket, scattering the indigenous warriors with overwhelming force. The natives were no match for the Imperial soldiers clad in metal armor and wielding superior weapons. Their wooden spears and bows could not penetrate the soldiers' armor. The two forces collided within the forest, and the natives were swiftly thrown into disarray. In the face of such absolute power, the natives' resistance was futile. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled beams of light upon the forest floor. He Buqiang, still reeling from the chaos, staggered to his feet, bewildered, as hundreds of Imperial soldiers rushed past him, their metallic armor glinting in the fractured sunlight. the din of battle ringing in his ears. The Imperial soldiers showed no mercy, raising their standard-issue sabers and decapitating the natives, while those fleeing turned to escape into the thicket, only to be cut down by another volley of arrows. Hailansa moved to the side, retrieving the chief's flagstaff from the fallen leader and pulling the bloodied Roman sword from a nearby tree. This sword was borrowed from the merchant lodging, and Hailansa had intended to return it. As the natives began to scatter through the forest, their last vestiges of resistance dissipated. Before the regular soldiers of the infantry battalion, the natives were as fragile as paper. The soldiers were preoccupied with pursuing the fleeing natives, momentarily overlooking Hailansa. From the depths of the thicket came the sounds of battle once more, as those fleeing seemed cornered within the dense underbrush. With newfound courage, Hailansa ventured back, witnessing the chaos of battle, a one-sided slaughter, with the natives fleeing in disarray while the infantry soldiers pursued them relentlessly. Through the tumultuous battlefield, Hailansa spotted familiar figures, Sam and Sul'dak. Accompanied by several soldiers from the 2nd Squad, their bodies drenched in blood, wielding standard-issue sabers as they stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the retreat of the indigenous warriors. It was perhaps unexpected that a rescue operation would culminate in a concerted effort to exterminate the indigenous people. Though these natives carried little of monetary value, the significance of their eradication was profound. For over a month, these natives had prowled near the timberland, fully aware that they could not withstand the infantry battalion's might. They had turned their sights on small patrols lingering around the camp's perimeter, with numerous patrol squads having encountered these natives, suffering considerable losses. Moreover, the natives ambushed passing merchant convoys along the forest paths, causing great distress to the infantry battalion's logistics department. The Heavy Infantry Battalion relied heavily on supplies from these merchant convoys, and any disruption to this trade route could severely impact the daily lives of the 57th Heavy Infantry Battalion. Of course, the Heavy Infantry Battalion had an obligation to protect the merchant convoys, yet the natives moved through the forest with the agility of the wind. When they arrived, the natives would suddenly emerge from the woods, hundreds of them surging toward the merchant caravans. Once the reinforcements from the infantry regiment arrived, the indigenous people scattered like a swarm of flies, vanishing swiftly into the dense forest, making pursuit impossible. Now, with the heads of these natives claimed, a significant burden had been lifted from the logistics department of the infantry regiment and the merchant convoy. After the battle concluded, the soldiers of the 2nd Squad were greeted with a hero's welcome. A group of heavily armored infantry surrounded them, hoisting the few young warriors who were still able to move, cheering loudly in the woods to celebrate their victory. The logistics team's medics began to bandage the injured soldiers with tourniquets. In the past, it was the priests dispatched from the temple who would tend to the wounded, but since the outbreak of the Dimensional War, not a single priest had emerged from the temple. As such, tourniquets have become the most widely used first aid supplies within the military. Sul'dak limped through the jubilant crowd, wearing a sincere smile as he approached the overlooked Hailansa. Ignoring Hailansa's look of disdain, he extended a blood-stained hand and placed it on Hailansa's shoulder, saying, "We all saw it. You charged in and killed the native chief, drawing those natives away in our most critical moment, saving everyone in our 2nd Squad." Sul'dak then inquired, "Have you seen that rascal Hailansa?" Hailansa nodded and pointed to an arrow wound on Sul'dak's shoulder. Sul'dak waved it off, saying, "Fortunately, the arrowhead was not poisoned. It just grazed the skin a bit. Nothing serious. I knew that fellow was the fastest runner in the squad." Upon noticing the arrow wound on Hailansa's left shoulder, Sul'dak pulled back Hailansa's clothing to examine the darkening injury, frowning slightly as he asked, "Did the natives shoot you as well?" Without waiting for a response, he drew a dagger and scraped away the necrotic flesh surrounding the arrow wound, causing Hailansa to wince in pain. He then produced a vial of potion from his pocket, carefully pouring a drop of the light green liquid onto Hailansa's wound while explaining, "The natives of Handanar County are known to coat their arrowheads with a mixed poison. It serves not only to paralyze, but can also induce certain plagues. This is an antidote, capable of neutralizing most of the toxins from the arrowhead, though it has become increasingly difficult to procure." At that moment, Captain Sam of the 2nd Squad also pushed his way through the crowd. Coming before Hailansa, with gratitude evident in his voice, he remarked, "Kid, well done. This time, the entire 2nd Squad owes you a life." Hailansa smiled and made a gesture of mutual respect. Captain Sam, invigorated, embraced Sul'dak and Hailansa, striding purposefully toward the camp. Chapter 13. Acceptance in the aftermath of the ambush. Nearly every member of the 2nd Squad bore injuries, all wrapped in tourniquets as they sat within the military tent. Baron Sidney, dressed in impeccably tailored military attire, bent low to enter the tent. Perhaps the stench of sweaty feet within caused him a moment of discomfort, as he frowned and gestured for the guards behind him to pull aside the tent flap. He paused at the entrance, standing there with a somewhat haughty expression, a hint of pride gracing his features as he nodded to the members of the second squad inside, stating, "You all performed admirably this time. I have submitted a commendation to the Count, and I hope you will continue to embody this spirit of bravery in the face of adversity." Captain Sam stood rigidly, saluting the Baron along with all members of the second squad. Baron Sidney did not linger, turning to exit the tent, leaving behind the words, "Should you require any assistance with your injuries, feel free to come to me." With that, he departed from the second squad's military tent. Captain Sam, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, immediately grasped the implication behind the Baron's words and limped out of the tent to follow him. When Captain Sam returned to the tent, a triumphant expression adorned his face, and he held in his hand a bottle containing a vibrant red potion. This potion was encased in a round glass vial resembling a perfume bottle. Its crimson liquid bubbling up occasionally. It was a lesser healing potion, classified among the most basic of magical elixirs. Nevertheless, this precious potion represented the greatest treasure currently possessed by the second squad. Capable of healing Captain Sam's minor wounds instantaneously. Of course, healing potions were not to be squandered. They were reserved for life-threatening situations on the battlefield, given that everyone had safely returned to camp. Even without using this valuable healing elixir, their injuries would gradually mend. Hence, Captain Sam decided to save the potion for a more critical time. This was an additional reward bestowed upon the second squad by Baron Sidney. While the infantry regiment's rewards were based on combat merits. At the end of the war, each soldier's combat achievements would be exchanged for corresponding rewards. After dinner, Captain Sam, brimming with enthusiasm, gathered with everyone to review the day's battle. Making an exception to invite Heebwichang to join. It is worth noting that ever since the Demon Legion drove the natives of Handanar County into the mountains, these indigenous people became a significant nuisance for the infantry regiment. They lived by hunting in the forests, lacking a fixed abode, making it difficult even for the regiment's scout teams to track their movements. Recently, patrol squads had encountered attacks from the natives, and the heavily armored infantry found it nearly impossible to catch the natives clad in animal skins. Typically, when the natives encountered a large force of heavily armored infantry in the dense woods, they would scatter like flies, and as long as they were not struck down by the regiment's archers, casualties were minimal. During their station in the Handanar County forest, the greatest adversary for the 57th Heavily Armored Infantry was not the Demon Legion, but rather these natives hidden in the woods. The ambush faced by the second squad ultimately transformed into a classic encirclement operation. The discussion among Captain Sam and all members of the second squad centered on why other patrol squads suffered significant losses in similar situations. While this time, the second squad not only emerged unscathed but also successfully assisted the infantry regiment in exterminating the natives. As the conversation progressed, all eyes turned toward Heebwichang, who was huddled in a corner of the tent. Indeed, the natives, having suddenly lost their leader, were impulsively pursuing the one who had slain him. In the eyes of the natives, most of the people from the Gree Empire moved sluggishly, as imperial soldiers preferred to encase themselves in cumbersome metal armor, leading the natives to subconsciously believe that all Gree Empire soldiers were slow runners. The natives were determined to capture Heebwichang, but he was not burdened by heavy metal armor. He ran through the woods as swiftly as they did. By the end, Heebwichang was utterly exhausted, and at that moment, most of the natives pursuing him were equally drained, desperately trying to catch him with their last ounce of breath. However, they were met with a fierce counterattack from the infantry regiment's reinforcements. And once the regiment's fresh troops entered the fray, the natives had no strength left to escape. Reclining on a wolfskin blanket, Jai flashed a foolish grin at Heebwichang, perhaps believing that it was the best way to convey his goodwill. "I must say, it's fortunate that Sul'dak rescued this lad back at the front lines. Looking back now, saving him was akin to saving ourselves," remarked Ian, the second squad's veteran, who was second in age only to Captain Sam. His eyes somewhat unfocused, Sul'dak sat beside Heebwichang, his own body wrapped in bandages. The wooden spears and bows wielded by the natives were insufficient to penetrate the infantry regiment's standard armor, causing him only superficial injuries, yet these wounds were meticulously bandaged to prevent infection. "Regardless, we should express our gratitude in some way," Sul'dak insisted, ignoring Heebwichang's gentle nudges. Heebwichang was somewhat aware of the situation of the second squad members. Any form of gratitude would be an additional burden for them. Sul'dak's suggestion found agreement among most of the second squad members. Ian remained silent as Sul'dak spoke, sitting quietly to the side. "What do you think he needs?" inquired a squad member named Aldous. Another member quickly added, "He has nothing. I have an extra set of army sleeping bags that he might find useful." Other members also expressed their willingness to give He Buqiang some essentials. In the end, only veteran Ian remained silent. Noticing the attention directed toward him, Ian reluctantly remarked, "You know, whenever I have a bit of money, I just head to the tavern for a drink. I've never been able to save much. Even these are just weapons and equipment issued by the infantry regiment. If you ask me, we could pool some money to invite him for a drink." Ian's suggestion elicited immediate support from the other squad members. Exactly. In our Tarapa, expressing gratitude means inviting someone for a drink. Thus, the group swiftly reached a consensus to drag He Buqiang to an open-air tavern in the marketplace for a brief respite. At this juncture, Captain Sam, who had remained silent until now, gently cleared his throat and remarked, "For the time being, we must postpone drinking. The priority is to recuperate from our injuries. Who knows when the next battle may commence? On the battlefield, we must be in our finest form at all times." Ultimately, it was Captain Sam who made the final decision. The members of the team readily agreed, and Sul'dak also found no objection to this arrangement. "Very well. Let us wait until we have all recovered from our wounds," he concurred. Subsequently, the conversation shifted to another topic. Aldous, with a mischievous grin, produced several leather-crafted quivers from his belongings and addressed the group, saying, "Speaking of which, I managed to salvage a few quivers from the indigenous people. While their wooden spears and bows may be unimpressive, the craftsmanship of their quivers is quite exquisite that I wonder if any merchants would be interested in purchasing them." Sul'dak did not even glance at the quivers, curling his lip in disdain as he retorted, "In my opinion, these indigenous folks are genuinely impoverished. What could these quivers possibly fetch? They are worth far less than the animal hides draped over their backs." Chapter 14. Merchant Lake. In the night in the Linchong of Handanar County was adorned with a canopy of twinkling stars. The mountain breeze whisked away the heat of the day, and from the distant woods, the plaintive cry of a leopard cat echoed intermittently. The merchants at the makeshift marketplace were packing up their stalls, leaving behind a disarray of tents along the path, with only the open-air tavern at the end still bustling, its surroundings illuminated by magical columns of moonstone lamps. This quaint tavern was nestled on a grassy slope, composed of 3 tents, and the proprietor primarily offered homebrewed ale and simple fare. The tavern's dining tables were fashioned from tree stumps salvaged from the forest, their surfaces revealing clear rings of growth. While the rough bark had been stripped away and coated with a layer of varnish, the benches were simply constructed from logs sawed in half and affixed with 4 wooden legs, creating sturdy seating. Yet, at such a late hour, the patrons still imbibing within were predominantly merchants from the marketplace rather than soldiers from the barracks, who were bound by a curfew and would not dare risk punishment by drinking in such a setting. A metal skewer on the barbecue was impaled through a leg of lamb, the meat having been sliced 3 times, revealing the bone at the edges. The charcoal beneath was nearly spent, with only a few remnants buried in silver ash, igniting sporadically when the wind blew. The table was strewn with empty goblets, and He Buqiang was spreading a crispy flatbread on the table, topping it with tender pieces of lamb, carefully folding the bread in half. The crisp flatbread emitted a satisfying crackle, scattering crumbs and the juices of the lamb onto the table as he took a hearty bite. This was undoubtedly the first decent meal He Buqiang had savored since arriving in this world. The table also bore a finely crafted Roman sword, which Lakin claimed was forged by the most illustrious blacksmith in Talapagan. The blade boasted intricate and uniform patterns, with a silver-plated hilt that Lakin insisted was pure silver. The grip was wrapped in fine cord made from ulu grass, which not only absorbed sweat, but also provided a secure hold even when stained with blood, although the bloodstains had been wiped clean. A faint metallic scent lingered, which He Buqiang suspected might be a figment of his imagination. Lakin, clutching a large wooden mug filled with ale, his face flushed from inebriation, enthusiastically recounted to a bearded merchant, "Behold, it was this very sword that severed the head of the indigenous chieftain, a sword crafted by the technique of layered forging, once quenched in the blood of foes, transforms from a bronze hue to a dark red. Do you not see a hint of crimson within the blade's patterns?" The bearded merchant, equally intoxicated and with eyes gleaming, fixated on the Roman sword on the table, incredulously inquired, "Is it truly this sword that beheaded the chieftain?" Lakin, brimming with pride, swiftly grasped the sword and declared, "Could it be otherwise? We merchants are bound by our integrity." With that, Lakin brought the hefty Roman sword down upon the edge of the table. embedding the blade deeply into the wooden stump, rendering it impossible for the inebriated Lakin to extricate it, until finally, Ulysses came to assist him in resolving the predicament. After draining the last sip of ale from his mug, Lakin gestured to the tavern owner, signaling his intent to settle the bill at that moment. The bearded merchant rose, firmly pressing down on Lakin's hand, addressing the tavern owner. "Bring us 2 more. Oh no, for mugs of beer. This round is on me. The night is still young, and with no imminent battles, we can savor our drinks at leisure." Without a word, the tavern owner poured 4 large mugs of beer from the barrel, which were delivered to the table where he Boqiang Saturday after indulging for a while longer. With both men flushed from drink, the bearded merchant finally broached the subject, asking Lakin, "Are you willing to part with that sword?" Lakin, swaying slightly, raised his head and, with a shake akin to a rattling drum, firmly replied, "Such a fine sword. I intend to keep it for my home, to adorn my wall and embellish my living room. Only a fool would sell it." The bearded merchant seized Lakin's hand with fervor, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "Lakin, let me tell you, we are friends, both of us exiles in this trade, hailing from Osorno County. We must help one another in times of need. I have exchanged a considerable amount of silver for provisions transported from Osorno, yet I have little else to show for it. If I could return home with the sword, a symbol of victory, my friends would surely envy me." Lakin hesitated but eventually replied, "Odadada, I possess several brand new Roman swords in my tent, all of the same quality and reasonably priced." Odadada, seemingly unwilling to debate further, pounded the table, exclaiming, "I want this one. I admire the patterns on this sword." Lakin appeared somewhat troubled, rubbing his forehead as he said to Odadada, "I think perhaps when you awaken tomorrow, you may reconsider. It might be wise to reflect a bit." "I am quite composed," Odadada retorted, releasing a lengthy belch, his beer belly protruding like that of a robust dwarf, albeit he stood significantly taller. Lakin, inebriated, replied to the bearded merchant Odadada, "Oh, very well. Since you insist, it must be noted that Lakin was indeed a shrewd merchant, adept at maximizing the value of all items at his disposal, a quality that Boqiang greatly admired. In the days following the skirmish against the indigenous people, Lakin first sold the ceremonial staff captured from the chieftain to a merchant of magical materials at the marketplace, then disposed of the tattered animal hides stripped from the indigenous bodies to a leatherworker. And now, even the Roman sword that had felled the chieftain was on the verge of being sold. Boqiang felt a twinge of regret regarding the sword, wishing to keep it for himself. Ever since he had slain those indigenous foes, he had experienced a stirring within, as though the warrior's blood in his veins had fully awakened. It was only when grasping the Roman sword that he felt a sense of authenticity. However, Lakin had promised him that if he sold this Roman sword, he would not only present Boqiang with a brand new one, but also a small round shield clad in iron. Thus, Boqiang deemed this transaction worthwhile. Chapter 15. The best of friends, Boqiang could feel the blood within him simmering each time he held the long sword, a potent energy subtly transforming him. Indeed, when individuals become aware of their newfound strength, they often embark on a journey of self-inflation, discovering a profound absence of fear towards death, as though the world were painted solely in shades of black and white. Deep within Boqiang's heart, there lingered a glimmer of hope. He pondered whether he might still be dreaming, believing that only the intense fear stemming from the specter of death could awaken him, returning him to the familiar world he once knew. Perhaps it was for this reason that he harbored no dread of death. Rather, he felt a faint anticipation. Recently, the vicinity of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment's encampment had witnessed little in the way of conflict. Each morning, the soldiers could be seen emerging from their quarters to engage in drills, while Boqiang stood outside his tent, observing their basic tactical maneuvers, heavy strikes, shield blocks, thrusts, and the like. The sight of these warriors training vigorously in the courtyard often created an illusion of inclusion for Boqiang. Standing atop the slope, he would close his eyes, allowing the dawn's rays to warm him, using this moment to delve into his mental realm, striving to capture the few remaining fragments of memory that surrounded him. Each shard of recollection provided insight into the experiences of the body's previous owner. Recently, Boqiang found himself dreaming of that conflagration, the very blaze that had incinerated the nightly aspirations of the body's original inhabitant. The inferno left Boqiang's body marred with scars from burns, a testament to his harrowing ordeal. It is said that an exceptional construct knight must not only possess a set of invaluable magic-patterned armor, but must also have various magical formations inscribed by a runesmith across their body. Only through the power of magic can one ascend to greatness. Lakin fulfilled his promise, and He Buqiang finally acquired a finely crafted Roman sword and a small round shield covered in iron. The shield, elegantly bound to his left forearm, was slightly larger than a bracer. As for the indigenous leader's ceremonial staff that He Buqiang had captured, Lakin sold it to a merchant of magical materials in the marketplace, not retaining a single copper coin in return. 3 days later, the merchant returned with a brand new set of leather armor. This armor included knee-high leather boots, hardened leather greaves, a leather cuirass, shoulder guards, and bracers, though it fit He Buqiang somewhat snugly. Lakin boasted to He Buqiang that this armor had cost him 11 gold coins. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, it was crafted from the hide of a low-level magical beast, the blue deer. However, what caught He Buqiang's eye were the numerous patches of mismatched leather adorning the cuirass. Fortunately, the tanner possessed a modicum of aesthetic sense, for most of the patches were symmetrical, lending the armor a semblance of attractiveness. 2 weeks later, the second squad fulfilled their promise and collectively enjoyed a hearty meal of ale at an outdoor tavern. The soldiers of the Heavy Infantry Regiment were predominantly from humble backgrounds. With little disposable income, a portion of their pay was allocated for daily expenses, while the remainder was saved to send home. A first-class soldier like Sul'dak could receive around 40 silver coins in monthly pay, supplemented by various minor spoils from battles, making him one of the more affluent members of the second squad. In contrast, the pay of second-class soldier Jailonin was half compared to Sul'dak's, often leaving him with insufficient coins for his own needs. They pooled their resources for drinks, and He Buqiang insisted on contributing his share. This gesture earned him the goodwill of many in the second squad, particularly from the seasoned soldier Ian, who wore a radiant smile while enjoying his ale. Though Ian had a penchant for drinking, he exhibited restraint during such gatherings, consuming only as much as others did, never exceeding his limit. While the Heavy Infantry Regiment did not explicitly forbid drinking, it was not encouraged either. Of course, any soldier caught causing a ruckus in the barracks while intoxicated would certainly face punishment. Captain Sam imposed a limit on beer consumption, allowing each person only 3 cups. While the stew and baked bread were available in abundance, this meal represented a modest improvement for all members of the second squad. Not far from the outdoor tavern lay a gentle slope, and a mere 1,000 meters south was the Hailansa County forest, where dense woods met the rolling mountains. Verdant grass, azure skies, and white clouds adorned the landscape. The alfalfa on this slope stood 2 feet tall, with several thunder rhinos resembling small hills grazing by the riverbank, where the vegetation was particularly lush. Sul'dak removed his shield from his back, placing it on the grass, and reclined, using it as a pillow. With his hands clasped behind his head, he gazed at the cerulean sky, squinting in delight at this rare moment of leisure. He Buqiang sat beside Sul'dak, one leg stretched out on the grass while the other was bent, his hand resting on his knee, with his Roman sword set aside. Sul'dak plucked a sweet root from the ground and spoke to He Buqiang. "In 4 months, I will complete my service." It turned out Sul'dak was still on active duty. He Buqiang had assumed that all members of the second squad were seasoned veterans like Captain Sam. "I've made up my mind. I won't stay here any longer," Sul'dak said casually. He Buqiang smiled at Sul'dak, offering a silent blessing. Sul'dak continued, "I've saved up a sum of money and earned enough military merit to allow me to return home via a dimensional portal. When the time comes, I'll head straight from the forest to the town of Hailansa County to exchange for a portal pass, then take a magical airship to Tulare City, where there is a portal that can send me directly back to the capital of Benar." Though He Buqiang remained silent, Sul'dak anticipated his response and naturally added, "Indeed, Benar province is my hometown." At the mention of home, Sul'dak's face lit up with a blissful smile. "However, my home is not in Benar City. I was born in a very remote little mountain village, where the land is barren but sparsely populated. I long to return home and, armed with the skills I've acquired, strive to improve everyone's lives. I believe I can achieve that," Sul'dak declared. After finishing his thought, he glanced at He Buqiang and asked, "Are you curious about where I live?" He Buqiang felt an urge to roll his eyes at Sul'dak and internally scoffed. "What makes you think I want to know your address?" Sul'dak snapped his fingers and chuckled. "Huh, how rare it is for you to be curious about something. What a nutcase." After Sul'dak entered his self-amused mode, He Buqiang found himself at a loss for words. Sul'dak didn't even look at He Buqiang as he continued, "Listen, I'll only say this once and one T repeated. My home is in the village of Wool in the Terrapagan area of Osorna County, Benar Province. My family is waiting for me to return soon. It's been over 3 years, and I wonder what my home has become. Sul'dak gazed at the clouds on the horizon, a wave of homesickness enveloping him in silence. After a moment, he shook off the melancholy and abruptly sat up. Addressing Hebuqiang. By the way, would you like to come back with me? I have a lovely younger sister who isn't married yet. If you're willing to join me, I would gladly offer her hand to you. Sul'dak grinned like a cunning fox. Hey, your silence means you agree. What the heck? 1,000 llamas stampeded through Hebuqiang's mind. Sul'dak suddenly appeared invigorated, standing up from the grass and brushing off the bits of dried grass clinging to him. He said to Hebuqiang, well, this is indeed a splendid idea, but the only hurdle is obtaining the portal pass, which isn't easy. Without further ado, he pulled Hebuqiang to his feet and urged, all right, while we still have time, let us strive to earn more military merit. Perhaps we can exchange for 2 portal passes. Hebuqiang was left speechless. Chapter 16. Military life. The Henan County Forest is situated at the eastern edge of the Gondir Mountains. The 57 Regiment is one of the most inconspicuous heavy infantry regiments under the command of Duke Newman of Benar. This regiment guards the northern slope of the forest, tasked with preventing the indigenous people from regrouping after fleeing into the woods. Duke Newman's main force of construct knights is assembling in the Grey Bear Hills of Henan County, while the Dark Demon Legion from the Abyss remains encircled by the Benar allied forces. Awaiting the completion of the Construct Knights Assembly before launching a full-scale assault on the Demon Legion of Henan County, the Henan County Forest can be considered one of the outermost peripheries of this battlefield, where combat is infrequent, yet it is similarly challenging to accrue military merit. This suits Colonel Mondgoes, who has spent much of his life in obscurity, perfectly. A leaf floated down leisurely, landing directly in front of Hebuqiang and obstructing his view. Unfortunately, he lay motionless in the mire, with a tuft of dense glass grass perched atop his head for over half a day. Most of his body was submerged in the mire, and the camouflage on the exposed part of his body had dried and hardened, rendering him unable to brush aside the leaf before him. Hebuqiang attempted to hold his breath and blow the leaf away. The leaf swayed precariously in the artificial breeze created by his exhalation. If only it were a little closer, Hebuqiang thought, feeling somewhat disheartened as his vision blurred and he sensed a slight lack of oxygen, just as he could no longer resist the urge to reach out and push the leaf aside. The bushes across from him suddenly rustled, and the back of a wooden bough emerged from the underbrush. Hebuqiang quickly held his breath, and then a native clad in animal skins stealthily emerged from the thicket. Scanning the surroundings cautiously, he did not rush forward, but instead drew his wooden bow and shot arrows at several suspicious spots. One arrow landed right in front of Hebuqiang, and at that moment, his heart nearly leapt from his chest as the wooden arrow pierced the earth beside him. Had the leaf not obscured much of his vision, he likely would have noticed the indigenous hunter aiming an arrow in his direction and would have found it difficult to remain so composed in the mire. Cold sweat streamed down Hebuqiang's forehead, but fortunately, the indigenous hunter did not attempt to shoot a second arrow. Barefoot, he carefully took 2 steps forward, his broad feet making no sound on the dry leaves. One hand gripped the wooden bough while the other held a spear, and he suddenly lunged towards the edge of the mire. Startled, a frog in the grass leaped into the water, only to be pierced through by the native hunter's spear. The indigenous hunter, brandishing 2 large foot-long pieces, pursed his lips as he deftly extracted the frog from the wooden spear, threading it onto the grass rope at his waist, beneath his animal skin war skirt. A segment of pendulum swayed into view at that moment. Hebuqiang firmly gripped his Roman sword, and as the indigenous hunter reached to retie the grass rope at his waist, Hebuqiang sprang up from the mire, swiftly slicing open the hunter's lower abdomen with a single stroke. The indigenous hunter barely had time to emit a sound before Hebuqiang crushed his throat with a punch, pinning him down into the mud and severing his head with the Roman sword. Just as Hebuqiang sought to catch his breath, he noticed the nearby thicket's round leaves quivering gently. Reacting quickly, he dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding a wooden arrow that whizzed past his neck. He leapt up and lunged towards the thicket, but alas, he could only glimpse a fleeting shadow, as agile as a deer, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Standing still, Hebuqiang touched his slightly chilled neck, silently conceding that he had been fortunate this time. His body was caked in mud, the dried earth on his upper half hardened, while his lower half was encrusted with sludge. rendering him incapable of pursuit as he watched the indigenous figure effortlessly escape from beneath his very gaze. He cast aside the glass grass from his head and searched the indigenous hunter's body again. Finding nothing of worth, he then dug a shallow pit beside the mire, dragging the indigenous hunter's corpse into it and covering it with a thin layer of soil before resuming his pursuit in the direction where the other indigenous hunter had vanished. In the past 2 weeks, 3 small merchant caravans had been ambushed in this vicinity. According to the merchants who managed to escape, the attackers were a cunning group of indigenous hunters, adept in archery, and skilled at laying traps within the dense forest. Their methods were ruthlessly lethal, leaving no survivors, as if their sole intent was to kill. One such caravan was related to Count Mon de Gosber, and this particular journey to the Warsaw plain was facilitated by Captain Mon de Gos. The unfortunate young man had hoped to earn some money and return home to purchase a parcel of land, for as a third-class baron without his own territory, he would forever struggle to hold his head high among other nobles. Count Mon de Gos admired such young men and had even considered marrying one of his daughters to this nephew. However, this young man never reached the logging site. He was slain by a group of indigenous people who had sprung from the mountains. In a fury, Count Mon de Gos instructed Baron Sidney, the captain of the 4th Brigade, to address this matter. Captain Sam of the 2nd Squad had already been searching the mountainous area for 5 days. And Ian speculated that the indigenous people had likely fled elsewhere. It was he Boichong who proposed that the members of the 2nd Squad lie in wait at various water sources in the area, hoping for some success, but they ended up waiting for the better part of a day. He Boichong, suppressing his revulsion, stuffed the indigenous hunter's head into a linen bag and made his way towards the rendezvous point. He Boichong, alongside the members of the 2nd Squad, entered the military camp of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. The soldiers stationed at the entrance merely turned their heads slightly, uninterested in his presence. As an auxiliary member of the 2nd Squad, many in the infantry regiment recognized him, yet none could recall his name. Passing by Baron Sidney's marching tent, Captain Sam nudged Sul'dak, signaling that this report should be delivered by Sul'dak. Taking the linen bag from Sam, Sul'dak strode directly to the entrance of the tent. The guard standing at the tent flap raised his head, glancing at he Boichong mingling among the members of the 2nd Squad, and cheerfully inquired of Sul'dak, "Hey Dak, is there a new addition to your squad?" "Not really," Sul'dak replied, waving his hand to indicate the other members of the 2nd Squad could return to the tent and wait. He turned to the Baron's personal guard and inquired with feigned politeness, "Is the Baron present?" The guard, familiar with Sul'dak, leaned closer and whispered, "Yes," inside. "You know, just back from Captain Mon de Gos. In rather poor spirits." Afterward, he subtly indicated to Sul'dak and lowered his voice, "Unless it's urgent, it's best to return tomorrow." Sul'dak raised the bag in his hand, sporting a confident smile, and replied mysteriously to the guard, "Oh, this is indeed a matter of importance. Perhaps it will lift his spirits." The guard's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh, very well, I'll announce your arrival." Chapter 17. The Game of the Brave. The tent was infused with a subtle fragrance of perfume. As Baron Sidney sat at a square table in a high-backed chair, poring over a thick tome bound in sheepskin, a magical lamp illuminated the table, its moonstone wick casting a gentle glow. The guard lifted the embroidered tent flap, and Sul'dak strode in, his battle boots leaving a distinct trail of mud and blood on the beige velvet carpet. A sharp scent of blood clung to Sul'dak, and the linen bag he carried dripped with viscous blood. He nervously glanced at the footprints he had left behind, his face betraying a mix of anxiety and embarrassment as he offered a somewhat standard military salute to Baron Sidney, who sat behind the wooden table. A soft giggle emerged from behind the gauzy curtains of the tent's bed, but it was swiftly silenced. Baron Sidney lifted his gaze impassively. He was the type of noble who meticulously monitored his demeanor and appearance, always maintaining a calm disposition and a meticulously styled coif, his eyes fixed on Sul'dak's face. Sul'dak felt as though a great hand had grasped his racing heart, rendering him breathless. He held his breath, instinctively standing tall, and mustered the courage to say, "My lord, we discovered that group of indigenous people in the northern part of the logging area." Baron Sidney's displeasure did not register on his countenance, but upon hearing Sul'dak's report, he raised his eyes and fixed a penetrating stare on him, inquiring, "Oh, you found them?" Sul'dak instinctively touched the half-moon-shaped breastplate of his armor, replying, "Yes, my lord. They stealthily approached the water source to fetch water." allowing us to take the opportunity to eliminate 3 of them. But regrettably, we could not capture any alive. Baron Sidney's gaze first landed on the bloodied bag at Sul'dak's waist. Then he strode to the desk where a map on sheepskin was affixed to the edge of the tent. Holding the magical lamp close to the map, he pointed at it and asked, "Can you make sense of this?" Sul'dak followed Baron Sidney to the map, wiping his hands vigorously before drawing a large circle over a specific area. Responding, "This here indicates the vicinity of the logging area." "Excellent. Can you pinpoint where you encountered those indigenous people from the Hailansa County?" Baron Sidney's eyes gleamed with approval, his tone becoming more melodic. Sul'dak did not rush to answer. Instead, he meticulously studied the map for a considerable time before stating, "Certainly, it's likely in this area." He then narrowed the range he had previously marked, indicating a ridge on the map, explaining to Baron Sidney, "These indigenous hunters are currently concealed within a cliffside cave, where the view is expansive, and the entrance to the cave is remarkably narrow, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault." Baron Sidney nodded slightly, placing the magical lamp back on the table. "Is the bag filled with the heads of those indigenous people?" "Indeed, my lord," Sul'dak affirmed. Preparing to remove the linen bag, Baron Sidney waved his hand, signaling Sul'dak to withdraw, stating, "Gather all soldiers from the 4th Brigade tomorrow morning that I will request Captain Mondegos to deploy longbowmen to thoroughly eradicate that area north of the logging site." As Sul'dak retreated to the entrance of the tent, he called out to him just as he was about to exit, "Soldier, what is your name?" "Sul'dak, my lord." Baron Sidney nodded slightly in acknowledgement and remarked, "Sul'dak, you've done well that I'll ensure your name is placed at the forefront of the commendation list." He then waved him off, granting permission to leave. Exiting the tent, Sul'dak excitedly clenched his fist. The tent flap lifted, releasing a waft of subtle mint fragrance, effective in dispelling the surrounding pesky mosquitoes. He Butchiang looked up to see a sprig of mint hanging from the tent's apex. The invigorating scent was both refreshing and sleep-preventing. The curly-haired lad, Gabby, brought over a steaming bowl of corn porridge and settled at the entrance of He Butchiang's tent, intermittently making slurping sounds. Merchant Lakin sat opposite He Butchiang, a few dirty magic cores laid before him. He scrutinized each core through a magnifying glass, first weighing them in his hand, then biting down on the protruding parts, and finally examining them for bloodstains with a magnifying glass. Only after completing these examinations did Lakin exhale deeply. His taut expression easing, Gabby, with porridge at his lips, leaned closer to Lakin and asked, "Boss, how does it look?" Merchant Lakin carefully stowed the magic cores into a pouch, responding, "They should all be legitimate, little Dak. You fellows venture into the mountains at the crack of dawn. Are you hunting magical beasts?" He Butchiang shook his head and swiftly made a gesture across his throat, indicating to Lajin that these magic cores were acquired from the natives. Lajin nodded, then patted He Butchiang on the shoulder and said, "From now on, you may bring back any magic cores of this quality. I will accept them all." Lajin then inquired, "Are you going to the forest tomorrow with Sam and Sul'dak?" He Butchiang nodded in affirmation. Lajin cautioned him, "Be careful. Those natives move through the forest as if it were their own home. You are not clad in iron. Your leather armor cannot withstand their wooden spears and bows." With that, Lajin departed with Gabby. He Butchiang lay down on the leather mat inside the tent, contemplating his recent dismal existence. That it seemed that he could never return to his former world. He felt like a traveler in this realm, where everything was so novel, yet he appeared to be at odds with it. Fortunately, the original owner of his body possessed a robust physique, which was indeed something for He Butchiang to be grateful for. Recently, he had been operating alongside the 2nd Squad in the forest area, and Lajin's place had become a temporary residence for him. However, thanks to Lajin's support, Sul'dak reciprocated by trading some of the magic cores recently collected by the squad. He extended his hand to roll up the sleeves of his linen shirt, revealing his arms marred by mottled burned scars. He then closed his eyes, unwilling to succumb to those horrific memories. To be honest, He Butchiang was somewhat tempted by Sul'dak's invitation, especially when Sul'dak mentioned introducing his beautiful sister to him, which deeply moved him. Perhaps he should strive to obtain a teleportation pass to the Benar province to visit Sul'dak's homeland. Sul'dak had said that war is a game for the brave. He Butchiang did not consider himself a courageous individual. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had performed many brave acts. Perhaps he merely viewed this entire situation as a role-playing game. He longed for the day when someone would tell him, "Game over," and he would awaken from this dream. Yet, Captain Sam had warned him that to survive longer in the Heavy Infantry Corps, one must be prudent and avoid showing off. As he pondered, drowsiness began to creep in. Chapter 18. Entering Kandar, countless stars floated in the void, and He Boqiang initially thought these luminous points were as distant as the stars in the night sky. However, after merging with the memories of his body's original owner, one night, this void seemed to become a part of him. According to Sul'dak, He Boqiang was experiencing his spiritual world, which was quite a wondrous phenomenon. Thus far, the Green Empire had no effective methods to guide individuals in perceiving their spiritual worlds. It is said that those who gain insights in the spiritual realm will possess the keys to unlock the doors of magic. Sul'dak recounted that at the age of 12, he had accompanied children from the village to Hailansa city, where he participated in the magic awakening ceremony at the Hailansa Junior Magic Academy. At that time, there were over 6,000 civilian children in the square, but only 2 were found to possess a magic pool through the testing of magic crystals. Magic was synonymous with nobility, and He Boqiang's ability to sense his spiritual world might warrant a conversation with Commander Mondgos. This commanding officer of the 57th Heavy Infantry Corps was undoubtedly a first-class armored knight. However, based on He Boqiang's current status, he lacked the qualifications to meet Count Mondgos. He could not share with Sul'dak that after perceiving the ocean of spirit, the stars that were once in the void had all returned to his body, and the star on his shoulder had even been ignited by him. Indeed, this marvelous sensation was astonishing to He Boqiang, yet ultimately, it proved to be of no use. At dawn, the 4th Brigade, under the leadership of Baron Sidney, entered the valley of the northern slope of the forest, accompanied by a squad of longbowmen from the Heavy Infantry Corps. Baron Sidney rode atop an exquisite Hublai horse, clad in shimmering silver armor, making him particularly conspicuous within the ranks. This operation aimed to encircle and eliminate the group of native hunters residing in the cliffs of the valley. These natives had inadvertently killed a distant relative of Count Mondgos while robbing a merchant convoy. To ensure accountability to that distant cousin upon their return to Talapa, Count Mondgos deemed it necessary to collect the heads of these native hunters and store them in a box as trophies. As the direct forces of Count Mondgos, the 4th Brigade was naturally expected to alleviate the Count's concerns during such times. Just yesterday, Count Mondgos had expressed his frustration over the lack of progress and had summoned Baron Sidney to his tent, berating him harshly. Unexpectedly, during dinner, Baron Sidney returned with intelligence on the native hunters and personally reported it to Count Mondgos. The Count readily approved Baron Sidney's request to allocate a squad of longbowmen to the 4th Brigade. The morning sun shone brightly through the forest, the mist not yet fully dispersed, and the entire woodland exuded vibrant vitality. The infantry of the 4th Brigade passed through the woods, startling flocks of birds. He Boqiang, clad in a blue deer hide armor, carried a round shield on his back and a Roman sword at his waist, blending into the ranks. The dense forest was imbued with a primordial essence. The high-level magical beasts had long migrated deeper into the mountains, leaving behind a paradise for smaller creatures. The team passed beneath a fallen tree. A dozen feral cats with bared fangs lounged upon its trunk. Of course, these small beasts posed no threat to the soldiers, and their soft fur was highly sought after by the lesser nobility due to its low value. He Boqiang, trailing behind the squad, mused that the scenery here was quite pleasant and might be well suited for tourism development. Lost in thought, a leech with a suction cup on its head fell with a thud onto Sul'dak's back armor, subsequently dangling from it like a noodle. He Boqiang quickly cast aside his musings and helped Sul'dak deal with this minor nuisance. Whenever the infantry corps undertook a relatively large-scale operation, the merchants residing on the slopes would spring into action, hoping to procure some spoils of war from the front lines. Magic cores, leather, ores, magical materials, magical herbs. In short, anything the soldiers were willing to sell, these merchants would buy, provided it held value. This was the 4th Brigade's full-scale deployment, which also caught the attention of the merchants on the slopes. However, Merchant Lajin did not rush to pack his belongings. Instead, he followed the 4th Brigade, seeking opportunities, leisurely squatting in front of his tent and observing the bustling merchants in the marketplace, feeling a sense of superiority arise within him. As the fastest soldier of the 2nd Squad, Hailansa had always taken on the role of a scout. It was he who had trailed a native hunter and discovered the hideout of these native hunters. Now, the young man Hailansa led the way at the front of the squad. Having passed through the forest, and entered the Kandahar Mountains along a narrow path. Exiting the northern slope of the forest essentially meant leaving the jurisdiction of the 57th Heavy Infantry Corps. Once they entered the eastern mountainous region of Kandahar, it implied that magical beasts lurked within the woods. If the squad inadvertently trespassed into the territory of some temperamental magical beasts, they could very well face an attack. Upon reaching this point, the members of the squad naturally heightened their vigilance. However, the second squad members remained unfazed. In recent times, they had nearly flattened the mountain tops in this area and were intimately familiar with the potential dangers. They knew there was still a long way to go before reaching the valley, and there was no immediate threat in this forest. Along the journey, Captain Sam had dismantled countless traps ahead. After a full morning of travel, the squad decided to rest by a riverbank. Baron Sidney laid out a map on a large stone by the river and stared silently at a particular point on it. Sam and Sul'dak were brought before Baron Sidney by the guards, at which point the Baron finally lifted his head and asked Sul'dak, "How much further?" Sul'dak was about to grumble that at the current pace of the 4th Brigade, they would likely not reach their destination before nightfall. However, before he could voice his complaint, Sam elbowed him. Sul'dak immediately complied, saying, "At our current speed, we should arrive at the destination before nightfall." Baron Sidney stood there in silence, and none of the 6 squad leaders behind him dared to speak. After a moment, Baron Sidney instructed his 6 squad leaders, "Summon all the squad leaders. We need to deploy here." "Yes, my lord." Subsequently, Baron Sidney dispatched 5 scout teams into the dense forest. Chapter 19, the prelude to the assault. The soldiers of the 4th Brigade had traversed the dense forest for most of the day without encountering a single native. And Baron Sidney's expression grew increasingly grim. The squad halted beside the creek in the valley, where Baron Sidney convened officers of squad leader rank and above for initial battle deployment. The remaining heavily armored infantrymen gathered water from the river and kindled a fire on the rocky shore to prepare their meal. The troops deployed on missions carried only the most rudimentary field rations, which Yibuqiang had been subsisting on for the past few days. This sustenance resembled rice flour, swiftly dissolving in boiling water to form a porridge, which was then consumed alongside hard, baked wheat cakes. If the cakes proved too tough, one could crumble them into the porridge to soften them. While not unpleasant, the fare was far from gourmet. It was merely a convenient means to swiftly satiate hunger. Each ration was wrapped in dry, withered banana leaves, easily torn open when needed. Hailansa then scooped a spoonful of the thick porridge into a wooden bowl, staring at it with a lack of appetite, while Ian beside him devoured his meal with gusto, even scraping the edges of his bowl clean with his fingers. With 5 reconnaissance teams having departed, an air of tension enveloped the main group, and conversations fell to hushed whispers. Yibuqiang found the field rations rather tolerable, silently finishing his share of food, leaning against a large stone to rest his eyes. Hailansa returned from the stream, refilling their canteens with the clear, crisp water. Sul'dak crouched by the fire, pressing down the unburned charcoal with stones, while Garcia approached him with curiosity, asking, "Dak, what do you think Baron Sidney wants to discuss with the captains?" Garcia was also a member of the 2nd team, but the others preferred to call him Red Socks, due to his perpetually worn red socks, patched up numerous times yet too dear to discard, said to have been knitted by his fiancée when he enlisted. He was the best archer in the squad, equipped with one of the 2 alloy bows they possessed. Sul'dak glanced at Garcia and replied, "Who knows? However, we are still quite far from that mountain hollow, so there is no immediate concern about being ambushed by the indigenous hunters. It's certainly easier to blend in with the larger group than to act alone." At that moment, Captain Sam returned from Baron Sidney, sitting against a rock, and Hailansa hurried back to hand him a portion of food reserved for him. Once the porridge cooled, it congealed into a lump, prompting Sam to push the bowl aside and gnaw on a piece of the dry wheat cake. Sul'dak remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. We need to be cautious on the road ahead." Sam tore off another piece of the cake, but hesitated before putting it in his mouth. Turning to Sul'dak and asking, "What's wrong?" Sul'dak cast a glance at Yibuqiang before slowly saying, "I suspect these natives are trying to lead us into a trap." Sam pondered this silently, while Ian chimed in, "This time, our entire 4th squad is mobilized, and we've even borrowed a company of longbowmen. We have more than enough to deal with those natives, so there's nothing to worry about." Hailansa and Garcia readily agreed with Ian, affirming that he was indeed correct. That moment, Yibuqiang, sensing something, lifted his head, feeling as if someone were watching them from the thick woods, yet he found himself unable to gather any convincing evidence. After nearly an hour's rest, the 4th Squad resumed their march through the dense forest towards the mountain hollowed. In the afternoon, few wild beasts roamed the woods, though some venomous insects occasionally troubled the troops. However, nearly every soldier carried antidotes, preventing any casualties from poisoning. At this hour, the forest was suffocatingly hot. The line of soldiers stretched long in the wooded terrain, the path fraught with challenges, as the ground was littered with decaying branches and leaves accumulated over the years. These leaves, once rotted, transformed into fertile leaf mold, yet some fell into naturally formed deep pits, filling them with dried, yellow foliage, creating numerous hidden traps. The heavy infantry soldier walked in the ranks, glancing up just in time to see a green snake slithering down from a branch above. Coiling itself while flicking its tongue, its cold eyes fixed on the ground below. As the troop passed beneath, the snake dripped a strand of venom, startling the soldier. Just as he contemplated alerting his comrades behind him, he heard one call out, "Hey, watch your step." Before he could finish, the soldier stepped into a void, toppling headfirst into the pit filled with dried leaves. Fortunately, the pit was deep with soft foliage, and with the aid of his comrades, he was pulled out without serious injury, albeit with a twisted ankle. The troop passed by a man-eating tree adorned with sharp thorns, which whipped its vines to ensnare the unsuspecting heavily armored soldiers, dragging them towards the trunk. Without the assistance of their comrades, they would have found it difficult to escape. Such unforeseen incidents frequently occurred within the dense forest, inadvertently slowing their march as dusk approached. The 4th Squad finally arrived at the mountain hollow where the indigenous hunters concealed themselves. Bathed in the evening glow, a stark white rock face emerged on the western side of the valley, confirming Jilongnin's earlier reconnaissance that this was indeed the hideout of the hunters. Baron Sidney ordered the 4th Squad to halt and regroup, planning a nighttime ambush on the indigenous hunters. The 5 reconnaissance teams that had departed at noon gradually returned, prompting Baron Sidney to convene a meeting with officers of squad leader rank and above. The camp was established on a wooded slope within the mountain hollow, not far from the river valley. Dinner appeared considerably more lavish, as one reconnaissance team had successfully hunted down 2 wild boars, which were served with wild celery and white bread. According to Sul'dak, Baron Sidney always ensured the soldiers had a hearty meal before a battle, and this occasion was no exception. The battle horn sounded as night fully enveloped the land. The 2nd Squad followed the main force into the darkness, arriving at the base of the cliff, where a narrow cave allowed passage for only one person at a time. Climbing about 200 meters through the rocky tunnel would lead them to a natural cave in the cliff's center, easily defendable with just 2 or 3 guards stationed at the exit. Baron Sidney assigned the 1st Squad to guard this exit while he personally led the 4th Squad, taking advantage of the night to scale the mountain. According to the Baron's plan, once the assault team reached the summit, they would lower ropes for the soldiers to descend halfway, infiltrating through a vent at the mountainside. The area was steep, and to ascend the cliff, they had to navigate around to the back of the mountain hollow. The nighttime path was far more treacherous, forcing Baron Sidney to abandon his horse and join the troops on foot. He Wuqiang followed the team, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. After nightfall, a faint glow flickered from the cliffside, revealing that indeed, the indigenous people had made their home there. Yet, these natives appeared remarkably composed. Throughout the 4th Squad's journey into the mountain hollow, they encountered no resistance, fostering a deep-seated apprehension within Wuqiang. Chapter 20. The perilous threat in the darkness. The cries of owls echoed through the mountain forest under the night sky, as the heavily armored infantry of the 4th Squad marched through the dense thickets all day. Despite 2 brief pauses for rest, the soldiers, clad in metal armor, began to feel fatigued, and some started to lag behind. Though the night sky was filled with stars, the forest remained shrouded in darkness, forcing the troops to cautiously feel their way forward. To reach the western ridge of the mountain hollow, they had to take a long detour. Small creatures, nocturnal by nature, occasionally startled from the underbrush, and flocks of gray magpies returning to their nests flitted about in surprise. Baron Sidney, leaning on a silver staff, led the way at the front of the line. Having ridden all day, he maintained more vigor than his fellow soldiers as they navigated the mountain path, albeit he found himself quite vexed by the thorns of the brambles. His meticulously groomed light-colored hair had become somewhat greasy and disheveled, adorned with an oval-shaped leaf. A captain trailing close behind the Baron suggested tactfully, "My lord, perhaps we should allow the troops a moment to rest." Baron Sidney glanced at the pitch-black forest and slowly shook his head, stating, "Let the soldiers endure a little longer. This is not a place for respite. We need to press on to the summit. The captain, grimacing at the Baron's resolute demeanor, relayed orders to the soldiers behind. Keep up with the pace. Amidst the shadows of the darkened forest, countless vine traps lay hidden between the undergrowth and dense foliage. A moment's inattention could see a soldier ensnared and dangling from a tree. Though such traps were not lethal, rescuing a soldier often left them battered and bruised. Contributing to their dwindling numbers. In the pitch-black night, the forest loomed like a monstrous creature with gaping jaws, gradually consuming the 4th Squad's combat effectiveness. Sul'dak gently nudged Sul'dak, his gaze fixated on a vine dangling from the left. Sul'dak immediately grasped the situation, swiftly circumventing the taut vine, and turned to Garcia, the Red Sox, whispering, "The indigenous hunters have set numerous traps in the thicket. We must tread carefully." Garcia relayed the warning to the comrades behind, closely following in Sul'dak's footsteps to avoid the taut vine. Sul'dak walked behind Sul'dak, quietly expressing his grievances. "In truth, we could find a sheltered cliff to rest. We have been walking the whole day, and everyone's strength is waning. It is utterly unrealistic to engage in night battles." Sul'dak cautiously navigated forward, mindful of the traps hidden within the underbrush. In truth, he had no experience with such matters. His ability to detect the traps in the woods relied solely on his carefulness and a skeptical attitude towards everything that appeared in front of him. The traps, deliberately camouflaged, always bore a slight discordance with their surroundings, and it was this subtlety that aided Sul'dak in discerning the hidden dangers within the dense forest. Sul'dak advanced at a slow pace, which caused the 2nd Squad to gradually lag behind the main group. The incline of the mountains grew steeper, rendering progress increasingly arduous. "Ugh!" A chilling wail echoed through the dense woods. A heavily armored soldier at the rear quietly inquired of his companion, "What was that sound?" The companion, dragging his weary legs, weakly replied, "It sounds like a hyena. Back home, these creatures like to linger around graveyards. They eat anything." The armored soldier instinctively touched the weapon at his waist, feeling his unease gradually subside. "Ingested, including corpses buried in graves?" His companion halted, a look of terror settling on his face, his voice trembling, and the grave robbers. Following the gaze of his comrade, the armored soldier beheld a pair of blood-red eyes greedily watching them from the impenetrable darkness of the forest. The 2 soldiers hurriedly attempted to catch up with the advancing troops, but another pair of blood-red eyes flickered to life in the shadows, soon followed by dozens more. The soldiers wished to alert their comrades ahead, yet the eyes merely diverted their attention as 2 enormous shadows loomed behind them. Massive, furry claws descended upon their shoulders, and the armored warriors initially assumed it was a fellow soldier tapping them. When they turned, they were met with a gaping maw, which swiftly clamped down on their throats, toppling them to the ground. Before they could struggle, their bodies went rigid, dragged into the abyss of darkness. A series of bone-chilling crunches echoed from behind. Sul'dak felt a chill creep down his spine. At that moment, the remaining heavily armored soldiers at the rear sensed something amiss. They turned to look back, drawn by the sound. There, a multitude of blood-red eyes followed closely behind, the nearest pair revealing the outline of a hyena, its body covered in mottled bristles, its gaping maw wide open. Each hyena was as large as a calf, with glistening, ivory fangs reflecting an eerie glow in the night. "There are hyenas," someone shouted into the darkness, causing the entire group to halt and glance backward. Indeed, several hyenas emerged from the underbrush, their blood-red eyes surfacing one after another, making it impossible to ascertain how many were trailing them. The 6th Squad, positioned at the rear, saw their squad leader step forward, commanding the rear soldiers in a firm tone. "Everyone, remain silent. Do not shout. Shield bearers, to the back. Archers, prepare, and heed my command." The soldiers of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, comprised of seasoned veterans, swiftly formed a shield wall upon receiving orders. Members of the 2nd Squad mingled among them. Sul'dak raised his small round shield, while Sul'dak instinctively shielded him from behind, brandishing a large square shield with one hand. The soldiers, being well-trained, quickly assembled. The longbowmen in the center of the formation meticulously strung their bows, aligning their steel arrows against the bowstrings, aiming toward the forest behind. The squad leader decisively issued the command, "Ready, fire." A deluge of arrows surged forth from the ranks, vanishing into the woods, followed by a chorus of anguished howls from the hyenas. Just as the squad leader was about to order the archers to unleash a second volley, the hyenas charged from the depths of the forest. Arg! They recklessly hurled themselves toward the shield wall formed by the rear soldiers, prompting cries of alarm from within the ranks. "Not good. They're charging. Hold them back. Pikemen, form ranks behind." Chapter 21. The aspirations of Jialong and the inky darkness enveloped the mountain forest, countless pairs of blood-red eyes awakening from the shadows. The foremost hyena, riddled with steel arrows, bore the brunt of the longbowman's powerful shots, the arrowheads easily piercing through the hyena's sturdy skull. As the hyenas ran, arrows protruded from their heads, causing them to tumble down the slope, scattering dry leaves in their wake. The heavily armored infantry at the rear, under the command of their squad leader, swiftly formed a shield wall, bracing themselves against the onslaught of hyenas charging through the rain of arrows. The hyenas, intent on breaching the shield wall, clawed at the iron shields, leaving deep gashes in their wake. Their powerful hind legs propelled them forward, yet they were met with the piercing thrust of the Pargalio spear wielded by the timely pikemen, who impaled them as they collided against the wall, producing dull thuds with each impact. Each assault from the hyenas tested the resolve of the shield bearers, their formation resembling a precarious canoe in a tempest, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Only the soldiers at the back pressed their shoulders against their comrades in front, striving to maintain the integrity of the shield wall. The pikemen standing in the rear exerted their utmost to slay the advancing hyenas. Another volley of arrows rained down, the penetrating steel arrows inflicting devastating casualties upon the hyenas. He Buqiang, pressing his shoulder against Sul'dak's back, saw a massive pull reaching for Sul'dak's face, without a moment's hesitation. He thrust his Roman sword, piercing through the hyena's paw. The creature emitted a shrill wail, its gaping maw dripping with venom as it lunged towards Sul'dak's throat. Sul'dak attempted to raise his square shield to fend off the hyena's bite, but the creature's front paw pressed against the top edge of the shield, rendering him unable to lift it, just as the foul stench of the hyena's breath washed over Sul'dak's face. A small round shield, reinforced with iron, struck the hyena squarely on its snout. Instantly, the iron-clad wooden shield bore a significant dent, nearly shattered by He Buqiang's powerful blow, while the hyena's nose contorted grotesquely, leaving its sharp canines embedded in the shield as its body was sent flying backward, unable to utter even a cry of anguish. Red Sox, standing alongside He Buqiang, gazed at him with wide eyes. Astonished into silence, one of the hyenas attempted to leap over Red Sox's head, but He Buqiang seized the opportunity, raising his Roman sword to slice open a 2-foot-long gash in the creature's belly, its innards spilling forth and splattering Red Sox. He Buqiang then thumped Red Sox on the shoulder, signaling him to focus and protect their shield-bearing comrades ahead. More hyenas surged forward. They were swiftly impaled by the pikes thrust through the gaps between the shields before they could reach Sul'dak. In no time, the corpses of hyenas piled up before the shield wall. These ferocious round-eared hyenas did not belong to the category of magical beasts. Rather, their sheer numbers and penchant for pack hunting rendered them formidable. In the forests, as long as they did not provoke powerful magical beasts, they had virtually no natural enemies. Incidents of hyenas attacking humans were not uncommon, yet those of such a size, their eyes bloodshot and their ferocity overwhelming, were indeed rare in Handanar County. As the hyenas continued their relentless charge from the darkness, the 6th Squad leader commanded the shield bearers to fall back. Meanwhile, the 4th Squad had finally reacted, with Baron Sidney leading a contingent of elite soldiers to swiftly engage the hyena horde. The heavily armored soldiers displayed no fear of the hyena's attacks. Baron Sidney, at the forefront with his elite guards, radiated an aura of white energy, preventing the hyenas from reaching him as his double-edged sword cleaved through them effortlessly. The timely arrival of Baron Sidney significantly alleviated the pressure on the rear lines. Observing Baron Sidney, who wielded his great sword with the grace of a celestial being, the surrounding soldiers found renewed vigor, rallying alongside him to fend off the hyenas. Baron Sidney stood as a banner, charging at the forefront, drawing the attention of numerous hyenas. The pressure on the defensive line was significantly alleviated. Seizing the moment as the hyena onslaught began to wane, Sul'dak wiped his face with his hand and addressed He Buqiang, who stood behind him, saying, "Do you see? Baron Sidney is indeed one of the 7 armored knights of our 57th Regiment." Beside them, the youthful Jiranin gazed enviously and remarked, "I hope that one day, I too can become an armored knight." As Jiranin spoke, a hyena took the opportunity to charge forward. Captain Sam raised his square shield with one hand, while wielding a war hammer in the other. Striking the hyena squarely on the head, causing blood to splatter everywhere, he kicked the lifeless body aside and turned to Jiranin, scolding him furiously. "What are you thinking? Do you believe you can break through the bottleneck of the first transition? Even if you become a first transition warrior, can you afford the magical armor?" Jiranin, chastised by Captain Sam's tirade, could only offer a sheepish smile, refraining from retorting. Captain Sam then patted Geronim's face twice and added, "Be a good infantryman. When your service ends, return home, marry a wife, and live a stable life. Don't entertain these unrealistic dreams." Geronim protested softly, "Uncle Sam, this is my dream." Given that the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment hailed from the Tarapagan region of Osorno County in Benar Province, it was no surprise that Geronim referred to Captain Sam as uncle. Captain Sam showed no leniency, rebuking him, "Put away your dreams. When your service is over, make sure to return home obediently." With the hyena assault easing, the soldiers could exchange a few words during the brief lulls in battle. Veteran Ian, trembling slightly, lit a pipe and took a couple of deep puffs before passing it to Captain Sam, who then shared it among the members of the second squad. It eventually made its way to Geronim, who took a resentful drag from the nearly burnt-out stub of the pipe. He sighed as the last remnants of tobacco turned to ash. He Buqiang assumed that the hyenas, having failed to gain the upper hand, would retreat. However, to their dismay, glowing pairs of blood-red eyes began to appear in the woods on either side of the line. And the hyenas not only did not withdraw, but seemed to multiply. Sul'dak was the first to notice the peculiar situation and remarked to his companions, "What is wrong with this pack of hyenas?" Even after suffering such losses, they refused to retreat, a pack of rabid dogs. He Buqiang handed Sul'dak the water flask, which still contained water collected earlier from the river, though it was now nearly empty. Sul'dak drank the last sip and hung the flask back at his waist. Captain Sam addressed the members of the second squad loudly, "Hold on a bit longer and focus." The hyenas surged forth once more like a relentless tide. Chapter 22. Retreat to the cliff. The battle against the hyenas persisted until midnight. Baron Sidney stood atop a mound of hyena carcasses, his feet submerged in a river of blood, while countless hyenas continued to charge from the dense forest. His once fair face was now smeared with blood, and the great sword in his hand appeared to have been soaked in it. The white aura surrounding his body had grown exceedingly faint. His complexion pale, and his grip on the double-handed sword trembled slightly. The heavily armored soldiers behind him clung to the last vestiges of their fighting spirit, on the verge of collapse. The entire squad of longbowmen had exhausted their arrows and, in this desperate moment, wielded their bows alongside the spearmen, using the bowstrings to strangle the advancing hyenas. The shield wall that had once formed was no more. The second squad had rotated for rest 3 times. And now he Buqiang felt the weight of his Roman sword was unbearable, requiring immense courage to swing it. A hyena leaped up from beneath the carcasses, slightly lifting its head, and sank its teeth into Baron Sidney's shin, where the greaves offered little protection. The force of the bite destabilized the Baron, causing both him and the hyena to tumble down from the top of the pile. His personal guards rushed to his aid, rescuing him from the throng of hyenas. Though 3 of them were lost to the tide of beasts, Captain Sam, wedged within the human wall, had sustained an injury. His left calf bore 4 bite marks from the hyenas, causing him to limp. That he merely dripped a couple of drops of antidote on the wounds, hastily bandaging them before charging back to the front lines. The 4th squad, fully manned with 300 heavy infantry soldiers, had also borrowed around 60 longbowmen from Count Mondgosper. After a fierce melee that lasted most of the night, a rough tally indicated that at least 40 heavy infantry had been dragged away by the hyenas, and nearly all remaining warriors bore injuries, with over 20 suffering severe wounds. The hyena corpses piled high, but alas, these creatures were not magical beasts, lacking magic cores in their skulls, and the hides of such hyenas held little value. To their dismay, the number of hyenas that appeared during the night had swelled to several thousand. At this moment, Baron Sidney likely regretted not having resolved this conflict sooner. He longed to quell the battle immediately. Finally, the squad leaders received Baron Sidney's orders. The 6th squad leader, Captain Sam's direct superior, conveyed the Baron's command. "Everyone, retreat in an orderly fashion towards the cliff, where we will form a defensive line as long as we hold until dawn. These rabid hyenas will naturally retreat. Protect the archers." Sul'dak exchanged a glance with He Buqiang, who instantly understood the implication in Sul'dak's eyes. A retreat could easily lead to chaos, providing an opportunity for the hyenas to strike. At this juncture, it was imperative to exercise greater caution than merely forming a shield wall, while also conserving their strength. "Kid, stay close to me, and whatever you do, don't fall behind." Captain Sam cast a meaningful glance at the young Geronim and whispered instructions to the second squad members. Red Sox Garcia and veteran Ian also bore grave expressions. There was no time to rest. As soon as the orders were issued by the squad leaders, the plan to retreat towards the rocky cliffs commenced. Baron Sidney insisted on leading the most elite combat squad at the rear of the formation, which prompted a newfound admiration from He Buqiang for this noble knight. The battalion retreated step by step, and the defensive line crumbled instantly. The hyena pack, dark as shadows, pursued relentlessly. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Heavy Infantry Regiment wore metal armor that, while cumbersome in ordinary circumstances, provided a significant advantage against the hyenas. The armored suits made it exceedingly difficult for the hyenas to penetrate, affording the 4th Squad maximum protection. He Buqiang found himself among the ranks, retreating towards a precipice on the hillside. The soldiers at the rear, under Baron Sidney's direction, retrieved their limited supply of oil and doused the mountain of hyena corpses with it. As they exited the pile of bodies, a spark ignited the oil, and flames quickly engulfed the carcasses. The still-living hyenas cried out in anguish as the fire blazed, creating a fiery barrier that hindered the advancing pack. Baron Sidney trudged along at the rear, his body drenched in blood, even his magical armor showing signs of damage. On the western slope of the mountain, there lay a sheer cliff, and Baron Sidney aimed to lead everyone to take refuge beneath it, where establishing a defensive shield would be much easier, ensuring they would not be attacked from both front and rear. After a night of fierce fighting, He Buqiang was utterly fatigued, yet he felt his strength swiftly returning. Suddenly, he sensed the stars within his spiritual realm slowly revolving, a warm current emanating from the bright star near his shoulder. Moreover, another star adjacent to it began to flicker, as if it too were on the verge of igniting. He Buqiang had no time to ponder these peculiar sensations, as the group soon traversed a dense thicket, with the relentless hyenas clinging to their heels. Sul'dak, nursing his injured left leg, leaned on He Buqiang's shoulder for support, which inadvertently caused them to lag behind. Upon reaching the vicinity of the cliff, the retreat encountered minimal obstruction, but the hyena pack regrouped, their countless red eyes glinting in the darkness. The soldiers who had arrived first at the base of the cliff quickly began to establish a defensive line to receive their comrades. The wounded soldiers were allocated to tents beneath the cliff, and the soldiers fashioned a semicircular wall from dry branches, dousing it with the last drops of oil. As the wall of flames roared to life, Baron Sidney led the last batch of soldiers back from the hyena siege. The utmost priority was to maintain the burning barrier throughout the night, although a dense forest lay just 50 meters beyond the cliff. It had been completely overrun by the hyenas. To procure firewood, they would need to search along the sides of the cliff, ensuring that the soldiers would not become entrapped by the hyena horde. The 1st Squad soldiers were tasked with guarding the breach in the firewall, preventing the hyenas from rushing through. In truth, the hyenas were quite fearful of fire and dared not approach the roaring flames. Meanwhile, nearby trees were felled by the soldiers, swiftly converted into firewood under the sharp axes, and thrown into the wall of flames. At long last, the weary soldiers, having fought for the better part of the night, could finally take a much-needed rest. Baron Sidney retrieved a palm-sized parchment scroll from within his cloak and handed it to a nearby guard. Without awaiting instructions from Baron Sidney, the guard promptly made his way to the stone wall, unfurling the scroll and affixing it to the surface. To the astonishment of He Buqiang, a remarkable scene unfolded. A crystal-clear spring emerged from the center of the scroll, flowing gently down its length. The stream, though slender, was at least as thick as a small finger. The guard produced a water flask and swiftly filled it to the brim with the pure liquid, delivering it to Baron Sidney with haste. Subsequently, the soldiers from various squads lined up in an orderly fashion to collect water. He Buqiang, who had anticipated a perilous venture to seek a water source after a brief respite, now gazed in wonder at the parchment affixed to the stone wall. The young lad Jilonged and seized Sul'dak's flask, exclaiming, "I'll fetch the water," before dashing off to join the queue. Chapter 23. The rolling stones at dawn. The night winds whistled as they swept over the mountainous crest, producing a haunting whose sound. The soldiers stationed at the base of the cliff took turns resting, their armor firmly in place, as they huddled closely against the wall. The heavy armor of the Green Empire's infantry enveloped them entirely, leaving only their hands, feet, and neck exposed. Such armor was burdensome to wear and, without ample stamina, could easily become a prison of sorts. Nevertheless, its advantages in combat were undeniable, particularly in engagements with the indigenous tribes of Handanar County, where the heavy infantry suffered almost no casualties. Against a pack of hyenas, the armor also provided significant protection, although Baron Sidney's aggressive tactics had drained the soldiers' energy during their march, leaving them vulnerable to the hyena attack. Otherwise, the hyenas of the Gander Mountains posed little threat to the armored infantry. The fiery barrier effectively held back the hyenas but trapped the soldiers of the 4th Squad against the mountainside. the scorching heat rendering them parched. The warriors of the first squad did not need to guard the gap in the firewall, as the hyenas were deathly afraid of flames and dared not advance. Even if a couple of red-eyed hyenas occasionally ventured through the breach, the soldiers stationed there swiftly dispatched them, tossing the carcasses into the flames, where they ignited, their charred remains becoming part of the fiery barrier. Hailansa returned with 10 flasks of water, setting up a pot by the firewall to prepare a thick porridge from their rations. This time, the usually unpalatable rice gruel tasted so delightful that Butchong felt it would flow effortlessly into his stomach without the need to swallow. Clad only in a thin leather armor, Butchong did not engage in the forefront during the skirmish with the hyenas. Though his muscles ached profoundly, he bore no injuries, leaning against the stone wall with his eyes closed. He sensed the second star in his mental sea illuminating completely, radiating a soft glow alongside the first star, gradually restoring his energy. He longed to inquire with Sul'dak whether he too experienced a similar phenomenon. The notion of having a star map within his body seemed utterly incredible, yet he remained at a loss for words, unable to convey such abstract thoughts through simple gestures. Noticing Butchong rising from his spot beside the wall, he offered his place to Hailansa. The members of the second squad, including Sul'dak, attributed Butchong's rapid recovery to his lightweight leather armor. Sul'dak, whose left leg bore the marks of a hyena's bite, was wrapped in greaves. The creature's fangs had pierced the armor, leaving 4 bloodied holes without causing further tearing. As he had treated the wound with an antidote at this moment, Butchong assisted Sul'dak in removing the greaves from his injured leg. Revealing that the wounds had scabbed over without signs of poisoning, he gently cleaned the injury and applied a simple bandage before rewrapping the greave. The seasoned soldier leaned against the wall, recounting the battle against the Abyssal Legion at the Kimtau River. Although that conflict was hailed as the greatest victory in the Warsaw realm in recent years, few knew that nearly 70 heavy infantry squads had been utterly annihilated by the Abyssal forces. To him, such skirmishes were mere appetizers. However, only Butchong noticed the tremor in the old soldier Ian's hands as he lit a cigarette, nearly extinguishing the flickering flame. Ian's tale momentarily alleviated the tension among the second squad members. Hailansa leaned against the wall, attempting to remove his arm and leg armor for a brief respite, but was promptly admonished by Captain Sam. Observing some squad members shedding their breastplates, Hailansa found it hard to comprehend Captain Sam's decision. Yet he refrained from voicing any complaints, sitting in silence with a furrowed brow. Before long, Baron Sidney's command echoed, instructing the soldiers to make camp and rest beneath the cliff. Throughout the night, the howling of hyenas echoed. As those kept at bay by the firewall showed no signs of retreat, it was Butchong's first night in the wild, and as he lay on the rocky ground, he found sleep elusive. He worried that if the firewall were to extinguish, the hyenas would surge forward, tearing apart the sleeping soldiers of the 4th squad. Beside him, Hailansa slept soundly, his discomfort evident as he dreamt of shedding his armor. Gazing up at the starry sky, Butchong felt fully rejuvenated. The soreness in his body diminished. He wished to stroll about the camp, but feared causing trouble for Sul'dak and Captain Sam if questioned by the night watch. So he merely shifted restlessly, attempting to force himself back to sleep. The soft rumbling sound emanated from the wall, initially dismissed by Butchong as mere wind whisking past the cliffs. However, when a cascade of dirt and small stones suddenly fell onto his face, he sat up, alert. The sound intensified, resembling raindrops striking banana leaves, then escalating into a cacophony akin to a multitude of drummers. The entire wall began to tremble, as if a stampede of horses thundered within. Suddenly, images of colossal boulders tumbling down the slope flooded his mind. He sprang to his feet, desperately kicking Sul'dak and Hailansa awake. Sul'dak jolted from his slumber, instantly pulling Butchong to his feet without a moment's hesitation. He then proceeded to kick each member of the second squad before dashing toward the breach in the firewall. "What is happening?" Sul'dak inquired, limping due to his leg injury, confusion etched on his face. Butchong, expressionless, continued to sprint while gesturing toward the sky. Hearing the ominous rumbling, Sul'dak's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted to the bewildered Hailansa behind him, "Hailansa, wake Sam. The mountain is collapsing." Sul'dak's voice roused the soldiers of the 3rd squad from their stupor, plunging the camp into chaos. By this time, Butchong and Sul'dak had reached the firewall's exit, gazing at the countless ferocious, blood-red eyes outside. Butchong gripped his Roman sword tightly, seizing a rectangular shield from the pile of weapons. and charged out alongside Sul'dak. The members of the second squad followed closely behind as stones rained down from above. It was as if a torrential downpour had begun. Chapter 24. Before dawn, a boulder the size of a coconut shattered beside He Buqiang's feet, sending shards flying into his legs, even through the leather armor, causing sharp pain. Numerous fragments fell into the fire, igniting sparks in all directions. Grabbing Sul'dak's arm, He Buqiang surged into the forest, narrowly avoiding the lunging red-eyed hyenas eager to sink their teeth into him. Yet, as a deluge of debris cascaded from above, the frenzied hyenas lost their nerve, retreating with frantic yelps into the dense thicket. He Buqiang and Sul'dak were among the first to burst forth from the camp. But as they prepared to descend the slope, they were halted by Captain Sam, who was accompanied by Jilongnan and others. He gestured towards the eastern side of the slope, and understanding his intent, He Buqiang and Sul'dak followed Captain Sam into the forest to the east, skillfully dodging several falling boulders along the way. Just as a few hyenas lunged forward, they were buried beneath the tumbling rocks. While the remaining hyenas, tails tucked, fled in haste, He Buqiang, with a single hand raised to shield himself with a square shield, endeavored to fend off the debris cascading from above. Fortunately, the group acted swiftly, managing to clumsily retreat to the safety of the hillside's left side just before a deluge of rubble descended upon them. Baron Sidney and his companions, protected by a cadre of loyal guards, emerged from beneath the cliff with a throng of warriors. Massive boulders plummeted from the heights, yet the indomitable Baron Sidney cleaved them in twain with his two-handed sword, his white aura transforming into flames that swirled around him, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. That a cacophony of wailing hyenas echoed as they vanished into the dense, shadowy forest amidst the rain of stones. Baron Sidney, accompanied by the surviving warriors of the 4th Brigade, stood amidst the trees on the slope, a streak of blood marring his visage, an evident injury sustained during their hasty escape from the cliff. His double-edged sword lay askew at his feet. The rolling stones, along with a torrent of gravel, old branches, and decayed leaves, surged down the mountainside like a dragon of earth, burying the cliff in an instant, obliterating the vast expanse of forest below. Many soldiers, while resting, had removed their armor, now standing in the woods clad only in linen shorts, their upper bodies bare. They gazed at the gargantuan boulders, as large as houses, tumbling down the mountainside, carving deep furrows in the path. As the chaotic descent of stones gradually ceased, the mountain winds dispersed the billowing dust, revealing a faint light on the horizon, while the multitude of stars slowly faded from the canopy of night, transitioning into a deep blue sky adorned with wisps of clouds drifting between the distant peaks. A disheveled group of soldiers stood awkwardly on the slope, apart from He Buqiang's second squad members still clad in armor. Only the night watch soldiers of the 2nd platoon retained their protective gear. The 4th Brigade, alongside the longbowmen of the 1st platoon led by Baron Sidney, had dwindled to fewer than 200 warriors still capable of standing upon this hillside. Sul'dak patted his chest vigorously, somewhat dazed, and inquired of his companion, Red Sock, "Am I still alive?" "Indeed, you are alive. We all are," Red Sock replied, his demeanor somewhat vacant as he observed the settling landslide. The young lad sat beneath a gnarled tree, while Captain Sam approached He Buqiang, patting his shoulder with gratitude in his eyes, saying, "If it weren't for your vigilance, we might not have made it out." The harrowing experiences of that day and night had plunged Baron Sidney from his lofty heights into an inferno of chaos, his eyes aflame with fury. In this moment of turmoil, even his loyal guards dared not approach him. The Baron offered no solace to his disheartened soldiers. With a grim countenance, he withdrew his double-edged sword from the ground and, abandoning all else, charged madly towards the summit. His strides were long, his leaps extraordinary, as he deftly navigated the protruding rocks, retracing his steps along the treacherous edge of the rocky torrent. His concerned guards hastened to follow, and several platoon leaders, steeling themselves, trailed behind with the remaining soldiers. The western ridge of the mountain hollow was a branch of the Dandar mountain range, crowned by its highest peak. The western side of this cliff sloped gently, while the side facing the mountain hollow was a sheer precipice. The rocks at the summit curling like ocean waves, now diminished by more than half. Baron Sidney ascended several hundred meters to the peak, surveying the wreckage before him. Beside the disarray of stones lay a colossal pit, over 10 meters in diameter, with a vast breach carved into one side. This breach led to the cliffside. The Baron found it hard to believe that the indigenous hunters could dislodge such a massive stone. He leapt into the pit, Approaching the edge of the breach to gaze down at the cliffside, which had long since vanished, He Butcheong noted that numerous massive wooden stumps had been severed by human hands at the pit's opening. In an instant, he comprehended that the immense rock at the summit had not merely rolled down by the efforts of the natives. Rather, these indigenous hunters had hollowed out the ground beneath the boulder and propped it up with enormous timbers. Should anyone atop the mountain sever these supports, the boulder would succumb to its own weight, tumbling down the mountainside along with the timbers. The 4th Brigade had narrowly escaped being entombed by these native hunters in this great hollow. A thought that sent a chill down his spine. As the light of dawn began to spread, the distant view sharpened, and He Butcheong discerned a band of indigenous people making their way into the woods on the opposite side of the mountain hollow. Their trajectory suggested an intent to venture deeper into the Dandar mountain range. Though he had nearly been buried beneath the falling stones, He Butcheong felt an inexplicable admiration for the indigenous hunters in the distance. These natives, driven from their homes by imperial soldiers, had not relinquished their resistance in the face of overwhelming might. Atop the mountain, Baron Sidney experienced an indescribable sense of disarray, despite the fact that the indigenous hunters had leveraged the natural terrain of the hollow. With the red-eyed hyenas and the torrent of stones decimating half of the 4th Brigade's strength, the remaining soldiers' combat effectiveness had been severely diminished. Yet, even so, the indigenous hunters lacked the courage to confront Baron Sidney's warriors in open battle. It appeared that the disparity in power between the natives of Handanar County and the imperial soldiers was insurmountable. As dawn broke, the red-eyed hyenas had retreated into the thicket, and the sun, a harbinger of hope, slowly ascended from between the mountains. He Butcheong and Sul'dak sat back to back on a massive stone at the summit, gazing silently at the rising sun. Chapter 25. Sul'dak's path to promotion. When Baron Sidney led the soldiers of the 4th Brigade into the cave nestled within the cliff, he discovered that the indigenous people who had once occupied it had long since departed, leaving only the cavernous emptiness behind. He Butcheong was not surprised. After all, the natives had excavated such a vast pit for the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment. It was only natural for them to vacate. The soldiers had been lowered from the summit via ropes, sliding down to the mid-mountain level, entering the cave through a ventilated stone passage. The cavern was a labyrinth of hundreds of chambers, divided into living quarters and combat zones. The living quarters contained rooms strewn with soft hay, remnants of animal skins still visible, and the stone walls bore peculiar symbols and graffiti, according to Sul'dak. These symbols recorded the seasons, reflecting the natives' need to store ample food before the onset of winter. The combat zone featured rows of lookout points, from which arrows could be loosed into the hollow. If the longbowmen of the 57 Regiment had been stationed there, their arrows would have reached deep into the hollow's heart. Perhaps considering the ineffectiveness of wooden arrows against the infantry soldiers, the natives had refrained from launching a single projectile before being compelled to retreat. This cave, initially a natural formation, had undergone numerous expansions by the natives, resulting in its current scale. The cavern boasted dedicated dining areas, restrooms, and long corridors. Near the dining area lay a 2-meter square pool, fed by a concealed channel that flowed with pure mountain spring water. When the pool filled, excess water overflowed into a drainage channel. It was astonishing to discover such a hidden refuge within this great mountain hollow. Even Baron Sidney, of noble lineage, was astounded by the cave's existence. In truth, this cave could serve as a medium-sized defensive stronghold. The 4th Brigade had suffered a toll of 268 fallen soldiers, and Baron Sidney's mood was exceedingly grim. Yet, he could blame no one. Falling into the traps set by the natives was a consequence of his own reckless haste. What was hardest for Baron Sidney to accept was that their campaign to eradicate the natives in the mountain hollow had yielded not a single capture. His eyes were bloodshot, his lips cracked, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike, deterring all from approaching. "Let us hope that the Baron's sister possesses enough charm," Sul'dak murmured to He Butcheong, lowering his voice. "Will this incident implicate us?" the young lad, Hailansa, asked anxiously. Sul'dak rubbed his mouth and replied in a hushed tone, "We will likely be held accountable. I suspect we shall be branded with the label of ineffective reconnaissance." Hailansa stared wide-eyed at Captain Sam, urgency in his voice. "We must devise a plan to do something. I cannot bear the thought of returning to camp only to be tied to the rack and lashed. What a humiliation that would be." Captain Sam, his face stern, offered no further comment. "We shall discuss it upon our return to camp." Fortunately, the 60 soldiers of the 1st Platoon stationed at the cave entrance below the cliff had sustained no losses during this battle. Last night, when the red-eyed hyenas surged forth, the soldiers of the 1st Platoon had attempted to repel the pack. However, Upon witnessing the overwhelming numbers of the hyenas, the commander, Knight Jonah, made a decisive choice to conceal all his soldiers within the cave. They barricaded the narrow entrance with stones, successfully evading the hyenas' assault. The soldiers of the 1st Squadron remained blissfully unaware that the indigenous people hidden within the cliffside cavern above had retreated under the cover of night. They had never considered probing the vertical passageway, which resembled a chimney and stretched for 100 meters, to ascertain the presence of the natives overhead. This cave, constructed by the indigenous people midway up the cliff, boasted 7 exits, 4 of which were clearly visible, while the remaining 3 were exceedingly concealed. Only by venturing inside the cave and meticulously studying its internal structure could one uncover all the exits. Yibuqiang emerged from the mountainous hollow 2 days later alongside the 4th Squadron, as Baron Sidney had finally remembered the soldiers buried beneath the landslide of rocks. He spent a day and a half clearing the rubble from the mountainside, unearthing over 50 corpses before returning to camp with the remains of his comrades, Count Mond de Gosberg. Upon learning that the 4th Squadron had fallen into a trap set by the indigenous people and suffered the loss of over 200 soldiers in the mountains north of the forest, hurled a magical lamp at Baron Sidney's face. His furious denunciation echoed beyond the confines of the camp. Yet Baron Sidney, despite enduring a torrent of wrath from Count Mond de Gosberg, faced no substantial punishment. This incident led many astute individuals within the camp to recognize a crucial truth. Nepotism holds significant sway. Following the near decimation of the 4th Squadron, there arose a pressing need to inject fresh blood into the ranks. Several small teams had been completely annihilated, and the newly enlisted rookie soldiers were ill-equipped to sustain a squad on their own. Thus, they required the wisdom and battlefield experience of seasoned veterans, necessitating the reassignment of some veterans from intact squads. Captain Sam of the 2nd Platoon in the 6th Squadron received his transfer notice a week after returning to camp. He was appointed as the captain of the 11th Squad under the 5th Squadron, while concurrently serving as the deputy commander of the 5th Squadron. Marking a modest yet notable advancement in his career, AS Captain Sam transitioned to lead the 11th Squad. He also brought along the young soldier Jilongnan and veteranian Sul'dak successfully ascended to the role of captain of the 2nd Platoon. And he couldn't help but reflect on the unexpected promotion just before his impending discharge. Although his pay remained unchanged, his retirement record would now boast a commendable achievement. On the day Captain Sam departed from the 2nd Platoon, 2 new recruits joined their ranks. Hailing from the city of Hailansa in the Tarapagan region, these recruits engaged Sul'dak in lively conversation about their homeland. However, upon learning that the previous year had brought a severe drought, leading to nearly a 50% reduction in crop yields, Sul'dak couldn't shake his concern for his family's situation. Unfortunately, the 2 recruits were from different villages, and the distance between them meant they were unaware of the circumstances in Wool Village. Surprisingly, the 2nd Platoon faced no repercussions for this incident, which left both Sul'dak and Yibuqiang somewhat astonished. It turned out that Baron Sidney had taken full responsibility, sparing them the blame, witnessing their superior's willingness to shoulder the burden. The soldiers of the 4th Squadron suddenly perceived him in a more favorable light. Aside from the typical arrogance and prejudice associated with nobility, he seemed to possess no significant flaws. The 286 soldiers who had perished in the mountainous hollow had only just been laid to rest, their belongings yet to be returned to their hometowns, and it appeared they were already fading from memory. After all, the living must continue to struggle for survival, waking each new day to fight for the empire of green. As for the deceased, perhaps they would ascend to the realm of the divine, or perhaps they would be reborn as spirits. Due to his association with Sul'dak, Yibuqiang was unable to enlist in the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment during the recent recruitment. He still maintained his status as an extramural individual. Sul'dak had begun to contemplate applying for a second teleportation permit, intending to return to their homeland with Yibuqiang upon his discharge. Chapter 26. The turmoil of the rank test. The temporary market outside the camp was adorned with an array of red-eyed hyena pelts. It was said that these hyenas, roughly the size of calves, were a new species bred from a cross between the native hyenas of Handanarl County and hellhounds. These red-eyed hyenas not only inherited the prolific breeding capabilities of their native counterparts, but also possessed some traits from the hellhounds. Although they had not been elevated to the status of low-level magical beasts, they exhibited significant changes in size and strength, becoming particularly ferocious. Roaming the Kandahar Mountains, the red-eyed hyena pack had, over decades of proliferation, evolved into a formidable force. Even in the presence of magical beasts such as the spike-tailed crystal lion and the earth-breaking bear, the red-eyed hyenas showed no fear. However, this did not imply that the red-eyed hyenas had acquired the terrifying prowess of second-level magical beasts. A single adult earth-breaking bear could easily shred dozens of red-eyed hyenas. Yet, what of it? Even the fiercest magical beasts would eventually tire, while the red-eyed hyenas, once they had identified their quarry, would relentlessly pursue it until one or the other succumbed. Thus, even magical beasts preferred to avoid confrontation with the red-eyed hyenas. Known for their ferocity and alarming breeding capabilities, which swiftly established them as one of the dominant forces within the Kandahar Mountains. Unbeknownst to everyone, the indigenous people had summoned this horde of red-eyed hyenas to confront the soldiers of the Empire of Green, leading to the 4th Squadron suffering a loss of half its warriors. Consequently, in the weeks that followed, the soldiers of the Empire of Green, driven by a desire for vengeance against the natives of Handanarl County, commenced a systematic campaign to hunt these red-eyed hyenas under the guidance of Count Mon de Gosberg. For the infantry soldiers, clad like tin cans, armed with ample supplies and bows, dealing with these red-eyed hyenas posed little challenge. Thus, an influx of hyena pelts flooded the temporary market, quickly saturating the market with these goods. The streets were lined with brown pelts adorned with black spots. However, due to their inferior quality, these pelts were too coarse and prickly to be fashioned into fur coats and could only be made into damp-proof, insulating dogskin blankets. La Jean, with a furrowed brow, watched as he Buqiang clutched a large bundle of hyena pelts tightly to his tent. Trailing behind him to the entrance of the tent, lamenting, "Sul'dak, I say, with you hunting so many red-eyed hyenas recently, it's high time to ease off. Aside from the skin, which can be made into a blanket, there is nothing of value here." Buqiang chuckled as he placed the hyena pelts in a corner of the tent. With recent conflict scarce, the tent, serving as a makeshift warehouse, appeared rather empty. Red Sox Garcia, shouldering a bundle of hyena pelts, followed closely behind Buqiang. "What can we do? The only way to secure permission for field missions is by hunting red-eyed hyenas." Merchant Lajin's brow knitted in frustration as he continued to complain. "Red Sox, it is not that I'm against hunting red-eyed hyenas. You could certainly scale back your hunts and instead bring back some local specialties from the Kandahar Mountains that you're bringing back so many hyena pelts that they're practically worthless." Red Sox, standing at the tent entrance, sipped water as he replied, "Our captain instructed me to find a tanner to make 13 dogskin blankets for us and insisted I bring a deposit." With that, he produced a palm-sized pouch from his pocket, retrieving a stack of silver coins and placing them in Lajin's hand. Upon seeing the silver coins, Merchant Lajin's face brightened, and he exclaimed to Red Sox, "Captain Sul'dak is truly a generous soul." In recent weeks, the market had become inundated with dogskin pelts, as Lajin had remarked. They were now abundant to the point of saturation. At this juncture, utilizing these inexpensive pelts to make blankets for personal use seemed the most practical course of action. It was evident that Sul'dak had likely emptied his own pockets to provide benefits for the members of his squad, thus earning himself a good person card from Lajin. Buqiang seldom ventured to the military camp, only accompanying the 2nd Platoon on missions. Residing in the tent where Merchant Lajin stored his goods, Buqiang engaged in a bit of exercise each morning and, during his free time, helped Lajin monitor the stall. With little of value on display, standing guard at the stall was a preferable alternative to idleness. Buqiang had long wished to discuss the peculiar sensations he had been experiencing within his body with Sul'dak, but he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Recently appointed as the captain of the 2nd Platoon, Sul'dak had been quite busy and found it challenging to decipher the meanings behind the human figures drawn by Buqiang on the ground. After contemplating for a quarter of an hour, Sul'dak concluded that Buqiang was attempting to practice a form of battle aura. He reassured him that only by grasping his own momentum and successfully advancing to a first-tier intermediate warrior would he be eligible to cultivate battle aura. Moreover, this advanced combat technique could only be learned through the War Academy, by apprenticing under a master, or by becoming a squad captain within the military. Of course, for all ordinary soldiers, understanding how to comprehend momentum was paramount, as it directly influenced their ability to break through bottlenecks and advance to the rank of first-tier warrior. Buqiang earnestly inquired through gestures, seeking clarity on what exactly constituted momentum. Sul'dak's explanation left Buqiang somewhat perplexed. He explained, "Momentum is about reaching a certain critical point of mental clarity, which then externalizes, thereby using mental strength to enhance a specific aspect of the body. Certainly, This phrase was not conceived by Sul'dak himself. Rather, it was uttered by an instructor during his military training in the city of Hailansa, directed at all the soldiers present at that time. Sul'dak merely perceived the phrase as possessing a lofty quality. And although he could not comprehend the instructor's words, he committed it to memory. Sul'dak provided an example, stating that the white vortex emanating from Baron Sydney embodied his momentum. It is said that when one unleashes their momentum in battle, they're undoubtedly fighting with all their strength. Sul'dak's words opened a door before Hailansa, igniting a desire within him to further explore the first-turn warriors ranked above the squad leaders within the barracks. Whenever executing missions alongside the second squad, Hailansa exhibited the most abundant stamina among all squad members. Consequently, Sul'dak hoped Hailansa would participate in the monthly soldier ranking assessment at the barracks to ascertain his true strength. When the day of the soldier ranking assessment for the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment arrived, Sul'dak, accompanied by Hailansa and two newly joined recruits from the second squad, approached the tent outside the logistics department. Upon their arrival, they discovered a long queue of new soldiers waiting for the assessment, with a lengthy line forming behind the testing station. Most of the soldiers coming for the ranking assessment were indeed new recruits, and the squad leaders seized this opportunity to gauge their capabilities. Hailansa was also filled with curiosity regarding the soldier ranking assessment. Despite having inherited a portion of the memories from his original body, he still struggled to understand how this ranking system was delineated. Sul'dak was a 6th-level soldier, and his elevation to the position of second squad leader was considered an exception, aside from the crucial recommendation from the former squad leader. Sam, his skinning technique had become a significant factor in garnering recognition from other squads. Typically, squad leaders within the Heavy Infantry Regiment were expected to surpass the threshold of 7th-level soldiers. The captain of the 6th squad was just one step away from becoming a first-turn warrior, reportedly having been stuck at the 9th-level soldier bottleneck for over 3 years, and has yet to comprehend momentum to take that final step. Baron Sydney, the captain of the 4th squad, was a first-turn warrior at an early stage and possessed a set of family heirloom armor. Had it not been for this, even the fact that his sister married Count Montgasper would not have sufficed as a reason for his position as captain of the 4th squad. Considering that the women surrounding Count Montgasper far outnumbered the captains of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment. Thus, personal strength remained the undeniable truth. For this reason, Sul'dak brought Hailansa to the logistics department for the soldier ranking test, which Hailansa did not refuse. Chapter 27. You resemble me as the newly appointed captain of the 4th squad. Sul'dak arrived at the barracks logistics department with several new recruits. Upon seeing him, other squad leaders warmly approached to greet him, some even exchanging pleasantries despite having little prior acquaintance. This manner of social interaction was quite prevalent within the military. Individuals of varying ranks maintained different circles. With Sul'dak's promotion to squad leader, his social circle now encompassed the captains of other squads within the barracks. Perhaps due to a simple greeting and a few exchanged words, a connection was established, which could prove advantageous in times of peril. After all, this was the battlefield of Handanarl County, where dangers lurked at every turn. Thus, Sul'dak made a concerted effort to present himself as a respectful junior, graciously accepting the congratulations and encouragement from the other captains. Hailansa and the other two recruits stood together, resembling 3 bewildered geese in the long line, patiently awaiting the ranking assessment. This was the central area of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment, flanked by a multitude of tents adorned with flags symbolizing various departments. The flag of the logistics department bore a sheaf of wheat and a sword, and soldiers continually emerged from the white tent, appearing to maintain a brisk pace. Squad leaders constituted the most fundamental tier within the military officer hierarchy, forming a large collective that a group of them gathered outside the logistics tent, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Sul'dak, with his gentle demeanor and broad knowledge, effortlessly integrated into this group, his humorous wit quickly endearing him to the others. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Hailansa and the two recruits' turn. The new recruits from the second squad presented their soldier badges and were smoothly ushered into the inspection area within the tent. However, Hailansa was halted, as he lacked the soldier badge of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment. At that moment, Sul'dak noticed Hailansa being obstructed at the tent's entrance, causing a brief halt in the queue. He hurriedly approached, his face beaming with a smile, addressing the logistics officer stationed at the entrance. Please allow him to enter. He is part of our squad, and I can vouch for him. We belong to the 6th squad, 2nd squad. Sul'dak adopted a humble stance, likely to avoid any unnecessary complications, The logistics officer glared at Sul'dak with displeasure. Remaining silent and merely gesturing for him, and he Buqiang to step aside, Sul'dak presented his badge before the logistics officer, smiling once more. You may consider him as me. This is my badge. So please allow him to proceed with the assessment. At that moment, the logistics officer fully raised his head, revealing a familiar face. Sul'dak then recognized that the officer before him was the same individual he had encountered while clearing the battlefield on the northern slope of the forest. A hint of awkwardness crept onto Sul'dak's face in order to ensure he Buqiang could participate in the soldier ranking assessment. He felt compelled to plead once more. The logistics officer's eyebrows furrowed, and his voice escalated sharply, quite rudely exclaiming, "This is utterly ridiculous. Your badge only represents you. He does not possess a soldier badge. And under no circumstances can I allow him entry. I even question how such an uncredentialed individual managed to infiltrate the camp. Are the guards at the entrance blind? A bunch of negligent fools." His outburst immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers, causing Sul'dak's expression to darken. The squad leaders who had gathered nearby promptly stepped forward to intercede. "Why must you be so rigid? It is merely a ranking assessment. I am familiar with this soldier, so please allow him to enter." Other squad leaders echoed their agreement. Indeed. To Sul'dak's dismay, the logistics officer slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger, and addressed the group of squad leaders with righteous indignation. "That is impossible. Unless you can procure a written order from Count Montgasper, I shall not permit entry." Upon hearing this, the other squad leaders wore expressions of discomfort. The logistics officer seemed intent on pressing his advantage, pointing an accusatory finger at Sul'dak, his face contorted with rage. "Furthermore, I advise you to refrain from loitering about the camp. Should I catch you again, I will certainly report you to the military law office. Do not mistake this for jest." As he spewed these words, Sul'dak's face flushed crimson with anger, just as he contemplated delivering a punch that would leave the officer reeling. He Buqiang discreetly restrained him. The other squad leaders, recognizing Sul'dak teetering on the edge of fury, hurriedly pulled the young captain aside. An older squad leader leaned in and whispered to Sul'dak, "Sul'dak, don't let it get to you. He is just that kind of inflexible person. These assessments occur monthly, and perhaps next month, he will not be the one at the entrance. You can try again next month, and whatever you do not make an enemy of the logistics personnel. While they may lack authority, they control our living allowances." Sul'dak nodded glumly, replying, "I understand. What an unfortunate day. Let us just go. Thank you all for your help." With that, he stormed away from the logistics department, his mood darkening as he returned to the barracks. Sul'dak's application for the ranking test was unexpectedly rejected by the logistics officer, plunging him into a state of gloom for the entire day. He Buqiang, however, felt little concern, recognizing that the officer was merely adhering to protocol. He did not possess the right to avail himself of the benefits afforded to soldiers of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment. Instead, he felt as though he had unwittingly become a pest within the military. Reflecting on this, he Buqiang experienced a twinge of shame, realizing the necessity of familiarizing himself with the regulations governing the barracks. Sul'dak escorted He Buqiang out of the camp, and they settled on the grassy slope outside the encampment. He Buqiang inquired of Sul'dak why he consistently received such special treatment, not only rescuing him from the battlefield but also expressing concern for his well-being. Apprehensive that He Buqiang's hasty enlistment in the infantry would result in a 4-year term of service with the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment, Sul'dak gazed at He Buqiang, a hint of pride gracing his features. "That is because you bear a striking resemblance to me." He Buqiang, somewhat perplexed, looked at Sul'dak in confusion. Sul'dak rose from the grass and stated, "In you, I see my former self, kind-hearted yet stubborn, undoubtedly harboring many unspoken burdens, which leaves you at a loss for words. Moreover, you are someone I personally saved. I cannot allow you to perish so easily." Well, this reasoning was one that He Buqiang could begrudgingly accept. Sul'dak briskly returned to the camp, while He Buqiang prepared to join the marketplace with the curly-haired lad. Jabi, to set up their stall. Chapter 28. A simple task in the early morning. The thin mist in the forest had yet to dissipate, softly flowing through the mountains and rendering the valley below into a celestial wonderland. Under Sul'dak's leadership, the 2nd Squad departed from the encampment of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment located in the Handanarl Forestry. The dew on the grass soaked the soldiers' pant hems, the damp linen clinging to their legs, making every step feel uncomfortably chilly. The squad carried provisions for a 7-day march, and Sul'dak intended to treat this search and rescue mission as an outdoor training exercise for the team. This was also Sul'dak's first occasion leading the entire second squad on a mission since becoming captain. Just days prior, he and his squad members had ventured into the northern part of the forestry to hunt red-eyed hyenas near Mount Gander. But that had been part of a net-casting operation organized by the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, with only 5 seasoned veterans from the second squad participating in the hunt, of which Sul'dak was merely one member and held no command authority. Now, on this independent mission, Sul'dak, as captain, had devised a comprehensive plan overnight and obtained a rudimentary parchment map from Baron Sidney, which featured simplistic lines outlining the contours of Mount Gander. With a sense of pride, Sul'dak unfurled the parchment and pointed to a specific area, exclaiming to the Bokyang, "Behold, this is the location of our encampment." Gazing at the map, which measured merely a foot square, Bokyang couldn't suppress a sigh within. This hand-drawn, rudimentary map could only indicate the general vicinity of their camp. Its true purpose lay in documenting the prominent landmarks encountered while traversing the Gander mountain range, ensuring that they would not lose their way in the wilderness. Such knowledge stemmed from the fragmented memories of the original owner, and Bokyang had been diligently organizing these mental fragments whenever time allowed, thus gaining valuable insights. Although communication with Sul'dak remained limited to simple gestures, Sul'dak seemed entirely unperturbed, often engaging Bokyang in conversation about various topics, predominantly concerning his hometown, the village of Wool in the suburbs of Hailansa. In Sul'dak's vivid descriptions, that quaint village was far removed from the ravages of war. Its fields adorned with sprawling wheat crops, standing amidst the golden wheat fields of autumn, with arms outstretched towards the sun and eyes closed, one could bask in the warmth of its rays. While the breeze carried the faint aroma of wheat, akin to a melodious wind instrument, the objective of the second squad's mission was to locate a Benar swordsman within the Gander Mountains and escort him back to the camp. Baron Sidney had received word that this Benar swordsman was a member of the main Construct Knight Regiment under Duke Newman, who had pursued an injured demon from the Kimto River in the northwest of Handanarl County into the Gander mountain range, after which he had vanished without a trace. The official correspondence did not disclose the identity of the swordsman, yet speculation arose that he must be a significant figure. Otherwise, Duke Newman would not have issued a military order commanding all regiments stationed in the vicinity of Gander to dispatch reconnaissance teams to ascertain the whereabouts of the Benar swordsman. Upon receiving this task, Sul'dak's second squad entered the dense woods of Gander before the morning mist had lifted. Simultaneously, 16 other squads from the infantry regiment embarked on their missions, disappearing into the vast depths of the mountains. Leading his squad along the eastern periphery of the forestry, Sul'dak circled to a ridge. Beneath this ridge, stretching for several dozen kilometers, lay a river valley, and the squad searched northeastward along the ridge. Ensuring they would not face issues concerning water sources, Sul'dak held little hope of finding the Benar swordsman. The Gander mountain range undulated for hundreds of kilometers, spanning the counties of Kimto, Handanarl, and Olthins in the Warsaw dimension. Even if the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment were to enter these mountains, they would hardly stir the waters. The forest was not perpetually dense. The fertile soil surrounding the forestry allowed for the growth of expansive fir, red pine, and oak woodlands. Upon exiting the forestry, the landscape opened up, with the hillsides blanketed in waist-high weeds interspersed with low trees, wild blueberries sprouting amidst the underbrush, while wild grapevines sprawled over the slopes. Their clusters of grapes green and sour, only fully ripening to attract the local short-tailed doves. Sul'dak stood atop a large rock on the hillside, holding the parchment map, furrowing his brow as he struggled to discern any clarity. Below lay a gently flowing river valley, flanked by lush aquatic vegetation, with dense thickets further inland. Across the river, a herd of solitary wild cattle grazed by the water's edge, while several crystal lions lurked behind the rocks, their fur shimmering like flowing mercury under the sunlight, rendering them easily exposed regardless of their attempts at concealment. However, these crystal lions were swifter than cheetahs, should they approach within 100 meters. The wild cattle would stand no chance of escape. The rarity of crystal lion pelts made them highly coveted among hunters, akin to running gold, leading a multitude of hunters to the Warsaw dimension, specifically to hunt this unique spike-tailed crystal lion, thereby rendering their presence in the Gander Mountains bordering regions increasingly scarce. Had Sul'dak not been certain that the second squad lacked the capability to vanquish a crystal lion, he might have unhesitatingly abandoned their mission, opting instead to remain by the riverbank until he could ensnare these creatures. Yet now, Sul'dak could only cast a distant glance before urging the second squad onward. For the two new recruits in the second squad, this place was undoubtedly a realm of novelty. Each new discovery elicited their wonder, unlike the seasoned veterans who focused solely on what was useful or perilous. When encountering danger, they would steer clear, while useful finds would be seized without hesitation. Sul'dak had thoughtfully prepared hyena pelts for the squad members, which proved invaluable during this season of high humidity, should they pitch tents and sleep on the grass all night. They would awaken to a damp back at dawn. The leather of the red-eyed hyena was exceptionally moisture-resistant, allowing one to quickly alleviate the fatigue of the day, after 2 days of traversing the ridge and river valley towards the northeast. They spotted several indigenous figures across the river. A group of indigenous women, adorned in animal skins, emerged in a line from a forested path, each balancing a clay pot atop their heads. Upon reaching the riverbank, they squatted down to collect water, their vigilance palpable as they lingered only briefly. Once their pots were filled, they swiftly retreated from the river's edge. Chapter 29. Fishing by the river. Several clear water lines emerged on the river's surface, heading straight towards where the indigenous women had gathered. By the time these water beasts arrived at the riverbank, the women had already departed, leaving only massive splashes as the creatures thrashed in the shallow waters, momentarily revealing their white-scaled bellies before vanishing into the depths. From a distance, it was difficult to discern whether these beasts were crocodiles, but they certainly did not appear benevolent. Fortunately, those indigenous women were quick to leave, otherwise they could have been in danger. Such thoughts surged in Hibokiang's mind that he quickly realized that this notion should remain concealed from those around him, for all the soldiers of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the indigenous people. Hibokiang forcefully shook his head, attempting to cast these thoughts aside. It was said that the deep mountains and lakes of Gandu harbored countless ferocious beasts, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. For despite having traveled with the second squad for 2 days, they had not yet strayed far from the periphery of the Gandu Mountains. That moment, Hongweizi emerged from the tent, approaching Hibokiang and following his gaze towards the river valley. Just as the indigenous women disappeared into the underbrush, the massive aquatic beasts resumed their thrashing in the shallows, attempting to return to the deeper waters. My goodness, what do I see? Those are Tim fish. Sul'dak? Captain, come quickly, look down in the river valley. There's a school of Tim fish. What? Where? Upon hearing Hongweizi's excited call, Sul'dak sprinted over faster than a rabbit. By the time he reached Hibokiang's side, the Tim fish had already submerged, leaving only faint ripples in their wake. Hongweizi, Garcia, eagerly stretched his neck, his lean frame resembling a slender reed. With utmost conviction, he declared to Sul'dak, "Indeed, those are Tim fish. I recognized these large fish during the battle in the Kemto River basin. I witnessed a full-grown Tim fish drag a wild bull into the river to drown it." The other members of the squad, drawn by Hongweizi's exclamations, gathered around, their eagerness palpable at the prospect of discovering Tim fish in the river valley. Kegel turned to Sul'dak, inquiring, "What shall we do, Captain?" His face was adorned with a thick beard, and the disparity between his actual age and his appearance was at least a decade. He seemed even younger than Sul'dak. Yet he presented himself as a middle-aged man. Without a moment's hesitation, Sul'dak declared, "Let us scout again, that if we truly encounter the Tim fish, our journey will not have been in vain." Redsock Garcia eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, "I'll go." Sul'dak patted his shoulder, cautioning, "Be careful. Don't let those big ones drag you into the river. If you end up in a fish's belly, I won't be able to save you." Redsock Garcia appeared impatient, seizing a long pegrio spear and rushing down the slope. I know. The term Tim, transliterated from the ancient Elvish tongue, translates to water arrow in the language of the Green Empire. In truth, this Tim fish is known for launching a water arrow from the water to hunt the animals on the shore. These Tim fish often lurk beneath the surface, and when an animal approaches the riverbank, they stealthily glide closer, eventually leaping out of the water with a flick of their powerful tails, unleashing a jet of water from their gaping mouths. Even a robust creature like a unicorn buffalo would be knocked unconscious upon being struck by a water arrow. The Tim fish is considered a specialty of the Kemto River basin, and it was unexpected to find such a first-tier magical beast in the valleys of the Gandir Mountains. Like all magical beasts, they possess a magical core within their skulls, and the same holds true for the Tim fish, albeit with a slightly lower probability of yielding a magical core. Moreover, these cores, slightly larger than pigeon eggs, typically do not contain crystallized magic stones. Even if a core does contain a magic stone, the size of the stone would only qualify it as a shard. Presently, the market for magic shards in the Green Empire has diminished in value compared to the past. Nevertheless, the Tim Fish remains one of the few low-tier magical beasts that the second squad can hunt, which explains why the soldiers' eyes were glued to the sight of the Tim Fish. It presents an opportunity for obtaining a magical core. Exchange rates in the Green Empire: 100 copper coins, 1 silver coin; 100 silver coins, 1 gold coin; 10 gold coins, 1 magic stone. This particular moment coincided with the second squad's independent mission, which allowed for the greatest degree of autonomy in their search. As long as Captain Sul'dak gave his assent, they could proceed. Sul'dak did not refuse Red Sox Garcia's reconnaissance near the river valley, indicating his tacit approval for this hunt. Upon discovering a group of Tim Fish in the river valley, the soldiers of the second squad refrained from acting rashly and quietly returned to the hillside. After an afternoon of searching, they stumbled upon some small animal tracks and eventually found fresh droppings at the edge of a birch grove. Augustus, the squad's most adept scout, deduced that these were likely from a Yozu. This suggested the presence of a herd of Yoza nearby. Augustus, skilled in setting traps, fashioned simple snares from thick hemp rope and scattered some rations nearby. They then returned to their tents to await their return. After dinner, the soldiers revisited the birch grove, only to find that Augustus's snares had indeed captured 2 Yozu, each no larger than a small dog. The other snares had not failed to catch, but the Yozu had gnawed through the ropes, escaping with the loops still around their legs. The remaining 2 Yozu seemed less clever. Instead of attempting to chew through the hemp, they lay submissively on the ground. When they spotted the soldiers, they panicked, but it was too late to escape as Augustus swiftly dispatched them with a wooden club. The soldiers triumphantly carried the 2 Yozu back to their tents. The following morning, Hebuqiang did not get to taste Yozu meat, as the soldiers had taken them directly to the riverbank. Augustus made several incisions on 1 Yozu, then impaled both with sharpened wooden sticks, binding them in a cross and securing one end of the rope to a large tree on the riverbank. He then cast the Yozu into the water. It was Hebuqiang's first time witnessing such a brutal method of hunting. They did not have to wait long. Once the Yozu was thrown into the water, the coagulated blood within its body began to seep out, coloring the water. Soon, several lines of water raced toward the floating Yozu. The foremost line, disregarding everything, opened its massive jaws and, in a single leap from the surface, swallowed the Yozu whole. The Tim Fish created a tremendous splash, its dark back rising above the surface, measuring over 2 meters in length. After consuming the Yozu, it attempted to plunge back beneath the surface, but the rope, as thick as an arm, suddenly tautened, causing the tree on the bank to creak ominously. 13 individuals, including Hebuqiang, banded together to pull the several hundred-pound Tim Fish to shore. With the Yozu lodged in its mouth, it was unable to unleash a water arrow. Though it continued to struggle upon reaching the shore, 2 soldiers swiftly dispatched it with their spears. Chapter 30. The fish thief. The river valley exhibited a significant drop in elevation, resulting in turbulent waters. Less than 100 meters downstream from the second squad's fishing location, a natural dam formed by a landslide created a small lake, providing a habitat for the several hundred-pound Tim Fish. The banks of the valley were strewn with fist-sized pebbles, smoothed and polished by years of erosion. The Yozu on the wooden cross had been reduced to a mere skeleton, and the ropes used for climbing the cliffs had frayed. With some sections on the verge of breaking, exhausted, the soldiers of the second squad sat beneath a tree, the old willow by the riverbank appearing as though it had just weathered a storm. With branches and leaves scattered all around, occasionally, a Tim Fish would leap from the water, aiming its water arrow at the willow tree. While these arrows posed no threat to the soldiers, they ravaged the tree, causing its leaves to nearly fall off. As the soldiers sat beneath the tree, a water arrow exploded overhead, akin to a light rain. Although the Tim Fish had not awakened any basic intelligence, this first-tier magical beast was not entirely devoid of wits. Approaching noon, no Tim Fish seemed willing to bite the large hook. Before them lay 15 Tim Fish, each weighing between 200 and 300 pounds. Their heads split open, revealing the magical cores extracted by the bearded young man, Kager. Regrettably, despite opening the skulls of 15 Tim Fish, they only found 5 cores the size of longan fruit, as the smaller size diminished the likelihood of yielding crystallized magic. Nonetheless, the members of the second squad remained exhilarated for some time. Even without gambling on the presence of magic stones, the mere sale of these longan-sized cores would amount to roughly 50 silver coins each. To avoid the disturbances caused by the Tim fish in the river, Sul'dak instructed the squad members to drag these creatures further away to a nearby thicket. Possessing commendable skinning skills, Sul'dak crouched beside one Tim fish, utilizing a sharp skinning knife to remove its skin entirely. This fish skin was excellent material for crafting fish skin sheaths, boots, or belts, and merchants at the market outside the camp were quite eager to purchase such materials from low-tier magical beasts. It's a pity none of these Tim fish bore natural magical patterns. Otherwise, it could have yielded a tidy sum, Sul'dak remarked, clicking his tongue in discontent as he wiped his cheek with the back of his hand holding the knife. Still, it's quite good that if we sell these magical cores and fish skins, the money we each receive would be roughly equivalent to a month's subsidy for an infantry regiment. And no wonder so many adventuring parties are willing to come here for exploration. Red-socked Garcia squatted beside Sul'dak, his face radiating excitement. As the discussion turned to the division of spoils, Sul'dak settled onto the grass, took a sip of water, and pointed to several magical cores in front of him, stating, "If we sell these cores to Lodging, we could earn around 250 silver coins. With 13 members in our squad, an average distribution would yield about 19 silver coins each." During his stay in the merchant Lodging's tent, Qiang had helped the curly-haired boy, Gabby, set up a stall. Gabby's stall also displayed several Longan-sized magical cores, so Qiang was quite familiar with their market value. He picked up one of the cores, noting the faint fishy smell emanating from it. Each core possessed a hard outer shell, which needed to be polished away to reveal the magic stone within. Sul'dak addressed his team members, "We can each receive a Tim fish skin. I want to dictate whether you sell it privately or take it home later, but this skin would fetch at least 10 silver coins at the market here. However, if you decide to take it home, its price could easily double. The 15 Tim fish skins would be divided among the 13 members, with the 2 extra belonging to the captain and the skinner." Sul'dak, the bearded Kager, appeared somewhat dissatisfied with their haul, glancing at the magical core in Qiang's hand and sighing. If only these cores could yield magic stones. Augustus sat beside Kager, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he tentatively inquired, "Would you dare to place a wager? If any of these 5 magical cores yield a crystal, our gains could double at the very least." Kager rolled his eyes in skepticism, retorting, "And what if none yield anything?" Augustus shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "Then we shall return home with naught but a single Tim fish skin." Cautiously, Red Sox Garcia interjected, "I believe that as long as we sell these magical cores, we have already profited. There is no need to gamble." Observing the flicker of interest in some of the others upon hearing Augustus' words, Sul'dak decisively raised his hand and said to Augustus, "I have witnessed individuals crack open cores the size of dragons' eyes, and even after attempting 20, none yielded crystals. The extraction rate from cores produced by first-tier magical beasts is simply too low. If you wish to gamble, invest in purchasing these cores, and should you miraculously extract a crystal, all rewards shall be yours alone." Augustus, exasperated, spread his hands in resignation, indicating his lack of resources, and muttered, "If no one supports me, then so be it." Qiang, maintaining a composed demeanor, returned the magical core he held to its original place. Just moments ago, he had sensed a faint aura emanating from the core, which flowed up his arm and settled at his shoulder. In that fleeting instant, within his mental realm, he perceived countless dim stars coalescing in the void, his body's projection appearing dull and lifeless. The second star, which had been illuminated days prior, stabilized completely. And as the subtle aura from the magical core entered his body, a neighboring dark star began to emit a faint glimmer. The essence seeping from the magical core had the remarkable ability to awaken the stars within his mental world. He hastily placed the core back, but instinctively grasped another, only to find that the faint aura had ceased to manifest. He continued to handle the remaining cores, yet only the first core elicited any sensation. The weather was sweltering, and the Tim fish would soon spoil if left unattended. Currently, they lay in the shade of the underbrush, while the second squad's warriors diligently sliced the finest meat from these fish, laying the thinly cut pieces upon clean rocks along the shore to dry into jerky. Each fish weighed approximately 200 to 300 pounds, and the net meat from 15 Tim fish amounted to at least 1,000 pounds. Even when dried, they would still weigh several hundred pounds, making it impossible to carry all of it. Thus, only the best quality portions would be selected for drying. The tender and flavorful flesh of the Tim fish provided a sumptuous lunch of rich fish porridge. In the wild, where gourmet cooking was impractical, the meal was merely satisfactory. With the presence of indigenous people nearby, the second squad could not linger for long. As the sun began to set, they packed some of the dried fish into their grain bags. each warrior bearing a share of over 20 pounds of fish jerky back to the temporary camp. Hailansa was blissfully asleep in his tent when the voice of Red Sox Garcia pierced the quiet. Calling, Captain Sul'dak. Realizing that the title captain had failed to rouse him, Red Sox Garcia boldly resorted to the former name, Sul'dak. Hearing the call, Sul'dak, lying at the tent's entrance, promptly awakened and inquired in a low voice, "What is it?" Hailansa forced his eyes open and glanced outside, where the sky was just beginning to lighten, transitioning to blue as the stars retreated, revealing a brilliant white streak on the horizon. Red Sox, clad in cumbersome armor, half-squatted outside the tent, reporting to the newly awakened Sul'dak, "Captain, that group of indigenous people has come across the riverbank to steal fish." Chapter 31. The Indigenous Girl. Recently, the term indigenous people had become one of the most sensitive phrases in the military camp. Uttering it would inevitably draw countless gazes. Red Sox's voice was not particularly loud, yet it jolted the sleeping warriors awake, prompting them to scramble out of their sleeping bags, eyes still barely open, to inquire, "Where are the indigenous people? Where?" Sul'dak was the first to emerge from his sleeping bag, quickly donning his linen trousers and grabbing his armor as he dashed out of the tent, shouting, "All members of the 2nd Squad, assemble and prepare." The tent was immediately thrown into disarray as everyone rushed out, hastily donning their armor and seizing their weapons, forming a line at the tent entrance. Hailansa stood in the back of the formation, feeling it appropriate to remain at the end as an auxiliary member of the squad. The two new recruits in the squad stood beside Hailansa, both having recently endured numerous encounters regarding the indigenous people of Heavy County. They were acutely aware of the grievances that the 57 Corps held against the indigenous people. Feeling both anxious and exhilarated at the prospect of an impending battle, naturally, upon hearing of the discovery of indigenous people, the squad's warriors were stirred, clamoring, "This time, we must teach them a lesson." In the eyes of these imperial soldiers, the indigenous people of Heavy County were nothing more than a band of uncivilized primitives. According to Red Sox, those indigenous individuals were currently gathered on the riverbank, pilfering the tinned fish caught the previous day. Sul'dak led all the soldiers down a narrow path along the ridge, hastening towards the river valley. However, before the squad could reach the stony shore downstream, they could already see a group of indigenous women clad only in leaves, crouching on the riverbank, vigorously smashing the fish bones of the tinned fish with stone axes. Several remnants of the fish lay abandoned on the shore, having been smashed by these indigenous women. A troop of young indigenous girls balanced mangled fish bones atop their heads as they waded through the shallow waters of the river to the opposite bank. At that moment, the indigenous women stationed on the riverbank spotted the 2nd Squad and hastily called out to alert the others, causing them to flee towards the shallow waters, desperately attempting to cross the river to escape. The soldiers of the 2nd Squad exchanged bewildered glances with Red Sox Garcia, questioning, "Why are there only indigenous women?" Red Sox Garcia spread his hands innocently, replying, "Just a group of indigenous women. I told you. I saw them stealing fish by the river." All the soldiers turned to Sul'dak, awaiting the captain's decision. After a moment's contemplation, Sul'dak waved his hand, saying, "Let us go take a look. It would be best to capture one and ascertain their gathering location." Upon being discovered by the indigenous women on the riverbank, the 2nd Squad did not rush in immediately. They hesitated on the hillside for a moment before advancing to the riverbank. By then, the area was in disarray, with many tinned fish bones left behind that had not been taken away. Yet the indigenous women had long since fled. Sul'dak appeared uninclined to pursue them across the river. He and his soldiers stood by the river's edge, observing that the indigenous women, who had previously approached the water with trepidation, now exhibited the courage to cross the shallow river. Hailansa stood among the ranks, contemplating whether to voice his discovery. Earlier, while rushing downhill, he had noticed an indigenous woman who had not made it across. Hiding within a thicket of brambles, he could even sense the luminous eyes within the thicket, yet he chose not to disclose this information. Sul'dak led the 2nd Squad away from the riverbank, continuing along their predetermined path of exploration. As they passed the thicket, Hailansa could not resist glancing into it, unexpectedly locking eyes with those bright, gleaming orbs. The pair of light green eyes within the thicket constricted sharply, and in an instant, Hailansa felt as though he could no longer see them. He calmly averted his gaze and walked forward through the knee-high grass, having been in this unfamiliar world for nearly 3 months. The initial days were spent lying in the military camp's tent to recuperate, utterly oblivious to the outside world. The only means of acquiring knowledge was through fragmented memories left by the body's previous owner. Once healed, He Buqiang relocated from the military camp to the merchant lodgings establishment, where he began to gain a deeper understanding of this world. He joined the second squad on missions, as he was uncertain what else he could do. It was not until one day, when he and the second squad members ventured into the mountains to eliminate the indigenous people attacking merchant convoys, that he Buqiang realized his current role was that of an invader encroaching upon others' homelands. The imperial soldiers had driven these indigenous people from fertile plains into the mountains, and the 57 Heavy Infantry Corps stationed themselves in the forest to prevent the indigenous people from regrouping and colluding with the demons of the abyss. Disrupting the grand battle in Handanal County, he shifted his gaze, deliberately gesturing to the new recruit in front of him, successfully diverting the attention of the curious soldier, and proceeded to pass by the thicket unperturbed. I sincerely hope there will be another opportunity to hunt some Tim fish, so that I might procure a silver hairpin for Alenka. The new recruit remarked to He Buqiang as they walked, believing him to be a splendid listener, for he would never broadcast any secrets due to his taciturn nature. He Buqiang merely smiled in response. The next encounter with those strikingly light green eyes occurred on the evening of the 5th day of the second squad's mission. He Buqiang was perched on a horizontal branch of an oak tree outside the camp, keeping watch until midnight. This duty would not come around again for nearly a week, and it was not particularly arduous. Laughter erupted from the second squad members in the camp nearby as they seemed to have come across a rather crude joke. The owner of those light green eyes was crouched atop a maple tree directly across from him, her figure obscured by the dense foliage. Had He Buqiang not remembered those green eyes, he might have signaled an alarm to his comrades. Upon realizing she had been spotted, the lithe figure sprang from the thick maple, her movements as graceful as a deer, bounding away in a series of leaps before vanishing into the dusky forest. He Buqiang jumped down in pursuit, only to find himself at a loss as to which direction to follow. He spent a restless night, consumed by worry, and as the watch was relieved, he had yet to encounter any ambush from the indigenous people. Returning to the tent, he remained apprehensive about whether the natives might take advantage of the situation to launch an attack. Even a pack of red-eyed hyenas would be too much to handle. He mused that he should never have let her escape. Tossing and turning in his sleeping bag, He Buqiang found no solace, drifting into a troubled slumber until dawn. When he awoke, his dark circles startled Sul'dak, who feared He Buqiang had fallen ill. Chapter 32. The pursuer hidden in shadows. The warriors of the second squad were concealed within the underbrush, their expressions tense as they gazed intently at a grove of mountain pear trees on the hillside. A massive earth-shattering bear, exceeding 4 meters in length, was leaning against one of the pear trees, its enormous paw shaking the tree vigorously. The entire tree quaked violently, causing fist-sized green pears to rain down upon the forest floor, where 2 bear cubs, each over 2 meters long, gleefully feasted on the fallen fruit. These mountain pears were not particularly palatable. The unripe ones were exceedingly sour, and even when ripe, the yellow-orange fruit hung heavily from the branches, yielding a sweet yet unpalatable pulp that was difficult to swallow. For the Empire's denizens, such unappetizing pears were only suitable for brewing fruit wine. With the pears strewn across the ground, the adult earth-shattering bear finally lowered itself to the ground. Appearing disinterested in the green pears, He Buqiang had not anticipated that such a seemingly languid brown bear was one of the apex predators of the Gandir Mountains. The earth-shattering bear. It was said that an adult bear at the peak of its strength could approach the threshold of a level 3 magical beast. Though most earth-shattering bears were merely classified as level 2 beasts, the warriors of the second squad, this behemoth before them resembled an insurmountable mountain. It was rumored that the earth-shattering bear possessed earth-based magical powers. An ordinary weapon struggled to pierce its thick hide. When on all fours, the bear was imbued with boundless strength, far beyond what the current squad could hope to overcome. Its sense of smell was extraordinarily acute, capable of detecting prey from 2 kilometers away, and its temperament was volatile. It could easily enter a frenzied state if it sensed danger approaching. Yet, despite the peril, the scene before them was surprisingly endearing. A mother bear accompanied by her 2 cubs, enjoying the mountain pears. He Buqiang speculated that the indigenous girl must have had some reason for her appearance. Just last evening at dusk, she had appeared atop the trees, only to vanish swiftly upon being noticed. Clearly warning He Buqiang of the dangers lurking in this forest, which had resulted in a sleepless night for him, the squad packed up their tents and continued onward. He Buqiang maintained his vigilance, Wary of the possibility of a sudden ambush by a host of indigenous hunters or red-eyed hyenas, it was not until they encountered the colossal earth-shattering bear in the woods that He realized this formidable creature was the source of the unknown danger, and that peril was slowly encroaching upon them. The body of this level 2 magical beast was akin to a mobile treasure trove, its skull housing a magical core imbued with a magic crystal, and its pristine hide was worth a considerable fortune. However, Sul'dak was not foolish enough to attempt hunting the earth-shattering bear. The second squad was far too few in number to withstand a mere swipe of its paw. To avoid detection by the bear, Sul'dak led the squad members into a thicket of wild cassava vines, whose unpleasant odor effectively masked their scent, providing an excellent means of self-preservation within the underbrush. He couldn't shake the feeling that the earth-shattering bear sensed their presence, hesitating as if contemplating whether to approach. After wandering in the pear grove for a while, the bear ultimately decided to depart slowly, accompanied by its 2 cubs. Once the bear had crossed the ridge and disappeared into the distance, Sul'dak allowed everyone to emerge from the vines, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. It appears we have ventured deep into the heart of the Gander Mountains. We must exercise even greater caution, Sul'dak advised his squad. Red Sock Garcia could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Captain, how long must we continue this mission, searching for a single individual in this vast expanse of forest without even a specific area to search? Where are we to look?" The bearded Kager wiped the sweat from his brow and chimed in. "It is said that the higher-ups have calculated the time and determined that the swordsmen should have traversed into our regiment's designated area." Sul'dak pondered for a moment before responding, "We have provisions for 7 days of travel, and our supplies are still adequate, so let us delve further, considering this an outdoor training exercise." As noon approached, the warriors ignited a fire in the woods and prepared a pot of fish porridge. The Tim fish, classified as a level 1 magical beast, was reputed to enhance physical constitution when consumed regularly, making it a rare delicacy. However, after several meals of fish porridge, He did not feel any significant improvement in his stamina. Indeed, the porridge was merely filling. Perched upon a protruding tree root, He savored a piece of dry roasted flatbread alongside his bowl of porridge. His gaze fell upon a peculiar sight in the nearby woods, behind a maple tree. He discerned the edge of a beast-skin skirt. He pressed his forehead in frustration. While he was grateful for her warning the previous night, the movements of the second squad were laid bare to this indigenous girl. Devoid of any secrecy, which was indeed quite vexing, he resolved to stealthily approach and scare away the girl who had been trailing the squad. Discreetly setting down his flatbread, he gestured to a nearby recruit to indicate a need for a moment alone, a gesture typically signifying a personal matter. He quickly took a few steps before vanishing into the dense forest. Crouching low, he navigated through a patch of low cassava, carefully concealing his presence as he made his way towards the tree where the indigenous girl was hiding. Upon reaching the maple tree, he discovered that the girl had already vanished without a trace. He sighed. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he still wished to at the very least. He wanted to thwart her adventurous pursuits. Otherwise, should she be discovered by the other squad members, she would undoubtedly find herself in grave danger. Augustus, a member of the second squad, was known for his adept reconnaissance skills. Just as he prepared to turn back towards the temporary camp, he sensed something and turned his head to see the slender indigenous girl peering at him from behind a tree several dozen meters away. Gritting her teeth, she decided to take the risk and flee deeper into the woods. The girl, draped in beast skin, with her gray hair braided in delicate strands, had her face obscured by the verdant foliage. When she spotted He rushing towards her, she was startled into a hasty retreat into the depths of the forest, her steps light and nimble, making it difficult for He to keep pace. The underbrush was thick with weeds, and several depressions filled with fallen leaves posed a risk of losing balance. On several occasions, He felt as though his ankle might snap under the strain. He pursued the indigenous girl through a dense stand of red pines and leapt over a nearly dry creek, running across the rocky shore for an indeterminate distance. Only when his heart threatened to leap from his throat did He finally come to a halt. Clearly, each time the girl vanished from his sight, she would pause ahead, waiting for him to close the distance before bounding away like a fawn in the wild. She was cautious, neither allowing him to fall too far behind nor permitting him to draw too close. After a considerable chase, He thought to himself, surely, The indigenous girl would not continue to follow the squad now. Thus, he resolved to return. Upon reaching the temporary camp, he found Sul'dak and the other warriors searching for him, worried that he had been ambushed by indigenous hunters. Indeed, when night fell at the campsite, He Buqiang noted that the indigenous girl had not followed them. On the 6th day after departing from the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment's camp, Sul'dak led the warriors of the 2nd Squad to the end of the river valley and the ridge. Here lies the upstream of this river valley, formed by the confluence of countless streams cascading from the peaks of the Gandhar mountain. From this point, it bifurcates into 2 tributaries. Venturing deeper, one no longer traverses along a singular ridge, but rather navigates through a tapestry of overlapping mountains. The woodlands here are predominantly adorned with white birch and 5-leaf maples, interspersed with expanses of red pine and fir trees. Concerned about losing his bearings in the vast mountains, Sul'dak decided to halt his journey and establish a camp, planning to return along the same path after a day of rest. He Buqiang and the others, including the red-socked Garcia and the bearded Kegel, set about erecting tents amidst the trees, while Augustus accompanied Sul'dak in a quest to scout the surrounding woods for suitable game. Earlier in the morning, they had spotted a herd of moose galloping towards the direction from which the team had come, and occasionally, glimpses of small creatures darting through the underbrush could be seen. Just as He Buqiang and his comrades finished pitching the tents and constructing a rudimentary stove, they had yet to place the iron pot upon it when Augustus returned, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Augustus exclaimed, "We discovered something unusual in the woods ahead. The captain has summoned us to investigate." Kegel rushed to meet him, inquiring, "What did you see? Were there natives, or perhaps beasts of the forest?" Leaning against a large tree to catch his breath, Augustus managed to say it was a pack of red-eyed hyenas. Upon hearing this, Kegel immediately seized Augustus by the throat, forcefully pinning him against the tree, and shouted, "You encountered a pack of red-eyed hyenas, and yet you dared to abandon the captain and return alone." Augustus struggled feebly, unable to articulate a response, his face turning a deep shade of purple from the pressure. Eventually, He Buqiang intervened, pushing Kegel aside, allowing Augustus to gasp for air before he finally spoke. "Those red-eyed hyenas are all dead, as if devoured by some savage beast. Only their hides remain." Hearing this, Garcia breathed a sigh of relief, remarking, "What is so extraordinary about that? In these woods, there are numerous creatures capable of slaying red-eyed hyenas, not to mention even more formidable beasts that reside here. Hunting a few hyenas is hardly a cause for alarm." Chapter 33. The Horned Demon. Upon reaching the site of the incident, Garcia ceased to mention the earlier conversation. He Buqiang cautiously avoided a bloody piece of flesh on the ground, covering his mouth and nose as the air became thick with the stench of blood. When the 2nd Squad arrived, they were left speechless by the horrific scene before them. The area was in disarray, with shredded hyena skins scattered everywhere, bloodstains, bits of flesh, and hyena bones strewn across the ground, suggesting the red-eyed hyenas had been dismembered by some monstrous creature. The evidence was pervasive, with some bones even crushed, indicating this beast possessed an astonishing biting power. Sul'dak crouched in the underbrush, holding a dog bone that was slick with blood and still bore a faint reddish slime, reminiscent of some beast's saliva. The sight was utterly gruesome. It appeared that dozens of red-eyed hyenas had been slaughtered here, with no intact corpses remaining, as if these hulking creatures had been entirely consumed by the monster. Seeing that all team members had arrived, Sul'dak turned to Kegel and asked, "Kegel, what beast could possibly devour hyenas?" Kegel, crouched beside Sul'dak, furrowed his brow and replied gravely, "I have no idea. Perhaps that creature hasn't wandered far." Augustus interjected, "It could also be a pack of vicious jungle lizards." Kegel clapped Augustus on the shoulder and addressed the group. "I have never heard of jungle lizards in Gandhar Mountain, and besides, those lizards would hardly stand a chance against such sizable hyenas that I cannot identify what that creature might be, but we should leave this place as swiftly as possible." The 2nd Squad's warriors turned their gazes towards Sul'dak, who pondered briefly before stating, "I understand this is perilous, but I wish to ascertain its identity. Otherwise, if it ventures toward the logging site, our camp will face significant danger." He then instructed the 2nd Squad, "Split into 4 small teams and search this woodland for clues, regardless of whether you find anything. Regroup here in 1 hour." Upon hearing their captain's orders, the 2nd Squad members steeled themselves. Understood. Sul'dak, He Buqiang, and 2 new recruits formed one group, as no one else was willing to pair with the novices. He Buqiang led them to the area of fiercest conflict, which resembled a slaughterhouse, with blood saturating the soil, staining it a deep crimson. Shredded fur lay strewn about, and many of the red pines bore scratch marks, likely made by the jaws of the red-eyed hyenas during their assaults. The pines also exhibited sharp, circular puncture wounds, stained with blood. Sul'dak examined the edges of these holes, bringing his fingers to his nose and speculating. Could these be from the sharp horns of a scorpion-tailed lion? Yibuqiang shook his head, gesturing to the area, indicating that scorpion-tailed lions were not pack hunters. A couple of them could not have created such a scene. Sul'dak straightened, surveying the chaotic landscape, his expression grave as he remarked, "It feels as though this pack of red-eyed hyenas was crushed by a stampede of wild buffalo, then devoured entirely by a swarm of ravenous piranhas. No, piranhas would not be capable of leaving no bones behind." The two new recruits trembled behind Sul'dak, resembling timid quails wishing to retract their heads into their chests for safety. Yibuqiang stepped forward, bending down to inspect the ground, brushing aside several bloodied leaves, revealing a set of fresh footprints, strange prints that were longer than those of an average person, with only 2 toes at the front, resembling a Y-shaped branch. Unfamiliar with such peculiar tracks, he raised his head to Sul'dak. "These are the footprints of the horned demon." Sul'dak's complexion paled significantly as he told Yibuqiang, "We must quickly gather our forces and depart. The horned demon is not something we can confront." With that, he ceased further exploration of the woods and turned to stride back, signaling other group members to retreat. Yibuqiang had heard the term Demon Legion countless times from others. This time, Duke Newman was preparing for a grand battle in Handanar County against the Demon Legion from the Warsaw dimension. To his surprise, Sul'dak had tracked the horned demon, and his first instinct was to decisively lead the entire team away from the woods. As the other groups saw their captain signaling for retreat, they promptly gathered around Sul'dak and quickly exited the forest. "Fighting the Demon Legion is the responsibility of the Construct Knights. We heavy infantry are hardly more than fodder against demons and must return to camp at once to report our findings to Baron Sidney," Sul'dak remarked as he walked. It was only after the second squad had fully vacated the area that Sul'dak's pallid complexion began to ease, revealing the significant shadow the demons had cast upon him. At that moment, Yibuqiang recalled yesterday's events. The indigenous girl had approached the second squad's temporary camp, seemingly not tracking them, but rather attempting to lead him away from this perilous region. Otherwise, she would not have led him such a long distance. Regrettably, he had not understood her intentions at the time, and now, reflecting on it, a cold sweat broke out on his back. A thunderous roar erupted from the valley below, resonating throughout the entire landscape. That roar is a precursor to the rampage of a ground berserker. There's a ground berserker down in the valley. "Captain, we must hasten our departure. Once it sets its sights on us in its frenzy, no one will escape," Augustus urgently relayed to Sul'dak. "We need to move. This place is exceedingly dangerous." Sul'dak waved his hand to the entire team and sprinted toward the temporary camp. As he ran, he turned to Yibuqiang and asked, "Do you think that creature might encounter?" His words trailed off, his voice quivering, and he suddenly halted, gripping Yibuqiang's arm, his face a mask of terror as he gazed down the slope. Following Sul'dak's gaze, Yibuqiang beheld 2 bear cubs lying by the riverbank below, blood pooling around them, while a horned demon crouched nearby. The massive ground berserker, standing at 4 meters tall, raised its forepaws and lunged at a similarly sized horned demon across the way. The ground beneath the berserker's feet shattered under its weight, while the horned demon, curving its body, aimed its 2 lengthy black horns toward the ground berserker by the riverbank. The very moment the earth-violent bear charged forward, the long-horned fiend's body abruptly sprang up, its formidable horns piercing effortlessly into the bear's chest. Chapter 34. The frenzied, earth-violent bear. The long-horned fiend, now on all fours, drove its razor-sharp horns deep into the bear's flesh. Simultaneously, the earth-violent bear rose upright, raising its massive claws to strike down upon the fiend's spiny back, instantly crushing its chest and causing thick, dark purple blood to splatter in all directions. The bear, looking down at the long-horned fiend beneath it, descended into a state of uncontrollable rage, entirely devoid of reason. Ignoring the horns embedded within its body, it lowered its head and clamped its jaws onto the fiend's nape. Tearing with ferocious strength, separating the fiend's gruesome head from its body, pulling out the 2 horns that had pierced into its own form, the colossal body of the long-horned fiend collapsed to the ground. Its bloodied head, still attached to a segment of vertebrae, flung several meters away by the earth-violent bear. Blood flowed from the 2 gaping wounds on the bear, saturating its brown fur, but soon the bleeding ceased as a brownish aura enveloped its feet. The bear then paid no heed to the twitching, headless fiend, instead slowly approaching the lifeless forms of its two cubs, gently nudging them with its nose. Alas, the cubs had already grown cold. With each nudge, their bodies rolled feebly. After several futile attempts, the mother bear let out a furious roar that echoed through the valley. Just as Wichiang sensed impending doom, he spotted two iron-gray long-horned fiends emerging from the dense forest. Upon closer inspection, he realized these fiends bore no skin, their robust muscles clearly visible beneath a thin layer of fascia encasing their bones. The longhorned fiend that had just lost its head to the earth-violent bear sported two prominent horns and a tough, purplish hide, with sharp, bony protrusions sprouting from its joints and spine, indicating a significantly larger size, clearly of a different caliber. Nevertheless, even these two fiends, stretching over 3 meters in length, crawled out of the thicket, their mouths and bodies smeared with blood. Upon seeing the earth-violent bear by the stream, their crimson eyes glimmered with malice and greed, extending their long tongues to lick their cheeks, though devoid of horns. These fiends possessed claw-like hands with sharp, deadly nails. The earth-violent bear, having just lost its cubs, was like a steam locomotive discovering a new outlet for its rage, twisting its shoulders and arching its body, gathering momentum before charging at the two fiends. The fiends, sensing the bear's formidable strength, hesitated and stepped back. In that moment of indecision, the earth-violent bear was already upon them, its massive paws sweeping like fans, sending the hesitant fiends flying. It was evident that the two fiends had their bones shattered by the bear's strike, tumbling onto the rocky shore of the stream, struggling to rise, just as the members of the squad breathed a sigh of relief. A faint black mist began to rise from the two fiends, their previously broken limbs swiftly mending, allowing them to stand once more from the rocky terrain. At that moment, 3 more fiends emerged from the thicket behind the earth-violent bear, encircling it and gradually closing in. Realizing its escape route was blocked, the bear stood on its hind legs, its body rising upright, claws poised for attack, emitting deep, resonant growls toward the encroaching fiends. A faint, earthy aura emanated from beneath the bear's feet, expanding to a diameter of 7 to 8 meters, with many fist-sized pebbles at the outer edge being drawn toward the bear by an unseen force. As 5 fiends stepped into this aura, they too were pulled by the invisible power. Their toes sank deep into the sandy riverbank, struggling against the gravitational pull, but the shifting sands provided no foothold, and they were drawn closer to the earth-violent bear. Realizing they could not resist this unseen force, the fiends abandoned their struggle, adopting aggressive stances as they launched their assault. All 5 fiends pounced upon the earth-violent bear, which could only fend off the 3 directly attacking at point 2 were swatted away by its massive paws, while the last was seized by the bear's jaws, its head crushed like a watermelon under the bear's mighty bite. Meanwhile, a fiend leaped onto the bear's back, driving its sharp, bony fingers into the bear's flesh. The earth-violent bear roared in fury, twisting its body to dislodge the attackers, tearing their heads off with its powerful jaws. Only then did the 3 fiends finally perish, while the remaining 2, previously swatted aside, lunged back at the bear. By now, the bear was adorned with several wounds, its blood staining its brown fur. One of the fiends seized the opportunity to slash the bear's abdomen with its bony hand, causing the bear's entrails to spill forth. Hidden among the distant bushes, Wichiang sighed inwardly, thinking, this earth-violent bear is doomed. Ultimately, the bear managed to eliminate the last 2 fiends. Subsequently, it lowered its front paws to the ground, staggeringly crawling back to the stream, where it sat beside the gently flowing, crystal-clear water, gazing mournfully at the lifeless forms of its cubs. Slowly, it lay down beside them, resting its head upon a large stone as if drifting into slumber. The soldiers of the second squad were equally astonished. In the confrontation between the earth-violent bear and the longhorned fiends, the bear had triumphed decisively. Is it dead? Red Sock Garcia appeared cautiously from behind the bushes, his curly hair adorned with several oval-shaped leaves. One by one, the soldiers crawled out from the thicket, the sharp thorns of the bushes pricking their skin, causing momentary discomfort. Augustus emerged, his face alight with excitement, declaring, I've heard that a single pelt from an earth-violent bear is worth at least 50 gold coins. Are we about to strike it rich? Red Sock, more timid, gazed apprehensively at the battlefield by the stream, voicing his concern. Do you think there might be more fiends lurking in that forest below? Augustus, skilled in reconnaissance, stretched his limbs slightly in the thicket and said, Forget about that. You all stay here while I scout ahead. Having studied ranger skills at the Junior Warrior Academy for several years, He had always been the primary scout for the second squad. Seeing Augustus's eager demeanor, Sul'dak simply cautioned, "Be careful, don't be reckless." Heeding Sul'dak's advice, the Tarapa tribesmen sprang up, using the cover of the trees to swiftly descend the slope. Before long, Augustus's voice echoed faintly from below. "Captain, the forest down there seems relatively safe. There are no more fiends in that area." Chapter 35. Saving the Bear. Augustus and Red Sock took refuge behind an oak at the edge of the forest. Observing the happenings by the stream, "I say, that bear must be dead, right?" Red Sock hesitated, fixating on the fallen earth-violent bear, inhaling deeply before turning to Augustus. "With such severe injuries, its entrails exposed, it should be dead." Augustus, uncertain, felt compelled to encourage his overly timid companion, replying, "Oh." Red Sock gazed toward the stream, envisioning the enormous bear pelt seemingly rushing toward him, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, for a third-tier infantryman of the Heavy Armor Brigade. Acquiring a pelt from an earth-violent bear felt akin to a dream. The two crouched behind the tree, whispering, and even in the face of the bloodied riverbank, they dared not approach. Meanwhile, Qiuqiang stood upon a branch of a large tree in the forest, vigilant against the potential emergence of fiends from the depths of the thicket. While he was unsure why fiends were present here, the squad's priority was to clear the area before any other fiends appeared. Though examining the corpses of these fiends entailed considerable risk, such a substantial windfall could not be carelessly abandoned by the stream. Thus, after consulting with all squad members, Sul'dak ultimately decided to proceed with the task of collecting the bodies. Once Augustus had confirmed that the forest was secure, the second squad swiftly made their way to the riverbank. Qiuqiang gave Sul'dak a thumbs up, signaling that all was well deeper in the forest. Allowing Sul'dak to breathe a sigh of relief, the soldiers dragged the 6 fiend corpses from the riverbank into a clearing within the forest, where Sul'dak produced a small skinning knife, meticulously removing the magical patterned hide from the long-horned fiend. A task he excelled at. Regrettably, the other 5 malevolent spirits were devoid of skin, their muscular forms merely enveloped by a thin layer of fascia, with their reddened muscle fibers distinctly visible, evoking an unsettling sensation. Unable to procure the black-patterned demonic hide from the fiends, Sul'dak felt a twinge of disappointment. However, this was not entirely disadvantageous. At least the time spent scavenging corpses was significantly reduced. By merely severing the black-patterned hide from the long-horned demon and tidying the battlefield, they could swiftly retreat from this location, for who knew when other demons might emerge. Perhaps the roar of the earth-shattering bear would attract other beasts dwelling nearby. Among these 6 fiends, 3 demon skulls had been crushed by the bear's mighty jaws, leaving only fragments of bone scattered on the ground, while the remaining 3 skulls were relatively intact. The true value of a demon skull lies in its concealed black and magic core, which could yield a precious black magic crystal. Unlike the crystals produced by magical beasts, the black magic crystal, according to the military merit standards of the Grin Empire, was valued at 10 gold coins and could be exchanged for substantial military merits within the barracks. For ordinary civilian soldiers, military merit signified a considerable fortune, while for nobles, accumulating sufficient merit meant the prospect of elevation in rank. The second squad's warriors discovered 2 blackened magic cores along the riverbank, and the 3 demon skulls were stowed away in a linen pouch. Sul'dak instructed Red Sox to carry this blood-soaked pouch. Red Sox furrowed his brow, unceremoniously tossing the gory pouch to a new recruit, admonishing him to carry it carefully and not to lose it. The new recruit could only meekly accept the pouch from Red Sox, having extracted the last vestige of value from the demon corpses. Sul'dak straightened and addressed the group. "These demons are likely considerably weaker than those within the Demon Legion." Seizing the opportunity, Augustus crept closer and kicked at the skinned demon's corpse, remarking, "How can they possibly be without skin?" The bearded Kager shrugged indifferently. "Who knows?" Augustus, who relished adventure, licked his lips and gazed at the earth-shattering bear sprawled on the riverbank, asking Sul'dak, "Shall we approach and skin that bear as well?" Sul'dak remained silent, glancing at Qiuqiang, inquiring, "Do you think it's truly dead?" Before Qiuqiang could signal not dead, Augustus interjected, "Look, it hasn't moved for ages. It must be dead. Even if it isn't, it's likely on its last breath. We could walk over and slay it with a single sword strike." Initially, Red Sox had intended to venture closer, but upon hearing Augustus, he halted, questioning, "So, is it dead or not?" Augustus chuckled, replying, "What significance does that hold? We'll know once we go over. We can't just leave the bear's hide for others to snatch, can we?" With that, he rubbed his hands together, ready to approach the earth-shattering bear. But He Buqiang abruptly restrained him. He then gestured for everyone to fall back, and under the group's watchful eyes, he boldly advanced toward the fallen bear beside the two cubs. Although uncertain if the bear still drew breath, he sensed a faint aura of earth magic lingering around it. This earth-shattering bear had not perished entirely. He cautiously approached the bear's massive form. Yet it lay motionless, its wounds no longer bleeding, but grievously severed. A gaping wound nearly 2 feet long marred the bear's abdomen, with a section of intestine protruding, while its chest bore lacerations. Mustering his courage, He Buqiang drew near the bear's chest, distinctly feeling a faint heartbeat within. He then gestured to Sul'dak, concealed in the foliage, to indicate still alive. Upon seeing this gesture, Sul'dak urgently beckoned him to retreat swiftly. He Buqiang feigned ignorance of Sul'dak's signal. Despite sensing the bear's breath was exceedingly faint, it radiated a remarkable vitality. The bear's closed eyes trembled slightly, as if on the verge of awakening from a deep stupor. Compelled by instinct, He Buqiang placed his hand atop the bear's head, a gentle warmth coursing along his arm and into the bear's body. He felt the stars on his shoulders ignite with intense heat and gazed in astonishment at his hand. Puzzled by the inexplicable occurrence, he assisted the bear in retracting its protruding intestine, then sought out Sul'dak, retrieving some needles and thread from red socks. To the astonishment of the entire second squad, he returned to the bear, using ordinary thread to stitch its belly closed before quietly rejoining the group. Unbeknownst to him, after he turned away, the earth-shattering bear had slightly opened its eyes, only to close them once more. Chapter 36. The journey back. The second squad's warriors harbored considerable resentment over abandoning the gravely injured earth-shattering bear lying by the stream. Nevertheless, since Captain Sul'dak had made this decision, even the adventurous Augustus refrained from voicing dissent. Although unspoken, the air was thick with discontent, rendering the atmosphere during their return somewhat somber. 2 days later, as the squad members traversed a vast expanse of bare red rock, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. That bear fishing by the river bend." The warriors of the second squad stood in a line atop the red rock, appearing remarkably orderly, all catching sight of the massive bear perched beside a large boulder at the river bend. The terrain of the river bend was steep, with turbulent waters and several perilous turns. The Tim fish was swimming upstream against the current. Approaching a low waterfall, the fish vigorously flicked its tail, creating enormous splashes as it surged forward, attempting to leap into the upper pool. At that moment, the bear extended its massive paw, swatting the several hundred-pound Tim fish ashore, allowing it to flail helplessly on the pebble-strewn bank. Desperately trying to return to the water, the colossal creature ambled lazily toward the riverbank, pinning the fish down, baring its sharp teeth to snag the fish's skin near its gills, and with a swift motion, tore off the entire skin, savoring a few bites before swallowing it whole. It then extracted the fish's liver and swim bladder, finally beginning to leisurely consume the flesh. It was unclear how many Tim fish it had devoured to acquire such adept fishing skills, managing to conceal its body entirely within the boulder's shadow, leaving the first-tier magical fish entirely oblivious. At that moment, the bear seemed to sense onlookers atop the mountain, suddenly rearing up and roaring in their direction. The stitched wound on its abdomen was vaguely visible. Augustus instinctively took 2 steps forward. The squad stood at the ridge of the red rock, flanked by sheer cliffs dozens of meters high. And had it not been for He Buqiang's timely grip, he would have slipped down the slick rock face, only to realize later that he had been drenched in cold sweat from the scare. The bearded Kager cast a complex glance at He Buqiang and stuttered, "It's that earth-shattering bear." Red Socks, possessing a softer disposition, widened his eyes in disbelief while gazing down at the valley, whispering in astonishment, "It's really not dead." After roaring once at the second squad's warriors, the earth-shattering bear seemingly lost interest, bending down to continue feasting on its quarry. The warriors, now shaken from their astonishment, resumed their trek across the red rock. The atmosphere within the squad lightened considerably, with conversation shifting toward the remarkable bear. Kager, a devout follower of the Earth Goddess, seized the moment to introduce his teachings, asserting, "I've heard that the earth-shattering bear possesses the bloodline of the Earth Goddess Gaia, often blessed by her. Thus, even after sustaining such severe injuries, it can recover swiftly. Its constitution is indeed extraordinary." Augustus contested Kager's assertion, remarking, "Even if that were true, it would be a mere whisper of existence. However, it's undeniable that its wounds have healed remarkably fast." Red Sox muttered, "This must be credited to Sul'dak's remarkable first aid skills." And of course, my sewing kit. The warriors of the second squad paid no heed to Red Socks, as they gradually leaped down from the red rock face and re-entered the dense forest. The shade of the trees atop the ridge provided a far more refreshing respite than the sun-drenched cliffs, and the cool breeze in the woodland offered a delightful relief. Kager wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow with a rough linen cloth. Reflecting with a sense of gratitude, I wonder how fortunate we are that we did not act foolishly at that time. Staying behind with a few heads of malevolent spirits to return to camp doesn't seem so bad after all. Hearing you say that, it indeed appears to be the case. The soldiers chimed in, no longer perceiving the abandonment of the bear pelt from the massive earth bear by the stream as a foolish decision. Their thoughts were straightforward, emotions openly displayed on their faces. Upon witnessing the earth bear's appearance by the stream, they ceased any complaints against Sul'dak and Heebwachang. Discussions began amongst the soldiers, although the rescue mission remained unfulfilled. The expedition had yielded substantial gains. The second team returned once more to the banks of the Yanses Lake to hunt for tim fish, observing figures along the shore, while the tim fish in the river once again drew near, creating rippling lines on the water's surface. With previous experience in capturing tim fish, the soldiers swiftly returned to the large willow tree to harvest another batch of chives. The fishing expedition concluded only when the tim fish had devoured the bait down to its skeletal remains. While Sul'dak was skinning the tim fish, he suddenly looked up and asked Heebwachang. At that moment, you knew that bear was still alive, didn't you? Heebwachang nodded without hesitation. You also know that if it wished, it could rise at any moment and kill us, correct? Heebwachang shot a glance at Sul'dak, but remained silent. In truth, he was uncertain whether the bear would rise, only sensing an imminent danger. The soldiers had grown weary of the fish porridge they had been consuming for days, barely managing to salvage 2 fine fillets from the tim fish's back, while carelessly discarding the rest on the riverbank. However, with the heat of the day, the salvaged fish meat needed to be sun-dried before spoiling. Fortunately, the stony beach lacked any large trees for shade, and the scorching sun heated the pebbles to a blistering temperature. The fish, sliced thin, was sprinkled with white pepper and salt, spread on the hot stones, and would soon dry. This catch of tim fish was slightly less than the previous haul, totaling only 12. Nevertheless, Augustus managed to extract 5 magic cores from the fish heads, his luck surpassing that of the last expedition, thus adding to the earnings of this rescue mission. The second team prepared to gather the dried fish and set forth once again. Heebwachang spotted the indigenous women on the opposite bank. A few indigenous women stood quietly beneath a large tree, gazing longingly at the leftover tim fish meat on the riverbank. However, Heebwachang was disappointed not to see the indigenous girl among them. He felt his insight was keen, often noticing things others overlooked, such as how those women stood near the forest's edge across the river, far yet still visible to him. He hesitated, contemplating whether to mention this observation. But Sul'dak, at the front of the group, called out his name loudly, urging him to catch up. Ultimately, Heebwachang chose to swallow his thoughts, glancing at the setting sun before hastily rejoining the departing team. Chapter 37. Rainy night before sunset, the second team finally arrived at the campsite they had departed from. The campsite was chosen beside a large rock on the ridge, where the trees were less dense, and a flat stone platform provided an excellent spot for resting. Sul'dak decided it would be suitable to stay here tonight. Remnants of the previous campfire still smoldered on the stone platform, and the elevated terrain made it ideal for setting up tents. The urgency with which the team moved stemmed from Sul'dak's concerns that the malevolent spirits lurking in the mountains might pursue them. Given the current strength of the second team, an encounter with these spirits would only leave them with the option to flee. Sul'dak found it perplexing that the spirits in the mountains appeared somewhat diminished. Yet they seemed to possess a terrifying presence, even weaker than the mere fodder of the spirit legion. Occasionally, he would discuss these matters with Heebwachang, though Heebwachang mostly listened quietly, rarely sharing his thoughts. Finding the gestures and expressions involved in communication too cumbersome, the soldiers of the second team quickly erected tents using the timber they had left behind. Sul'dak looked up at the sky, where evening clouds resembled fish scales, painted in fiery hues by the setting sun. He remarked, "It's about to rain. Let's elevate the bedding in the tents." A drop of water fell from the tent's roof, landing squarely on Heebwachang's face. Abruptly rousing him from slumber, he opened his eyes to a pitch-black expanse. Lying in the tent, he listened to the gentle patter of rain on the canvas. A rainy night in the wild proved challenging, with everything damp and cold. He could only curl himself tightly in his sleeping bag. Fortunately, he had chopped some logs and branches earlier to raise the bedding, And although rain began to seep into the tent, it did not inundate He Buqiang's sleeping area. Amidst the chaotic sound of rain, a light, rhythmic footfall broke through, even as it stepped through the water. It maintained a sense of cadence. He Buqiang sat up suddenly, emerging from his sleeping bag and grasping his Roman sword as he exited the tent. Outside, rain continued to pour, the cold droplets hitting his face and body, sending a shiver through him and fully awakening him. The darkness enveloped him as he stepped cautiously through the waterlogged ground, following the sound. Despite the obscured visibility of the rainy night, he sensed a figure standing by a large tree. Drawing closer, he discovered it was an indigenous girl with green eyes, draped only in a piece of animal hide, drenched and resembling a soaked chicken, her long, curly hair plastered to her face. Upon noticing He Buqiang, she took a step back, her slender back pressed against the tree trunk, her bright eyes gleaming like emeralds in the night. At that moment, He Buqiang finally discerned her features. Her face appeared youthful, her skin somewhat pallid, and by his aesthetic standards, she could hardly be deemed beautiful. Before him, she resembled a frightened fawn, attempting to flee but was seized by He Buqiang's grasp on her delicate wrist. The indigenous girl, desperate to break free, produced a dagger from somewhere, hesitating whether to strike. Seeing this, He Buqiang quickly released her, and she darted towards the camp's outskirts. He Buqiang pursued closely behind, but the darkness of the forest rendered it impossible to catch her after only a few dozen meters. Ultimately, he had to halt in the rain. He Buqiang pondered the indigenous girl's repeated presence behind the team and what her intentions might be. Yet it seemed she bore no malice. The rain fell throughout the night, finally ceasing at dawn, leaving the forest rejuvenated. Water droplets continued to cascade from the treetops, and puddles formed everywhere in the underbrush. He Buqiang emerged from the damp tent, stretching at the entrance. Behind him, Red Sox squeezed out beside him, gazing in astonishment at the mist-laden forest, exclaiming, "Last night's rain was tremendous." At that moment, Red Sox noticed an animal hide floating in a puddle in front of the tent. He approached in surprise, retrieving the hide from the water, exclaiming, "How did this hide end up here? Oh, it even has some writing on it." Red Sox returned with the soaked hide and awkwardly presented it to He Buqiang, inquiring, "What does it say? Is this a letter?" Red Sox ventured tentatively that He Buqiang took the hide and realized with astonishment that Red Sox could not read. The writing was in flawless imperial language, clearly penned by an educated noble, with a distinctive script aiming for elegance in every letter. Although He Buqiang had yet to master the pronunciation of the imperial language, he was familiar enough with its characters through fragments of the original owner's memories. The hide bore the following inscription in charcoal: "If you have found this letter and are willing to believe it, please trust the indigenous girl standing before you. Her name is Alma Yadwa. She can lead you to me. I require your assistance. From the 7th Constructed Swordsman Corps of the Osorna Legion in Benar Province, Sir Bagali Gilgood." The hide contained no more than this. Upon reading the inscription, He Buqiang understood that this was a call for help, and that the swordsman must have been unable to attend to the matter personally, hence entrusting a native girl to deliver the message. Well, this seemed somewhat inexplicable. When did imperial soldiers forge such amicable relations with the natives of Handanar County? He Buqiang's immediate reaction was that the letter might be a trap. Yet, who had aided the indigenous people in drafting such a letter? Questions swirled in He Buqiang's mind until his gaze fell upon the signature, Sir Bagali. Suddenly, he recalled that the second team had been dispatched to locate an imperial swordsman who had ventured alone into the Gandhara Mountains. He turned and re-entered the tent, shaking Sul'dak awake from his deep slumber. Sul'dak, bleary-eyed, gazed at He Buqiang and asked, "What is it?" The Boqiang unfurled the damp beast's skin only before him. Fortunately, although Sul'dak found it somewhat laborious to read, he was nonetheless acquainted with the characters. After stammering through it for quite some time, he finally grasped the general meaning of the text, and it was only then that he noticed the phrase Bajeli swordsman, which prompted him to sit up abruptly from his sleeping bag. "Where did you find this beast's skin?" Sul'dak inquired. Furrowing his brow, right in the water puddle at the entrance, Honghua said, poking his head into the tent. "In the puddle?" Sul'dak exclaimed incredulously, clutching the damp hide. "Indeed, Captain. This morning, as I emerged from the tent, intending to prepare porridge as per your instructions, I happened upon it floating in the puddle. I went over to retrieve it, but I couldn't decipher the characters on it." "All right, I understand. Is that indigenous girl outside? Please wait a moment while I go to meet her." "Hold on." "Captain, what indigenous girl? You can't possibly think I've found an indigenous girl as well, can you? I swear to you, I've not seen a single hair of any indigenous maiden," Honghua declared, his face contorted in distress. Just as he finished speaking, a long strand of gray hair hung from the palm of the hand he had sworn with in the entire second squad. There were no warriors who kept long hair. Honghua gazed at his palm, tears of frustration welling in his eyes at that moment. The other warriors in the tent, who had not been disturbed by his outburst, turned their attention to the hand he had raised. Chapter 38. The rescue of the Bajeli swordsman. In that instant, it felt as though time had come to a standstill within the tent. Honghua endeavored to convey to Sul'dak, "Captain, I truly did not see any indigenous girl." Sul'dak swiftly donned his pants and, bare-chested, stepped out of the tent, clutching the damp beast's skin. The other warriors inside the tent scrambled out of their sleeping bags, hastily following Sul'dak without even putting on their armor. Morning light filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating the forest, with glistening raindrops adorning the leaves of flowers and trees, casting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. Sul'dak circled around the tent, failing to spot any indigenous girl, and just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed a shallow puddle beneath a pine tree, where several delicate footprints were distinctly visible, those of a woman, with slender arches and 5 toes evenly splayed at the tips, resembling a dandelion dancing in the air. Beside these scattered feminine footprints were unmistakably some masculine prints. Though the rain had blurred the traces in the mud, the faint marks were enough to suggest many implications. Honghua stared at the footprints, momentarily at a loss for how to defend himself. Fortunately, at that moment, Hebokiang stepped forward, gesturing at Sul'dak, while the other warriors looked on in confusion. However, Sul'dak quickly comprehended the meaning of Hebokiang's gestures. "Are you saying you saw that indigenous girl last night?" Sul'dak asked. Hebokiang nodded and gestured that she had left. "You mean, she departed last night? Do you know where we can find her?" "You don't know, so we will have to search." Sul'dak speculated, continuing to speak. It soon became clear to Sul'dak that the indigenous girl had stealthily entered during the rainy night, only to be discovered by Hebokiang, prompting her hurried exit. A serious expression crossed Sul'dak's face as he summoned all members of the second squad. The 12 warriors encircled Sul'dak, who then addressed them earnestly. "All right. The task assigned to our squad by Baron Sidney was to venture into the forest and locate the esteemed Bajeli Gilgud swordsman." Sul'dak continued, "Unexpectedly, we have indeed uncovered some clues, so..." The warriors took turns examining the beast's skin, realizing that the information inscribed upon it was likely genuine. Even if it were not, the orc maiden must possess knowledge regarding the Bajeli swordsman. Thus, the mission of the second squad must proceed. Sul'dak paused momentarily, surveying the group before stating, "According to higher command, once we locate the Bajeli swordsman, we must ensure his safety. Every swordsman is a valuable asset to the province of Benar. So regardless of the authenticity of the information on this beast's skin, we must scout it out, and upon discovering the Bajeli swordsman, we must initiate a rescue without delay." Sul'dak spoke with resolute conviction. The smiles on the warriors' faces gradually faded, their gazes fixed intently on Sul'dak. He continued, "Before we proceed, I require someone to return to the camp with the news. As per our usual practice, we shall draw lots to determine who will deliver the message." With that, Sul'dak retrieved an iron pot from the tent, and the warriors removed their identification tags, tossing them into the pot. Approaching Hebokiang, who was an external member of the squad, he did not possess an identification tag. Sul'dak placed the iron pot on the ground, solemnly removing his own tag, and addressed all members of the second squad. "As the captain of the second squad, I must remain, so I shall use my tag in place of Sul'dak's. If I draw my own tag, then it will be Sul'dak who returns to camp to deliver the message." As he spoke, he was about to toss his tag into the iron pot when Hebokiang stopped him. Hebokiang gestured, prompting Sul'dak to remember that if he left, who would lead the search for the indigenous girl? At that moment, Hebokiang felt an overwhelming urge to shout at Sul'dak, "Fool! All right, I understand now," Sul'dak conceded, awkwardly wiping the sweat from his forehead. He swirled the tags in the large iron pot, then randomly fished one out. After glancing at the front of the tag, he called out to the young bearded man, "Kager, step forward." "Yes, Captain." The young bearded Kager emerged from the crowd, eliciting envy from Honghua. Sul'dak draped the spoils of their mission onto Kager and instructed, "Take our loot and hasten back to camp to report to Baron Sidney, informing him that we have discovered clues regarding the whereabouts of Lord Bajeli." "Understood, Captain," Kager replied, puffing out his chest. With a massive pack on his back, Kager set off along the ridge, while the remaining warriors, under Sul'dak's lead, returned once more to the Yansei Lake, where they had been fishing for Tim fish. After a night of rain, The river was murky, filled with numerous branches and leaves blown down by the wind, and the water level had noticeably risen, with the previously shallow banks now completely submerged. However, this time, Hibokiang's guess proved correct. The indigenous girl, draped in a beast skin, stood by the riverbank, seemingly contemplating how to cross. As the second squad of warriors emerged from the thicket, she became somewhat flustered. Retreating a few steps, one foot slipping into the water, Hibokiang, at the forefront of the group, noticing her fear, held the beast skin before him and unfurled it. He then gestured towards the indigenous girl. And to everyone's astonishment, she understood him. Indeed, she ceased to retreat into the river, standing her ground and uttering a series of incomprehensible words in an odd tone that Hibokiang could not decipher. Stunned, he thought, "What are you saying? I can't understand either." Hibokiang attempted to point at the beast skin in his hands, and only then did the indigenous girl nod earnestly. Subsequently, she lowered her guard, permitting Hibokiang and the warriors of the second squad to approach her. This slender indigenous girl was only clad in a layer of beast skin, resembling a simplified strapless top and a miniskirt, revealing a pair of legs akin to honey wax. Sul'dak coughed forcefully a few times, prompting several warriors to divert their gazes from the girl's alluring figure. She pointed at the beast skin in Hibokiang's grasp, then turned and waded into the river, leading the way across. The river was relatively wide, with gentle currents, the deepest point barely reaching the indigenous girl's slender waist. The warriors of the second squad followed closely behind her, quickly crossing the river as well. Initially, Sul'dak harbored concerns about a Tim fish attack, but even after all the warriors had made it ashore, no Tim fish appeared. The indigenous girl, barefoot, navigated through the forest with remarkable familiarity, choosing the most passable routes. Nonetheless, she had to pause intermittently to allow the following warriors of the second squad to keep pace. They first ventured into a grove of fir trees, then traversed a hollow tree trunk spanning over 10 meters. After wandering through the thicket for nearly half a day and crossing 3 ridges, the indigenous girl finally came to a halt just before noon. She stood barefoot atop a large rock. While Honwa Garcia, positioned beneath the stone, looked up, feeling a rush of warmth in his nostrils, Hibokiang leaped onto the rock, and his view suddenly expanded, revealing a lush valley below. The stone was perfectly situated at the top of the valley's cliffs, allowing him to survey the entirety of the gorge. The indigenous girl skillfully descended the wild grapevines growing along the cliff. The warriors of the second squad had no choice but to press on with determination. Trailing behind, the wild grapevines were not particularly sturdy, necessitating the use of both hands and feet to ensure that the vines would not snap. They made their way down to the base of the cliff without encountering any significant dangers. At the bottom, they discovered a massive fissure in the rock, into which the indigenous girl bounded with youthful exuberance. Chapter 39. Alliance. The fissure beneath the rocky cliff appeared as a deep scar in the mountainside, extending into the very heart of the terrain. In truth, the indigenous girl did not venture far within, reaching a terminus after traversing a mere 20 meters. From this vantage point, the sky above transformed into a slender line. The walls of rock on either side bore mottled marks, and at the end of the fissure sat a dozen weary indigenous hunters. Upon witnessing the arrival of the indigenous girl accompanied by Hibokiang and his party, the hunters' gazes sharpened with wariness. They instinctively grasped their weapons, though they did not point them at the warriors of the second squad. Instead, they regarded them with a hostile intensity. Among the group of hunters, the most robust among them immediately confronted the indigenous girl, demanding answers in a booming voice. The girl, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, stood beside the stone wall with her head bowed. Silent. At that moment, a fragmented indigenous language echoed through the crowd, redirecting the attention of all the hunters to the speaker. "Which regiment of heavy infantry do you belong to?" someone inquired, articulating the words with precise clarity in the imperial tongue. Following the gaze, Hibokiang spotted an imperial soldier among the indigenous hunters. He was clad in finely adorned leather armor, with a striking longsword hanging at his side, its hilt embedded with 7 jewels, indicating that it was no ordinary weapon. Additionally, he bore a silver insignia on his chest, the meaning of which eluded Hibokiang, though it bore resemblance to the exquisite insignia of Baron Sidney. Sul'dak stepped forward from the ranks of the warriors and saluted the imperial swordsman respectfully, proclaiming, "I am Sul'dak, captain of the 2nd Squad of the 6th Platoon of the 57th Heavy Infantry under Duke Newman. Here are all the warriors of my squad." Upon hearing Sul'dak's rank and name, the swordsman stood tall and replied with a grave countenance, "I am Bijali Gilgud, captain of the 11th Squad of the 7th Constructed Legion. With the accuracy of his introduction and the evident vigor in his demeanor, Sul'dak felt a wave of relief wash over him. He addressed the constructed swordsman, saying, "Our squad has been tasked with locating you in the Candrel Mountains. Upon learning of your whereabouts, I have dispatched my subordinates to inform Baron Sydney. I anticipate that assistance will arrive shortly." Bajali nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned to the indigenous hunters, speaking a string of unfamiliar phrases in their rudimentary tongue. Gradually, the hunters' expressions relaxed, and they settled onto the rocky ground of the fissure. Though some bore wounds, they displayed a profound trust in Bajali. The swordsman offered a slight smile, casually remarking, "I told them that you have also come to combat the vile demons." Hearing this, Sul'dak's expression shifted momentarily, and he interjected, "Demons? Ah, Lord Bajali, our orders are to assist you in safely departing the Candrel Mountains." Standing before Sul'dak, Bajali's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Sul'dak, stating, "Indeed, if we are to leave the Candrel Mountains, I find myself in need of your assistance. If you can help me destroy the portal to the demons within the valley, we shall depart from here." His words carried an air of undeniable authority. Sul'dak swallowed hard, a look of unease crossing his face as he replied, With you. We are merely heavy infantry, and our squad consists of only a handful of warriors. I fear we may prove to be a liability in battle against any demon." This concern was not unfounded, as a marginalized heavy infantry unit. The warriors of the 2nd Squad had no experience in combat with demons. Bajali waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "Of course, it is not just you and I. We have these indigenous hunters as allies." He gestured toward the hunters, a hint of pride illuminating his expression, indicating a harmonious rapport with them. He Buqiang lingered at the back, pondering whether these indigenous hunters had participated in the previous operation a month ago. If they were indeed involved, would Sul'dak take immediate action against them? However, Sul'dak seemed unperturbed by such thoughts, addressing Bajali, "These indigenous people may not possess strength comparable to ours. What assistance can they provide in our battle against the demons?" The distrust of the indigenous people was not an uncommon sentiment among certain imperial citizens. Many warriors believed that the inhabitants of Hailansa County were merely primitive tribes, lacking any significant combat prowess aside from setting traps in the forest. Bajali, growing impatient, waved his hand and remarked, "I understand that proposing an alliance with the indigenous people will inevitably draw skepticism." Sul'dak lowered his gaze, standing before Bajali with a singular focus on escorting the swordsman back to the military camp to fulfill his mission. As for the confrontation with the demons, that was the concern of the constructed knights. As mere heavy infantry, dying in this nameless valley held no significance. Noticing Sul'dak's indifference, Bajali placed a hand on Sul'dak's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Before entering the Candrel Mountains, I, like many other imperial knights, shared your view and held the indigenous people in disdain. But upon witnessing their profound love for their homeland, their courageous fight to protect it from invasion, I have come to realize that they do not wish for the demons to continue encroaching upon their hard-won home. Only by standing shoulder to shoulder with the indigenous people of Hailansa County can we thwart the demons' rampant invasion." Undeniably, Bajali's words were highly persuasive, visibly altering Sul'dak's demeanor. He Buqiang perceived a spark of determination igniting within Sul'dak's eyes. Bajali raised his voice, "I shall convey all of this to Commander Tangerner upon our return to headquarters." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, our immediate priority is to obliterate this gateway to the demons. We cannot allow it to continue funneling demons into the depths of the Candrel Mountains." "Understood, Lord Bajali." Not only Sul'dak, but all the warriors of the 2nd Squad echoed their agreement. He Buqiang, standing among the warriors, inwardly sighed. Youth indeed has its recklessness. Had it been Captain Sam or the veteran Ian, they would certainly have refused this endeavor. Chapter 40. The Ritual, Part 1. The valley lay upon a fault line of the Candrel Mountains, its widest point scarcely 2 kilometers across, narrowing to a mere 30 meters in places. On either side, sheer cliffs loomed several dozen meters high, while to the north lay the gathering place of the indigenous tribes of Hailansa County. The dense forest concealed the valley well. Even from the mountaintop, it was challenging to discern this secluded locale amid the thick foliage, where nearly 1,000 indigenous people resided. The abodes of the Hailansa County indigenous people were wooden structures elevated approximately half a meter above the ground. Given the region's damp and rainy climate, thatched huts built at ground level would soon succumb to mold and decay. Only by raising their wooden houses could they facilitate ventilation and prolong their durability. The roofs were crafted from dried banana leaves, tied at both ends to a wooden framework. Most of these structures lacked walls, with strips of thatch hanging down from the roof like door curtains. Swaying gracefully in the breeze, these wooden houses were scattered harmoniously across the northern slopes of the valley. Bajali led the warriors of the 2nd Squad into the indigenous village, with the intent of visiting the village's high shaman. In Oyatala, the indigenous hunters' acceptance of Bajali was largely attributed to the persuasion of this very shaman. As they entered the village, they encountered predominantly women adorned in grass skirts, some sitting, others standing, peering curiously from within the wooden houses. The rafters of the structures bore fish bones from tinned fish, likely remnants of the 2nd Squad's hunting efforts by the riverside, after the warriors had taken the best cuts of fish meat. The bones were returned to the village by the indigenous women. The indigenous people here possess skin of a waxy, oil yellow hue, their eyes often shimmering in shades of deep green or light green. Their hair is typically styled into fine braids, while many indigenous hunters are completely bald. The native women of Handanar County do not strike Heebwuchyeong as particularly beautiful. They exude an oily aura, with numerous women carrying indigenous children on their backs, resembling 2 swaying oilcloth bags hanging from their chests. The indigenous girl who led the 2nd Squad into the village swiftly vanished from sight after joining the group. The village's children, shy and timid, peered at the newcomers from the wooden huts flanking the entrance, reluctant to emerge. The dwelling of the indigenous shaman, in Oyatala, is perched at the highest point of the village, where 3 circular pavilion-like structures are closely aligned. The wooden huts on either side are somewhat smaller, while the central hut spans nearly 100 square meters, presumably designated for receiving guests. Heebwuchyeong followed closely behind the 2nd Squad. Noticing several indigenous girls seated on the steps of the wooden hut, these girls appeared particularly frail, yet they were the boldest among the indigenous people. The elder shaman, in Oyatala, bore a weathered visage, her sagging skin and missing teeth rendering her age indiscernible. Leaning on a cane, she stood at the top of the wooden steps, her gaze fixed intently on the Bajali swordsman as he approached the steps, uttering a phrase in the indigenous tongue. Her voice, gravelly yet remarkably steady, held an unwavering focus, while Heebwuchyeong and the other warriors of the 2nd Squad, like foolish birds, stood to the side, unable to comprehend the indigenous language. The shaman welcomed the Bajali swordsman and the warriors of the 2nd Squad into the grand wooden hut. Within, a pit in the center contained a crackling bonfire, around which everyone gathered. At that moment, an indigenous girl emerged from seemingly nowhere, retrieving a hissing clay pot from the fire and tossing in a heap of crushed herbs like licorice. Allowing it to simmer for several minutes, filling the wooden hut with an odd aroma, Heebwuchyeong initially assumed someone was ill, thinking the foul concoction was a medicinal brew. However, after a while, the indigenous girl returned with wooden cups, offering the peculiar potion to the warriors seated around the fire. With sparkling, lively eyes, she made it difficult to refuse. Thus, a line of bewildered warriors sat in the grand wooden hut, clutching the oddly scented concoction, utterly unsure of what to do. Her name is Honest to see Moli, but you can call her Moli in the imperial language. She understands that term. She is the granddaughter of the shaman in Oyatala and the youngest heir of this tribe. Of course, her inheritance is contingent upon her becoming a shaman herself. The Bajali swordsman introduced the indigenous girl to the warriors of the 2nd Squad. They exchanged glances, surprised to learn of her significant status. Heebwuchyeong had just thought Moli was rather casual in the grand wooden hut, unaware that she was the granddaughter of the great shaman. The Bajali swordsman presented 2 Roman swords as gifts to shaman in Oyatala, who appeared quite pleased and instructed her people to take the weapons to in the indigenous tribe. The standardized weapons of the Green Empire are highly coveted. Notably, these 2 Roman swords were borrowed from Sul'dak. Subsequently, the Bajali swordsman began conversing with shaman in Oyatala in the indigenous language. The elder shaman sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, occasionally nodding. The main purpose of the Bajali swordsman's visit was to discuss a joint strategy against the Gate of Evil Spirits. Yet the warriors of the 2nd Squad struggled to comprehend how much assistance the indigenous people could offer in this endeavor. Shaman in Oyatala's aged face remained largely expressionless, and as her advanced years weighed upon her, she seemed to drift into a slight stupor. Heebwuchyeong took a sip of the herbal concoction, finding it not as dreadful as he had anticipated. Although the flavor was peculiar, it proved invigorating. For the warriors of the 2nd Squad, the only captivating sight within the grand wooden hut was the youthful Moli. Her long, rounded legs dancing before their eyes, prompting Augustus to spill some of the concoction onto his armor, which made Molly stifle a giggle behind Shaman Inoyatila. The Baijali swordsman shot Augustus a disapproving glare. The shaman then whispered a few words to the indigenous girl, who promptly dashed outside. Before long, dozens of indigenous hunters gathered outside the grand wooden hut, seating themselves beneath the shade of the trees. Shaman Inoyatila then descended the steps, addressing the hunters with a series of words, prompting them to kneel before her. Molly emerged from a nearby wooden hut, cradling a ceramic jar. As she passed the hunters, they each drew a bamboo stick from the jar, though those who drew the sticks bore no particularly expressive countenance. "Hey, what do you think they are doing?" Red Sox whispered to Augustus. Augustus craned his neck to peer outside, replying, "It seems like they are drawing lots." Red Sox leaned out as well, speculating, "Do you think those who draw the lot might have to join us in eliminating the gate of evil spirits?" Augustus nodded in agreement. "You know, you might be onto something." Chapter 41. The Ceremony, Part 2. After the drawing concluded, 3 indigenous hunters rose from the crowd, chest out, striding to the steps to present their red-marked bamboo sticks to Shaman Inoyatila. The shaman raised her gaze, studying the 3 hunters earnestly, then dipped her hand into the box offered by Molly, applying a bit of white powder to the foreheads of the 3 hunters, inscribing peculiar symbols upon them while uttering an incomprehensible phrase in the indigenous tongue. The shaman's words likely conveyed a blessing, surmised Sul'dak, seated beside Hebuchiang. The 3 hunters clasped their hands in prayer, kneeling before the shaman, pressing their foreheads to her feet. The other hunters followed suit, their reverent posture suggesting that they regarded her as a deity at that moment. The Baijali swordsman addressed his comrades seated in the grand wooden hut. "We are about to partake in their ceremony. Please refrain from any disrespectful behavior." His gaze was stern, particularly directed at Augustus, who had been fidgeting and gazing around during the earlier conversation with the shaman, displaying a lack of decorum. Hearing the Baijali swordsman, Augustus feigned respect, though his demeanor remained apathetic. He muttered, "Swordsman, I don't think we need to rely on the indigenous people's strength." The Baijali swordsman refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "You have yet to witness the gate of evil spirits. You may not comprehend its terrifying nature, but you will soon enough." Augustus shrugged, and under the pressure of the Baijali swordsman, he finally settled into silence. The only stone structure in the indigenous village was the circular altar before them. The altar featured a platform measuring 10 meters on each side and stood approximately 3 meters high, with stone steps leading up from all 4 directions. The entire altar was constructed from cobblestones, appearing as the most imposing edifice in the village from a distance. Woo woo woo. 10 indigenous youths stood beneath the altar, sounding horns that resonated through the village. Men, women, and children alike emerged from their wooden homes, gathering around the altar, with women constituting over 70% of the crowd, accompanied by numerous indigenous children, soon encircling the altar. Members of the second squad also stood at the altar's edge. Hebuchiang glanced back, estimating the village's population at several hundred, yet only a handful of adult hunters had drawn lots. Hebuchiang's eyes, it seemed as though the indigenous men were nearly extinct, supported by Molly. Shaman Inoyatila ascended the altar, pausing twice on the staircase of over a dozen steps. Following her were the 3 selected indigenous hunters, clad only in loincloths, their bronzed physiques on full display as they accompanied the shaman up the altar. Once atop, the shaman's demeanor transformed dramatically, as if a new spirit had taken hold of her. Her formerly stooped body straightened, radiating a sacred glow, and the wrinkles on her face appeared diminished, her eyes now exuding an almost blinding intensity. She raised her cane, gazing skyward while reciting a series of indigenous phrases. The 3 hunters knelt in unison upon the altar, hands clasped in prayer, their expressions one of piety and focus. After the shaman completed her incantation, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded before Hebuchiang's eyes. It was a bright, sunny afternoon, and a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the shaman. Gradually, a colossal ethereal figure emerged behind her, towering 7 to 8 meters high, with dual faces and 4 arms, embodying a divine entity. Upon beholding the ethereal visage of the demonic deity, all the indigenous people gathered at the altar, regardless of age or gender, knelt in unison, commencing their devout worship of their divine entities. Only the Baijali swordsmen and the warriors of the second squad stood awkwardly at the base of the platform, gazing around in bewilderment. At the corners of the altar rested 4 large earthenware pots, which had now ignited silently, emitting half-meter-tall, ghostly blue flames. He Buiqiang experienced an intense sensation, an instinctual awareness that the flames within the pots were cold. In light of the prior warning from the Beijiale swordsman, the warriors of the second squad refrained from uttering a sound. He Buiqiang stood at the foot of the altar, as though witnessing an utterly absurd magic performance. Yet within him, a profound shock surged. At the moment the beam of light descended upon the altar, an intangible force seemed to pull him into the void of his mental sea. At that instant, the void shaped by his consciousness was no longer solely populated by the shadow of his own body and the countless stars cloaked beneath it, opposite his corporeal silhouette. A two-faced, four-armed demonic deity suddenly manifested, with one visage embodying fear, destruction, and hatred, while the other radiated courage, justice, and hope, emotions that Buiqiang found ineffably difficult to articulate. The colossal idol lingered in his mental sea for but a fleeting second. And just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, the spectral form vanished as if it had never existed. Awakened, Buiqiang was startled to see the Grand Sorcerer's body sway slightly atop the altar, while Inoyatila cast a bewildered glance in his direction. Fortunately, the ritual did not falter. Otherwise, Buiqiang would have been at a loss to explain his experience, pondering whether he might need to sketch the events with a twig in the sand. The young maiden, Molly, standing beside the Grand Sorcerer, also regarded Buiqiang with an odd expression. Before he could ponder these matters further, a commotion arose beneath the altar. Following the sound, Buiqiang observed 4 indigenous hunters slowly emerging from the thicket. Carrying a massive stretcher upon which lay the corpse of a malevolent spirit, the hunters painstakingly lifted the sinister body onto the altar, its head already severed, and placed upon its chest. Soon after, another 4 indigenous hunters brought forth yet another malevolent spirit's corpse, culminating in 3 such bodies being laid upon the altar. The Grand Sorcerer produced a blackhorn dagger inscribed with symbols. Appearing to be an ancient bone dagger, that he bent down, grasping the long horn protruding from the malevolent spirit's forehead with one hand while plunging the dagger into its crown with the other. Then reverently placed the severed head upon a tray at the foot of the demonic visage. Buiqiang gleaned from the memories of the body he inhabited that this was an exceedingly rare sacrificial ceremony, one that had been preserved solely among certain indigenous sorcerers. In the Grin Empire, such rituals imbued with dark magic were expressly forbidden. As the Grand Sorcerer chanted incantations, the severed head of the malevolent spirit upon the tray at the feet of the demonic image was consumed by blue flames. Turning to Ash, Chapter 42, The Ritual, Part 2. The afternoon sunlight pierced through the forest like beams of golden light, forming patches of brightness upon the damp earth. The canopy obscured the sky entirely. The mountains and woods enveloped in a lush, deep green. A breeze rustled the treetops, creating a shimmering sea of leaves. Surrounding the altar was a small plaza where the villagers, in fervent devotion, gazed upward at the indistinct form of the demonic deity. The Grand Sorcerer offered the sacrificial gift, and the ghostly blue flames instantaneously engulfed the malevolent spirit's head. He then raised his staff high, prostrating himself at the feet of the demonic visage, his body seemingly overtaken by ecstasy as he swayed rhythmically, akin to performing a seaweed dance, chanting incantations that left Buiqiang feeling dizzy. Overwhelmed by waves of vertigo, Buiqiang pressed his thumb and middle finger against his temples. Finding a modicum of relief, amidst the prolonged incantation, the dual-faced head of the demonic visage began to rotate, maintaining a smile as its visage turned to face forward. The mask-like face bore closed eyes, which then cracked open slightly, emitting 2 beams of golden light that were dazzling even under the blazing sun. These rays first fell upon the Grand Sorcerer, bestowing upon him a surge of power, causing a flush to bloom upon his features. When he stood and turned, Buiqiang was astounded to see that her eyes had transformed into a radiant gold, akin to a burning sun, rendering it impossible for anyone to meet her gaze at that moment. With one hand gripping the staff and the other clutching the dagger, the Grand Sorcerer approached the headless corpse of the malevolent spirit, crouching to draw the dagger across its lifeless form. Augustus, standing beneath the altar, turned to Sul'dak and whispered, "Ah, this Grand Sorcerer's skinning skills far surpass yours, Captain." Sul'dak shot Augustus a stern glance, hissing, "Silence." Augustus chuckled and withdrew his head. At that moment, the Grand Sorcerer had already stripped a large piece of black-patterned demon hide from the corpse, brandishing the dripping purple-blooded skin before one of the indigenous hunters. First, she made a small incision on the hunter's forehead with the dagger, allowing blood to trickle down his cheek, using the indigenous blood to inscribe peculiar symbols upon the gruesome side of the demon hide. Augustus grew restless once more, quietly inquiring of Sul'dak. "Captain, is that black-patterned demon hide from the malevolent spirit? What does the Grand Sorcerer intend to do?" The Begiale swordsman at the forefront turned to regard Augustus with a grave expression, his gaze radiating a formidable pressure. Augustus quickly raised his hands in surrender. Signaling his intent to refrain from further commentary, the Grand Sorcerer then pressed her hand against the indigenous hunter's forehead, channeling divine energy into his body before draping the black-patterned demon hide across his back. The hunter's physique underwent a dramatic transformation upon the altar. His muscles swelled rapidly, and amidst pained exertions, he ascended to a height of 3 meters, the black-patterned hide melding seamlessly with his form. When the hunter opened his eyes once more, his face was adorned with dark magical patterns, his eyes blood-red, and snorting like an enraged bull, he pounded his fists together before his chest, producing a thunderous sound that echoed across the altar. The warriors of the second squad, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless with shock. He, Boichang, and Sul'dak exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment unmasked. The Grand Sorcerer inscribed a rune upon the bulging chest of the transformed hunter, who gradually regained his consciousness. Inoyatella, the Grand Sorcerer, gently patted the hunter's robust arm, signaling him to step aside. She then repeated the process with the second and third indigenous hunters, continuing until the sun neared the horizon. Marking the conclusion of the sacrificial ceremony, the towering 8-meter-high demonic visage shattered into countless motes of light, vanishing from the altar, while the 3 malevolent spirit corpses lay bloodied and disfigured. Removed by several indigenous hunters who soon disappeared into the thicket, the Grand Sorcerer's divine energy gradually waned, her form stooping as she descended the altar, supported by the maiden Molly. The 3 transformed indigenous hunters followed closely behind. As the villagers parted to create a pathway for the Grand Sorcerer, in the eyes of the indigenous women and children, there was no semblance of joy or excitement. As the hunters passed, all placed their hands upon them with expressions of concern, uttering the same words, akin to bidding a final farewell to tribal warriors. The soldiers of the second squad stood behind this group of villagers. Red Sox exclaiming in astonishment, "So, these indigenous people from Hondana County can produce such formidable warriors." Augustus chimed in, reflecting, "Captain, had they employed such tactics against us, our 57th Regiment would not have enjoyed such ease. We surely could not have maintained our foothold at the base of the forested mountains so effortlessly." The Begiale swordsman approached, remarking, "In truth, such sacrificial rituals exact a heavy toll. These 3 indigenous hunters forcibly acquired powers beyond their physical limits. This power is akin to a double-edged sword. Should they lose the blessing of the divine body, it would easily rupture their forms." A throng of indigenous people followed the 3 transformed hunters until they reached the Grand Sorcerer's wooden abode, at which point they finally dispersed. The warriors of the second squad trailed behind. Entering Inoyatila's dwelling, the 3 indigenous hunters sat silently beside the earthen pit, appearing relatively lucid, while the Grand Sorcerer was assisted by the indigenous maiden into a side room for rest, within the wooden house. Aside from the soldiers of the second squad, only the 3 indigenous hunters remained. The red-socked individual, mustering courage, inquired, "Sir Bahala, do you mean to say that after acquiring such formidable power, they will not linger long before meeting their demise?" The Bahala swordsman, lost in contemplation, responded promptly upon hearing the question, "Indeed, that is so." The red-socked one found it difficult to comprehend why these indigenous hunters, fully aware of their fate, could maintain such tranquility in their choice. Then why do they still make such a decision? He pressed on. The Bahala swordsman surveyed the indigenous village outside and explained, "Perhaps it is for the betterment of their kin, so that others in the tribe may live more prosperously." He gestured towards the opposite side of the valley, elucidating, "That cursed gate of the malevolent spirits lies within this valley. Once the fiends succeed in breaching that portal, the indigenous village here will undoubtedly be the first to suffer their ravages. My reluctance to leave this valley stems from the fact that, until now, I alone possess the ability to vanquish these malevolent entities." The Bahala swordsman concluded, "I tasked Molly with carrying the beastskin scrolls to seek assistance from the warriors of the Green Empire beyond the valley. Which is how you came to be here. This plan to eradicate the Gate of Malevolence was devised in collaboration with High Sorceress Inoyatila. I believe that with the strength we currently possess, we can make an attempt." Before long, High Sorceress Inoyatila emerged from the eastern wooden dwelling, supported by the indigenous maiden Molly, her face ashen, indicating the toll the recent sacrificial ceremony had taken on her. She initially spoke a string of indigenous words to the Bahalai swordsman, then offered a few commands to the 3 indigenous hunters, who rose to bow before him, thereby affirming his status as their leader. The High Sorceress did not invite anyone to dine in the indigenous village. After exchanging a few words with the Bahalai swordsman, he led the second squad of warriors and the 3 indigenous hunters back to their temporary quarters in the valley's rock crevices. Chapter 43. The Living Gate of Malevolence. In the corner of the rock crevice, a fire pit flickered with the remnants of a dying flame, the wood having burned down to mere embers. Now only a faint crimson glow roasting a massive fish bone, the flesh nearly stripped away, leaving behind a charred skeleton. The indigenous girl squatted beside the fire, using a dagger to hunt for the last morsels of fish flesh. This was not due to hunger, but rather a habit born from a life of poverty. Her large emerald eyes sparkled, her nose petite, her chin pointed, and her forehead somewhat broad. By imperial standards, her face lacked distinctiveness and could hardly be deemed beautiful. The Bahalai swordsman approached, retrieving a bundle of provisions wrapped in banana leaves and offering it to the indigenous girl. This ration, pilfered from the second squad's warriors, who were on the brink of nausea from their travel rations, was a rare delicacy for the indigenous maiden. The 3 indigenous hunters, their bodies adorned with black, demonic tattoos, sat quietly in the corner, their faces etched with dark markings as they appeared to be grappling with some form of agony, struggling to adapt to the newfound power coursing through their veins. Whether leaping, sprinting, or wielding their weapons, they no longer felt the familiar control over their bodies. The Bahalai swordsman intended to conduct some training with them before darkness fell. He Buqiang was eager to draw closer and observe, yet the hunter's aloof demeanor dissuaded him, leaving him to abandon the notion. Sul'dak informed He Buqiang that a prolonged diet of beast blood could enhance one's physical constitution. Recently, the second squad's warriors subsisted solely on fish porridge, and while he felt no discernible improvement, a third star inexplicably ignited within his mental sea. The Bahalai swordsman, 13 warriors from the second squad, and 20 indigenous hunters formed a temporary combat unit, departing under the cover of night from the rock crevices shelter into the dense forest of the valley. Indigenous girl Molly was among the companions, leading the way with her intimate knowledge of the valley's terrain. In truth, the makeshift quarters were not far from the Gate of Malevolence. Vigilant indigenous hunters kept watch, ready to alert the rock crevice as shelter at the slightest disturbance. Typically, it was the case that if a fiend emerged from the gate, the indigenous hunters would be unable to handle it, necessitating the Bahalai swordsman's intervention to eliminate the threat before the fiend could acclimate to the laws of the Warsaw dimension. The valley lay in serene silence under the night sky, with a scattering of stars visible through the dense canopy, the path ahead cloaked in darkness. The indigenous hunters adapted effortlessly to the environment, moving swiftly through the underbrush, while the second squad's warriors struggled to keep pace. Their progress labored yet devoid of complaints. Pushing through a thicket, He Buqiang finally caught sight of the living gate of malevolence. Propped against the stone wall, the sight surpassed his comprehension. He had never envisioned that the gate could be alive. Beyond the stone wall, devoid of thick branches, a faint light illuminated the scene, revealing a fiend with a green visage and tusks exceeding 4 meters in height. Reclining against the rock, He Buqiang could distinctly observe the creature's eyes scanning the surroundings, while the wall behind it bore stains of purple blood, appearing like shadows in the night. It was no wonder Sul'dak had spoken of the Bahalai swordsman pursuing a green-faced fiend from the Kanpato River basin into the Kandura Mountains. The fiend, clutching a massive bone club, appeared relatively unperturbed, though a gaping wound marred its chest, extending from its collarbone down to its abdomen. A 2-meter-long gash oozing purple blood. The second squad pondered the nature of the Gate of Malevolence. A bloodied hand suddenly emerged from the wound in the fiend's abdomen, forcefully prying it open. The fiend's face contorted in agony, and another hand followed. Then a head emitting wisps of green smoke appeared. The fiend's flesh began to corrode upon contact with the air, as if exposed to strong acid, and it emitted a tortured howl, laboriously extricating itself from its own body, enveloped in a noxious green vapor. As it finally emerged, its skin had decayed, leaving only the purple-red muscle tissue beneath. The 2 indigenous hunters, stationed by the thicket, recognized the Bahalai swordsman and hurriedly reported the situation in their native tongue. The Bahalai swordsman's resolute expression darkened as he nodded in understanding while listening to their account. He then placed a hand on the shoulders of the 2 indigenous hunters and spoke a few words to Molly, who promptly handed them 2 bundles of roasted fish. The hunters rushed aside to devour the food hungrily. The Bahalai swordsman gathered the second squad's warriors, lowering his voice to explain the situation. This is the power of the laws of the Warsaw dimension. For these fiends from the abyss, the air here is akin to poison. Their skin rapidly erodes upon contact. However, these fiendish warriors possess remarkable adaptability, given sufficient time. They will gradually develop new skin that conforms to the laws of this world. Observe closely their movements. Their arms and thighs appear dreadfully uncoordinated, a consequence of the same laws affecting them. Yet, they require merely half a day to fully acclimate. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, the second squad's warriors might have found it hard to grasp the Bahalai swordsman's explanation. However, with him elucidating the matter, they found it more palatable. He Buqiang recalled the fiends he had encountered upstream in the river valley, likely suffering from the same affliction, their skin missing yet exhibiting ease in combat. Having adapted to the world's laws, they had even slaughtered a pack of red-eyed hyenas, consuming their flesh and blood. Yet, before they could fully digest that energy, they found themselves confronted by the mightier earth-shattering bear, which ultimately turned the tables on them. At this juncture, the Bahalai swordsman continued addressing the warriors. Thus, to slay these fiends, we must act while they remain unfamiliar with the laws of this world. This is also why I cannot easily leave this valley. His gaze traversed each warrior's face, earnestly stating, "Now, my objective is to eradicate this gate of malevolence. Only by vanquishing this green-faced fiend can the gate be sealed forever. I require your assistance." Upon hearing the Bahalai swordsman's declaration, the second squad's warriors were imbued with fervor, seemingly ready to cast aside their fears of life and death. The Bahalai swordsman continued, "Every time I attempt to approach it, this green-faced fiend disregards its own physical limits, forcefully tearing its own body apart to unleash a multitude of malevolent spirits that I find myself unable to swiftly eliminate it, merely watching as new fiends join the fray, gradually turning the tide against me and forcing me to retreat. Thus, we must strive to obliterate this portal of evil as expeditiously as possible." He Wuqiang turned to glance at the fiend, which was writhing before the portal, twisting its joints incessantly, and began to ponder earnestly. Chapter 44. Slaying the Fiends, Part 1. A wooden arrow shot forth from the depths of the thicket, striking the fiend that had just crawled out from the portal squarely in the nape of its neck. The fiend, feeling discomfort at the back of its neck, attempted to reach back to grasp the source of irritation. However, its arms inexplicably extended in various directions, inciting a series of low growls of frustration. But it writhed painfully before the portal, its violet pupils swirling with negative emotions, hatred, agony, and rage. The indigenous hunter concealed within the thicket quickly retreated after loosing that one arrow. The foliage rustled as the fiend lifted its snout, inhaling deeply, seemingly sensing a hint of life amidst the acrid smoke that still clung to its form. Without hesitation, it lunged towards the thicket. This fiend, nearly 3 meters in length, towered over the citizens of the Grin Empire by more than a meter when upright. Its fingers bore long, sharp claws, akin to deadly talons of considerable length. Though its gait was unsteady, each stride covered 3 to 4 meters, and within mere steps, it reached the thicket. Leaning forward, the towering fiend slashed through the dense underbrush with its black claws. Suddenly, a vine twisted into a loop sprang forth from the thicket, ensnaring the fiend's head. The abrupt pull yanked the fiend into the air, causing it to flail its arms and legs chaotically. Swiftly, its claws severed the vine. Once it landed firmly on the ground, the fiend became increasingly agile, tracking the indigenous hunter by scent. In just a few strides, it caught up to the panicked hunter fleeing into the forest, lashing out with its crimson tongue and stabbing its claws toward the hunter's back with brutal intent, as mercilessly as a farmer thrusting a pitchfork at a scurrying field mouse. Before its claws could reach the hunter, they were intercepted by a square shield that emerged from behind a tree. The claws pierced the shield, producing a jarring metallic screech. The Bahalai swordsman, wielding a double-edged greatsword, lunged from the shadows and stabbed into the fiend's left side. Purple blood spurted from the wound, and one of the fiend's claws became trapped within the shield. In retaliation, it attempted to kick the shield-bearer, Sul'dak, who had emerged from behind the tree, while simultaneously swiping at the Bahalai swordsman with its other claw. The swordsman knelt, tilting his body just enough to narrowly evade the incoming claw. While his greatsword plunged deep into the fiend's torso, the fiend retaliated with a fierce kick to Sul'dak's right thigh, sending him flying backward. The impact crumpled the metal armor on his leg, and he collided violently with a pine tree, the force rendering him momentarily dazed. He Wuqiang stood directly behind Sul'dak, witnessing the fiend's brutal kick. Grasping his Roman sword, he aimed for the fiend's ankle, landing a heavy blow that felt akin to striking rubber with a dull blade. The sword rebounded, leaving only a shallow scratch on the fiend's ankle. Meanwhile, 2 long spears pierced through the fiend's back, though they failed to penetrate fully, embedding deeply into its flesh. With one claw entangled in the broken shield, the fiend swung it toward the Bijali swordsman. In a deft maneuver, the swordsman rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the incoming shield while withdrawing his great sword from the fiend's abdomen, leaving behind a gaping wound that revealed some of its dark, putrid organs. The fiend emitted a roar of anguish and lunged towards the swordsman, intent on crushing him beneath its weight. At that moment, He Wuqiang sought to sidestep the fiend, but as it barreled toward him, he realized it was too late to evade. The fiend's ferocious gaze seemed to await the instant he turned to flee. Poised to drive its claws into his back, taking a deep breath, He Wuqiang instead charged forward with his Roman sword aimed at the fiend. The fiend hastily met his strike with one claw, but as the claws made contact, He Wuqiang felt no resistance. The sword was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, He Wuqiang pressed his body against the fiend's sharp talons, slipping behind it. The Roman sword, having been deflected, tumbled through the air before plummeting downward. He Wuqiang leapt up to catch it deftly, leveraging its momentum to swing backward at the fiend's back. The fiend let out a low growl, propelling itself forward, yet could not evade the strike. The Roman sword pierced through the nape of its neck. Simultaneously, the Bijali swordsman swung his sword, severing one of the fiend's claws at the wrist. Though the fiend attempted to resist, it was pierced through the body by 2 warriors from the second squad wielding spears that a vine descended from the trees, ensnaring the fiend's neck, while a dozen indigenous hunters tugged at the rope with all their might, toppling the fiend's massive form onto the forest floor. Taking advantage of the moment, the Bijali swordsman approached, raising his great sword to decapitate the fiend, the bloody head rolling away across the clearing. Sul'dak was helped to his feet, pointing toward the fiend's portal by the stone wall, urging everyone, "Do not dawdle, another has emerged." Before He Wuqiang could catch his breath, he dashed toward the thicket, where indeed 2 more fiends were crawling out from the living portal. As the Bijali swordsman had predicted, the green-faced fiend had become aware of the danger and accelerated the spawning of its kin. 3 enhanced indigenous hunters emerged from the woods, appearing to have adapted to their abilities. The Bijali swordsman wiped his greatsword against the fiend's body and strode toward the thicket, where the green-faced fiend, now cognizant of the imminent threat, struggled fiercely, tearing at its own wounds, emitting a cacophony of anguished cries that shattered the tranquility of the valley. From the portal opened by the green-faced fiend, several ghostly hands emerged, clawing at the fiend's wounds, leaving them a bloody mess. Several fiends struggled to climb out through the same wound, their bodies exuding smoke, their skin rapidly disintegrating upon contact with the in just a brief moment. 3 more fiends had crawled forth from the portal. The accelerated spawning exacted a heavy toll, as the green-faced fiend bled profusely from its abdominal wound, its terrifying visage suffused with an aura of annihilation. "We must swiftly organize against this portal of evil. Any more, and we shall not endure," the Bijali swordsman proclaimed, bearing his greatsword with urgency. "Then let us proceed according to plan," Sul'dak replied, gesturing to a fallen warrior from the second squad. Chapter 45, Slaying the Fiends, Part 2. The soldier, stationed behind the thicket, drew his alloy bow and aimed an arrow at one of the fiends. Releasing it with precision, the steel arrow embedded itself in the back of one fiend, yet it did not fall. Instead, it turned, its furious gaze fixated on the direction from whence the arrow came, and with a jarring motion, charged forth, accompanied by 2 other enraged fiends that followed suit. This time, the second squad's warriors did not divert the 3 fiends. They charged headlong into the oncoming fiends alongside 3 indigenous hunters, their shields clashing against the fiends with resounding force. Boom, boom, boom. The echoes of their collisions reverberated through the air. Surprisingly, the 3 indigenous hunters matched the fiends in strength. One fiend attempted to pierce the shield of an opposing hunter with its claws, but instead, its 5 sharp claws became ensnared within the shield. The hunter seized the opportunity, exerting all his might to flip the shield, forcibly breaking the fiend's claws at the wrist. The fiend emitted a piercing scream, and another claw lunged toward the hunter's head. The hunter raised his shield once more, meeting the fiend's talon with a resounding crash. Though the claws penetrated the shield, they inflicted 5 gaping wounds upon the hunter's arm. He seemed impervious to the pain, grappling the injured fiend and delivering a crushing blow to its head, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. Sul'dak and Heebwichang followed closely behind this indigenous hunter. Observing as the fiend became ensnared, Sul'dak swiftly plunged his Roman sword into the fiend's side, striving to drive the blade deep enough to pierce its heart. At the same moment, Heebwichang leapt. Thrusting his Roman sword into the fiend's neck once more, Heebwichang discovered the weakness of the malevolent spirit. Only the nape of its neck could be easily pierced by a Roman sword. And it was only by severing the creature's head that it could be considered truly vanquished. The body of the malevolent spirit crumbled like a colossal edifice, and Sul'dak, seizing the opportunity, withdrew the Roman sword embedded in its heart. Pressing a knee against the spirit's chest, with fervor he wielded the sword, delivering a series of relentless strikes, until at last, he severed the creature's head completely. Upon lifting his gaze, he realized the battle against the other 2 malevolent spirits was not faring well. The situation for the other 2 indigenous hunters was dire. Upon colliding with the malevolent spirits, although the spirits had yet to fully adapt to the laws of this realm, they wasted no time in embedding their claws into the bodies of the hunters. In that fateful encounter, both hunters were pierced through by the claws. Fortunately, the spirits' claws only inflicted penetrating wounds. They pierced through shields, forearms, and upper arms, directly striking the hunters' chests, despite the gushing blood from their wounds. The 2 hunters did not exhibit signs of extreme agony. Both fought valiantly to grapple with the malevolent spirits before collapsing to the ground, rolling amidst the underbrush. Several warriors, armed with spears, aimed to topple the malevolent spirit whose wrist had been severed. Hoping to slay it outright, their spears were honed to a keen edge, yet as the spirit entangled with the hunters, they found no opportunity to strike, with several attempts narrowly missing the creature's form. Other warriors, wielding Roman swords, sought to capitalize on the chaos, aiming to behead the spirit as it wrestled with the hunters, but opportunities eluded them entirely. The 2 new recruits in the squad appeared utterly bewildered. Several times they attempted to rush forward to prove their mettle. Yet not only did they fail to injure the malevolent spirit, but they also obstructed their companions' paths of attack. The scene descended into utter disarray. Sul'dak spat onto the ground, exclaiming, "Let me handle this." With that, he brandished a Roman sword and charged forth. The Baijali swordsman surged from behind, bypassing the 3 indigenous hunters in the thicket, and lunged towards the green-faced malevolent spirit leaning against the stone wall. If he could slay this green-faced spirit, the portal from which the malevolent spirits emerged would cease to exist, preventing further manifestations to this moment. A faint apparition of a Crusader swordsman emerged behind the Baijali swordsman. Mirroring his every move, it felt as though the Baijali swordsman was imbued with boundless strength. With each step forward, his speed intensified, until he left a fleeting afterimage in his wake, the green-faced malevolent spirit. Upon seeing the approaching swordsman, twisted its face into a cruel smile. It grasped the gaping wound in its chest and forcefully tore it open, allowing 3 ghostly hands to emerge from within. The Baijali swordsman, pushing his speed to its limits, leapt high, raising his great sword above his head to strike down upon the green-faced spirit, though the spirit was pinned against the wall and immobile. It was not devoid of resistance. It wielded a bone club to meet the swordsman's descending blade. The double-edged sword clashed against the bone club with a resounding clang. The club failed to fully deflect the sword, resulting in a gash across the spirit's forehead, from which a trickle of purple blood flowed. The green-faced spirit emitted a muffled groan of pain, as the 3 ghostly hands continued to widen the wound, emanating an eerie smoke. Yet, this did not deter them from joining the fray. All 3 hands lunged towards the Baijali swordsman. He muttered a regretful, "What a pity," retreating a step to evade their grasp. Failing to eliminate the green-faced spirit and destroy the portal, he felt a growing urgency as 3 more malevolent spirits began to crawl forth from the portal, with a swift horizontal slash. He aimed at the green-faced spirit, witnessing its feeble attempt to resist being thwarted by the ghostly hands. One hand was severed cleanly, while the others sustained deep wounds, yet this did little to prevent the malevolent spirits from emerging. The Baijali swordsman struck the bone club aside, guiding his sword downward to behead one of the struggling spirits. Before he could withdraw his sword, several ghostly hands from the spirit's abdomen clutched the blade tightly. The swordsman refused to relinquish his weapon as the green-faced spirit swung its club once more. At that moment, the apparition of the Crusader swordsman behind him sprang into action, using both hands to support the bone club. For a brief moment, the green-faced spirit and the Bajili swordsman were locked in a stalemate, though the situation clearly favored the spirit, as another malevolent entity was poised to emerge from the portal. Should it succeed, the swordsman would be compelled to abandon his great sword. Observing the scene while assisting the indigenous hunters in dispatching the other two spirits, He Buqiang rushed towards the Bajili swordsman. Chapter 46, Slaying Spirits, Part 2. Throughout this time, He Buqiang had been perceived by the soldiers of the second squad as merely a vagabond under Sul'dak's special protection, lacking an identity. He could not articulate the location of his homeland. He shared certain similarities with Sul'dak. Both possessed robust and well-proportioned physiques, and their deep blue eyes bore an uncanny resemblance. They even enjoyed quietly sitting on grassy hills, gazing at the evening glow and setting sun. The soldiers of the second squad often jested that they must be long-lost brothers. Witnessing the Bajili swordsman ensnared in a predicament, He Buqiang acted instinctively, grasping his Roman sword and sprinting towards the portal of malevolent spirits. Though the bone club in the green-faced spirit's grasp was being supported by the Crusader swordsman's apparition, the act of releasing one's momentum in battle had a certain time limit for a first-tier swordsman. Dependent on the strength of their mental fortitude, once engaged in combat, the duration of this momentum would diminish rapidly. The presence of momentum provided a significant boost to the first-tier warrior's attributes, including but not limited to strength, agility, and endurance. The Bajili swordsman, exhibiting his momentum against the green-faced spirit, was exerting his utmost effort. During this standoff, the Crusader swordsman's apparition loomed above the green-faced spirit, and for the time being, no malevolent spirits emerged from the portal. Thus, even Sul'dak failed to realize that the Bajili swordsman had one foot in the realm of spirits. Any moment of slackness would lead to him being torn apart by the emerging spirits. For the swordsman, both strength and endurance were considered the Bajili swordsman's weaknesses. Yet, with his double-edged sword firmly locked, he found himself unable to unleash his full potential. The portal created by the green-faced spirit's self-disembowelment could not accommodate three spirits simultaneously. Purple-black blood oozed from its body, rendering it exceedingly weak. The three malevolent spirits were crammed at the portal's exit. One had already lost its head to the Bajili swordsman's blade, yet its corpse remained entangled with the other two, who struggled to crawl forth while grappling with the swordsman's weapon and enduring the corrosive effects of the laws governing this realm. He Buqiang arrived at the portal, witnessing the green-faced spirit's visage contorted with anguish and despair. He raised his Roman sword, stepping forward from the left, and channeling all his strength into a strike aimed at the ghostly hands extending from the portal. The green-faced spirit let out a roar, hastily relinquishing its bone club, its azure-scaled arms reaching toward the Roman sword. With a resounding clang, the sword struck the spirit's arm, sending sparks flying, and causing He Buqiang's hands to tingle with the reverberation, as if his very blood might burst forth. Despite his mental preparation, he was still injured by the backlash. The green-faced spirit lunged to grasp the guard of He Buqiang's sword, prompting him to step back nimbly. Evading its claws, the bone club clattered to the ground, and the Crusader swordsman's apparition behind the Bajili swordsman returned to an upright position. Though it had noticeably faded, He Buqiang possessed a strong instinct in battle, often making optimal decisions purely based on his body's instincts without the need for conscious thought. In moments like these, his movements were textbook perfect, a sentiment echoed by Augustus, who had received specialized training at a military academy. The momentum manifesting behind the Bajili swordsman struck like a hammer, shattering a fragment of memory within his mental realm, leaving him with a sense of déjà vu, yet grasping at nothing. Within his mental sea lay a similar apparition. Though this one resembled himself, enveloped in countless dim stars, only two of these stars had been ignited, continuously radiating a warm and pure light. Though faint, he could sense their gentle power. At that moment, a subtle glow began to emanate from his right arm. So faint it was nearly imperceptible. He Buqiang pondered that perhaps this was his momentum. However, the faint glimmer did not transform the Roman sword in his hand into a weapon capable of slicing through iron. At the very least, it could not sever the arm of the green-faced demon before him. Although He Buqiang did not injure the green-faced demon, he managed to forcibly extract the double-edged sword from the grasp of the two demons, causing several sharp-fingered claws to fall away. The double-edged sword, gripped tightly by the swordmaster, emanated a layer of azure light from his armor, as if the magical runes had come to life. Decapitate them, the swordmaster urged hastily. With that, he swung the sword at the green-faced demon, leaving the two demons crawling out from the doorway to Heebwichang. These two demons were caught at the demon gate, unable to retreat or escape. Their fingers had been cleanly severed by the swordmaster, and the exposed skin was rapidly corroded, emitting thick azure smoke as they writhed in agony. The swordmaster's powerful downward strike was thwarted by the green-faced demon's arms. And seizing the opportunity, Heebwichang reversed his grip on the Roman's sword and lunged forward, thrusting the heavy blade into the necks of the two demons, heedless of their wails, decisively severing their heads. He then felt a tremendous kick to his chest, an invisible force propelling him into the air before he crashed heavily into the underbrush. The swordmaster shouted in fury, seizing the moment to cleave the green-faced demon's head from its body. Sul'dak straddled the neck of one demon, pressing his knee against its jaw. A native hunter, his body covered in black runes, lay on the ground, tightly clutching the demon, while the rest of the squad's warriors restrained its arms and legs, pinning it firmly to the forest floor, rendering the demon unable to escape no matter how it struggled. Sul'dak first plunged his long sword into the demon's chest, and then took the hand axe handed to him by a second squad warrior, swinging it with all his might against the demon's neck, attempting to sever its head as swiftly as possible. The struggle with the other demon was equally brutal, although it was ensnared by two black-inked native hunters. The others failed to restrain its wrists in time, resulting in the demon's claws piercing through the bodies of the two hunters, creating numerous bloody wounds. Those hunters struck the demon's head with stone axes. But to their dismay, the demon's skull proved harder than stone. Upon seeing several native hunters lying on the ground, grievously wounded by the demon, Sul'dak quickly led his squad to provide assistance. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment had participated in battles against the demon legions on multiple occasions, and the second squad's advantage lay in their superior weaponry and extensive combat experience, possessing their own methods for dealing with demons. With Sul'dak leading, they finally managed to subdue the third demon. As Sul'dak stood, holding the demon's head aloft in preparation to celebrate with a triumphant high-five with Heebwichang, a figure suddenly soared from the direction of the demon gate, landing clumsily in the underbrush. Sul'dak felt an uncanny familiarity with that figure. The warriors of the second squad rushed over, helping the individual rise from the shrubs, only to discover that it was none other than Heebwichang. Chapter 47. The tragic divine believer in a state of hazy consciousness. There were fleeting moments when he would awaken, feeling as though he lay in a thatched cottage, occasionally hearing voices, yet unable to comprehend the words spoken. Heebwichang seemed to recall many past events, the slender figure scrubbing dishes in a restaurant's kitchen, distributing flyers at a busy intersection under the scorching sun, and taking on various odd jobs. Later, he ventured into the mountains to pan for gold, and then pieced together a loan to purchase a refrigerated truck for transportation. It felt as if he was witnessing his own birth on a snowy night. A blonde woman cradling him in her arms, softly singing a sweet lullaby amidst fields of golden apple trees and the meandering river of galloping horses. The grand statue of the 5 heroes in the square and the towering ivory tower of magic punctured the clouds, as he practiced the fundamental movements of knighthood repeatedly, aspiring to become a true knight, which constituted the entirety of his existence. Then, inexplicably, he awoke in a wondrous world, akin to an absurd dream. The first sight upon awakening was a battlefield rife with chaos and bloodshed, where a headless demon nearly crushed him, yet he, like a resilient weed, persevered on this land. The tumultuous light and shadow flitted through his mind like film frames, spinning incessantly, leaving him somewhat disoriented in his mental realm. The chaotic chapters intertwined like countless strands of thread tangled into a clump, kneaded together into dough, then pulled apart into fine strands by innumerable hands, only to be recombined. The agitation within him felt akin to a ticking bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. Suddenly, Heebwichang jolted awake, gasping for fresh air. Before him was still that leaky thatched cottage. Through a round hole in the roof, he could clearly see the azure sky, occasionally graced by a passing white cloud. A cool breeze wafted through the curtain woven from dried leaves, carrying with it the bitter scent of medicinal herbs. Heebwichang's head throbbed painfully, yet he sensed that his soul had completely merged with this body. With numerous memories deeply etched in his mind, the 3 stars ignited within his spiritual consciousness released a faint starlight, gradually nourishing this body. That warm light seemed to possess miraculous power, slowly permeating every part of him. Alleviating the agony brought about by his chaotic awareness, he struggled to sit up, feeling as if his entire body had fallen apart as the tide of memory washed over him. He recalled that before losing consciousness, He had been forcefully kicked by the green-faced demon, explaining the intense pain accompanying each breath. He discovered himself lying on a wooden bed covered in fine grass, and to his astonishment, there was a pile of charred ashes from a fire, with a blackened pot suspended above it, leaving him bewildered as to where he truly was. Just then, he heard lively footsteps, rhythmic and light. Before he could discern further, a swift figure swept beside him, and he finally beheld the native girl, Molly, who approached with a large wooden bowl steaming with white vapor. Upon seeing He Buqiang awake, her green eyes widened in surprise before she beamed and spoke a string of incomprehensible native words. He Buqiang gazed at her in confusion until she paused. Realizing he could not understand her, Molly appeared somewhat vexed. Noticing the steaming bowl in her hands, she patted her broad forehead, scooped a spoonful of a sticky substance, and without regard for He Buqiang's willingness, shoved it into his mouth. It tasted akin to crushed red ginger. He Buqiang despaired, casting his gaze towards the blue sky visible through the roof. Bewildered as to how Sul'dak and the second squad had left him in this native village, He Buqiang lay in that thatched cottage for an entire week before he could finally rise and move about slowly. During the tedious days spent on the wooden bed, he would immerse himself in that wondrous realm of spiritual consciousness. His ethereal body was merely illuminated by 3 stars. However, He Buqiang soon discovered that these stars were not akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky, but rather resembled minute specks of dust within the sea of spiritual consciousness. The 3 ignited stars absorbed countless tiny particles around them, gradually growing in size. The light particles drifting in the sea of spiritual consciousness seemed boundless, and all he needed to do was to let the 3 stars rotate slowly. They possessed an inexplicable allure, drawing in the surrounding light particles to augment their own mass. As the 3rd star stabilized, the 4th star within his body ignited. He Buqiang distinctly sensed that with the ignition of each star, his physical strength surged significantly, a palpable enhancement. During these days of recuperation in the thatched cottage, the most frequent companion was the native girl, Molly, who took charge of his meals and administered medicines twice daily. Occasionally, other native women would visit. They dressed rather casually, wearing grass skirts and animal hides, sometimes even foregoing the hides altogether, their bosoms full and waists slim, radiating youthful vitality. Once He Buqiang's condition improved, Molly presented him with a rolled-up hide, revealing a hastily scrawled note. Upon deciphering the hasty script, He Buqiang realized it was a message from Sul'dak, or rather, it could hardly be called a letter. The few lines on the hide resembled a mere note. The essence was that the kick he received from the green-faced demon before its demise inflicted substantial injuries, and after the demon gate was destroyed, the warriors of the 2nd squad had carried him to the native village. The great shaman Inoyatila, skilled in medicine, had diagnosed internal injuries, warning that returning to the camp in a jolting manner could exacerbate his condition. However, the 2nd squad needed to escort the sore master back to report, thus leaving him in the care of the villagers. Sul'dak concluded by stating that once He Buqiang's injuries improved, he would come to retrieve him. At this juncture, lamenting was futile for He Buqiang. During the period of recuperation in the indigenous village, it was not particularly dull. The indigenous maiden, Molly, would come to teach He Buqiang some basic indigenous vocabulary. Although He Buqiang was still unable to produce sound, this did not hinder his ability to learn the native tongue of Handanar County. Under Molly's guidance, who communicated through gestures, he quickly grasped many simple words. After a little over a week, He Buqiang was already capable of engaging in rudimentary gestures to communicate with the indigenous girl, Molly. During this time, the great shaman, Inoyatila, visited He Buqiang 3 times, each visit being brief, primarily checking on his injuries and making necessary adjustments to the herbal soup he would consume the following day. However, Inoyatila seemed to refer to herself by a rather peculiar name, which appeared to differ from Molly's usual address for her. It took He Buqiang 2 full days to clarify his confusion with Molly, but the answer she provided seemed to transcend the realm of simple indigenous vernacular, leaving He Buqiang utterly perplexed. It was not until half a month later, when the Beijiangli swordsman and Sul'dak returned to the indigenous village with a 2nd squad of warriors, that He Buqiang learned from the Beijiangli swordsman that Inoyatila referred to him as the chosen of the gods. Chapter 48. The invitation of the Beijiangli swordsman. Despite the fact that the people of the Green Empire have occupied the Warsaw dimension for over 2 centuries, the indigenous inhabitants of Handanar County still maintain their pristine way of life. Here, men are destined from birth to become hunters, beginning their hunting expeditions alongside tribal leaders at the age of 12. The game acquired during these hunts belongs to the entire tribe and is distributed evenly by the tribal elders upon return. In order to effectively dominate the indigenous people of Handanar County, the Empire has imposed a trade blockade. For instance, items such as cloth, iron tools, and grain crops are seldom accessible to the natives, resulting in most still relying on wooden bows and spears. Many indigenous individuals have never tasted baked flatbread, and women have never donned linen skirts, instead donning grass skirts or simply wrapping themselves in animal skins. For many indigenous hunters, the greatest aspiration in life is to possess a finely crafted skinning knife. The construction of the village itself utilizes local resources, with timber felled from the forest to erect wooden houses topped with thick thatch. Perhaps due to the environmental climate, these wooden structures have almost no walls. Supported only by a few pillars beneath a simple circular roof, indigenous women spend much of their time inside the wooden houses, only emerging to welcome the returning hunters, holding their children in the village streets, thereby momentarily lifting the atmosphere. Recently, the indigenous people of Handanar County have been embroiled in continuous conflicts with the imperial legions, resulting in frequent bloodshed and the loss of many indigenous hunters' lives. Furthermore, the surrounding area of the Gandhar Mountains presents an extremely harsh living environment rife with magical beasts, leading to annual fatalities among the hunters that account for over half of the tribal population. These circumstances have resulted in a significant gender imbalance within the indigenous village, where the number of hunters has dwindled to fewer than 50.3 hunters who participated in the sacrificial ceremony recently completed their final journey, being interred alongside the 7 hunters who perished in that battle in the woods across the valley. Local customs dictate that deceased relatives are buried near the tree roots, ensuring their souls do not descend into the flames of hell. To Hewichung, this practice seems rather peculiar. Based on the scenes witnessed during the sacrificial ceremony, it appears the indigenous people revere a 4-armed, dual-faced demon. Logically, the souls of the deceased should ascend to the realm of the divine. Yet the current reality starkly contrasts this belief. When hunters fail to return with sufficient game, the villagers inevitably face hunger. During such times, indigenous women would gather berries from shrubs, forest mushrooms, and various edible wild vegetables, occasionally catching fish by the river, though fortuitously finding something like tinned fish is a rare stroke of luck. This time, Sul'dak and the second squad of warriors arrived at the indigenous village specifically to escort Hewichung back to the camp. However, Sul'dak did not anticipate that the Beijiangli swordsman, upon hearing the news, would decide to accompany them as well, perhaps due to Hewichung's assistance in extricating the Beijiangli swordsman from peril and nearly succumbing to a kick from a green-faced demon. The swordsman felt somewhat compelled to make this personal visit. Sul'dak purchased a Roman sword, 2 alloy bows, and a bundle of steel arrowheads from the merchant lodging, intending to present these gifts to Inoyatila as a token of gratitude for her attentive care of Hewichung over the past half-month. The great shaman, Inoyatila, received these offerings with evident delight, expressing a desire for Sul'dak to bring additional alloy bows next time, indicating her willingness to trade any tribal resources in exchange. Judging by Inoyatila's demeanor, she would even be capable of facilitating the exchange of 1 or 2 indigenous maidens from Handanar County, provided she could acquire the imperial alloy bows upon arriving at the indigenous village. Sul'dak and his companions found that Hewichung was nearly fully healed, marveling at his remarkable resilience. No matter how severe the injury, he seemed to recover rapidly. The reason Hewichung was referred to as the chosen of the gods by Inoyatila stemmed from the sacrificial ceremony when she offered the head of a demon to the gods. During this divine invocation, Inoyatila perceived that Hewichung also seemed to sense the sacred power. Those endowed with the innate ability to perceive divine forces are referred to as chosen of the gods by the indigenous people of Handanar County. Should an indigenous individual possess such an ability, they are destined to become the great shaman of their tribe. However, the Beijiangli swordsman opined that the sacred power described by Inoyatila was, in fact, an exceedingly rare holy magic element. The combatants of the Green Empire have the opportunity to awaken magical elemental powers during each level advancement. Although such occurrences are infrequent, even less common than the emergence of mages during the magical awakening ceremony. Nevertheless, there do exist combatants who excel in both martial and magical prowess. Duke Newman commands a troop of magic swordsmen, and the holy attributes of magical power could potentially forge a magic swordsman. According to the Beijiangli swordsman, Hewichung, as a shield warrior, has the potential to advance to the first tier with proper training, and there is a plausible opportunity for him to reach the second tier thereafter. Faced with the Beijiangli swordsman's fervent gaze, He Buqiang felt a sense of dizziness. Uncertain of how to decline the swordsman's offer, sitting at the door of the thatched hut, the Beijiangli swordsman addressed He Buqiang, saying, "Sul'dak, if you are willing, I can take you back to the Swordsman Corps, where you can serve as my squire for the time being. With systematic training in the constructed Swordsman Corps, I believe you will have no trouble surpassing the first tier. Once you achieve the first tier, you may choose from any of the constructed Knight Corps in Benar Province." He Buqiang glanced at Sul'dak, feeling that it was time for Sul'dak to intervene and deflect the Beijiangli swordsman's proposition. With his head bowed, he rubbed his fingers anxiously, contemplating a future life spent transitioning from one battlefield to the next, devoid of any joy. However, Sul'dak remained silent, simply sitting nearby and listening to the Beijiangli swordsman's persuasion. The warriors of the second squad looked on with envy, embodying the role of spectators in this unfolding drama. The Beijiangli swordsman was not in a rush for He Buqiang to make an immediate decision. Since the conversation had reached this point, he intended to examine He Buqiang's injuries, observing the horrifying scars on He Buqiang's arms, chest, and back. He could not help but frown and inquired, "But how did you come by these injuries?" To He Buqiang's surprise, the Beijiangli swordsman expressed particular concern for his scars. After much gesturing and with Sul'dak's assistance, the swordsman finally understood what He Buqiang was trying to convey. Leaning closer to He Buqiang's ear, he remarked, "Well, it seems you have endured a fire. These scars will significantly impact your future. It is likely that no inscription master will be willing to invest time in crafting magical patterns on your skin. It is crucial to understand that this aspect of magical pattern construction represents a qualitative transformation for a combatant." After realizing his comments may have strayed too far from the topic, he awkwardly smiled and added, "This subject seems to have veered off course. Obtaining exclusive magical patterns on your skin would typically be a matter for after the second tier. Come with me. Remaining here in the forest holds no significance for you and will hinder your future development." The Beijiangli swordsman placed a reassuring hand on He Buqiang's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Chapter 49. Conversations on the return journey. Before departing from the indigenous village, the Beijiangli swordsman and Sul'dak bid farewell to Inoyatila, once again expressing gratitude for her attentive care of He Buqiang during this period. The ageless great shaman, who is the de facto ruler of the village, personally escorted the group to the village entrance. The indigenous people followed closely behind Inoyatila, albeit with lingering wariness and vigilance towards the Beijiangli swordsman and the second squad of warriors. Their gazes now devoid of the previous intense hostility. As He Buqiang prepared to depart from the village, the great shaman Inoyatila exhibited an unexpected reluctance. She clasped his hand tightly, her withered, dark fingers possessing surprising strength as she spoke fervently, stringing together a multitude of words. However, He Buqiang had only acquired a smattering of rudimentary indigenous language from a native girl, Molly, and thus comprehended not a single phrase uttered by the shaman. Standing there with a forced smile that conveyed his desire to remain polite, the swordsman Bahalai, observing He Buqiang's discomfort from the sidelines, hurriedly stepped forward and translated, "The great shaman is formally extending an invitation to you. If you have the time, you are welcome to visit the village. She believes you are a favored one of the gods and wishes to share insights on wielding these sacred powers." Upon realizing that Inoyatila's words conveyed such sentiments, He Buqiang promptly nodded, gesturing that he would indeed return to visit if time permitted. Perhaps due to He Buqiang's prolonged stay in the village, Inoyatila treated him with a warmth that surpassed her demeanor towards others, even inviting him to return before he left. The journey back to the camp was still a considerable distance away, and Sul'dak had received a straightforward patrol assignment from Baron Sidney. The second squad dared not linger too long, should they exceed their allotted time without an exceptionally valid reason. They would face reprimand from their regiment and punishment from Baron Sidney. It was only after traversing the valley and crossing two ridges that they reached the vicinity of the river valley, where they could still make out the figure of the native girl Molly standing atop a high cliff, gazing in their direction. The soldiers of the squad trekked along the ridge bordering the river valley towards the camp, Molly's delicate silhouette gradually fading from their sight. This expedition had been remarkably smooth, with the soldiers of the second squad appearing quite at ease. The path along the ridge was not particularly easy to navigate. The limestone in the area had weathered significantly, with large fragments fracturing under the relentless sun and torrential rains, becoming dislodged from the main body point. One could easily lose their balance and tumble down the ridge if they inadvertently stepped on these crumbling stones. As Red Sox carelessly leapt over a pale limestone rock, his body swayed, and the stone beneath him crumbled, sending him tumbling down the slope. He Butcheong reacted swiftly, grasping his arm and hoisting him back upright. Red Sox, drenched in cold sweat from the scare, watched as fragments of stone rolled down the slope, instinctively shrinking his neck in trepidation. Captain Sul'dak, leading the group ahead, immediately noticed the commotion and admonished Red Sox, "Focus your attention. Tread carefully here. Falling from this height is no trivial matter. Hey, Red Sox, if you were to fall and perish here, would your gravestone read, 'My dearest companion, succumbed during a patrol mission?'" Augustus chuckled from behind. "Curse you." Red Sox spat back at Augustus before turning to continue onward. Perhaps wishing to alleviate the somber atmosphere of their journey, Red Sox remarked to Heavy Infantry, "Little Dak, it seems the great shaman Inoyatila is particularly fond of you. Do you think she intends to marry you off to Mali, thereby securing your place in the tribe?" Unable to retort due to the constraints of their march, Heavy Infantry could only remain silent. Captain Sul'dak, walking at the forefront, promptly interjected, "Step aside. I have already made arrangements with Little Dak to return to Hailansa together after I retire. If you wish to stay, then by all means, but there are plenty of indigenous women in this village. Perhaps you could marry a whole harem of them." Upon hearing Sul'dak's words, the soldiers of the 2nd Squad enthusiastically chimed in. Red Sox, disregarding Sul'dak's authority as captain, retorted, "Captain, are you harboring feelings for Little Dak? Ouch. Hey, don't slap me." That evening, as the other soldiers settled down to sleep, Sul'dak and Heavy Infantry gathered around the campfire. Sul'dak, holding a wooden stick, busily tended to the smoldering embers, coaxing sparks into the air, which danced upward before vanishing. "What are your thoughts on the invitation from the Bahalai swordsman?" The flames cast a warm glow on Sul'dak's chiseled features, rendering him unusually earnest. Heavy Infantry glanced up and shook his head. After a moment of hesitation, Sul'dak continued, "If it were me, I certainly wouldn't let such a splendid opportunity slip by. That is one of the most elite constructs of swordsmen under Duke Newman. Perhaps, as the Bahalai swordsman suggested, you could indeed become a remarkable construct knight." Heavy Infantry had pondered this matter seriously, yet the prospect of becoming a celebrated construct knight held no allure for him. Having arrived in this world under mysterious circumstances, he had never envisioned a life of perpetual combat. His impressions of construct knights were far from favorable. He had often overheard the soldiers of the 2nd Squad discussing how the Duke's elite construct knights were directly confronting the Demon Legion. Why would he willingly thrust himself into danger? Noticing Heavy Infantry's reluctance, Sul'dak inquired, "Are you not inclined?" In the Grellan Empire, it seemed every soldier harbored dreams of knighthood, except for Heavy Infantry, who had no such aspirations. Sul'dak, unable to fathom this, pressed, "Why not?" Heavy Infantry felt a sense of distress at the existential discussions surrounding life, ideals, and future prospects, for his fingers were beginning to falter. He cast a troubled glance at Sul'dak. At that moment, Sul'dak's gaze turned earnest as he addressed Heavy Infantry. "This may very well be a turning point in your life. Not every soldier has the chance to become a construct knight," Sul'dak reiterated. Heavy Infantry stubbornly shook his head, wishing fervently that the Bahalai swordsman would grant him a portal pass at that very moment. He would gladly accept it. Sul'dak, taken aback by Heavy Infantry's obstinacy, could only concede, "Very well, I believe you should reflect on this matter carefully." Chapter 50. Moyun Ridge. Recent heavy rains had transformed the landscape at the foot of the forested mountains, where fields of clover flourished under the nourishing deluge, while a few robust thunder rhinoceroses grazed by the riverbank. A group of soldiers was busy repairing the perimeter wall of the camp, erecting new posts to reinforce it. Upon spotting members of the 2nd Squad returning from afar, some greeted Sul'dak with friendly waves. The air was filled with buzzing insects, and the path appeared somewhat muddy, with a winding rut leading towards the forest, filled with rainwater. As the 2nd Squad returned to the 57th Regiment's camp, the Bahalai swordsman followed closely behind Sul'dak, seemingly inquiring why Heavy Infantry was not accompanying the rest back to the camp. Sul'dak patiently explained the situation, and the group entered the military camp together. Heavy Infantry returned to the merchant Lakin's residence, where the curly-haired lad Gabby was not peddling goods, but rather processing some tinned fish skins in the open space in front of the tent. Although Gabby was not a master tanner, he was more than capable of handling the preliminary processing of the hides. Merchant Lakin was seated in front of the tent, inventorying his goods, appearing to be in quite good spirits. The makeshift market seemed to have expanded, suggesting that new merchant caravans had arrived at the forest camp, bringing with them large quantities of goods and seeking to procure some from the local vendors. Such caravans did not linger long, traversing the hills of Benar County in search of specific products, while simultaneously selling off their own wares. Unlike the temporary market vendors, they did not cater exclusively to the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Upon spotting He Buqiang approach, Lakin appeared somewhat surprised, setting down his ledger and hurrying over to embrace him. The merchant's smile was warm and welcoming, as the promises made by Sul'dak had all come to fruition. With many spoils collected by the second squad now flowing into his hands, providing him with a stable source of goods, Lakin cheerfully greeted He Buqiang. Look who has returned. I heard from Sul'dak that you were injured. How are you faring now? He Buqiang gestured towards his chest, indicating the location of his injury. Lakin, seemingly eager, pulled him into the tent, and He Buqiang initially assumed it was out of concern for his wound. To his surprise, within the tent filled with goods, a new wooden bed had been set up, unvarnished and emanating a faint scent of pine resin, covered with a red hyena pelt, giving it a simple yet inviting appearance. Positioned near the entrance of the tent, come in and see what I've prepared for you. Look, a comfortable bed, crafted specially by a carpenter. Doesn't that touch your heart? Lakin boasted to He Buqiang. He then inquired if He Buqiang had eaten dinner. And upon receiving an affirmative response, he refrained from pressing further. Lakin appeared quite interested in Sul'dak's recent expedition, asking He Buqiang, I heard from Sul'dak that you encountered demons in the mountains. Initially, I found it hard to believe. In the face of Lakin's enthusiastic inquiry, He Buqiang could only patiently gesture and describe the details of their journey. The Beijiale swordsmen had awaited the arrival of a squad of constructed swordsmen at the Lincheng encampment for nearly a week. At last, the team arrived, only to stay with the 57th Infantry Regiment for a mere day before re-entering the imposing Gandhara Mountains alongside the Beijiale swordsmen. This squad of constructed swordsmen intended to scour the mountains for clues regarding the ominous gate of the malevolent spirits. The Beijiale swordsmen were convinced that the emergence of this gate was anything but coincidental. Ample evidence suggested that the Gandhara Mountains had recently become a hotspot for malevolent apparitions. Over the past 2 months, sentinels stationed around the region had reported multiple incursions by malevolent squads breaching the Green Empire's perimeter and venturing deep into the mountains. Upon entering the Gandhara Mountains, the search party was likely to encroach upon territories inhabited by third-tier magical beasts. Consequently, all 11 members of the team were first-tier constructed swordsmen, leaving only the identity of their enigmatic captain shrouded in mystery. This second squad's collaboration with the Beijiale swordsmen in eliminating a gate of the malevolent spirits allowed Baron Sidney to finally bask in a moment of triumph, as Commander Mongoss bestowed upon him words of encouragement. Each member of the second squad received a commendation of third-tier military merit, with the most envied reward being the acquisition of black magic crystals by Sul'dak and the second squad. Aside from their intrinsic value, the black magic crystals could be exchanged for a substantial amount of military merit at the logistics department. Yet, for He Buqiang, military merit held little significance for the subsequent half-month. Each morning, He Buqiang diligently practiced the fundamental movements imparted by Sul'dak on the grassy slopes. As the fourth star in his spiritual sea ignited, the Roman sword in his hand felt almost weightless. He Buqiang discerned that each star illuminated within his spiritual sea corresponded to a tangible enhancement in strength, agility, and stamina. Such transformations were strikingly evident. Occasionally, he would engage in sparring with Red Sox on the hillside, who would invariably complain, shaking his numbed hands and exclaiming that He Buqiang's strength was excessive. Eventually, Red Sox would avoid He Buqiang at all costs, refusing to spar with him. During this period, Sul'dak also led the second squad on several missions. Though these were predominantly trivial tasks, they found it far more lucrative to stealthily slip into the valley to hunt for Tim fish, a bountiful resource that the soldiers of the second squad regarded as a veritable gold mine. A secret they guarded closely. He Buqiang reclined behind a massive stone on the hillside, eyes closed as he attuned himself to his spiritual sea. Having ignited the fifth star within him, he felt capable of effortlessly embedding the Roman sword into the rock behind him. He sought this secluded spot to deepen his understanding of his abilities. Beyond the enhancement of his physical strength, the soft glow radiating from the 5 stars coalesced within his palms, a sensation both wondrous and profound. As he concentrated the divine energy within his hand, he noticed a faint light flickering to life, with a delicate orb of light hovering just outside his palm. However, when his attention waned, the orb vanished in an instant. He Buqiang meticulously reformed the orb, striving to maintain its presence without disruption. The Beijiale swordsman had remarked that this pale, yellowish glow contained the essence of divine magic, possessing an exceedingly rare healing ability. He Butchang gazed at his arm with a wry smile, pondering whether this newfound power meant he was destined to become a battlefield medic. He then attempted to channel this divine magic onto the blade of his sword, resulting in a faint luminescence emanating from the edge. Yet, this glow seemed to lack any substantial effect, merely enhancing the aesthetic appeal of the Roman sword. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves drew closer, the ancient horse galloping along the treacherous path for an unknown duration. The rider atop the steed raised a silver scepter, prompting the guards at the camp entrance to hastily descend and open the wooden barriers. The knight charged into the camp without diminishing speed. Witnessing this scene, He Butchang withdrew his gaze. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment had been in frequent contact with the command post at Hailansa County, engaging in preparations for battle. The Beijiale swordsman's search party had been entrenched in the Gander Mountains for over half a month. Yet no news had reached He Butchang regarding their mission. Just as he stood to dust off the grass from his rear, preparing to return to the merchant lodging's quarters, he noticed a group emerging at the forest's edge. Each individual donned exquisite leather armor adorned with magical runes, and He Butchang suddenly realized that the Beijiale swordsmen had safely exited the mountains 20 days after their entry. However, their return carried grim news. They had discovered a newly formed malevolent army establishing a defensive stronghold in the heart of the Gander Mountains, a site ominously named Moyen Ridge, capable of accommodating thousands of malevolent warriors. Chapter 51, The Magic Corps. Part 1. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the mountaintop of the Linchang Forest, enveloping the area in a shroud of mist as a gentle rain began to fall. The slopes at the foot of the Hailansa County forest resembled a lush green carpet. In the distance, a military contingent wound its way along the muddy road for several kilometers, a mule train hauling a considerable supply of equipment making its way toward the encampment. This was the third troop to arrive at the Hailansa County forest that week. Observing the armored war horses among the ranks, with riders clad in heavy armor resembling tin cans, wielding dwarven chain shields and 5-meter-long lances, He Butchang surmised that yet another heavy cavalry regiment had arrived. While not a primary force like the constructed Knight Regiment, the heavy cavalry possessed formidable combat prowess, making them one of the few contingents capable of engaging the malevolent forces directly. Recently, the influx of military units to the vicinity of the forest had been relentless, likely spurred by the unsettling news of the malevolent army constructing a stronghold at Moyen Ridge in the Gander Mountains, causing unease among the lords of the Benar province. As a result, numerous troops had converged upon the area, witnessing the establishment of 3 more substantial camps adjacent to the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment's site. He Butchang noted that the temporary marketplace on the hillside had expanded nearly twofold in the past half-month, with an atmosphere of tension permeating the streets as people quickened their pace. Not long ago, a newly arrived merchant convoy had procured a significant quantity of red-eyed hyena pelts, preparing to set off for the next military encampment. These merchants would not allow the impending war to impede their progress. They were, after all, born travelers. Early in the morning, the convoy's crew began dismantling tents amidst the gentle rain, packing them away while damp and securing them to the backs of their horses. Their campsite on the hillside was rather favorable, and some latecomers had already marked their territory, eagerly awaiting the crew's departure to seize the spot. At the last 2 stalls, a few final goods awaited processing. Although the merchant convoy primarily dealt in pelts, the crew had discreetly brought along various other items. Often, prior to departure, some of these personal goods would be displayed for last-minute transactions. This was a time when opportunists would approach the stalls, hoping to snag a bargain. Fully aware that items purchased at this juncture were non-returnable, the quality of the goods was left entirely to the buyer's discretion. The wares displayed were diverse, yet notably absent were pelts. Due to the rain, the crowd surrounding the stalls was sparse. The attendants by the stalls were growing impatient, likely reluctant to conduct business in the rain, yet the supplies from the horse train were not yet sorted. Typically, stalls like these would remain open until the moment of departure, and the attendants huddled beneath their raincoats like black quails, unwilling to stir. He Butchang, with a Roman sword hanging at his waist, ambled back from the river. Having ignited 5 stars within himself, he began to sense a dissonance between his combat skills and the enhancements to his physical attributes. The foundational movements he had previously practiced felt somewhat disjointed. Thus, he ventured to the riverbank each morning to hone his abilities. Red Sox had abandoned his role as He Butchang's sparring partner a week prior, leaving Sul'dak to assist him in refining his combat techniques in recent days. At times, He Butchang exhibited the agility and experience of a seasoned shield warrior, Yet his combat skills were merely fragments of memory, lacking coherence and execution, rendering him akin to an academician unversed in the art of warfare. Although Sul'dak had never attended the elementary warfare academy or undergone formal training, he had fought on the battlefield for nearly 4 years, amassing a wealth of combat experience. The two complemented each other perfectly, both benefiting significantly from their sparring sessions. Occasionally, Bejiale swordsmen would make time to observe their practice, occasionally providing pointers on practical sword techniques. Recently, they generously imparted a comprehensive set of swordsmanship techniques to the two. A curriculum deemed swordsmanship guide by the Bejiale swordsmen, reflecting their superior understanding of swordplay compared to Hebuqiang and Sul'dak, the Swordsman Academy. Many students affectionately refer to it as the guiding technique. This set of swordsmanship is merely an introductory level, consisting of 8 forms, devoid of the intricate and flamboyant maneuvers of evasion and agility. However, the transitions between each sword stance are remarkably fluid, through the combined insights of Sul'dak and Hebuqiang regarding this martial art. It seems as if a door has been opened to a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. Recently, both have made significant progress. Just yesterday, Sul'dak excitedly informed Hebuqiang that he felt he had achieved a breakthrough and hurried to the logistics department to assess his warrior rank. Discovering that he had surprisingly advanced to a level 7 warrior, Hebuqiang strolled through the marketplace. His light leather armor was drenched by the rain. He was preparing to return to the tent to remove the armor for proper drying, as neglecting it after exposure to rain would leave it stiff and unyielding. Observing a merchant caravan preparing to depart in the light drizzle, Hebuqiang reflected in his letter that he was fortunate for the caravan's arrival to purchase a significant quantity of red-eyed hyena pelts. Otherwise, these pelts would have languished unsold, causing the leather market to stagnate, ultimately diminishing the warrior's desire to hunt red-eyed hyenas in the mountains. That moment, he noticed 2 stalls in the rain, laden with goods that had been soaked. Some weapons were wrapped in oilcloth, alongside tattered scrolls, blank parchment, copper plates, military copper kettles, candlesticks, and more. However, these items appeared to have been previously used, likely remnants of lost possessions. Regardless of their low price, the soldiers in the camp would certainly not be interested in such wares. Only a few bargain-hunting merchants and impoverished workers would consider purchasing these second-hand goods. Influenced by Sul'dak, Hebuqiang initially held no interest in these items. Yet as he passed by, he unexpectedly spotted a pile of coal balls the size of walnuts, which compelled him to pause. Taking 3 steps back, he returned to the stall. Indeed, he found over 30 magic cores displayed on the stall, seemingly having been sifted through multiple times, leaving behind those that were shriveled or significantly flawed, resembling donkey droppings on the wet carpet, appearing even more pitiful after being soaked. Numerous merchants in the marketplace engaged in the trade of magic cores, and while many stalls offered them for sale, these cores, which lacked magic crystal stones, were categorized into various levels. The tiny cores produced by first-level magical beasts typically fetched around 50 silver coins in the marketplace, with this price being generally accepted without discrimination. Conversely, the prices for magic cores sold at stalls were considerably higher. At the stall of the curly-haired lad, there were several low-quality magic cores, with merchant lodging offering a base price of 60 silver coins, allowing for selection by the buyer, who would gamble on luck. Since returning from the indigenous tribe, Hebuqiang had not touched a magic core until now. Upon seeing the cores on the stall, he felt a flicker of interest and reached out to touch a wrinkled magic core. The merchant's assistant, squatting behind the stall, noticed someone showing interest in these largely overlooked magic cores and scrutinized Hebuqiang closely before inquiring, "How may I assist you? Are you interested in these magic cores?" Hebuqiang nodded slightly, but feeling no reaction from the core in his hand, he set it down and picked up another. These cores were obtained from the giant crocodiles by the banks of the Kimpado River. Do not be fooled by their unremarkable appearance. Despite being the remnants of previous selections, they are at least sourced from second-level magical beasts. Each core has its imperfections, yet they are priced higher than those from first-level beasts, at 80 silver coins apiece. Would you find this price acceptable? Sensing that Hebuqiang was not a wealthy patron, the stall owner revealed the price without further ado. Noticing Hebuqiang's silence as he continued to sift through the pile of magic cores, the merchant's assistant ceased to inquire further. The fine rain fell gently from the sky, and the marketplace was not crowded. Hebuqiang returned the second magic core to the pile and proceeded to touch over 10 more, only to be astounded that none of the cores emitted any trace of magical essence. This indicated that, among all these cores, not a single one contained a magic crystal stone that a distant horse neighed. And in the rainy weather, these large beasts were prone to illness. Seeing He Buqiang take his time without making a decision, the merchant's assistant concluded that he was merely a penniless gambler and eyed him warily. Each core He Buqiang returned to the pile was rearranged by the assistant to prevent any potential switching. Aware of the assistant's suspicious gaze, He Buqiang chose to ignore it, diligently inspecting the entire array of magic cores but ultimately finding none that piqued his interest. Retrieving his damp hand, he prepared to leave. The merchant's assistant, appearing somewhat indifferent, asked, "Have you made your selection?" He Buqiang gestured towards the pile of magic cores and waved his hand, indicating a desire to see others. The assistant squinted, wiping the rain from his face, and replied, "This is all I have left. The other magic cores have already been sold. Have you not found a single one among these?" Upon hearing that no other magic cores were available, He Buqiang stood up, ready to depart. "Wait, are you looking to buy magic cores? I have some here as well. Would you like to take a look?" A slender man draped in a protective cloak stood beside He Buqiang. Cautiously inquiring, the merchant's assistant glanced at the thin man and bluntly remarked, "Bazel, don't waste your time that I don't think he is interested at all." The thin man, who seemed to hold some authority rather than being a mere assistant, replied indignantly, "Hey, how can you say that? Perhaps I have just what he needs." He then eagerly pulled He Buqiang towards an adjacent stall, pointing to a display of a dozen scattered magic cores and enthusiastically proclaiming, "Look at these magic cores. Their quality far surpasses those over there. Although these are typically priced higher, if you are genuinely interested in buying, I can sell them to you at the same price." He Buqiang regarded the slender man named Bazel, thinking to himself, "This fellow surely sees himself as a sheep to be sheared." Nevertheless, aware that magic cores were still available at the stall, he resolved to take another look, despite knowing the likelihood of encountering a magic crystal stone was slim. Squatting once more at the stall, He Buqiang discovered that the magic cores displayed here were indeed slightly larger and more uniformly shaped than those at the previous stall, just as he was about to pick up a core for closer examination. The curly-haired lad, Jabi, squeezed his way beside He Buqiang, whispering urgently in his ear, "Sul'dak, do not be deceived. These merchants scouring the camp for hides will not place magic cores containing crystal stones on their stalls. When they depart, you will realize that what you bought from them is not a magic crystal stone, but merely worthless rocks." After Jabi's warning, he discreetly poked He Buqiang's arm. He Buqiang smiled faintly at Jabi, offering no response, and continued to feel through the magic cores on the stall that he noted that while the cores at the neighboring stall appeared unappealing, they were, at the very least, genuine magic cores. However, the ones in front of him were nothing more than cleverly sculpted fakes resembling magic cores. Observing He Buqiang still perusing the magic cores, Jabi huffed, "You were truly a stubborn fellow." Among this pile of stone-carved fakes, there was certainly no magic crystal stone, and He Buqiang continued to sift through them without identifying a single one he wished to purchase. Such excellent magic cores, and yet you have not taken a liking to any. Bazel's gaze fixed on He Buqiang with an odd expression, as if He Buqiang's failure to select a core was an affront to his integrity. The onlookers surrounding the stall also scrutinized He Buqiang, and since this was merely a tiresome ruse, he paid little mind to their gazes. Just as he contemplated leaving with Jabi, he spotted 3 small black stones, roughly the size of pigeon eggs, nestled in the corner of the stall. They appeared to be cores obtained from first-level magical beast skulls. Such small magic cores typically have a very low chance of containing a magic crystal, and even if they did, the amount would likely be insufficient to yield a standard unit of magic crystal, often resulting in merely slightly cheaper fragments. He Buqiang pointed to the 3 small magic cores. Bazel, somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Those are cores found from first-level magical beasts. These 3 are a bit small." Priced at 50 silver coins each, He Buqiang held one of the pigeon egg-sized magic cores in his palm, and an incredibly faint aura emanated from within, quickly absorbed by He Buqiang's body. Surprisingly, amidst these first-level cores, he discovered one that contained a fragment of a magic crystal stone. After all, even a grasshopper's leg is still meat. He Buqiang decisively decided to purchase it on the spot. Scarcely bothering to haggle with Bejar, he directly reached into his coin pouch and pulled out a hefty stack of silver coins. 50 coins felt weighty in his hands. He tossed the coins into Bejar's palm, took the magic core, and left without a backward glance, the entire transaction taking less than a minute. The curly-haired Jabi spent the entire journey scolding He Buqiang. "Hey, little Dak, didn't you and Sul'dak just acquire some magic cores a few days ago? I really don't understand your thinking. Upon returning to the tent, He Buqiang peeled off his damp leather armor, dried himself off, and changed into a fresh linen robe. Only then did he sit at the head of the bed. Carefully examining the magic core, Jabby, the curly-haired lad, perched on a chair, earnestly declared to He Buqiang, "Trust me. No one in their right mind would willingly part with 50 silver coins for a magic core that is destined not to yield any magic crystals. Except for you." He Buqiang smiled at Jabby, gesturing with a file. "Are you really going to open this magic core? Take my advice, sell it now. At least it will mitigate your losses." He Buqiang nudged Jabby, who then ceased his prattling and dashed off to borrow a file from a jeweler at the market. Jabby quickly secured the file. Thanks to the good rapport merchant Lajin had built in the marketplace, everyone was willing to assist him within their means. When He Buqiang gingerly began to file away a bit of the dark brown stone skin from the magic core, Jabby splashed some clean water over it, revealing an amber hue that dazzled both of their eyes. Chapter 53. Farewell. Jabby took the magic core, which now had a small window filed into its surface, and moved to the tent entrance. Through the dim light outside, the amber magic crystal emitted a gentle glow. "There really is a magic crystal. Little Dak, you are truly fortunate." Jabby's tone was laced with undeniable envy. Then he felt he should not alter his stance, especially regarding the gamble on the magic core. Jabby's youthful face turned serious as he grasped He Buqiang's arm and said earnestly, "Although Lady Luck has favored you this time, such occurrences are hard to predict. I tell you, don't make foolish decisions next time." At that moment, Merchant Lajin entered, seemingly having heard about He Buqiang's acquisition of the magic core. He approached He Buqiang and remarked, "Jabby is right. You probably know that I spent 5 gold coins a few days ago to purchase 10 level 1 beast magic cores from the second squad. However, those cores were unfiltered. As long as one contained a magic crystal, it would be profitable. But even so, I still faced significant risk. From 10 magic cores, I managed to extract 1 magic crystal, which I consider a success." Lajin continued, "The magic cores I possess are vastly different from the one you bought at the stall. The ones displayed there are mostly what others have discarded after selection. To put it bluntly, they are merely a pile of worthless stones." Lajin spoke candidly. "I just overheard in the tavern that 2 fellows were conspiring to deceive you, which is why I hurried back. If those cores were indeed from the swamp crocodiles of the Kinpado River, each would be worth about 5 gold coins. How could they be carelessly discarded at a stall waiting for you to snatch up a bargain?" Jabby kept casting furtive glances at Lajin, holding aloft the magic core with the filed window. Only then did Lajin realize the situation had shifted. He took the magic crystal from Jabby's hand, holding it up to the light filtering through the tent entrance. Exhaling softly in admiration, "Well, your luck isn't too shabby." Merchant Lajin handed the magic core back to He Buqiang, stating, "Although this magic core is a bit small, the magic crystal within is quite plump, just enough for 1 unit. And it is of the earth attribute." He Buqiang gleaned some knowledge about magic cores from Lajin. According to him, only level 1 beast magic cores contained an element of chance, and there were indeed ways to discern the likelihood of a magic crystal being present. The stronger and longer lived the beast, the greater the chance of its magic core containing a magic crystal. Adult level 2 beast skulls almost invariably contained a magic crystal, naturally. If one were to obtain a magic core from a peak level 3 beast, it would be imperative to find a way to extract the magic crystal, as it could very well contain a high-grade magic crystal. The rain outside showed no signs of abating, yet the merchant caravan had begun to depart in waves. The caravan's horses were numerous, with the front horses vanishing completely into the downpour, while the rear horses were just beginning to leave the marketplace. The 3 sat at the tent entrance, He Buqiang carefully filing away the outer layer of hardened stone from the magic core. Gradually, an oval-shaped amber magic crystal began to reveal itself as the 4th Heavy Infantry Regiment settled into the forest area. The number of heavy infantry in the vicinity had swelled to 3,000, while the Imperial Heavy Cavalry had also increased to 1,000. Daily, the sounds of neighing horses echoed from the foot of the forest, and various merchant caravans continued to converge towards the area, bringing not only ample logistical supplies, but also new commercial opportunities. The temporary street market was silently expanding outward. Count Mongosber, the commander of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, had spent the past week discussing battle strategies with 3 other infantry and knight regiment leaders. He had initially believed that the Gabriel swordsmen and their small squad would remain until the conflict at Mayun Ridge concluded. But unexpectedly, on the very day the 4th Heavy Infantry Regiment arrived, Gabriel the swordsman found his way to the marketplace to bid farewell to He Buqiang. dressed in ordinary leather armor and tight linen trousers. With a simple sword at his waist, he strolled lazily through the bustling crowd, easily distinguishable by his tall stature, reminiscent of a poetic swordsman. Gabriel the swordsman approached the stall where He Buqiang was working with Jabby. Recently, lodging's business had flourished. He not only sold off a batch of leather goods he had hoarded, but also exchanged them for well-crafted swords and several knightly shields. Gabriel paused at the stall, and Jabby, mistaking his presence for a potential customer, greeted him warmly. It wasn't until He Buqiang stood up and invited Gabriel into the tent that Jabby realized the visitor was actually a friend of He Buqiang. Gazing up at the imposing figure of Gabriel, Jabby looked on enviously at the sword at his waist, appearing quite like a befuddled goose. "Little Dak, is this gentleman here for you?" He Buqiang nodded at Jabby, signaling him to tend to the stall alone. Gabriel was ushered into He Buqiang's tent, where a simple wooden bed was placed just inside the entrance. With a smile, Gabriel inquired of He Buqiang, "Have you made your decision?" "The series of investigations here have come to a temporary conclusion, and I will be returning to report to the constructed swordsman regiment tomorrow. If you wish to accompany me, it would be best to prepare in advance." He Buqiang fetched a chair from outside the tent. Inviting Gabriel to sit, he sat on the bed, pondering for a moment, first patting the wooden bed and then gesturing around. Gabriel was entirely unprepared for He Buqiang's rejection of his proposal. "You wish to stay?" He Buqiang nodded slightly. Gabriel rubbed his temples, the atmosphere growing somewhat heavy, and after a long pause, he said, "Very well, I respect your choice." He sat calmly in the chair, his gaze open, as if addressing an old friend of decades. Outside the tent, the noise was bustling, a medley of sales pitches blending together, evoking the essence of a marketplace. Gabriel scrutinized the tent and its contents, seemingly puzzled by He Buqiang's reasons for wanting to stay. Was there truly anything here worth clinging to? "I believe I owe you a word of thanks. Had you not arrived in time, the one injured and unconscious might have been me." Gabriel said to He Buqiang, "Little Zach, thank you." This sentiment had likely been held in his heart for a long time, and expressing it now brought him a sense of relief. He Buqiang smiled shyly and shook his head. Gabriel recalled something else and quickly pulled out a note from his pocket. Inscribed with elegant imperial script. It was a note with an address. He Buqiang carefully folded it and tucked it into his coin pouch. Gabriel then added, "Oh, by the way, I reside at 61 Tulip Princess Street, 2nd District in Benar City. That if you ever have the chance to visit Benar City, feel free to come find me." He Buqiang nodded. Subsequently, Gabriel retrieved a small, flat glass vial from his belt, which was round-bellied and only the size of a palm, filled with a vivid red liquid. He Buqiang recognized it. Similar healing potions were sold at the street's potion shops, albeit in smaller bottles, and their liquid lacked such a rich crimson hue. Gabriel pressed the vial of healing potion into He Buqiang's hands, saying, "Take this, it may come in handy on the battlefield." After a short while, Gabriel stood to take his leave. He Buqiang sat in a chair at the entrance of the tent, cradling a precious vial of healing elixir in his hands. And a wave of profound sentiment washed over him. Chapter 54. Returned to the indigenous village recently, the soldiers of the 2nd Squad had been voicing their discontent in hushed tones, lamenting that the area designated for their routine patrols had nearly doubled compared to a month ago. The patrol zone now encompassed not only the entire forest, but also extended to the nearby mountainous terrain. Baron Sidney had even circled the area on the map with a bold red line. Thanks to Sul'dak's vigorous advocacy, the frequency of patrol missions for the 2nd Squad had notably increased. Seizing the opportunity, Sul'dak led the 2nd Squad to the banks of Yensai Lake in the river valley to catch the local tim fish. This time, the 2nd Squad was thoroughly prepared, bringing along custom-crafted fishhooks resembling massive iron anchors, and having captured a dozen live short-tailed salamanders from the mountain streams. The soldiers secured these salamanders with the iron hooks, allowing them to thrash and struggle in the shallows of the riverbank. The tim fish, sensing the presence of prey, swiftly converged, creating distinct ripples across the water's surface, accompanied by splashes of waves. The salamanders, feeling the lurking peril in the river, desperately clawed their way toward the bank, but burdened by the iron anchors, they could not escape. Their sharp, piercing cries echoed as they helplessly watched several tim fish rush in. With the strongest among them swallowing one whole, the soldiers of the 2nd Squad seized the moment, yanking the tim fish onto the shore. Once out of the water, the fish could only feebly shoot a few jets of water from its mouth before the soldiers swiftly dispatched it with a hatchet, searching for the magic core within its skull before dragging it into the woods, awaiting Sul'dak's skillful skinning. This entire process was executed with remarkable proficiency by the members of the second squad, who took turns hauling the fish from the river and drying some of the tinned fish meat into jerky. Though not particularly palatable, consuming beast meat could enhance their physical condition, so the soldiers made sure not to waste any of it. With only half a day allotted for hunting, lingering too long would risk Baron Sidney discovering their covert activities during patrols, which could result in severe punishment, with their spoils in tow. Sul'dak and the second squad prepared to return to the camp under the cover of night, even bringing along some red-eyed hyena pelts as a pretext for their late arrival. Claiming they had encountered a pack of hyenas in the forest, the Baron harbored a deep-seated animosity towards these hyena packs in the Gandhara Mountains. So as long as the soldiers were hunting them in the woods, even a slight delay in returning to camp typically went unpunished. As Hebuqiang gazed at the fish skeletons left on the riverbank, he suddenly recalled the invitation from the indigenous tribe's great shaman, Inoyatila. The shaman had suggested that if he had the time, he could visit the indigenous village, given that his health had fully recovered. It was only reasonable for him to express his gratitude to the great shaman. Since he was already in the river valley, it would be an opportune moment to pay a visit to the village and perhaps enlist the help of the locals to carry the fish bones back. As they would not disdain such a delightful bounty, the soldiers of the second squad had to return to the military camp on a strict timeline and could not accompany Hebuqiang to the indigenous village. After persuading Sul'dak, they parted ways at the riverbank, with the soldiers hastening back to the camp, while Hebuqiang ventured alone toward the indigenous settlement. The gentle morning mist blanketed the forest, and the sun had yet to crest the ridge. Dew adorned the grassy floor of the woods, rendering even his tall leather boots unable to prevent his pant legs from becoming damp. A droplet, no larger than a pea, fell from above, landing squarely on Hebuqiang's nose. He looked up, and the branches trembled violently as several flower-tailed raccoons darted into the dense canopy, shaking off the dew from the leaves like a sudden downpour, drenching Hebuqiang from head to toe. Previously, while traversing the dense woods with the second squad, he rarely encountered such a plethora of woodland creatures. Now, walking alone in the forest, these small animals seemed unafraid, filling his journey with a mix of wonder and vexation. Hebuqiang chuckled wryly, brushing the moisture from his hair, calculating that he would not have to walk far to reach the indigenous village. Having spent nearly half a month in the village, he was quite familiar with the valley and soon spotted two towering lookout trees, each standing 50 to 60 meters high, marking the village entrance. He found a prominent boulder and waved energetically at the lookout trees. In response, a sharp whistle rang out, indicating that the villagers had indeed seen him. A clear greeting, as he approached the village entrance with half a tinned fish slung over his back. A young indigenous girl named Molly bounded out like a joyful fawn, her braided hair bouncing as she rushed into Hebuqiang's embrace, delivering a hearty hug. Her emerald green eyes sparkled like the clear waters of a mountain spring. Without reservation, she noticed the linen bag he carried and promptly took it from him, slinging it onto her back as she tugged him toward the village. To support Hebuqiang's visit, Sul'dak had gathered all the rations the soldiers of the second squad had carried, filling half a bag with dried provisions for him to take along. Additionally, he discreetly gifted Hebuqiang a sturdy alloy bow, a token for his visit to the great shaman Inoyatila. As they made their way through the village, Hebuqiang noticed that Molly was still damp, clad in a simple tubular hide skirt, her hair dotted with droplets as if she had just emerged from a bath. She led him to the thatched wooden hut where he had stayed, communicating in the indigenous language that the great shaman was currently engaged in a ritual to honor the spirits and that he would have to wait until it concluded before meeting with her. Fortunately, Hebuqiang had acquired some basic understanding of the indigenous tongue during his time there, piecing together her message through context. Subsequently, he picked up a piece of charcoal from the fire pit in the center of the hut and began to sketch the valley, the woods, and the indigenous village on the ground, drawing a few simple fish illustrations nearby. Through a series of gestures, he conveyed to the young girl that they could send some of the women to retrieve the tinned fish bones from the riverbank. The astute girl eventually grasped his intent, and without hesitation, she enveloped him in another warm hug before leading him outside the hut. Hebuqiang, feeling a mix of amusement and curiosity, followed Molly as she guided him to meet the great shaman Inoyatila. However, halfway along their path, Molly suddenly diverted him onto a side path within the village. Not far ahead, the sound of bubbling water reached their ears, and upon rounding a wooden hut, Hebuqiang was nearly taken aback by the sight before him. A group of indigenous women were bathing in the stream, while nearby, children swam joyfully, and some hunters sat on the grass, crafting wooden arrows. Without a hint of modesty, Molly dashed to the stream's edge, chatting rapidly with the bathing women in their native tongue. Before He could fully comprehend the scene, a dozen young women hastily wrapped grass skirts around themselves and rushed toward the village entrance, disappearing in an instant that he felt like mere air. Completely overlooked in the commotion, by the time Molly remembered to take him to see the great shaman, He sat in the hut, drowsy from waiting. Chapter 55. The Seed of Light standing at the wooden steps of the grand hut. The great shaman Inoyatila beamed upon seeing He. She instructed the indigenous girl Molly to bring out a green iguana to serve as a delicacy for him. He watched as the 3-foot-long iguana was decapitated, its body skewered onto a stick made from white acacia, while boiling water was poured over it to remove its tough outer layer and internal organs, which were replaced with a bundle of unknown herbs. The pristine, tender flesh of the lizard was then coated with peculiar spices and placed over the fire to roast. The thought of having to consume this large lizard made He stomach churn. Leaning against a leather mat, Inoyatila's smile grew even brighter when He presented a gift. She approached him, speaking a string of indigenous phrases that left him utterly bewildered. He had assumed that after half a month of learning the language, he would be able to communicate simply with the villagers, but it seemed he had overestimated his grasp. Fortunately, the perceptive Molly noticed He embarrassment and quickly stepped in to translate, using gestures and breaking down the words into simpler terms until He understood that the great shaman was acknowledging him as a chosen one of the divine, a friend to the indigenous people of Handanar County. Afterward, Inoyatila placed the green iguana into a wooden tray and led He into a small adjoining hut. Molly remained outside, watching him with envy. This bedroom, connected to the grand hut, was less than 20 square meters in size and had a circular shape. It boasted a finely woven grass mat covering the floor, and the walls were immaculate, with a single beam of light streaming through a round opening in the ceiling, casting an oval patch of light on the mat. The only decoration in the room was a shrine, which housed an ivory sculpture. The age of the ivory sculpture is somewhat ancient, its surface having turned a deep yellow over time. Despite the carving technique being rather crude, it is immediately evident that it depicts a statue of a demonic deity. Inoyatira, the grand sorceress, approached the altar with an air of reverence, kneeling respectfully before it, and then gestured for He to take a seat beside her. The indigenous maiden, Molly, was absent, and He could not comprehend the grand sorceress's utterances. So he complied with her request to sit down. The grand sorceress sat cross-legged in front of the altar, reciting a series of incantations while swaying her body like seaweed in the water. Upon completing her recitation, she placed the tray she held upon the altar, at which point the statue illuminated once more, casting a beam of light upon the head of the green iguana on the wooden tray. Before long, the head of the iguana vanished from He sight. A beam of light streamed in through the circular window in the ceiling, enveloping the grand sorceress in a column of light. An ethereal apparition of a four-armed, two-faced demon emerged before her. Perhaps due to the meager nature of the sacrificial offering, the apparition stood no taller than an ordinary human. The apparition swiftly merged with the grand sorceress, who then reopened her eyes, now devoid of any emotional fluctuation, coldly gazing at He. Under the grand sorceress's indifferent stare, He body gradually became transparent, and the apparition from his spiritual sea materialized behind him. Initially, he believed that within the boundless void of his spiritual sea, countless stars lay dormant, yet as the apparition expanded infinitely, it enveloped the entire cosmos. However, He soon discerned that the stars he had envisioned were not scattered throughout an endless void, but rather countless nodes beneath his corporeal form. Once the 5 nodes near his shoulders ignited, they connected by faint, almost imperceptible threads. In the grand sorceress's hollow eye sockets, a flicker of electricity accumulated until it enveloped her eyeballs. Emotionlessly, she pointed her finger at He head, and the tip of her finger emitted a radiant halo. The halo drifted towards He like a dandelion swaying in the wind. He felt his body becoming incredibly rigid, rendering him immobile for a moment. He silently thought, "This is the end." He realized that if Inoyatira intended to seize control of him, he would likely be powerless to resist. The halo, resembling a dandelion, slowly floated into the apparition that represented He, causing a tumultuous stir within his spiritual sea. The ignited 5 nodes began to shine brilliantly, reflecting a ghostly blue light from the faint threads connecting them. He was bewildered by the unfolding events, only aware of a tremendous roar echoing within his spiritual sea. It was as though a previously imprisoned force was shattered by the halo. and the already tenuous apparition began to dissipate. The nodes within his body seemed on the verge of vanishing as well, the 5 illuminated nodes flickering like candles in the wind. A sense of indescribable panic gripped He Buqiang. Yet the luminous seed that floated within him gradually radiated a warm and gentle glow, causing the apparition that was destined to fade to solidify once more. It began to reshape itself before He Buqiang, transforming into a 4-armed, 2-faced demon apparition. In the next moment, the luminous seed gradually dissolved into this newly formed demon apparition, and the 5 ignited nodes within it blazed with brilliance. Soon, the 6th, 7th, until the 9th node also ignited, and the brilliance began to settle. He Buqiang was astonished to discover that this 4-armed, 2-faced apparition had returned to his spiritual sea. The apparition, once resembling his own body, had transformed into a 4-armed demon. Yet the star-like nodes within it remained unchanged. Only more nodes had been ignited. Amidst this indescribable dread, He Buqiang felt his body slowly returning to normal, his hands and feet gradually regaining mobility. He leaped up from the grass mat, seizing the black robe of unwanted, resembling a fish out of water, his mouth opening weakly yet producing no sound. That moment, the flicker of electricity in unwanted's eyes faded, her expression returning to calm, her entire being appearing utterly drained. The column of light enveloping her body dissipated, leaving her weak and feeble in He Buqiang's grasp. Yet her expression bore an unsettling quality as she emitted a sound akin to that of a screech owl from her throat. Observing unwanted's face turning red from suffocation, He Buqiang could only sigh softly, releasing his grip on her collar. Unwanted weakly settled back onto the grass mat, her hands clutching her throat as she coughed dryly. Her breathing increasingly labored. He Buqiang, feeling disoriented, also sat down on the grass mat, consumed by a desire to understand what had transpired within him. Chapter 56. The Troubles of Learning for the next half-day. He Buqiang scrutinized his physical condition. Aside from the nodes within his body reigniting, there seemed to be no other anomalies. If there were any, it was that the apparition in his spiritual sea had transformed into a 4-armed demon statue, occupying all the space within his spiritual realm. One face bore an expression of fear, pain, and rage, while the other radiated courage, hope, and wisdom. The 9 ignited nodes in his body formed a marvelous arch, connected by almost imperceptibly fine threads. He Buqiang began to discern that once these nodes were ignited, they enhanced certain aspects of his abilities, but not uniformly across all attributes. For instance, the activation of the 5th node merely augmented his physical coordination, enabling him to execute some extreme maneuvers while leaping into the air without exertion. Unwanted sat upon the steps outside the large wooden house, attempting to convey something to He Buqiang. But alas, even the indigenous maiden, Molly, could not translate her words. Molly could only articulate a few terms such as divine favor, soul, and mark. Feeling that his physical state had not significantly changed, He Buqiang's heart felt somewhat reassured. He initially contemplated departing the indigenous village promptly, yet in the afternoon, Unwanted regained some of her vigor. Leaning on her staff, she stood solemnly on the wooden steps outside the large wooden house, uttering a few succinct phrases in her native tongue to He Buqiang. Thankfully, these statements were straightforward, allowing Molly to successfully translate them. The Grand Sorceress spoke to He Buqiang regarding how to wield his newfound powers. He Buqiang gazed at her in astonishment, never expecting her to offer him guidance. Descending the steps, the Grand Sorceress stood calmly before He Buqiang, her hands firmly grasping her staff. She slowly closed her eyes, and without uttering an incantation, she softly called out, causing a visage of a weeping demon to materialize behind her. At that moment, Unwanted emanated an aura of danger, radiating an uncontrollable power from her being. Having exchanged words with the swordsman Beijiale on several occasions, He Buqiang understood that Unwanted was unleashing her force. To his surprise, the force she wielded was one of the faces of the demon statue. She swung her staff, producing a series of sonic booms in the air, and without hesitation, she swung it towards He Buqiang. Instinctively, He Buqiang drew his Roman sword, positioning it to block the Grand Sorceress's staff. The staff struck the Roman sword with a resounding thud, sending a jolt through He Buqiang's arm. Seizing the initiative, Unwanted's staff rained down blows upon He Buqiang without respite, offering him no opportunity to catch his breath. He Buqiang found himself struggling to defend. Unable to mount a counterattack, he had hoped that the Grand Sorceress would grow weary and slow her assault, providing him with a chance to retaliate. However, she showed no signs of fatigue, and his right hand, gripping the sword, ached terribly under her relentless onslaught. Were it not for He Buqiang's determination to endure, he would have long since dropped the Roman sword. Just as He Buqiang felt on the brink of exhaustion, Inoyatira shouted another phrase in her native tongue. Molly, observing from the sidelines, accurately translated, "Release your power," in that instant. The 9 ignited nodes within He Buqiang's spiritual sea erupted with boundless radiance. In a daze, a towering, 2-meter-tall, 4-armed demon apparition appeared behind him. An indescribable force surged into his body, sweeping away his fatigue. He Buqiang finally realized that amidst the Grand Sorceress's tempestuous assault, he had successfully unleashed his force. Empowered by this newfound strength, He Buqiang deftly parried the staff that Inoyatira had swung at him, and then, with a swift motion, he thrust the Roman sword towards her chest, leaving a fleeting afterimage in its wake. Inoyatira's staff was knocked aside by He Buqiang's strike, exposing an opening, and as the Roman sword approached, the Grand Sorceress softly chanted an incantation, Karalamidataya. The visage resembling a demon mask behind her suddenly opened its eyes wide and vanished from behind her. Reappearing before her in an instant, the weeping mask's apparition transformed into a stone wall, its plump lips parting gently as it exhaled towards He Buqiang. A sudden gust of fierce wind swept through, propelling He Buqiang into the air, where he landed heavily on a clearing amidst the trees. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Sorceress retracted her force, transforming once more into a hunched old woman. It appeared that this bout of struggle had indeed drained significant strength from Inoyatira. The Grand Sorceress, as she approached He Buqiang, displaying signs of fatigue, the native girl, Molly, hurried over, displaying remarkable perceptiveness as she gently helped the fallen He Buqiang to his feet and offered a few complaints to the Grand Sorceress. At that moment, He Buqiang had yet to recover from the shock of suddenly possessing this force. In truth, he had merely taken a heavy fall without sustaining any injuries. Before departing, the Grand Sorceress uttered a phrase in the native tongue to He Buqiang. Divine Chosen One. To comprehend the use of these powers, you must learn our language. Molly, the native girl, exerted herself to ensure that He Buqiang understood the Grand Sorceress's words. Even if He Buqiang was somewhat slow on the uptake, he could sense that the Grand Sorceress was earnestly imparting knowledge to him before her departure. Clearly, this was a benefit conferred by his identity as the Divine Chosen One. Molly assisted He Buqiang back to his thatch-roofed dwelling. Lamenting as she did so that a swordsman, familiar with some native tongue, had previously informed Molly that He Buqiang was mute. At this moment, Molly was troubled, unsure how to teach He Buqiang to speak the native language. However, since it was a task assigned by the Grand Sorceress, she felt compelled to accomplish it, viewing it as a test and a form of training in her aspiration to become the Grand Sorceress's successor. Thus, on a sun-drenched afternoon, the native girl, with a gaze tinged with desperation, embarked on the seemingly impossible endeavor of teaching a mute who knew not a word of the native tongue to speak. Molly began to slowly articulate each phoneme of the native language to He Buqiang, her lively green eyes sparkling with energy, her voice resonating with the unique clarity of youth. Her slender figure exuded grace. And although her features bore the hallmarks of the native people of Handanal County, they were nonetheless quite pleasing to the eye. With such a captivating instructor, He Buqiang found the task of learning the native tongue far from burdensome. In truth, he was not mute, he simply did not know how to vocalize with his vocal cords. Chapter 57. The Magic Skin Implantation. Every evening, the children of the native village would gather at the village entrance. The older children would climb the tallest lookout tree, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun as they gazed at the mountain road leading into the valley, eagerly awaiting the safe return of the adults from the depths of the mountains. Meanwhile, the younger children would perch on the branches of fruit trees, lined up like a flock of birds preparing to return to their nests, chattering incessantly. At this time of day, the village was typically at its most vibrant. It was only when the barefoot native hunters, treading over the rocky paths, returned with their prey that the children would erupt in cheers. Each native child harbored a vision of a great hero within, longing for the day they too could join the hunting party and become a skilled jungle hunter. The Gander Mountains were rich in resources, although the depths teemed with magical beasts. One could not simply stumble upon them at every turn. The notion that a magical beast lurked atop every peak was clearly an exaggeration. Some low-tier magical beast roamed the vast forest, and an experienced hunter could discern from certain signs in the woods whether magical creatures were nearby, taking care to avoid them if they were. Of course, this did not preclude the possibility of an unexpected encounter with a magical beast in the forest, in which case one could only pray that the creature had recently feasted. The native hunters favored hunting wild boar and deer, both of which were plentiful in the woods. That a few native hunters would set traps and drive small groups of wild boar toward them, ensuring a catch. The native women would gather at the village entrance, awaiting the men's return. The spoils would then be collectively apportioned by the elders, a system long established within the tribe. Typically, the men received the largest share of the spoils, as they were expected to continue hunting. They would be allotted the leg meat and ribs, while the sick and children received the back and entrails. And lastly, the women and elders would receive the hooves, tails, and leftover scraps. Naturally, the head of the wild boar was reserved for offerings to the deity. Presently, the native tribe faced a demographic imbalance. The once thriving village of several hundred now housed fewer than 50 adult hunters. With nearly no elders remaining, most of the population consisted of women and children, albeit with a greater number of women, ensuring they still received some choice cuts of meat. The village men returned with a massive boar weighing 1,000 pounds. With 30-odd native hunters taking turns to carry it back, the creature's 2 tusks alone measured half a foot in length, its back covered in bristles as tough as pine needles, and it bore a fatal wound, a 3-foot gash in its belly. The native hunters carried the boar into the village, where a wooden table had been set up in the square. A rotund middle-aged native man, armed with a small knife, skillfully skinned the boar, hanging the hide on a nearby tree. Each cut was precise, and by the time the task was complete, the remaining bones were tossed into a large pot to simmer into a delicious broth. The native women would add various wild vegetables and tubers, ultimately concocting a thick meat porridge that the entire village would gather to enjoy. He Butchong squeezed into the crowd, watching as 2 older children grappled in the center of the square. The victor receiving an extra piece of meat bone. The surrounding natives, eager to witness the spectacle, filled the area. In truth, the nightlife of the natives was rather dull after dinner. Only the younger children had the energy to frolic and compete. The hunters, having dined, would return to their wooden homes to rest, and the inevitable entertainment during this time was the sounds of intimacy, as the native women embraced childbirth as a sacred duty, often displaying more fervor than the men. However, the wooden homes here lacked walls, allowing such sounds to carry quite far. The native girl Molly retrieved 2 tender, well-cooked meat bones from the cook, enjoying a modicum of privilege as the granddaughter of the Grand Sorceress. The 2 returned to the front of the wooden house, sitting on the steps as they gnawed on the meaty bones. Molly, barefoot, squatted on the floor, making crisp sounds as she bit into the thin, crunchy layers of the bone, resembling a lioness indulging in her meal. The lives of the valley's natives were simple and unadorned, and this leisurely pace brought Butchong a sense of comfort. Over the past few days, he had been diligently studying the native language. Under Molly's attentive guidance, Butchong mimicked her mouth movements and surprisingly produced a phoneme of the native tongue, his pronunciation quite accurate. He made continual progress each day, much to Molly's delight, as initial communication in the native language was no longer a challenge. However, Butchong still struggled with the imperial language. Perhaps due to the significant differences between it and the native tongue, the native phonemes predominantly utilized nasal sounds, whereas the imperial language did not share this characteristic. At least for now, Butchong had yet to discover the nuances of pronouncing it. To avoid being ridiculed by the second squad of warriors, Butchong refrained from conversing with them in the native tongue. He was confident that with persistent practice, mastering the imperial language was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, Butchong remained curious about the Grand Sorceress's sacrificial rites. During the previous ceremony, the Grand Sorceress had offered a sacrifice to the deity, subsequently receiving blessings, and had removed a piece of black-marked magical hide from a demon, affixing it to a native hunter, thereby endowing 3 native hunters with formidable powers. Until now, Butchong had been unable to communicate with Grand Sorceress Inoyatala. However, now that he could comprehend some of the native language, he was eager to learn more about the proceedings. He approached Grand Sorceress Inoyatala. Upon hearing Butchong's inquiries, she pondered for a moment before responding. Divine Chosen One, we offer sacrifices to the deity, and through the ritual, we receive various blessings. The previous ritual allowed me to perceive many things that are ordinarily hidden from sight. Butchong listened intently to the Grand Sorceress's words, finding some terms requiring considerable thought to grasp their meanings. Observing Butchong's earnest attention, the Grand Sorceress continued. For instance, I perceived the secrets of the black-marked magical hide on the demon. Those patterns contained immense magical power. However, while I can glimpse such secrets through the divine power at the altar, I cannot replicate it. I can implant this magical hide onto our people, just as you witnessed with the black-marked magical hide, with the power granted by the deity. I embedded it into the bodies of our 3 warriors, allowing them to gain the demon's formidable strength through this shortcut. The Grand Sorceress spoke slowly, ensuring Butchong could comprehend her words. She then added, "Yet, This magical hide implantation carries great risks. If the host's compatibility is poor and they are unable to bear the immense power of the hide, they will ultimately succumb to the strain and perish. He Wuqiang organized his thoughts for half a day before hesitantly asking, "Are you suggesting that the 3 hunters will perish upon integrating the black-patterned demon skin, due to their bodies lacking the requisite strength to bear it?" To utter this sentence in its entirety, He Wuqiang felt a sigh of relief deep within. It seemed he had regained his ability to converse. He had never anticipated that engaging in verbal exchange could be such a delightful experience. The Grand Sorceress replied, "Precisely so." Recalling that fateful night when one of the indigenous hunters had died on the spot while the other 2 lingered for 3 days before quietly passing away, He Wuqiang inquired of Grand Sorceress Inoyatila, how did they manage to endure for so long? It was because, during the sacrificial ritual, the demon god bestowed the blessing of the divine protector's body, came the response from Inoyatila. Chapter 58. The Eye of Truth in the Wooden Hut. A bonfire blazed in the hearth, as a robust indigenous woman brought a pot of rich meat soup to the Grand Sorceress. She squatted beside the fire, casting furtive glances in He Wuqiang's direction. The indigenous woman meandered about the room, her ample form swaying gracefully, until the Grand Sorceress waved her hand impatiently, prompting the woman to hurriedly retreat. Molly, curled up on the floor like a languorous cat, chuckled at the scene and remarked to He Wuqiang, "Her name is Themis. It seems she has taken a liking to you." He Wuqiang could not suppress an eye roll. Choosing not to engage in that topic, the Grand Sorceress sprinkled some stone powder into the fire, instantly transforming the flames into an ethereal blue hue. A gust of wind swept through, causing the flickering light to dance unpredictably, casting a mosaic of shadows from the leaves hanging from the roof around the hut. He Wuqiang felt a sense of oppression from this flame. The blue glow illuminated the Grand Sorceress's face, rendering her expression somewhat somber. Sensing her disquiet, He Wuqiang decided to stand and take his leave. However, before he could utter a word, Grand Sorceress Inoyatila posed a direct question to him. "Do you wish to learn the sacrificial ritual?" He Wuqiang had not anticipated such a straightforward inquiry from the Grand Sorceress, and was at a loss for a response. In truth, he was eager to learn, so he countered, "Am I allowed to?" Inoyatila slightly lifted her eyelids, her gaze seemingly penetrating through all pretense. In a raspy voice, she stated, "You are a chosen one. You certainly may." He Wuqiang felt a surge of interest in the indigenous culture of Handanarl County, prompting his eagerness. "What must I do?" The Grand Sorceress placed her hand near the bonfire, and a wisp of the ethereal blue flame leapt into her palm, as if imbued with life. For some, these practices may remain forever inaccessible, yet for us, it is a simple matter, for we can communicate with the demon god through sacrifice. Provided the offerings are ample, we can wield certain extraordinary powers. He understood that manipulating fire was merely a minor spell, and that Inoyatila had added some unknown powder to the flames, which served as a medium. Otherwise, she would not have been able to control the fire. With a serious expression, Inoyatila warned He Wuqiang, "Before you learn the sacrificial ritual, you must grasp one crucial aspect. Once you establish a connection with the demon god through sacrifice, your offerings must be commensurate with your needs. If your desires exceed the value of your offerings, you shall become part of the sacrifice." He Wuqiang felt a tightening in his chest. The balance required in the sacrificial ritual was indeed difficult to gauge. The Grand Sorceress continued, "However, more often than not, the value of the offerings tends to exceed our needs, and do not expect the demon god to compensate for this. Such fairness does not exist in this world." He Wuqiang could only mechanically nod in response. The Grand Sorceress then explained, "The sacrificial ritual must fulfill 3 conditions: an altar, offerings, and a recipient." Beside them, Molly listened intently, her clear gaze fixed on He Wuqiang, filled with envy. Inoyatila elaborated, "An altar need not be a lofty platform. It requires a sole medium to construct a bridge to the demon god, allowing you to present your prepared offerings and articulate your desires." She produced a pouch from her garments, pouring forth some gray stone powder, which she sprinkled onto the bonfire, resulting in a plume of blue flames. He Wuqiang understood now that this stone powder was the sole medium she had mentioned. Of course, typically, not all wishes can be granted by him, the demon god, the Grand Sorceress cautioned. Noticing He Wuqiang's perplexed expression, she clarified, "To be precise, the demon god we revere can only grant us a limited scope of power." This revelation left He Wuqiang speechless. He had not anticipated that the deities revered by the indigenous people were, in the realm of the gods, mere weaklings. Inoyatila continued, "Under normal circumstances, the powers that can be bestowed upon me include the divine protector's body, which represents courage, the eye of truth, embodying wisdom, the shield of blessing, symbolizing hope, The whispers of death, representing fear, the withering of death, denoting hatred, and life's inferno, signifying destruction. Upon hearing this, He Wuqiang thought it unsurprising that the powers granted after sacrifice aligned perfectly with the dualistic nature of this two-faced demon god. The eye of truth enables me to perceive certain truths of the world, which is why I could peel the black patterned demon skin from the fiend and transfer it to our warriors. Although they could not withstand the power inherent in the black patterned demon skin, the Grand Sorceress elucidated. Referring to her actions during the previous sacrificial ritual at that moment, He Wuqiang inquired, to enable them to bear the power of the black patterned demon skin, did you endow them with the divine protector's body? The Grand Sorceress nodded wearily, pressing her fingers to her brow. This was unavoidable. Someone must stand guard over this village. Our powers are too feeble, and should the fiends emerge, we would indeed be the first to suffer. Thus, we must do our part. This is beyond reproach. He Wuqiang was taken aback by Inoyatila's perspective and further asked, if I master the sacrificial ritual, can I likewise acquire these powers through sacrifice? The Grand Sorceress nodded affirmatively, stating, certainly, we are all chosen ones. If you wish to know more details, I will guide you through the specific steps of the ritual. I hope they can return with some offerings tomorrow, so you may attempt your first sacrifice. He Wuqiang found himself at a loss for words, sensing that the Grand Sorceress viewed the sacrificial ritual with undue simplicity. At this moment, Inoyatila beckoned Molly to fetch 4 ceramic bowls. The Grand Sorceress poured some stone powder into each of the bowls, arranging them around her body. She introduced the white phosphorus powder as an excellent medium, capable of swiftly enabling the practitioner to enter a state conducive to communication with the demon god. He Wuqiang listened with utmost seriousness, realizing that Inoyatila was opening a portal of knowledge regarding the sacrificial ritual before him. Chapter 59. Ambush in the wilderness. Traversing the dense woods of the Kanar Mountains alone, He Wuqiang finally understood why Sul'dak led the second team along the ridge beside the river valley. Ignoring the survival rules of the jungle would result in dire consequences within these thick woods. Regret washed over him as he trudged through overgrown grass that reached his waist, tirelessly using his Roman sword to slash away at the foliage, his hand growing numb from the exertion. He licked his parched lips, squinting up at the merciless sun overhead, contemplating whether he ought to seek a shady spot to rest before continuing. The most common creatures in the grassy expanse were the plump yellow-brown otters, large rabbits that could stretch to over 4 feet in length. Yet they dashed through the underbrush with lightning speed, their coats blending seamlessly with the dried grass. Once they evaded into the depths of the thicket, capturing them became an impossible feat. This wild grassland also harbored a plethora of venomous snakes. A moment of inattention could lead to a startling encounter with one. These grass snakes were not particularly toxic and had no natural enemies in the meadow, exhibiting a high level of aggression. To avoid being bitten on the ankle, He Wuqiang cleared the underbrush with his Roman sword before stepping forward. This method, however, impeded his pace significantly. He had already spent nearly half a day navigating this overgrown terrain. He murmured to himself that perhaps if he could scale the ridge ahead, he might catch sight of the river valley traversed by the second team. He patted the water pouch hanging at his waist. Shaking it vigorously, the remaining water would suffice for only 2 sips, and his throat felt as though it might ignite from thirst. Yet He Wuqiang resolved to endure a bit longer, concerned that draining the pouch entirely would lead to complications should unforeseen circumstances arise. After nearly 10 days living among the indigenous village, in addition to mastering basic indigenous language, He Wuqiang had also learned the methods for conducting sacrificial rituals. After bidding farewell to Grand Sorceress Inoyatila, he departed from the indigenous settlement. Initially intending to take a shortcut back to the mountains beside the valley, He Wuqiang unwittingly wandered into a diverging path, only to realize that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Although it appeared that only a few ridges separated him from his destination, after traversing one mountain after another, he was still met with an endless expanse of peaks. After losing his way in the mountains, He Wuqiang calmly assessed his direction and felt that his path forward presented no significant issues, prompting him to press on resolutely. Suddenly, a malevolent spirit lunged at He Wuqiang. Towering over him at more than 3 meters, wielding a 2-meter-long, razor-sharp spear, the creature's body was pressed closely against He Wuqiang's back. One hand reached out to choke He Wuqiang's neck, while the other aimed the spear at his spine. With no mercy, the spear pierced through He Wuqiang's defenses, but just as it was about to make contact, he swiftly turned, thrusting his Roman sword at the demon while raising his shield to block the spear's advance. He Wuqiang had underestimated the weapon's sharpness. It pierced through the shield, penetrating his arm and driving into his chest, a trickle of crimson blood oozing from the wound. Simultaneously, Yibuqiang's Roman sword found its mark in the demon's abdomen, and they stood locked in a fierce struggle on the wild grassland beneath the scorching sun. The demon paid no heed to its own injury, its grotesque visage twisted into a fierce grin as it pressed the spear deeper into Yibuqiang's body. He felt his strength ebb away with each drop of blood that flowed from him. The demon let out a terrifying laugh, bending its body to retract its abdomen, forcing Yibuqiang's sword to withdraw inch by inch. In this relentless confrontation, Yibuqiang found himself at a distinct disadvantage, further compounded by the demon's unprovoked assault, plunging him into a dire predicament. As the spear slowly penetrated deeper, the excruciating pain served as a grim reminder that his life was swiftly slipping away. Yet, within Yibuqiang's body, dormant powers began to awaken, radiating a continuous surge of strength. The demon, as if struck in the eye, instinctively raised a hand to shield itself. Seizing this moment, Yibuqiang unleashed his latent force. A double-faced, four-armed demon avatar materialized behind him, glaring fiercely at the malevolent spirit before him. In that instant, Yibuqiang felt his strength fully restored. He swung his Roman sword with renewed vigor, striking down upon the demon's arm, which melted away like butter under the gentle golden glow enveloping the blade, severing the hand cleanly from the wrist. The demon howled in fury, attempting to grasp Yibuqiang's throat with its remaining hand, intent on crushing it. However, Yibuqiang retaliated with a powerful kick, forcing the demon back several steps. Without allowing the creature to regain its footing, he hurled his Roman sword, which plunged straight into the demon's chest. Even then, Yibuqiang remained cautious. He held his breath and yanked the spear from his shield. Denying the demon any chance to retaliate, he staggered forward, mustering his last ounce of strength to drive the spear into the demon's skull. Subsequently using his Roman sword to decapitate it. As the thick, purplish-black blood pooled around him, the demon's body convulsed violently before falling silent. Yibuqiang hastily bandaged his wounds, collapsing onto the wild grass in a state of utter exhaustion. The azure sky swirled with clouds, and he felt himself drifting into a stupor. He attempted to rise from the ground, but after several futile attempts, he succumbed to fatigue. The demon's severed head lay before him, and as he observed the bloodied cavity on its forehead, he could faintly discern the outline of a magic core nestled within. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Yibuqiang awoke to a star-studded sky. Struggling to rise from the grass, he startled a flower-tailed marten that had been feasting on the demon's remains. It darted away into the thickets, seemingly just a scavenger. He finished the last drop of water from his flask. Feeling somewhat revitalized, upon inspecting his arm, he noted some recovery. Most of the wounds had begun to scab over, though his leather armor was stained with blood. After a moment of contemplation, Yibuqiang sought to pry open the demon's skull. Retrieving the walnut-sized magic core from within, glancing at the demon's lifeless body, he sighed softly. If only Sul'dak were here, he would surely have skinned the creature. Regrettably, Yibuqiang had not mastered such skills and could only abandon the demon's corpse in the underbrush. Realizing that one of his arms was effectively incapacitated, Yibuqiang grew anxious about the possibility of other demons pursuing him. He dared not linger in the area for long, dragging his weary body into the thicket ahead. Chapter 60. The initial experience of the ritual. The night breeze was cool. The silvery moonlight bathed the wild grassland. As the gentle wind stirred the grass in waves, the distant mountains loomed like a series of black shadows. Shortly after Yibuqiang departed the grassland, 3 demons arrived in pursuit. Upon discovering the beheaded demon lying in a pool of purple blood, they immediately began to search for traces of its assailant. Neglecting the corpse itself and hastily examining the wounds before swiftly following Yibuqiang's trail, these 3 demons stood over 3 meters tall, their bodies adorned with dark magical patterns, their grotesque heads swollen ominously. Though not yet as formidable as the horned demons, they stood at the precipice of advancement. Each of these demons possessed strength comparable to a level 15 first-tier knight, and in narrow encounters in the wild, they could leverage their physical advantage to gain the upper hand. This group of demons was patrolling the Benar Mountains when they stumbled upon evidence of a human warrior's presence in the grassland. The valley nestled between the mountains was overgrown with wild grass, making the search for a single human warrior a formidable challenge. 5 demons ventured into the grassland, splitting up to search, upon discovering the body of the weakest among them. Decapitated and with a bloodied hole in its forehead from which the magic core had been extracted, the remaining 3 demons seethed with rage. They followed Yibuqiang's trail, determined to track him down. Intuitively sensing the encroaching danger, Yibuqiang quickened his pace towards the hillside several hundred meters ahead, where a dense forest of red pines awaited. He hoped that once he entered the thicket, he would find greater safety than in the open grassland. Little did he know that while trying to take a shortcut back to the 57th Regiment's camp, he had veered off course in the mountains. Not only failing to locate the valley, but also encountering demons along the way. Sul'dak had previously recounted how scout teams of demons and human patrols often clashed in the wilderness, leading to a fight to the death. Typically, once infantry soldiers spotted demons, they would retreat as swiftly as possible. The disparity in strength was too great, and the primary objective of patrol teams was to relay intelligence back to their regiment, necessitating a strategy of avoidance whenever possible. If avoidance proved impossible, they would set traps and prepare deceptive ambushes to eliminate their foes. He Buqiang gazed down at the penetrating wound on his left arm, a bitter taste filling his mouth. His lungs felt ablaze, and each breath sent sharp pain radiating from the injury inflicted by the spear. Crouching low among the grass, he used the moonlight to clearly observe the three demons pursuing him from several hundred meters away. Their towering forms stood out starkly against the silvery landscape. Recognizing that running would only lead to his undoing, he paused at the edge of the grassland, facing the pitch-black depths of the forest, where dense foliage cast a shadowy gloom. He had initially believed that entering the thicket would be akin to a fish returning to the sea, allowing him to hide away from the demons. He halted, deliberately trampling some dry grass at the grassland's edge and discarding his battered iron shield outside the thicket to create the illusion that he had entered the forest. Then, crouching low, he retraced his steps along the escape route for several dozen meters, intentionally flattening the grass to forge a clear path of retreat. Meanwhile, he slipped into a patch of fragrant nightshade, moving cautiously to avoid disturbing the delicate leaves. The foliage was not particularly tall, and with some surrounding weeds, he could blend in, crawling through the aromatic undergrowth, hearing faint rustling in the distance, likely the sound of resilient thorny vines being torn. Followed by distinct footsteps, he Buqiang lay still, observing a demon's colossal silhouette illuminated by the moonlight. He remained motionless in the nightshade, afraid to raise his head for fear of alerting the creature. The demon paused not far from his hiding spot, scanning the surroundings. As it prepared to approach He Buqiang's location, it noticed the flattened grass nearby and hurried over, sensing the fresh disturbance. It called out in a low tone to its companions. And soon two other demons approached, following the trail that He Buqiang had cleverly laid, heading toward the dark, shadowy forest on the slope. At this moment, He Buqiang, with great effort, managed to rise from the underbrush, gritting his teeth as he retraced his steps into the depths of the overgrown field. Realizing that he was being pursued, he recognized the insufficiency of his stamina and physical condition. Even if he fled into the dense forest, he would not escape the relentless pursuit of those malevolent spirits. His feigned retreat succeeded in evading the demons, not out of a desire to return to the native village, for that would undoubtedly bring catastrophe upon the inhabitants hidden within the canyon. He Buqiang ran back to the spot where he had vanquished the demon, and as anticipated, the demon's corpse lay undisturbed on the grass, with no other demons present to claim it. He picked up the severed head of the demon and sought refuge in a dense thicket. He swiftly cleared a patch of ground amidst the wild grass and retrieved 4 ceramic bowls from his pack. 2 of the bowls had been shattered during the recent skirmish with the demon, but He Buqiang paid little mind to this, filling all 4 bowls with powdered gray stone from his backpack. Even with 2 bowls in pieces, he managed to place the powder on the fragments of those bowls. Subsequently, he positioned the 4 bowls at the corners of the clearing, igniting the gray stone powder within them, which immediately produced a flicker of ethereal blue flames. Standing in the center of the clearing, he contemplated the possibility of ritual failure and hastily inscribed a few symbols on the ground before finally settling down cross-legged. He began to chant an unfamiliar native incantation, raising his hands and swaying them rhythmically. As the incantation concluded, a faint beam of light descended from above, and an ethereal figure of a divine being materialized before He Buqiang. This apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to his own essence, the only distinction being the air of authority emanating from its eyes. Following the steps imparted to him by the great wizard Inoyatila, He Buqiang placed the demon's severed head before the divine figure. As he uttered his incantation, the head began to burn slowly, and as the flames dwindled, it completely vanished from view. The divine figure, now smiling, turned towards He Buqiang, a wave of blessing seemingly infusing him with invigorating energy. Chapter 61. Nesting a pale blue hexagram emerged as the incantation resonated in the air. He Buqiang felt a warmth akin to sunlight enveloping his being, while his wounds did not heal rapidly. The pain subsided significantly, and the bleeding had ceased. His previously fatigued body now surged with newfound vitality. In the pitch-black wilderness, the beam of light from above stood out vividly. The three demons would likely use this light as a beacon. And he knew he could not linger here for long. At that moment, not only had his stamina fully replenished, but his physical attributes were also greatly enhanced. He felt an abundance of strength coursing through him, to the extent that he believed he could carry the heavy demon's corpse with ease. After careful consideration, Hebuqiang resisted the urge to skin the demon. The great wizard had repeatedly cautioned him about the safety of his surroundings when invoking the Eye of Truth and advised against hasty attempts at magical tattooing, especially when the inherent attributes of the host and the magical skin were incongruent, as such actions could lead to catastrophic consequences. He felt he was not yet prepared for such risks. After discerning his direction, he plunged once more into the thicket of wild grass. He traversed the overgrown meadow, crossed two ridges, and forded a stream, continuing until dawn broke. Finding that the three demons had not pursued him, he finally paused on the mountainside. Hebuqiang, having passed the valley stream, did not forget to quench his thirst, drinking half a flask of water, despite the magical state of divine guardian enveloping him. Fatigue still weighed heavily upon his body after a night of exertion. A woodpecker was rhythmically pecking at a tree trunk above, and as Hebuqiang gazed up at the towering fir, its crown resembled an expansive umbrella. Though he could hear its sound, the bird remained hidden from view. He stood beneath the tree, contemplating it for a while, and after plotting a climbing route, he attempted to ascend the trunk. The fir was robust, its base requiring several people to encircle it, and its bark was riddled with cracks. He used the crevices in the bark to scale the tree, his body moving like a gecko, his feet pushing rhythmically against the trunk as he ascended. Though inexperienced in climbing, Hebuqiang's grip was strong, and he did not find it overly taxing. After navigating several branches, he suspended himself from a fork in the tree, taking a moment to catch his breath and wipe the sweat from his brow. Before summoning the determination to reach the top, a black-feathered woodpecker suddenly flitted out from the depths of the crown, landing on an adjacent tree. At the summit, Hebuqiang located a sturdy branch, unsheathed his Roman sword, and cut some pliable twigs from the treetop. He fashioned a makeshift nest-like bed among the branches, testing its strength before adding more twigs for comfort, working diligently until he had constructed a suitable resting place. From his pack, he retrieved a ration pack, realizing he could not start a fire to cook, and thus consumed the dried provisions directly. The food was not unpleasant, but required water to swallow. The crushed grains were roasted and seasoned with salt and meat powder, along with butter. After consuming some of this sustenance, the gnawing hunger in his stomach subsided. He lay upon the wooden bed at the treetop, unfastening his belt to use as a safety line, lest he accidentally roll off the high perch in his sleep. Concealed among the branches, he observed his surroundings, which offered a panoramic view. The fir stood on a slope, allowing him to see the valley below, yet obscuring the opposite side of the hill. The valley floor was thickly forested, with a creek winding through the lowest terrain, flowing from east to west into a river gorge. It was there that Hebuqiang had quenched his thirst earlier. Not having detected any signs of the demons, he breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the divine guardian magic shielding him from pain, he inspected his arm, noting that the wounds had reopened during the climb, bleeding profusely once more. Feeling no discomfort, he initially paid it little mind, but upon seeing the dark pool of blood seeping from the wound, he grew concerned about losing too much blood. Hastily, he tore a strip from his undergarment and bandaged the injury securely. Exhausted, he reclined on the makeshift wooden bed, slipping into slumber before he knew it. A drop of water splashed onto Hebuqiang's face, then another. The incessant rain awakened him from his dreams. His eyes fluttered open. He was greeted by a sea of green leaves, with raindrops cascading from the overcast sky. Struggling to sit up, he was nearly choked by the safety line around his waist, almost toppling from his perch. "Damn it all," he muttered. Awakened abruptly in a precarious position, he was drenched in cold sweat. Cautiously peering through the dense foliage, he glanced down, realizing that sleeping at such heights was exceedingly perilous. The rain intensified, and the thick leaves offered little protection. Hebuqiang hoisted his backpack above his head, resembling a foolish bird huddled atop the tree, seeking shelter from the unexpected downpour. The trunk was slick and treacherous, making descent impossible under these conditions. Gazing at the misty expanse of trees before him, he recognized that he was utterly lost in the forest, uncertain of how to navigate back to the river gorge, much less return to the native village. Regret was futile, so he contemplated how he might survive and find his way out of this wilderness. The Baijali swordsman had warned him about the presence of even more fearsome magical beasts lurking within the depths of the Gandir Mountains. Advising against venturing into that region lightly. He Buiqiang feared he had unwittingly wandered into the heart of Gander's mountains. As the rain began to lessen, He Buiqiang, drenched and resembling a drenched chicken, slid down from the tree. The forest floor was inundated, with rainwater pooling into streams that cascaded down the incline. Soaked through, He Buiqiang resolved to start a fire in the woods, to dry his sodden clothes and avoid falling ill. Chapter 62. The Bears of Gander Mountain. His leather armor hung from a branch. The moisture evaporated, leaving behind numerous white circles where the alkali had leached from the leather, after being soaked in rain. The armor had become stiff and uncomfortable. Typically, such armor would be unpleasant to wear, and prolonged use in ill-fitting areas could lead to chafed skin. It usually required professional care from a tanner. If one was reluctant to spend money on such maintenance, one could apply pig fat using a bristle brush, though this would leave the armor gleaming. Clad in linen trousers and bare-chested, He Buiqiang squatted before the campfire, carefully tending to the wound on his chest. The wicked fiend's spear not only pierced through his left forearm, but also inflicted a wound upon his chest, leaving a gaping hole, though it did not reach his innards. At that moment, the spear was adorned with a freshly skinned otter rabbit, its fur stripped away. As the plump creature rotated over the embers, its rich fat dripping incessantly onto the charcoal, emitting a crackling sound and sending forth sparks. He Buiqiang held a small skinning knife in his hand, deftly slicing off a portion of the roasted rabbit meat to consume. Following a rain, the air in the woodland was exceptionally fresh. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a delicate fragrance of mingled pine resin and moist earth. Suddenly, a flock of mountain sparrows erupted from the thicket, soaring a mere 100 meters before alighting on a grand tree, only to take flight again with a whoosh, settling on another nearby tree. He Buiqiang stood, gazing in the direction of the forest, where the gnarled branches obscured any clear sight of what lay ahead. Perhaps it was a few leopard cats hunting birds among the trees. Despite this thought, he did not linger. He swiftly donned the leather armor that was still slightly damp, the side resting against the fire remaining warm to the touch. Yet he paid it no mind. After securing the armor, he pushed the roasting rack, along with the unfinished rabbit meat, into the flames, then used his Roman sword to dig up some earth, hastily covering the campfire. He Buiqiang dared not tarry. Casting a glance at the direction from which the sparrows had taken flight, he decisively chose to venture in the opposite direction. A moment later, a dark red paw with 3 toes crushed down upon the buried embers of the campfire, grinding the still glowing coals beneath it, causing the charcoal to scorch the fiend's paw, which emitted a foul-smelling smoke. The owner of that paw was a horned demon, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Its ghastly green visage twisted with fury as it gestured to the 3 other demons trailing behind. They promptly crouched low, almost crawling on the ground, sniffing the air like hounds. It wasn't long before one of the demons determined the direction in which He Buiqiang had fled. The horned demon waved its hand vigorously, and the 4 demons hastened in pursuit of He Buiqiang's escape route. He Buiqiang had thought he had evaded the demons, only to find that the fire he had ignited served as a beacon, drawing the demon squad back to him. This time, he climbed from the mountainside to the summit, standing atop a massive boulder, just in time to catch sight of the towering figures of the demons racing through the forest. They moved swiftly, with no misdirection, and it was likely they would close the gap in no time. He Buiqiang dared not linger any longer. He leapt off the boulder and sprinted down the gentle slope toward another ridge. A massive earth bear slowly opened its eyes from within a tree hollow, its pupils flickering with a hint of rage. It lazily emerged from the dry shelter, the sky outside now clear. Shaking off the thick layer of fat on its body, its fur glistened like satin. This bear was the same mother bear that the second squad had encountered by the creek, after losing her 2 cubs. She had fiercely dispatched the demons despite her severe injuries. It seemed all her wounds had healed, and she appeared larger than before, indicating a newfound strength, letting out a massive yawn at the entrance of her hollow. She was drawn to a commotion caused by a flock of birds taking flight in the distance. She crouched, listening intently for a moment before she began to make her way toward that direction. Soon after, another flock of birds soared into the sky. The earth bear hesitated no longer and swiftly followed suit. As the earth bear reached the midway point of the mountain, it finally spotted the demon squad, its eyes glinting with vengeful intent. However, the bear did not charge immediately. Instead, it methodically trailed behind the demons, retreating into the dense underbrush whenever they exhibited even the slightest awareness. The demons were fully focused on pursuing He Buiqiang ahead. Utterly unaware of the massive earth bear shadowing their every move. One demon halted, glancing back, but the thick forest behind them remained eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest chirp of an insect. The rain-soaked foliage clung to the tall demons as they moved through the woodland, their bodies gradually becoming drenched. The lead demon, a horned fiend, cast a wary glance behind, causing the 3 trailing demons to hastily catch up. Not long after, the last demon glanced back once more, its suspicion growing. Throughout the journey, this demon had frequently turned to look behind, yet it had failed to notice anything amiss. The horned demon, though visibly impatient, did not pay much heed to the sluggish demon trailing behind. It was only upon reaching the mountain's peak that they realized one of their number was missing. One had failed to keep pace. Just as the demons were beginning to wonder, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountainside, accompanied by a low warning growl from one of their companions. The horned demon could no longer afford to pursue Hebuqiang. Upon hearing its companion's chilling warning, it immediately retraced its steps. However, by the time the horned demon and its 2 remaining subordinates reached the mountainside, the straggling demon lay lifeless in a pool of blood, its head severed from its body, which lay nearby with obvious claw marks and a crushed chest. The terror of the earth bear lay in its immense strength. In a fit of rage, the horned demon let out a furious growl, frantically searching the surrounding woods for the beast that had slain its companion. Unfortunately, after scouring the vicinity, it could not locate the earth bear. When it finally reached the mountaintop again, it found itself accompanied only by a single demon. Hebuqiang had never anticipated that the creature which had come to his aid would be the very earth bear he had seen by the river valley, although he had not witnessed how it had dispatched the first demon. He had directly observed the bear's methodical attack on the second. Hebuqiang had taken refuge in a towering oak tree, watching as the earth bear, familiar with the terrain, consistently chose to hide in blind spots. Trailing closely behind the horned demon, the bear managed to remain undetected while drawing the attention of the demons trailing behind. Crouched behind a massive boulder, the bear blended seamlessly with its surroundings. Waiting for the demon to approach, the fiend cautiously advanced. The bear pounced, its massive form crashing down upon the demon, its powerful jaws sinking precisely into the fiend's throat, violently shaking its head to tear the demon's head from its body. The earth bear then glanced in Hebuqiang's direction, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Yet, the bear did not approach. Instead, it retreated into the depths of the forest, continuing its pursuit of the remaining 2 demons. Once Hebuqiang was certain the earth bear had moved on, he swiftly descended from the tree, racing to the boulder where he used his Roman sword to extract the demon's core from its severed head. Initially intending to discard the head, he reconsidered, retrieving a piece of hyena hide from his backpack to wrap the demon's head securely before stowing it away. He then set off in the direction where the earth bear had vanished. Continuing on his journey, Chapter 63, the bears of Mount Gander. A sudden downpour had cleansed the sky to an extraordinary clarity. Beyond the distant peaks, a thick layer of clouds cascaded like mountains. The trees in the forest had transformed into a vibrant, glossy green, exuding a rich vitality in the aftermath of the rain. Small streams had formed throughout the woodland, coalescing in the low-lying valleys into stagnant pools, some of which flowed into small rivers that exited the gorge. Hebuqiang followed closely behind the earth bear, having once again acquired a demon core and a demon head. His backpack could not accommodate the 2 watermelon-sized heads, so he fashioned a sturdy vine, threading it through one head and out through the throat of the other, the heavy heads dangling together as he secured the vine around his waist. As he walked, the head swayed with every step, becoming somewhat cumbersome. Yet, the thought of the generous rewards awaiting him for the demon heads made Hebuqiang feel that the extra weight was well worth the effort. He intended to leave the forest, but no matter which path he took, the earth bear would consistently emerge from the thicket ahead, blocking his way. After several encounters where the bear did not attack, Hebuqiang's courage swelled, and he attempted to circumvent it. However, this action provoked the bear, which let out a low growl that sent Hebuqiang retreating several steps in fright. Upon witnessing Hebuqiang's retreat, the earth bear halted, firmly planting its paws on the ground before turning and ambling up the mountain. After covering a distance of 100 meters, the earth bear glanced back, fixating its gaze on Hebuqiang. Uncertain of where the bear intended to lead him, Hebuqiang had no choice but to steel himself, shouldering the weight of the 2 demon heads as he followed the bear up the slope. Not long after entering the woods, he spotted 2 demons emerging from the hillside. Upon seeing the earth bear, they immediately froze, crouching low with sharp spears gripped tightly in their hands. After a brief pause, they charged down the slope with a ferocious howl. Beneath the slope, the earth-shaking bear stood resolute, abruptly raising its 2 forepaws and emitting a thunderous roar directed at the malevolent spirit. It did. A circle of earth-toned radiance emerged at its feet, and fragments of stone began to coalesce around its massive form, swirling in a ceaseless dance. Undeterred, the earth-shaking bear charged towards the vile apparition. Its colossal frame resembling a mountain of flesh, the horned demon surged down the slope, colliding violently with the earth-shaking bear. Meanwhile, Yibuqiang was not idle, hurling a pointed projectile at another demon. The projectile flipped through the air several times before being swatted down by the demon's own weapon. At that moment, the demon's attention was successfully diverted towards Yibuqiang. He was acutely aware of his own inferiority in this confrontation. As the demon approached, he swiftly took refuge behind an oak tree. The demon's rapid assault missed its mark, its weapon embedding itself into the tree trunk, only for it to extract the weapon and attempt to seize Yibuqiang from behind. In a quick response, Yibuqiang thrust his Roman sword towards the demon's palm, but the demon evaded the strike. Nevertheless, Yibuqiang's sword re-emerged, deftly slicing at the demon's wrist, though the heavy Roman sword appeared somewhat unwieldy. It managed to inflict a gash upon the demon's wrist. Upon seeing its own blood, the demon became enraged, disregarding the thrust aimed at its abdomen and instead targeting Yibuqiang's nape with its weapon. Yibuqiang dropped to one knee, rolling forward twice to evade the demon's strike. The forest floor was a mire of mud, and as he rolled through it, he found himself in a thoroughly disheveled state. Without waiting to regain his footing, Yibuqiang quickly assumed a defensive stance, bracing his Roman sword against the demon's lethal thrust. Unfortunately, the demon's might was overwhelming, and Yibuqiang could only partially deflect the blow. The weapon pierced his left shoulder, and the furious demon lifted him high. Yibuqiang gripped his Roman sword tightly, striking the demon's wrist with the hilt. A sharp crack echoed as the demon's wrist bone shattered. And in agony, it hurled Yibuqiang away. Just as he was about to crash into a fir tree, a spectral figure of a four-armed demon materialized from his being, releasing a gentle force that cradled Yibuqiang's descent, ensuring he landed safely. However, he found his shoulder punctured, rendering his already injured arm nearly immobile. The demon advanced step by step, licking the blood from its weapon with a sinister expression, leaning against the oak tree. Yibuqiang gasped, inwardly regretting his decision to confront the two demons. Just as the demon was about to pierce his heart, a piercing howl echoed from the distance. The horned demon, now torn asunder by the earth-shaking bear, lay in disarray upon the ground. The earth-shaking bear charged towards him like an unstoppable steam locomotive. Upon witnessing the demise of its companion, the demon momentarily appeared dazed by the time it regained its senses. The earth-shaking bear was already upon it. In a desperate attempt to slay Yibuqiang before the bear's onslaught, the demon lunged forward, but just as its weapon was about to descend, it felt an irresistible, invisible force drawing it towards the earth-shaking bear. Gravitational field. This was the innate ability of the earth element beast, and the demon's feet sank into the ground, carving two deep furrows. Yibuqiang watched as the demon futilely struggled, ultimately being forced into the path of the earth-shaking bear, which brought it crashing down with a mighty paw. The bear's claws pinned the demon to the ground, effortlessly severing its head, with the demon dispatched. The earth-shaking bear retracted its gravitational field, and the swirling debris gradually settled. It shook its body vigorously, dislodging the dirt and leaves clinging to its fur, then sat calmly in the clearing, coldly observing Yibuqiang. Terrified, Yibuqiang stole a glance at the earth-shaking bear. Blood flowed profusely from his shoulder wound, staining his leather armor crimson. He hastily removed the armor to bandage his wound, relieved that the effect of divine body had not faded, sparing him from severe pain. Cautiously, Yibuqiang nodded at the earth-shaking bear while contemplating how to distance himself from the creature, slowly making his way towards the fallen demon's body to retrieve its severed head. Noting that the earth-shaking bear showed no signs of aggression, he felt a sense of relief as he strung the two demon heads together and reattached them to his waist. The four heads, each the size of a watermelon, made walking cumbersome. After organizing his spoils, Yibuqiang cautiously departed from the earth-shaking bear's vicinity and slowly descended the slope, casting a glance back at the bear. He noticed it had not followed. Allowing him to exhale with slight relief, he gazed into the vast expanse of the forest, uncertain of where to proceed next. Chapter 64. Exiting the Kandar Mountains, Yibuqiang snapped a leaf from a canna plant and drank the fresh water from its core. Exhaling deeply, he looked back at the modest ridge behind him, where the earth-shaking bear peered down from a prominent boulder, its presence commanding fear in the small creatures within a kilometer radius. Indeed, it was the sovereign of this domain. Even if he returned to camp, few would believe his incredible tale of being led through the mountains by an earth-shaking bear, standing at the ridge overlooking the valley. Yibuqiang waved vigorously at the bear on the opposite slope, taking a few steps forward before turning back to bid farewell. The bear, possessing a degree of sentience, could comprehend his simple gestures. As he walked towards the camp with 4 heavy demon heads hanging from his waist, he pondered whether to share these bizarre events with Sul'dak and the second squad. Who would believe that a bear had rescued him and guided him out of the dense forest? And how could he even articulate this tale? Would he need to speak in the native tongue? Undoubtedly, if he were to stammer out broken indigenous words, the soldiers would likely find it utterly laughable. Perhaps even mistaking him for a native of Handanar County. What a vexing predicament that would be. No, he resolved, he must not divulge the details of his return journey, nor engage in conversation, as they remained oblivious to his newfound fluency in the native language. Instead, he would focus on mastering the imperial tongue, diligently studying its pronunciation word by word, akin to how Professor Molly taught the indigenous language. This task seemed far from insurmountable. As for the 4 demon heads and 5 dark magic crystals, he would at least need to clarify their origins to Sul'dak. Perhaps he could simply state that he encountered the bear battling the demons in the mountains and fortuitously seized a great opportunity. While this would be the truth, he feared few would accept it. Ultimately, if he were in the audience's position, he doubted he would believe in such coincidences, despite the vine binding tightly around his waist. Yibuqiang merely adjusted its position, never contemplating discarding the demon heads. After all, each head could be exchanged for a magic crystal, a valuable asset worth 10 gold coins. In the Green Empire, a typical apprentice in a tannery or tailoring shop earned roughly 30 silver coins a month. A standard apprentice's wage required 3 months and 10 days of labor to accumulate a single gold coin. Assuming no expenses during that period, for a junior tanner or tailor, the monthly wage hovered around 50 silver coins. In major cities like the imperial capital, Chi'an City, Haiyan City, Shilawat City, and St. Carlos City, craftsmen's wages likely exceeded by 10 silver coins. Thus, it would take a diligent junior craftsman nearly a year's toil to amass enough for a single magic crystal. And this was precisely the worth of the 4 demon heads adorning Yibuqiang's waist. He had traversed this ridge thrice before, and now, as he passed through once more, he recognized the familiar flora, alleviating his concerns about where to camp. The ideal camping spot had been clearly marked by the second squad, complete with a pile of burnt-out campfires, negating the need to search for building stones anew. However, Yibuqiang possessed only a lead tin alloy military canteen for boiling water. He often contemplated replacing it with a copper one, and it appeared that this wish might soon come to fruition. Lying beside the campfire, he gazed at the myriad stars in the night sky, finding it difficult to sleep, acutely aware that the bear had returned to the forest. On the previous nights, his insomnia stemmed from the fear that the bear might stealthily approach and regard him as a midnight snack. Yet this night, he was restless due to a lack of that comforting sense of security. A massive earth-shattering bear brought him a profound sense of security. The night breeze was mournful, and the forest beneath the cloak of darkness was far from tranquil. The entire mountainous expanse was filled with a rustling sound, reminiscent of wind stirring through the leaves, or perhaps the countless caterpillars gnawing on the luscious cherry leaves, or even the little hedgehogs rolling on the ground, their spines pricking with sour fruits. Though they preferred insects, some leopard cats also reveled in the night, scurrying up trees to raid bird nests, as the returning birds resembled delectable fried chicken on a platter to the feline hunters. The nearby campfire had dwindled to mere dark red embers, while a half-charred otter rabbit lingered on the makeshift grill. The otter rabbit was perhaps the lowest tier in the food chain of this forest. Yet they reproduced with such vigor that they were abundant in the wild, making them one of the easiest small creatures to hunt. However, the warriors of the second squad seemed to harbor a distaste for the earthy flavor of rabbit meat. Given a choice, they would prefer guinea pigs instead. By the following morning, the 4 demon heads began to emit a foul odor to prevent them from spoiling further. Yibuqiang had no choice but to coat the heads in ashes, lamenting the lack of proper tools. Otherwise, he could have fashioned a simple wooden box. If they were buried in the ashes, it would have sufficed. Nevertheless, with the camp of the 57th Legion merely a day's journey away, Yibuqiang figured he could hasten his pace and reach the camp by dusk, rendering meticulous handling unnecessary. Continuing along the mountainside, Yibuqiang encountered a patrol team that had set out from the 57th camp that very morning. Among the soldiers, one seemed to recognize Yibuqiang. Upon spotting him from a distance, the soldier hurried over to greet him warmly. It seemed they were aware of Yibuqiang's muteness, as they offered kind words of comfort. And with familiarity, the soldier remarked, "Hey, little Dak, it's wonderful to see you." Before we departed the camp, Sul'dak specifically sought out our captain, urging us to remain vigilant along the way. He was somewhat worried you might encounter unforeseen dangers. The fourth squad has been assigned to a different patrol area lately. Otherwise, he would likely have come to find you himself. It brings me great joy to see you return safely. Especially for Captain Sul'dak. Subsequently, the soldier, prompted by his companions, finally noticed the 4 demon heads hanging from He Buqiang's waist, causing his expression to shift slightly, and he awkwardly added, you are a demon hunter. Sul'dak did not mention this to us. Well then, good job. We have our own tasks to attend to. See you back at the camp. The soldier waved farewell and returned to his unit. His face betraying more awe than envy, He Buqiang understood that Sul'dak must be concerned for him. It turned out the second squad had recently been assigned tasks around the Moya mountain range. It seemed that the plans discussed by the Baijali swordsman before his departure were steadily unfolding. Upon this realization, He Buqiang furrowed his brow, gazing in the direction of the 57th Armored Infantry Regiment, hoping that Duke Newman would dispatch additional nightly orders this time. Chapter 65. Return to the camp. As dusk descended, the grassland at the foot of the Gander Mountain Forest was bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. The last rays of sunlight painted everything in this place with a radiant hue. The clouds on the horizon, the forest beyond, the expansive meadow, the military camp nestled at the foot of the mountains. The thunderous rhinoceroses grazing by the river, and the wrinkled face of an old soldier chewing tobacco while perched on a rock, all were gilded in gold. It had been nearly half a month since leaving the 57th Armored Infantry Regiment camp, and the current encampment appeared to have doubled in size since his departure. In addition to the construction of 4 to 5 towering watchtowers at the corners of the camp, the wooden barricades had been reinforced into a double-layered structure, compacted with yellow earth, transforming the wooden fence into a rudimentary wall. A squad of soldiers, equipped with alloy bows and shouldering long spears, patrolled the wooden walls with diligence. The camp of the 57th Armored Infantry Regiment had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into a formidable military stronghold. At the entrance, 2 wooden gates had been erected, and from time to time, a squadron of cavalry would pass through in the distance, illuminated by the afterglow of the sunset. A procession of cavalry was galloping towards the camp, their armored riders adorned with 5-meter-long lances hanging from their saddles, the leading knight carrying a flag that fluttered in the wind as their steeds galloped. The makeshift marketplace on the hillside was piled high with various supplies, and even now, carts laden with goods were arriving. The marketplace buzzed with activity as some newly arrived merchants unloaded their wares from the carts. The caravan's attendants led the horses to the river for a wash, while others began setting up tents on the grassy slopes. Some merchants chose their temporary lodgings and began to engage with others. Gauging the market's trading conditions, the open-air tavern, once situated at the far end of the marketplace, was now encircled by the incoming caravans, having become the core area of this bustling hub, offering not only barley ale but also an expanded menu of meals for the nearby caravans. Though the battle at Moya Mountain had yet to commence, the atmosphere at the forest camp was already charged with tension in anticipation of the impending conflict. Dozens of caravans flocked to secure a share of the spoils of victory, crowding the hillside alongside the original merchants of the 57th Armored Infantry Regiment. He Buqiang trudged through the thigh-high weeds, climbing a distant mound to survey the lively scene of the camp in the fading light. He still bore the 4 demon heads at his waist, with the vine having left a green mark on his leather armor, which was soaked with sweat and parched under the relentless sun, resulting in a salty crust. In this moment, he appeared as disheveled as a vagabond fleeing from misfortune. Had it not been for the heavy Roman sword hanging from his side, passing soldiers might have shooed him away. The demon heads, shrouded in a layer of ash, barely resembled their original forms. The journey from the hillside to the makeshift marketplace had involved at least 3 encounters with patrolling soldiers, but fortunately, the patrol duties in this area were assigned to the warriors of the 57th Armored Infantry Regiment. Although many of them did not recognize He Buqiang, a significant number knew Sul'dak, which allowed He Buqiang to pass through the inspections without incident. He Buqiang did not head directly to the military camp to seek out Sul'dak, as entry to the 57th Armored Infantry Regiment's encampment would likely be difficult. Thus, he wearily made his way back to the merchant lodging. The temporary marketplace remained lively in the twilight, with the open-air tavern teeming with patrons, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, and the scent of ale wafting through the air, causing He Buqiang's empty stomach to cramp. He licked his cracked lips as he approached lodging's tent. Outside the tent, the curly-haired lad, Jabi, had already packed away the stall and was squatting before the tent, counting supplies. It seemed a new batch of goods had just arrived from his homeland, and merchant lodging had been quite busy lately. Sensing someone standing nearby, lodging instinctively looked up. his eyes widening in surprise upon beholding the disheveled He Buqiang. And he exclaimed, "Good heavens, little Dak, what on earth have you been through, little Dak?" The familiar voice made He Buqiang squint as he grinned at Lajin. At that moment, Lajin hastily sprang to his feet, neglecting to continue counting supplies, and called out to Jabi, "Take him to the river for a thorough wash." "Oh, no. Ulysses, you lazy fellow, stop sleeping and get up to fetch some water. Jabi, start a fire and boil some water. Little Dak needs a hot bath to soothe his weariness." Lajin shouted towards the interior of the tent. The burly Ulysses, with his muscular torso exposed, stumbled out of the tent, appearing as if he had just awakened, still bewildered by the situation. Without a backward glance, he grabbed 2 large wooden barrels and hurried off towards the river. This giant's daily duty was the night watch, so he typically hid in the tent to sleep during the day, managing to sleep soundly amidst the bustling marketplace until this hour was quite a feat. However, it was no wonder Lajin scolded him. Today, he had clearly overslept. In contrast, the slender Jabi was much more agile, serving as Lajin's little assistant. Despite his youth, he proved to be quite capable in aiding Lajin. Without further ado, Jabi dashed off to ignite the fire and boil the water. Lajin approached He Buqiang. Although He Buqiang's wounds had been adequately treated, the punctured holes in his leather armor, along with the bloodstains on the bandaged linen covering his shoulders, arms, and chest, spoke volumes about his injuries. "My heavens, you're hurt!" Lajin exclaimed, concern evident in his voice as he helped He Buqiang remove his belongings, adding, "Sul'dak has been quite anxious about you lately. He wanted to come find you. But the situation in the 57th Regiment has changed somewhat, and he has been unable to break free." Upon seeing the slightly dulled edge of the Roman sword, Lajin's mouth formed a Na shape in astonishment. He continued, "I heard he said you ventured into the mountains. You truly are a reckless soul." He Buqiang untied the vine from his waist, allowing the 4 demon heads to tumble onto the grass, akin to coconuts falling from a palm tree, and Lajin glanced at them casually. Subsequently, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the several filthy, rotten coconuts lying on the ground, rendering him momentarily speechless with excitement. Lajin, his tongue rolling, stammered, "This is, by the Statue of Liberty, I shall fetch some boxes. These must be properly contained. How could you simply carry them back like this, hanging behind you?" His expression resembled that of one looking at a fool. Lowering his voice, he remarked to He Buqiang, "You are indeed fortunate. Had you dared to act this way in the wilderness, death would be your only fate." Lajin, with a serious demeanor, whispered to He Buqiang, "Regardless of whether it is the slave catchers, the adventurers, or those patrol teams, whoever sees you daring to traverse Mount Deal alone with these valuable items will undoubtedly not resist taking action against you." He Buqiang gazed at Lajin in silence. Lajin fixed his eyes on He Buqiang, saying earnestly, "You do not believe me. Hey, this world is far from the paradise you imagine. In truth, apart from this interminable interdimensional war, He Buqiang had always believed that the world was exceedingly beautiful. Whether it was Sul'dak or the other warm-hearted warriors of the 2nd Squad, along with the merchants Lajin, the curly-haired fellow Gabi, and Ulysses, each person exhibited remarkable kindness, leading He Buqiang to think this might be a fine quality inherent to the people of the Green Empire. To his surprise, Lajin's outlook was far more pessimistic than his own. After saying so much, Lajin suddenly remembered that He Buqiang was carrying the head of a demon, given that Sul'dak could defeat demons. A hint of reverence flickered in Lajin's eyes as he inquired, "By the way, how did you come by these heads? You cannot possibly be a hidden demon hunter, can you?" Chapter 66. He Buqiang's thoughts soaking in a large wooden tub filled with hot water. He Buqiang felt every pore of his body open up. Gabi, the curly-haired lad, poured a ladle of warm water over his head, swiftly expelling all fatigue from his body, with his arms resting on the tub's edge. He allowed the last nerve to relax. Once the magical effect of the divine body wore off, he felt an indescribable heaviness in his body. He examined the wounds on his arms. They seemed to be healing well, though the bloodied hole on his shoulder appeared somewhat alarming. Had the demon's spear been aimed slightly askew, his collarbone might have broken. Lajin rummaged through the tent and produced 4 wooden boxes. Placing the demon's head inside and filling the gaps with ash and plant residue, a method commonly employed to preserve perishable meats. He then sat down and, with a hint of skepticism, asked He Buqiang, "Are you saying you found these demon heads in the mountains?" He Buqiang nodded, grasped a pencil, and quickly scribbled a line on a piece of wood. Merchant Lajin leaned closer, intently observing the words He Buqiang wrote, and remarked, "Are you saying, at the time, a bear was fighting the demon, and the bear killed the demon?" while you collected the most valuable items from the demon. My heavens, Sul'dak, your luck is truly remarkable. He Buqiang gazed at Lajin, speechless, thinking, with so many bloody holes left on me. Where do you see my luck? What are you planning to do with these? Lajin inquired again. He Buqiang looked at the merchant, puzzled, and in his view, these demon heads held little value aside from being exchanged for military merits at the logistics department. He was not a soldier of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment and could not claim military merits, so he contemplated giving these demon heads to Sul'dak. I mean, do you want to sell them? Lajin asked. Fingers interlocked, He Buqiang gazed at Lajin, awaiting further elaboration. Lajin gestured, saying, You may not know this, but every legion has some. Well, significant figures who come to the Warsaw dimension for gilding. They are affluent but unwilling to take risks, preferring to buy merits with money, and these demon heads are a splendid choice. The auditing of military merits is generally quite strict. Duke Newman does not permit nobles to encroach upon the merits of the lower-tier soldiers. If discovered, they could be brought before a military tribunal, and although nobles have immunity from punishment, that matters little. Once expelled from the army, obtaining a promotion to nobility becomes exceedingly difficult. Thus, these items can be traded privately, and the prices offered are quite favorable. If you wish to sell, I can connect you with buyers. Lajin stated. He Buqiang did not immediately respond, but indicated he would consider it further. After his bath, Gabby returned with a large plate of stewed beef with bell peppers, topped with a sizable baked wheat cake. He Buqiang had not felt much hunger during his bath, but when that sumptuous plate of food was placed on the table, the aroma of meat wafting from beneath the cake made his stomach rumble, and he felt as though he could devour an entire sheep. The indigenous people of Handanar County had rather peculiar dietary habits. Their culinary culture differed greatly from that of the Green Empire. For He Buqiang, it was akin to a nightmare. The natives not only enjoyed raw barbecues, but also relished mashing food into a paste, adding various spices that produced strange flavors, leaving one perpetually guessing what they were actually consuming. Lying on the wooden bed in the tent, He Buqiang felt his eyelids grow heavy and soon drifted into slumber. The next day, Sul'dak sat outside the tent, staring at the 4 wooden boxes before him. One box open, its ash disturbed, revealing a ghastly demon face. Without hesitation, he declared to He Buqiang, Of course, we should sell them. He Buqiang paused, gesturing to ask why they didn't exchange them for military merits. Sul'dak shot He Buqiang a look of disbelief and replied succinctly, What can we gain by turning them in for military merits? He forcefully closed the lid of the wooden box. Sul'dak continued, A year ago, if I could have obtained 4 demon heads, exchanging them for military merits would have been a no-brainer. Back then, the greatest benefit would have been my promotion to squad leader, allowing me to enjoy a more comfortable life in the barracks. But now, I have no such aspirations. In just 2.5 months, I will be retiring. By then, as long as I can secure approval from the logistics department, I will obtain a teleportation pass back to the Benar province. Once my service is complete, I can return to Wool Village and live a stable life as a farmer. You may not know, but my family possesses a fine piece of land in Wool Village. Very fertile, and I plan to grow some sweet cabbage and tomatoes. Whenever he had the chance, Sul'dak would share anecdotes about his family with He Buqiang. Noticing that he held a glass of beer but had hardly taken a sip, He Buqiang realized Sul'dak was genuinely missing home. Recently, the management in the barracks had tightened considerably. It was difficult for Sul'dak to leave the camp without receiving an external mission. He pushed the wooden boxes in front of Lajin, requesting him to sell them on his behalf. Lajin accepted the boxes, appearing quite delighted. Sul'dak then added, Our 57 regiment is about to head to Mayan Ridge. As the first vanguard for this battle, we will primarily be responsible for some infrastructure work on the front lines. Life in the mountains will be quite harsh. Sul'dak said to He Buqiang, I think you should stay behind. It is rather unstable there, and unexpected situations could arise at any moment. Before Sul'dak could finish, He Buqiang shook his head repeatedly. Do you wish to accompany us? Sul'dak asked. He Buqiang nodded. Seeing He Buqiang's resolute expression, Sul'dak did not press further, merely stating, All right then, this leather armor of yours might not be adequate. However, selling these demon heads should yield a considerable sum, allowing you to purchase a better set of armor. Sul'dak remarked, By the way, Lajin must have a way to exchange these demon heads for a quality set of armor that should be more advantageous. Do you wish to buy the standard armor from the Heavy Infantry Regiment? Lajin inquired. It could also be any other armor, as long as it fits well and is of fine craftsmanship, Sul'dak replied. This sword also needs proper repair. I recently heard that a blacksmith shop has opened on the street. Indeed, there's a blacksmith shop on the street. They say the prices for weapon repairs are quite reasonable, and their craftsmanship is commendable. However, the owner is somewhat introverted and not very keen on socializing. I am not well acquainted with him. I will take you there. Lodging immediately offered to Sul'dak. Chapter 67. The market outside the barracks. Currently, the temporary market at the foot of the forest has expanded at least threefold compared to a month ago. The battle at Mayun Ridge has not only attracted a multitude of merchant caravans, but also summoned numerous craftsmen to this camp situated on the outskirts of Handanar County. This temporary market stretches outward for quite a distance, and gradually, the newly arrived merchants began to feel dissatisfied with just one street, prompting them to open another street beside the market. The new blacksmith shop is located on this new street, although it is a bit farther from the barracks. It is conveniently adjacent to the riverbank. The makeshift blacksmith's workshop is remarkably simple. Besides 2 tents, a large anvil occupies an open area, flanked by 2 furnaces constructed from volcanic rock. These furnaces are interconnected, and beside one of them stands a sizable bellows, which, while incapable of smelting iron ore, is perfectly suited for fine forging. Lodging brought He Buqiang and Sul'dak to the front of the blacksmith's shop, where they beheld a burly man, bare-chested and clad in a leather apron, wielding a hammer as he forged a glowing iron bar. Nearby, a young apprentice crouched beside the bellows, vigorously pumping it, causing azure flames to surge from the furnace with each push. Once the iron bar reached a fiery red, the muscular blacksmith lifted it from the furnace and struck it firmly on the anvil. After observing for a short while, He Buqiang noted that the blade of a knight's long sword was gradually taking shape under the blacksmith's skilled hands. Casually arranged outside the tents was a row of wooden racks displaying an array of ironware, including numerous blanks and some semi-finished swords and knives, along with tools such as picks, shovels, horseshoes, and iron pots. At that moment, the burly blacksmith, noticing the visitors, returned the cooled iron bar to the furnace. He set down his hammer and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck. Then approached Sul'dak with a hearty smile, inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Sul'dak accepted a somewhat dulled Roman sword from He Buqiang, its blade stained with purple blood, exuding a potent odor of iron. He presented the sword to the blacksmith, stating, "I would like to repair this Roman sword. Can you reforge a new steel edge for it?" The burly man took the Roman sword, scraped the edge with his thumb, and polished it lightly with a whetstone. Noticing that the edge showed little wear, he handed the sword back to Sul'dak, saying, "Of course, I can reforge the edge. However, while it is indeed rolled, the damage is not severe enough to warrant a complete steel rewrap. A good sharpening will allow it to serve you well for a long time." As he spoke, he continued to refine the edge with the whetstone, and indeed, the rolled edge became less unsightly. Sul'dak glanced at He Buqiang and then measured the sword, saying, "I intend to lengthen this Roman sword. It is not only somewhat short, but also feels a bit too light for me." These words were meant as a suggestion from He Buqiang. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith nodded in agreement. "Very well, I understand. As you wish, I can increase the length and weight of the Roman sword. However, I fear that the existing patterns on the blade may not be preserved. As I am not skilled in engraving designs, that I can only create layered patterns through folding the steel at the edge. Would that be acceptable to you?" Sul'dak readily replied, "Absolutely." Soon, the blacksmith and Sul'dak discussed the specific details. For a simple repair, the Roman sword would cost at most 3 to 5 silver coins. However, since Sul'dak requested not only a new steel edge, but also an increase in length and weight, the cost surged to 15 silver coins. Such an exorbitant fee would nearly equate to half a month's wages for a commoner. Nevertheless, Sul'dak considered the price quite reasonable and handed the Roman sword to the blacksmith, arranging to return the following evening to collect it. Cheerfully paying half the deposit, Sul'dak then inquired of the brawny blacksmith, "Do you sell fine iron shields?" The blacksmith, with a hearty smile, pointed to a neighboring shop, saying, "Gentlemen, if you are looking to purchase finished shields, I recommend you visit that store over there. They offer a variety of finished shields, and the prices will likely be comparable to what I can forge for you here." Amid the jovial laughter of the robust blacksmith, He Buqiang followed Sul'dak into the third shop adjacent to the blacksmith's. Though referred to as a shop, it merely featured 2 rows of weapon racks set up in front of a tent. The racks displayed an assortment of shields, ranging from small round shields wrapped in thin iron sheeting to square shields made of hard oak, dwarven chain shields forged from pure iron, sturdy and lightweight knight's shields, and even bone shields crafted from the rib bones of demons, as well as bronze shields, among others. This shop specialized in shields, with the bronze shields being the most expensive. However, what captivated the attention of Sul'dak and Sul'dak was the bone shield. Made from the breastbone and ribs of a demon, featuring a robust metal framework on the back, making it an exquisitely designed piece. As they approached the bone shield, Sul'dak exclaimed, "I never knew the breastbones of demons could be utilized in such a way." He appeared quite regretful for not having fully utilized the demon corpses previously, as he could have easily sawn off their breastbones to create such a fascinating shield. The shield merchant, an unremarkable elderly man, overheard Sul'dak's remark and promptly interjected, "Oh, that's nothing. Some have even fashioned bludgeons from demon leg bones. The bones of demons are as sturdy as fine iron, and such shields possess additional advantages on the battlefield." Intrigued, Sul'dak asked, "What advantages?" Sul'dak thought to himself that wielding a shield made from a fallen comrade's bones on the battlefield would surely serve as a source of mockery, as anticipated. The shield merchant replied, "A warrior wielding a bone shield becomes a prime target for demons, drawing their ire more effectively than mere taunts. The primary purpose of purchasing such a shield is to attract the hatred of demons, creating opportunities for teammates to slay them. However, only the elite warriors of a team dare wield such a shield, lest they fall victim to the demons on the battlefield. We have sold fewer than 10 of these bone shields in total." "Oh, so there's that aspect to it. Yet, it does seem quite reasonable," Sul'dak remarked, displaying a look of astonishment. However, he promptly led Sul'dak away from the weapon rack displaying the bone shields, asking, "Which type do you prefer?" Sul'dak's gaze drifted over the small round and square shields, eventually settling on the dwarven chain shield. However, before he could express his preference, the shield merchant lifted a dwarven chain shield from the rack, visibly straining under its weight. The merchant addressed Sul'dak and Sul'dak. "If you gentlemen are infantry warriors, you need not burden yourselves with the cumbersome dwarven chain shield. While it is indeed constructed from fine iron and exceptionally durable, its sole drawback is its weight." Gasping for breath, he returned the dwarven chain shield to the rack, adding, "The standard heavy armor for infantry is already quite heavy, and coupled with a Roman broadsword, it becomes overly burdensome without the aid of a mount. You might consider this oak square shield, which is wrapped in a layer of iron. It is sturdy and durable, and with the abundance of timber here, it is much easier to repair." It seemed the shield merchant possessed extensive knowledge regarding which shields suited different types of warriors, as he did not recommend the dwarven chain shield to Sul'dak. However, prior to their visit, Sul'dak had already expressed his disinterest in wooden shields, deeming them insufficient against the demon's sharp claws. Understanding Sul'dak's perspective, Sul'dak informed the shield merchant, "Let's pass on the hardwood shield." He then turned to Sul'dak, asking, "Which do you prefer between the dwarven chain shield and the knight's light shield?" Sul'dak leaned towards the aesthetically pleasing knight's light shield. Yet he hesitated, recognizing that it was primarily designed for cavalry, while the dwarven chain shield might prove more practical. Just as Sul'dak found himself in a quandary, the shield merchant interjected, If you gentlemen are deliberating between these two shields, you may purchase one to try out for a few days. The price difference is minimal, and if it does not suit you, you can return it to me for an exchange as long as there is no significant wear." Sul'dak's eyes brightened at this suggestion, asking, "Is that really possible?" "Indeed," the shield merchant replied, a confident smile gracing his face as he spoke to Sul'dak. Not long after, Sul'dak and Sul'dak emerged from the shield merchant's shop, with Sul'dak already shouldering a hefty dwarven chain shield. Sul'dak still wished to meander through the marketplace, while Sul'dak sought a full suit of armor that would befit him. At that moment, the curly-haired lad Gabby rushed over, panting, and whispered to the two, "Lodging has found buyers for 4 demon skulls." Chapter 68. Underground transactions navigating through the bustling marketplace. Sul'dak and Sul'dak followed Gabby to the outskirts of a large tent situated on a hillside, which served as a temporary encampment for a grand merchant caravan. This circular tent was encircled by several smaller tents, akin to stars surrounding the moon. Behind the large tent were numerous piles of goods covered with tarpaulins, and at the rear stood a corral enclosed by wooden fences, housing over 20 horses and a few mules. Several shop assistants were busy transferring a batch of goods from one pile to a cart, presumably bags filled with oats. The camp was lush with verdant grass, trampled by many footsteps, while puddles of rainwater collected in the imprints of horses' hooves from the previous day's downpour. 2 armored guards stood sentinel at the tent's entrance. Upon seeing Sul'dak and his companions approach, they brandished their polearms to block their entry. Gabby respectfully addressed the guard, saying, "I am an assistant to Mr. Lodging, sent by him to come here." His voice carried into the tent. And before the guard could respond, a gentle voice emanated from within. "Please allow them to enter." The guard repositioned his polearm and lifted the tent flap, inviting Hibwichang and Sul'dak inside. Inside the tent, soft furs covered the ground, and a young noble knight sat at the head of the table, flanked by several merchants. Among them lodging at a small wooden table before them held a fruit platter brimming with emerald green grapes and purple plums. In one corner of the tent, a block of ice continuously exuded white steam, creating a stark contrast between the cooler air within and the warmth outside. He mused that this must be what Sul'dak referred to as the noble lifestyle. Upon seeing Gabby escorting Sul'dak and Hibwichang inside, Lodging promptly beckoned them over. He then stood and introduced them to the young noble. "Baron Terry Carnegie, this is Sul'dak of the 57th Regiment. And this is his friend, Little Dak. They are the owners of the demon skulls I mentioned." The young baron wore a black suit adorned with golden embroidery, his complexion notably pale as he lounged casually. Holding a silver goblet, he gently swirled the goblet, the ice clinking against its walls, bringing an immediate hush to the tent. Baron Terry Carnegie inquired of Sul'dak, "I hear you wish to part with these 4 demon skulls." "Indeed," Sul'dak replied. The baron's finely arched eyebrows raised slightly, his voice carrying a unique raspy quality characteristic of adolescence as he asked, "Could you clarify the origin of these 4 skulls?" Sul'dak hesitated briefly but then stated, "They were obtained in the Kandar mountain range. Approximately a 2-day journey east along the river valley. I assure you these skulls are entirely ours and have no connection to the 57th Regiment. If necessary, I can take you to the site where you may still find some remnants of the demons." Baron Terry Carnegie appeared disinterested in visiting the site. Casually responding, I merely inquired. There's no need for on-site verification. I simply wish to avoid any complications." At this juncture, an elder seated beneath Baron Carnegie quickly intervened, addressing Sul'dak in a soothing tone. "Baron Terry Carnegie did not summon you both to scrutinize the origins of these trophies, but rather because Lodging informed me that you wish to exchange them for a suit of armor. The higher the quality of armor, the more stringent the requirements regarding size and fit, as we must ascertain which type of suit suits your physiques." Hibwichang discerned from the elder's words that he was the one who had just invited them into the tent. The elder appeared more merchant-like, scrutinizing Sul'dak and Hibwichang earnestly, and asked, "So, which of you will be the recipient of the armor?" Sul'dak pulled Hibwichang along, both sitting casually on the carpet beside Lodging, and replied nonchalantly, "For him, I already possess a standard issue armor from the Heavy Infantry Regiment, and do not require a custom suit. This one." The elder turned to Hibwichang. "He is mute. We call him Little Dak." Lodging interjected promptly. Upon hearing this, the elder offered Hibwichang a kind smile and instructed a servant standing at the entrance, "Go fetch that suit of bronze plate armor from the warehouse." He paused thoughtfully and added, "Oh, and bring over that suit made from beast leather as well." 2 attendants turned and exited, returning shortly with 2 distinctly different suits of armor. The elder did not inspect the armors but calmly stated, "These 4 skulls are valued at approximately 4 magic crystal stones in the current market." Lodging discreetly nodded at Sul'dak, indicating the merchant's assessment was accurate. In truth, Sul'dak himself had a rough idea of the demon skull's worth. Seeing that neither Sul'dak nor Hibwichang objected, the elder rose from his seat and approached the bronze armor to begin his introduction. This full suit weighs 35 pounds. Crafted from nearly 1,000 bronze plates. If this were merely a suit of bronze armor, even a brand new plate armor would only be worth around 7 gold coins. However, this suit is distinct. Each plate is coated with a layer of precious magical metal, granting it excellent magical resistance. Hence its value is at least 3 magic crystal stones. How exorbitant, Hibwichang thought, feeling a twinge of reluctance as it would consume nearly all the proceeds from the sale of the demon skulls. He understood that 3 magic crystal stones could be exchanged for 30 gold coins. An ordinary commoner might only accumulate a few dozen gold coins in their lifetime. Sul'dak's gaze fell upon the heavy armor. His interest piqued. The standard armor of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment was not nearly as exquisite. The elder then approached the other suit of leather armor and introduced it to the group. This leather armor is fashioned from the hide of a second-tier magical beast, utilizing over half a skin of fire snake lizard for the upper garment and thick leather from the back of a marsh crocodile for the lower skirt. The upper portion of this beast leather armor does not qualify as heavy armor, yet the lower half does. Hearing this, Sul'dak found himself entirely captivated by the seemingly modest armor. While even Lodging gaped in surprise, the elder continued, "This beast leather armor is lighter than the bronze suit. While its defensive capabilities and magical resistance are superior, moreover, its greatest value lies in its excellent magical conductivity. This means that in the future, should you possess the means to advance to a first-tier warrior, you could enlist an inscription master to inscribe a complete set of magical runes upon this leather armor, transforming it into a precious magical construct." The tent was filled with murmurs of astonishment. Chapter 69. Underground Transactions 2. In the Green Empire, the wealth of many noble families is generally divided into three categories: real estate, land, and magical constructs. Many great nobles build castles on their territories, while lesser nobles construct manors. The true measure of a noble's financial standing lies in the land they control, with considerable disparities in fertility and barrenness. Moreover, nobles possess a class of assets that can be inherited by their descendants, which are exempt from taxation in the Green Empire: precious magical constructs. Before them stood a suit of beast leather armor capable of having magical runes inscribed upon it, even without runes at present. This armor possessed remarkable defensive capabilities and magical resistance. The armor had been well maintained, with no apparent damages to the leather's surface. The elder stood before the beast leather armor, retrieving a parchment scroll from his robes. Carefully unrolling it, suddenly, a burst of blue and red flames erupted from the scroll, nearly singeing the elder's hair. Unfazed by the heat, he held the scroll's edges and positioned it beneath the beast leather armor, allowing the flames to scorch it. The intense fire continuously surged from the scroll, seemingly absorbed by the leather armor, with no visible changes to its surface. This was merely a standard fire convergence spell scroll, one that Baron Sidney also possessed. The contemporary utilization of life-enhancing magical scrolls has become remarkably prevalent within military ranks. With the advent of the fire-gathering scroll, soldiers no longer need to fret about the inability to kindle a fire during inclement weather such as rain or snow. Moreover, during brisk marches, these scrolls can promptly provide hot soup or boiling water during brief respite periods for the warriors. As onlookers beheld the flames from the magical scroll failing to scorch the beast-hide armor, a collective gasp of astonishment echoed within the tent once more. The elderly man, maintaining an impassive demeanor, revealed that this was indeed a genuine set of beast-hide armor. The merchant, seated opposite him with a sun-kissed complexion, inquired, "Grant, how many gold coins is this beast-hide armor worth?" The elder, known as Grant, tucked away the fire-gathering scroll and turned to the merchant with a half-smile, asking, "What is it, Kenyon? Do you have further thoughts?" Baron Terry Carnegie, seated at the head of the table, wore a slightly displeased expression, yet, out of noble pride, he refrained from voicing his dissatisfaction, merely furrowing his brow. Merchant Kenyon chuckled awkwardly, promptly realizing that the worth of this beast-hide armor could not merely be measured in gold coins. In truth, it was a prized possession that Baron Terry Carnegie had brought forth to exchange for military accolades. Kenyon hastily waved his hands, saying, "No, I was merely asking out of curiosity." The wrinkles on Grant's face and his grizzled beard lent his smile an air of sagacity and wisdom. Although he did not directly respond to Kenyon's inquiry, he began to elucidate the value of the beast-hide armor to the assembly. He gestured towards the armor, stating, "This set of beast-hide armor is not crafted from a single beast. Rather, it is a patchwork of remnants from various magical creatures. Observe, the upper portion is fashioned from flame serpent lizard hide, while the lower half predominantly consists of the thick skin from a marsh giant crocodile. Hence, this beast-hide armor is not as valuable as you might presume." The unexpected intricacies of the beast-hide armor left He Boqiang and Sul'dak exchanging glances, both rendered speechless. Grant continued, "In the imperial capital, a set of such multi-leather mixed beast-hide armor would likely fetch no more than 15 magical crystal stones." Upon hearing Grant's appraisal, Lodging immediately interjected, "Grant, this armor exceeds our budget. In fact, we only wish to exchange for demon heads for a set of reasonably good heavy armor." He felt compelled to assert his position. Having brought only 4 demon heads, which could be traded for 4 magical crystal stones, leaving a deficit of 11 magical crystal stones compared to the beast-hide armor, he did not believe that Sul'dak and He Boqiang could muster such a sum. Yet Grant smiled mysteriously, directing his gaze towards Sul'dak and He Boqiang, saying, "Perhaps the owners of these spoils might hold a different perspective." With this remark, the eyes of the assembly shifted towards the two. As He Boqiang's representative, Sul'dak looked at Merchant Grant with some confusion, asking, "Are you suggesting that I possess the purchasing power for such a beast-hide armor?" Grant replied confidently. Indeed, Captain Sul'dak. He surveyed the tent. Then continued. It is widely acknowledged that the most valuable parts of a demon are not its heads. While I do not mean to say these heads lack worth, I assert that the true treasure lies in the black magic crystals. Each unverified black magic crystal is valued at 2 ordinary magical crystal stones, and these 4 demon heads could yield at least 4 unverified black magic crystals, should Captain Sul'dak be inclined to sell those unverified black magic crystals. The total value of these spoils would not diverge significantly from that of this beast-hide armor. His keen, penetrating gaze fixated on Sul'dak as he inquired, "What say you, Captain Sul'dak? Would you consider it?" It was then that Sul'dak suddenly recalled that He had indeed mentioned a few magical cores earlier. With this thought, he felt a surge of enthusiasm and quickly asked, "So, for unverified black magic crystals and 4 demon heads could be exchanged for your beast-hide armor?" Grant smiled and shook his head. Not entirely dismissing the notion, but rather guiding, in truth, it still falls short. You might wish to add something more, perhaps inspired by Grant. Sul'dak quickly remembered that He possessed 3 military daggers. These weapons, utilized by the demons, were of commendable quality. Thus, Sul'dak promptly suggested, "I also have 3 military daggers used by the demons. If these do not suffice, I suppose we must consider that set of bronze armor." Without a moment's hesitation, Grant decisively replied, "Agreed. Baron Terry Carnegie has come to the front line of the forest solely to forge a friendship with someone like Captain Sul'dak." The truth was that Baron Terry Carnegie was not seeking friendship. He was merely intent on acquiring military merit from someone like Sul'dak. He mused inwardly. At that moment, Sul'dak unfastened the 3 military daggers, each nearly a meter long, from He waist and presented them to Grant, asking, "May I try it on?" Grant appeared quite generous, extending his hands towards Sul'dak, saying, "Of course, please, feel free. Should it not fit properly, we have skilled leatherworkers who can make minor adjustments." It was at this juncture that Sul'dak recalled that he ought to consult with He before proceeding with a decision. He felt a twinge of recklessness. After all, the unverified magical crystals still rested in He possession. He glanced at He with uncertainty, asking, "Sul'dak, what do you think of this beast-hide armor?" He looked at Sul'dak with an expression of exasperation. Sul'dak awkwardly rubbed his forehead, then turned to Grant, saying, "My apologies, please wait a moment. I need to discuss this privately with Sul'dak." He then took He aside to the grassy area adjacent to the tent, where Sul'dak began to speak incessantly. "I believe this beast-hide armor is quite satisfactory. It can seamlessly evade taxation when passing through magical portals, and even when transported to the Green Empire. It would not depreciate in value. Furthermore, it is particularly useful for you at this moment. Why not purchase this set?" Noticing He approving gesture, Sul'dak triumphantly raised his fist, exclaiming, "Then it is settled. We shall buy it." He retrieved the 5 black magic cores from his pocket and handed them to Sul'dak. "Oh, how did you come by 5 black magic cores?" Sul'dak asked, puzzled. He feeling somewhat exasperated, recalled that he had mentioned earlier that they had encountered 5 demons, but Sul'dak had not been paying attention to such details. There was no need for an explanation over trivial matters. It was then that Sul'dak realized, asking He "Are you saying that the Earth Storm Bear killed a total of 5 demons, and you only brought back 4 demon heads and 3 daggers?" He nodded. "Then we can retain 1 black magic crystal." With their opinions aligning, Sul'dak took He back into the tent, conversing as they walked. "In fact, this is quite favorable. I had not anticipated you would earn such a substantial sum. Once we return to Hailansa City, you could purchase a splendid estate. Trust me, this is an investment that guarantees profit, and it holds its value well." Seeing He gesture, Sul'dak shook his head vigorously. "You mean to gift me the beast-hide armor while we purchase that set of bronze armor? That is entirely unnecessary. I am the captain of the 2nd Squad of the 6th Battalion, and my standard armor is already of excellent quality. I do not require." When the two emerged from the tent once more, He was adorned with a precious set of beast-hide armor that appeared rather well-fitted. The other transactions within the tent continued, but Lajin trailed behind them, exiting the tent as well. That he mused silently, marveling at Grant's keen insight, recognizing that Sul'dak possessed unverified black magic crystals, and subsequently presenting a valuable set of beast-hide armor. It was quite clear that both parties had achieved a mutually beneficial arrangement through this transaction, revealing Grant to be an exceptional merchant. Chapter 70. News of the Battle of the Cantado River. The humid breeze swept through the marketplace, failing to bring a whisper of coolness. Garments soaked in sweat clung to skin. While the air was thick with a pungent odor, the scorching sun reddened the faces of the populace as vendors squatted under its rays, reveling in the warmth akin to a sauna. In gratitude towards Lajin, Sul'dak invited him to a tavern within the marketplace. Lajin wore a friendly smile, his oily visage radiating a subtle satisfaction as he engaged in hushed conversation with Sul'dak. He was a shrewd merchant, meticulously calculating every transaction, yet this time, he did not mention any commission for selling the demon heads, as if it were a trivial matter. He Butchung initially assumed that donning such a heavy set of armor would be unbearably hot. A stroll through the marketplace might leave him utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, or, worse yet, succumbing to heatstroke. However, to his surprise, when he donned the beast hide armor, he felt a refreshing coolness emanating from the marsh giant crocodile hide, instantly alleviating much of the heat he had been enduring. As he contemplated the exorbitant price of the leather armor, his astonishment waned. It would indeed be unreasonable for such an expensive set of beastly leather to lack any distinctive features. Even during the day, the open-air tavern was still thronged with patrons. For those prospectors, entertainment was scarce, and the taverns in the marketplace became one of the few refuges to pass the time. Many individuals relished the opportunity to enjoy a drink here during their leisure hours, as a mere 10 copper coins would procure a mug of rich barley ale. Butchung hurried to the bar and returned with 3 frothy mugs of ale. Spotting Sul'dak and Lajin occupying an empty table in the corner, he made his way over with the drinks in hand. The 57th Regiment soldiers drinking at the tavern greeted Sul'dak enthusiastically. Everyone had heard of this newly appointed squad leader of the 4th Battalion. The tale of Sul'dak leading the 2nd Squad to eradicate a portal of malevolent spirits at Gander Mountain had spread throughout the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Lajin, extracting a few ice cubes from a wooden barrel and tossing them into his cup, eagerly took a large gulp and remarked to Sul'dak, "When I first accompanied the 57th Regiment to the Warsaw realm, you were just a fresh-faced lad. I never imagined you'd rise to the rank of squad leader." Sul'dak's expression softened with nostalgia, his blue eyes shimmering with memories. "Indeed, those early days were truly arduous. I owe much to your support. Every new recruit experiences an adjustment period upon entering the barracks. And it was during this time that the friendship between Sul'dak and Lajin blossomed." Lajin chuckled with pride. Why dwell on the past? We are from the same hometown. After all, it's only natural to look out for one another. Butchung, however, found the slightly sour taste of the ale unappealing. Whenever he drank, he was reminded of the flavors of Nulon Mountain and fried peanuts, causing him to sigh softly at tea that moment. The conversation from the neighboring table caught his attention. "I hear there are significant movements occurring around the Cantado River," one patron said, his back turned to Butchung. Strangely, amidst the clamor, their dialogue was remarkably clear. The other replied, "The Bena Legion is primarily stationed in the Handanar County. The elite Royal Construct Knights of the Green Empire are gathering at the Cantado River. If the supply line through the Cantado River isn't secured, Duke Busman's Alex City will find itself isolated and helpless." The first patron, speaking in a low tone, queried, "Do you think the Prince of Wales will succeed this time?" The other responded, "For the victory in the Cantado River battle. The decisive conflict in Handanar County will likely be delayed for some time. The troops stationed at the border of Handanar County and Cantado County have already moved to the north bank of the Cantado River." The first patron took a deep breath before continuing, "It's perhaps better to delay. In previous planar wars, we had the aid of the priests and battle clerics from the temple, which helped control casualties. Now, however, the temple has seemingly withdrawn, and these high-ranking figures probably still haven't grasped the current situation. The death toll is alarmingly high. And recently we've only received grim news." The other interjected, "What about Duke Busman? That old fox claims his legion is dispersed across various war zones in the Warsaw realm, rendering them unable to assemble in the short term." Butchung did not wish to eavesdrop on their private conversation, so he shifted his focus back to Sul'dak and Lajin. The tavern server brought over a platter of dried meat, a common accompaniment in open-air taverns, though it was somewhat salty. Sul'dak inquired of Lajin, "Having been out for so long, when do you plan to return?" Lajin's cup was nearly empty, prompting Butchung to dash back to the bar for 2 more large mugs. "If our merchant convoy departs, what will happen to all these troops? Duke Newman lacks a proper supply line. I suspect we'll have to hold out for a while longer," Lajin replied. "As for you, once your service is complete, don't linger here. Return to Roland Continent as soon as possible." Sul'dak chuckled, "Of course, I won't remain here, and this time, little Dak will accompany me back. By the way, Can you procure a teleportation pass? Lajin was taken aback by Sul'dak's request for a teleportation pass. He glanced at He and asked, "For Sul'dak?" Sul'dak nodded. Lajin frowned. "Those things are generally quite expensive. Be prepared with gold coins." "I'll see what I can do." Recently, Sul'dak had made a tidy sum from hunting Tim fish with the second squad, so he was less concerned about finances. He reassured Lajin, "Don't worry about that. I'll find a way to gather enough." After taking a sip of his drink, Lajin added, "By the way, a new magic shop has opened on this street. If you have time, you should check it out. Make sure to buy some emergency supplies. This time, the Mayan Ridge battle won't be as easy as the previous ones. Being well prepared will ensure you're ready for anything." Sul'dak's eyes brightened, and he eagerly replied, "All right, I'll find a time to go with Sul'dak." A new magic shop had recently opened in the temporary market. Upon entering the tent, He saw a row of crystal orbs on wooden racks, and several ones dangling from the overhead beam. As he pushed aside the tent flap and stepped inside, the wooden ones began to sway like wind chimes, yet they produced no sound. The tent was remarkably soundproof. Inside, He and Sul'dak could hardly discern the cacophony outside. The space within the tent was quite cramped, and the two had to maneuver carefully, wary of damaging any valuable items. The shelves on either side displayed bundles of magical scrolls, various colors of magical ink, strands of magical threads, and thick stacks of magical parchment. Prominently displayed on a wooden board in the tent was a sign written in charcoal that read, "We purchase magical herbs at high prices." Below the board were jars containing magical herbs, all appearing remarkably vivid, with some even retaining their roots in pristine condition. He felt a surge of curiosity and leaned closer to inspect the herbs. At that moment, a gaunt old man silently emerged from behind the shelves. Upon noticing He examining the magical herbs, his fish-like eyes widened with excitement as he quickly approached He. His weathered face tilted upward, hands grasping He.'s sleeve. His gaze was filled with a mix of fear and hope. His voice earnest as he implored, "Brave warrior, do you happen to possess any of these magical herbs? I will purchase any of them at a high price." He simply shook his head. The light of hope extinguished in the old man's eyes, and he stroked his thinning hair, his gray eyes reflecting profound disappointment as his earlier enthusiasm swiftly faded. His fish-like eyes became dull, revealing mostly the whites, and he addressed Sul'dak in a nasal tone. "So, you two are not here to sell magical herbs. What is it you wish to buy?" His condescending tone prompted a desire to turn away. However, Sul'dak remained unfazed, smiling warmly at the gaunt old man. "Good sir, we belong to the advance party of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, soon to embark for the Gandor Mountains Mayan Ridge. We heard that certain magical herbs are abundant in Gandor Mountain and came to inquire about the most common magical herbs found there, as well as any precautions we should take during collection. While I possess basic skinning skills, I am utterly clueless when it comes to gathering." Sul'dak's words immediately softened the old man's demeanor, alleviating his earlier agitation. The old man chuckled softly. "Ahem, I'm not exactly a potion master. Please don't mislabel me. So, you are indeed heading into Gandor Mountain? Well, that's splendid." Noticing the shopkeeper's tone had mellowed, Sul'dak's smile turned even more amiable. "You wish to know what magical herbs are produced in the Gandor mountain range?" the old man asked once more. It was then that He noticed the old man was clad in a tattered robe, its color long faded by unknown dyes, and the cuffs and collar were frayed, presenting a rather shabby appearance. The gaunt old man continued conversing with Sul'dak. Seemingly oblivious to He.'s presence, he seemed quite eager to discuss matters pertaining to magical herbs, and thus he began to elaborate. "No one here possesses a greater understanding of these magical herbs than I do. Allow me to detail for you that the most common among them in the Gandor Mountains is this silverleaf herb. When I say it is common, I merely mean in comparison to other varieties of magical herbs. Currently, magical herbs are quite scarce, and locating a single silverleaf is no easy task. This particular herb shuns sunlight, typically thriving in dry, shaded areas, with its most distinctive feature being its oval-shaped silver leaves and its bulbous stem." After listening to the eccentric old man ramble on about herbs for quite some time, Sul'dak had established a certain familiarity with the wiry elder. Sul'dak boldly patted his chest, making a resounding sound, and assured him that should he find any magical herbs, he would certainly bring them back here for sale. Such a promise greatly pleased the thin old man. At this juncture, Sul'dak finally revealed his purpose for visiting. The primary mission of the infantry's advance party venturing into the Gander Mountains is to establish a clear forest path for the rear's construct knights and to construct a camp beneath the Moyen Ridge. Sul'dak earnestly stated, "You can surely comprehend the peril inherent in this task. However, for us, it also presents a greater opportunity to engage with the magical herbs of this vast mountain range. Therefore, we wish to purchase some practical emergency magical scrolls from you." The space within the magical goods tent was quite limited, barely accommodating 2 individuals. At that moment, someone outside attempted to enter, lifting the curtain only to find the tent crowded with people. After muttering a few complaints, the wiry old man completely disregarded them, promptly lowering the door curtain and leaving those outside in the cold. He then spoke earnestly. Let me ponder this for a moment. Indeed, the advance party will naturally be the first to delve into the mountains, thereby having a significantly higher opportunity to gather magical herbs than other troops. Do you have any suitable magical scrolls for us? He turned and walked to a shelf brimming with scrolls. First retrieving a bundle of magical scrolls and placing them on the counter. He began to swiftly sift through the scrolls, commenting, "Let me see, the selection is rather limited." The old man frowned, returning the scrolls to their original place. "These will not suffice. These attack-type magical scrolls can only be wielded by magic apprentices. And these are not particularly useful either." Finally, he unearthed 2 palm-sized magical scrolls from the bottom of a shelf and remarked to Sul'dak, "This fire-gathering scroll will allow you to ignite a bonfire at any moment. It may not be particularly useful in the forest, but it is prudent to have one of these water-gathering scrolls as well. And this watchtower scroll, seems somewhat lacking in utility. The water-gathering scroll." Hailansa and Sul'dak craned their necks to peer over, pondering how much such an advanced scroll might cost. The wiry old man finally declared, "This water-gathering scroll is worth 25 silver coins. However, since you are venturing into the mountains to seek magical herbs, you may take it for 20 silver coins." Sul'dak and Hailansa exchanged glances, as if contemplating this offer favorably. Subsequently, Sul'dak gingerly touched his coin pouch and boldly inquired, "Do you have any healing potions?" "Healing potions? You are quite audacious to ask. Currently, magical herbs are in extreme scarcity, rendering such potions exceedingly precious in the magical market. I suggest you abandon the hope of acquiring a healing potion. At least I have none here. Since we are discussing potions, you might find this useful. I also have some bandages for bleeding, which you may take as well." The wiry old man curled his lip in disdain, casting a contemptuous glance at Sul'dak. His expression decidedly irksome. Although he did not produce the healing potion Sul'dak desired, he did retrieve 2 bottles of green potion from a corner of the shelf, which Hailansa recognized as a detoxification potion that Sul'dak had previously possessed. The wiry old man then tossed Sul'dak a roll of dirty bandages and promptly ushered Hailansa and Sul'dak out of the tent. Outside the magical goods store, a throng of people had gathered, eager to glimpse what lay within. Upon seeing individuals emerge, they quickly closed in again, only to be met with the wiry old man's arm extending from the tent, placing a wooden sign reading "Closed for business" at the entrance. Those wishing to enter the magical goods store exchanged glances, perplexed. Sul'dak and Hailansa squeezed out of the crowd, confirming the specific time to meet the following day before Sul'dak returned to the military camp. Chapter 72. The eve before departure. In recent weeks, the arrival of various troops at the lumber camp has gradually transformed the once desolate temporary market outside the camp into a bustling hub. Numerous merchant caravans, keenly sensing opportunity, have converged upon this lush foothill. The erected white tents have sprouted like mushrooms after a rain, dotting the hillside. Upon returning to the encampment of the merchant lodging, Hailansa was about to slip into a tent when he spotted the curly-haired lad, Jabi, peeking out from another tent, making silly faces at him. Hailansa approached, quietly observing Jabi. The curly-haired boy gazed enviously at the magical beast leather armor adorning Hailansa and cheerfully remarked, "Little Dak, your armor is truly magnificent." Hailansa leaned back against the grass at the entrance of Jabi's tent, both of them gazing at the distant Gander Mountains. Beyond the sea of clouds, a golden sun was about to set behind the peaks. The curly-haired boy reclined on the grass and asked Hailansa, "Are you going into the mountains with Sul'dak and the others tomorrow?" Hailansa nodded. "Be careful on the road." The boy's face was dotted with faint freckles, and when he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits. He reached into the tent and produced a tin can, placing it before Hailansa, saying, "I thought you might need this." Hailansa accepted it, feeling its weight in his hands. The thin tin box resembled. With a proud grin, Jabi exclaimed, "This is canned meat. Lodging treated me and Ulysses to it once, and it was absolutely delicious. Xiang was astonished to discover that this world had canned food, regardless of its taste. He believed it was worth a try. It is a bit pricey, though. I can hardly afford more than a few with my monthly salary, but it's very convenient to carry. Would you like to get a few? Jabi inquired. Xiang nodded, gesturing to ask the price. Jabi's eyes widened, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his face as he asked, "Are you really going to buy some?" "Honestly, I think bread and jerky are more economical." Xiang firmly asserted his decision. Only then did Jabi scurry into the tent like a mouse and return with several more cans, handing them to Xiang while adding, "Well, you needn't worry about logistics. There will be merchant caravans organized to supply food into the mountains." Xiang patted the curly-haired boy's shoulder, indicating that he was unconcerned about that, then unfastened his coin pouch from his waist and counted out the requisite silver coins to place in Jabi's hands. These goods belonged to Lajin, and Jabi typically sold them at his stall. Jabi meticulously counted the silver coins, and as he had never learned arithmetic, he lined up the cans, placing the appropriate amount of silver in front of each one. Once he had filled the line, he took the silver coins. While Xiang gathered the cans, Xiang stowed 6 cans into his backpack, pushing the remaining one towards Jabi. "Are you giving this to me?" Xiang nodded. "Oh, no, I can't accept such a gift from you." However, Xiang did not insist. Instead, he drew a dagger from his calf and sliced open the can's lid, revealing a whole piece of cooked beef inside. He attempted to cut a piece off and tasted it. The beef was tender and flavorful, albeit with a somewhat peculiar spice. He then handed the opened can and the dagger to Jabi, whose eyes widened in delight as he exclaimed, and took it into his hands, scooping out a large piece to munch on, telling Xiang, "I think this pairs perfectly with roasted bread." I truly cannot fathom how the orcs managed to pack such a large piece of beef into a tin can. And this can stay preserved for quite some time. I am extremely envious of the orcs on the Pi Plateau. I have heard that when they herd cattle across the plains, their packs are filled with these. They eat canned meat just as we eat roasted bread. I truly envy their way of life. Listening to Jabi's continuous musings, Xiang rose and returned to his own tent. Lajin had recently received a plethora of goods, making the tent feel even more cramped, with some oilskin packages even tucked beneath the bed. Xiang sat on the bed and emptied his coin pouch. The clinking of coins revealing a heap of silver coins mingled with copper and gold coins, along with 3 pigeon egg-sized magic crystals. This was all of Xiang's wealth. Tomorrow, he would need to pay the blacksmith for the modification of his Roman sword, which would leave him with a mere handful of silver coins. Xiang selected 4 gold coins from the pile, which he had received as his share from the second squad spoils. According to the red-socked individual, this sum of money could equate to nearly half a year's worth of his military pay, given the substantial denomination of the gold coins. It was the silver coins and scattered copper pieces that primarily served as the circulating currency. As he contemplated his imminent departure from the logging camp, Xiang suddenly felt a strong desire to stroll through the marketplace once more, that he meticulously sorted and stowed the coins back into his pouch, the jingle of the coins in his hand providing him with a sense of reassurance. Exiting the tent anew, he found the bulky Ulysses already awake, seated on a wooden platform outside the tent with an iron rod in hand. His primary duty each night being to stand guard against vagrants and thieves who might pilfer the goods of Lake and Xiang waved at Ulysses, who, in his hearty voice, inquired, "Little Dak, where are you heading at this late hour?" Xiang gestured towards the marketplace outside and proceeded directly into the night. The sky gradually darkened, and the stars began to twinkle in the heavens. Soldiers from the barracks returned in succession, rendering the marketplace increasingly desolate. Torches made of pine resin were lit throughout the stalls, while some vendors illuminated their booths with vividly colored magical street lamps. Xiang wandered past the market stalls. He paused to peruse the magical cores displayed before him, though the vendors attempted to engage him in conversation. They soon discovered that this young gambler remained reticent, purchasing any magical core that caught his fancy, provided the price was not exorbitant. However, the vendors noted that he never opened any of the magical cores. Instead, he silently tucked them into his pouch before quietly departing. After meandering through the marketplace, Xiang realized, to his astonishment, that he had unwittingly acquired 8 magical cores from first-tier magical beasts. He had spent all 80 of his silver coins, and even exhausted the 4 gold coins nestled at the bottom of his bag. Spotting a stall selling small files, he also spent 5 silver coins to procure one. Upon returning to his tent, he discovered that only a few solitary copper coins remained in his pouch. as the gold and silver coins had all been transformed into 8 small magical cores, sitting at the entrance of his tent, illuminated by the faint glow of the street lamps. He took a small file and began to scrape away at the hard exterior of the magical cores. The outer shell was quite tough, requiring significant effort to peel away layer by layer. After dozens of strokes, he was astonished to uncover crystal shards within, shimmering like fragments of broken diamonds. As the magical core was opened, tiny crystal fragments, akin to grains of rice, scattered into He Buqiang's palm. He was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the first core would yield such a meager assortment of low-value crystal shards. These minuscule fragments were virtually worthless, only suitable for grinding into powder to serve as ingredients for magical ink. The subsequent 5 first-tier magical cores similarly yielded only crystal fragments, 4 of which were as fine as sand, while only 2 displayed a more substantial formation, rendering them slightly more valuable. Each of the 8 magical crystals emanated a faint magical aura, once ground. He Buqiang realized that not all cores exuding magical energy contained true crystal stones. Many merely held a collection of minute fragments. With a tinge of exasperation, he filed away the hard exterior of the last 2 slightly larger cores, revealing crystal stones resembling longan grapes within, which brought him a sense of relief. It could be said that he had not incurred a loss with the first 6 cores, while the last 2 yielded a modest profit. Chapter 73. The expedition to Mayan Ridge. The morning sun filtered through the tent's entrance, casting a narrow white beam upon the ground, resembling a sharp sword aimed at He Buqiang's face. He instinctively covered his head with a blanket, awakening in a sweat and heat, before lifting the blanket to breathe deeply. Outside, a cacophony of sounds erupted, prompting He Buqiang to spring from his bed. Remembering he needed to hurry to the blacksmith shop to retrieve the modified Roman sword, 3,000 heavily armored infantrymen were simultaneously dispatched to Mayan Ridge. An operational plan executed jointly by the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment and its brother regiment, the 58th. Though they were classified as heavy infantry, their tasks resembled the menial labor typically assigned to logistical militia. The 2 regiments were tasked with establishing a passage through the forest capable of accommodating 16 warhorses side by side, connecting the logging camp with Mayan Ridge. This thoroughfare was essential for the Heavy Cavalry Regiment conducting daily drills at the logging camp, as well as the mounted knights soon to arrive. The cavalry required a clear path to maximize their advantage. Due to the logistical militia under Duke Newman's command failing to arrive at the logging camp in a timely manner, the commander of the Mayan Ridge campaign, Marquis Grover Newman, ordered Count Mongas to lead the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment alongside Count Eustace Constable's 58th Heavy Infantry Regiment in this endeavor. Thus, the 2 noblemen, each leading 1,500 heavy infantrymen, hastened toward Mayan Ridge. To meet the deadline for clearing the passage, the infantry regiments could not proceed methodically from the logging camp to Mayan Ridge, as this would undermine their numerical superiority of 3,000 heavy infantrymen. Marquis Grover believed that dividing the 2 regiments into 10 construction units, each consisting of 10 squads, would yield the most effective approach to establishing the forest path simultaneously between the logging camp and Mayan Ridge. Although this audacious plan left Count Mongas seething in his tent, cursing Marquis Grover's entire lineage, including his father, Duke Newman, he could not shirk the responsibility of clearing the path and had no choice but to accept the task. Having been stationed at the logging camp for nearly half a year, Count Mongas had a better understanding of the local terrain. Consequently, during the division of responsibilities, Count Eustace Constable was assigned the relatively safer front half of the forest path, while Count Mongas received the task of clearing the rear half closer to Mayan Ridge. He Buqiang yawned as he emerged from the tent, stretching his arms while gazing at the military camp at the foot of the forest. At this moment, a substantial portion of the camp had been dismantled, with tents neatly folded and carried on the backs of the soldiers, leaving a wide expanse of the parade ground that appeared disheveled, strewn with various excavated pits and scattered wooden frames. Some white cloth strips tied to the wooden frames fluttered in the wind, resembling courtesans beckoning the curious cavalrymen gathering nearby. Sul'dak and the 2nd Squad found themselves amidst the ranks of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Having prepared thoroughly for the day, they rose early to dismantle their tents, with Red Sock and Big Beard bearing the burden. While their supplies were evenly distributed among the soldiers, the front lines had already entered the logging camp 2 kilometers away, and it was now the 2nd Squad's turn to join the ranks. As they passed through the temporary marketplace on the slope, a large crowd of onlookers thronged the hillside. The supply convoy for grain merchants was scheduled to depart tomorrow. Following the Heavy Infantry Regiment into the mountains. No one celebrated this ordinary journey. Rather, the excitement among the crowd stemmed from the belief that only through the outbreak of war would these merchant convoys find business opportunities. Regardless of victory or defeat, some individuals would ultimately profit. Their greatest fear was remaining stagnant without any battles for 1 or 2 years, as that would drive the merchant convoys to the brink of bankruptcy. Spotting He Buqiang standing out in the crowd, Sul'dak waved vigorously at him. He Buqiang was entirely covered by a stout dwarven chain shield, with a heavy Roman sword hanging at his waist. The thick blade made the sword appear less sharp, its tip exhibiting a perfect curve, and the bronze blade's edges gleamed with a bright reflection. The blacksmith had demonstrated exceptional craftsmanship, not only elongating the blade, but also perfectly balancing its weight. The curvature of the sword's edge was exceedingly smooth, exuding an inviting aura. Of course, the cost of modifying this Roman sword was quite substantial, and the most awkward part was that He Buqiang had no money left. He had spent all of it the previous night. With only 5 magical crystal stones and a small pouch of crystal fragments remaining. Fortunately, the blacksmith was a kind-hearted and honest man, and with He Buqiang's assistance, he was able to find a merchant willing to purchase the crystal fragments, exchanging them for 5 gold coins, thus providing him with the means to settle his bill with the blacksmith. He Buqiang squeezed through the crowd, and his red sock halted momentarily in front of Sul'dak. He seized the opportunity to rejoin the marching line. Surrounded by soldiers from the 4th Battalion, they had long grown accustomed to such occurrences, and no one voiced any discontent. Thus, He Buqiang once again became part of this expedition. Big Beard trailed behind Red Sock and, noticing He Buqiang clad in exquisite leather armor, the seasoned ranger from the Warrior Academy, who had an eye for quality, marveled and whispered to He Buqiang, "Hey, little Dak, where did you acquire such impressive heavy leather armor? It's truly cool." "Ah, the dwarven chain shield, crafted from fine iron transported from the dwarven realms. This shield is no ordinary weight, It seems young Dak has prepared quite thoroughly. Those hardwood shields wrapped in iron may withstand the bites of hyenas, but they offer no protection against the wicked spears of demons. This shield is entirely capable." The leader of the group, Sul'dak, admonished in a deep voice, "Silence. If you do not speak, no one shall consider you mute. Beware the whip of the inspector from the enforcement squad." The young bearded man hurriedly bowed his head and pressed on. Baron Sidney rode upon a gobble-eyed steed, leading the way at the forefront of the 4th Brigade. Wherever he went, he maintained a keen awareness of his appearance. Clad in exquisite enchanted armor. As they passed through the market hillside, some even cheered for him. The soldiers of the 2nd Squad, buoyed with enthusiasm, followed the 57th Regiment into the heart of the Kandahar Mountains. Upon entering the forest, the heavily armored infantry regiment and their allied troops split into 2 paths towards the Mayu Ridge. Chapter 74. The Death Mission. The heat was unbearable. After taking just a few steps, the linen shirt clung wetly to his skin. The humidity in the mountains was intense, with thick fog rolling in, and the warm air carried the scent of rain. In the distance, everything appeared shrouded in a gray haze, and the mournful wails of a bobcat could be heard from several dozen feet away, yet remained unseen. Once inside the Kandahar Mountains, it became evident that the paths here were far less traversable than those on the forested side. In truth, there was hardly any path at all. The vanguard of the squad struggled to clear the thickets and underbrush with machetes, creating a path for the larger force behind them. As they delved deeper into the undulating mountains, the ridges rose high and steep, with sudden breaks leading to chasms littered with jagged rocks. The sides were enshrouded in thickets, with thorny vines intertwining, creating an impenetrable barrier. Times, they encountered cliff faces and had to navigate along narrow trails. With cliffs on one side and deep valleys on the other, the path was so narrow that the heavily armored infantry soldiers were crammed together, unable to advance or retreat. The mountainous terrain proved far more challenging than anticipated. A 5-man scout team managed to maneuver through the cliffs with relative ease, but once the larger group became wedged in, even a slight delay in the front would cause a significant bottleneck. Red Sock unfastened his water flask from his waist, took a sip, and passed it to He Buqiang, saying, "Conserve your drink. We don't know how long we will be waiting on this pathway. Despite the heavy humidity, I am parched." He Buqiang patted his copper flask, indicating that it was still full. He then chopped a section of bamboo from the cliffside, quickly fashioning it into a smooth staff to support the tent pack on Red Sock's back. This way, Red Sock could lean against the cliff without having to unload the heavy pack, allowing him to rest comfortably for a moment. If the squad were to move forward suddenly, he wouldn't need to prepare for the burden. He could simply rise and continue on. "Your ideas are always so clever," Red Sock praised He Buqiang. He Buqiang approached the cliff's edge and observed the dense forest below. If one were to misstep and fall, they would likely survive the fall, but the thorny vines and dead branches would ensnare them within the thicket, making it extremely difficult to climb back up. The path beneath was muddy. As the soldiers trampled the wild grass, the water seeped out, soaking their boots. In the second squad, half the soldiers carried machetes while the other half wielded axes. As they needed to carve a pathway suitable for cavalry through the gentle slopes, the sound of horse bells echoed through the mist, and soon Baron Sidney rode up from behind. The soldiers pressed themselves against the cliff to allow him passage, as he sought to ascertain what was happening ahead. Not long after, a command from the Earl ordered the infantry regiment to camp for the night. The narrow mountain trail offered no space for tent construction. But thankfully, after a fervent hunt for red-eyed hyenas, Sul'dak had issued each soldier of the second squad a dogskin sleeping bag. This hyena leather possessed remarkable waterproof qualities, ensuring that even when laid upon the muddy path, it would not become damp. Red Sock unloaded his large backpack and spread the sleeping bag on the barely wide mountain trail, tying its ropes to the vine protruding from the cliff to prevent rolling off in his sleep. The other soldiers from the different squads gazed at the dogskin sleeping bags with envy. He Buqiang found it difficult to sleep that night, tossing and turning restlessly, just as he began to drift into slumber. Red Sock roused him, pointing out the multitude of stars above with a bewildered expression. "A command has come from ahead. Prepare to move out at any moment," Red Sock explained to He Buqiang. Sul'dak distributed a piece of baked flatbread to each soldier, washed down with cool water from their flasks, which sufficed as breakfast. As dawn broke, the soldiers of the second squad were already on the move. Upon traversing a narrow mountain path, they discovered clear signs of a recent battle. The metallic scent of blood still lingered in the air, while they could not see the casualties among the infantry regiment. 3 decapitated and skinned demon corpses hung from the treetops on one side of the deep ravine. Their purple blood had dried, and their bodies bore numerous wounds, leaving one to wonder what cost the previous squad had paid to vanquish these 3 demons. Emerging from this perilous path, the group plunged into the endless green expanse of the dense forest, teeming with venomous insects, giant pythons, and toxic plants. The best defense against these dangers was to arm oneself from head to toe. The burly Kager managed to capture a giant python, which he sliced into 3 segments with his axe. The head portion continued to thrash, attempting to strike at Kager. Ultimately, Augustus seized the opportunity to drive a Pagliolo spear into its head, pinning it to the ground, thereby concluding the battle. Thus, this 5-meter-long python, as thick as an arm, naturally became the supper for the second squad. From a distance, He Buqiang could see the towering Maui Ridge, the highest peak in the eastern Kandar mountain range. The demons had established a stronghold on this peak, hoping to leverage the treacherous terrain to ride out their period of weakness, awaiting the successive opening of the demon gates within the mountains. They anticipated a steady influx of demons into Maui Ridge, where they would construct a defensive position, effectively securing a foothold against Duke Newman's western front. If measures were not taken to eliminate the demon forces on Maui Ridge, the Bena Legion's units in the western defense zone of Handanar County would be firmly pinned down. The 57th Heavily Armored Infantry Regiment trekked through the mountains for 3 consecutive days before finally reaching the designated area for clearing the pathways. According to Count Montgasper's plan, the 5 brigades of the 57th Regiment were to separate, with each brigade tasked with clearing a segment of the forest path. The 4th Brigade was assigned to the area closest to Maui Ridge, rumored to frequently harbor demon scout teams, making it the most perilous assignment among all infantry brigades. Baron Sidney, riding his gobble-eye steed, led the 4th Brigade away from the main force, maintaining a proud posture and an air of indifference towards the demons on Maui Ridge. The experienced soldiers of the 4th Brigade followed behind the Baron, their faces drawn with concern as they approached the distant Maui Ridge. Chapter 75, Death Mission 2. Count Montgasper found himself in a predicament of his own. The 57th Heavily Armored Infantry Regiment comprised approximately 1,500 heavy infantry, divided into 5 brigades. Among them, 3 brigades were directly under Count Montgasper's command, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Brigades. The 3rd Brigade was a hodgepodge of retainers from various lesser lords within the Earl's domain, while the 5th Brigade consisted of a motley crew, including logistics personnel and young nobles of mixed backgrounds seeking to survive their term of service and return home to inherit their estates. Among this group of young nobles, some were willing to invest their private wealth to discreetly purchase military achievements, seeking to embellish their military careers. The leaders of the 1st and 2nd Brigades were among Count Montgasper's most trusted officers. While Baron Sidney's ascent to brigade leader relied heavily on familial connections. In truth, aside from his youth and arrogance, Baron Sidney was a rare talent as a commander, though his military career had yet to temper his rough edges, rendering him somewhat of a maverick. When it came time to assign the brigades to the pathway clearing mission, the Earl's greatest desire was to send the 3rd Brigade to the foot of Maui Ridge, allowing this makeshift army to bear the brunt of the demon's wrath. This would enable the Earl to preserve his own strength to the greatest extent. However, should Count Mondgosper choose this course, it would irrevocably tarnish his reputation. When there are advantages to be gained, such as clearing a battlefield, executing search and rescue missions, or escorting tasks, one does not hesitate to dispatch their elite troops. However, when faced with difficulties and dangers, one resorts to sending in auxiliary forces. Initially, this may be tolerated, but as it occurs repeatedly, how can the lesser lords remain steadfast in their loyalty to you? Thus, this time, Count Mondgosper, fully aware of the perilous nature of the task at hand, clearing the forest paths as they approached the treacherous Moyun Ridge, had no choice but to place his main regiment at the forefront. Recently, the 4th Brigade had narrowly escaped annihilation after falling into a trap set by the indigenous people in a mountain hollow. During this time, the 4th Brigade not only replenished its ranks with fresh recruits, but those assigned by the regiment were given the easiest tasks, which Baron Sidney executed with remarkable flair. Consequently, when it came time to allocate tasks, Count Mondgosper had no alternative but to push Baron Sidney to the forefront. Before Baron Sidney's departure, Count Mond summoned his brother-in-law to personally caution him about the points of vigilance, summing it up with the advice to act cautiously, avoid overreaching, and remain ever wary of sudden attacks from malevolent spirits. Under such circumstances, Baron Sidney, leading the 4th Brigade, set forth toward Moyun Ridge. In truth, Baron Sidney possessed a degree of competence. Otherwise, Count Mond would not have favored him among many other brothers-in-law. However, Baron Sidney previously held a dismissive attitude towards the indigenous people of Handong County, failing to regard the earlier campaign against the indigenous hunters with the seriousness it warranted, which led to his reckless fall into a trap. This mission was entirely different, as the adversaries before them were the malevolent spirits of Moyun Ridge. Thus Baron Sidney approached with heightened caution. The 4th Brigade under Baron Sidney comprised more than half-seasoned veterans, all of whom had experience battling malevolent spirits. They dispatched numerous scout teams along the way to ascertain their surroundings. The 2nd team, led by Sul'dak, emerged as the most distinguished among the 4th Brigade, having recently located the missing Bajiakli swordsman in the mountains and assisted this renowned swordsman in eliminating a gate to the malevolent spirits, earning commendation from Count Mondgosper. Therefore, it came as no surprise that the 2nd team was designated as the reconnaissance squad for the advance party, tasked with reaching the foothills of Moyun Ridge first to investigate the specific conditions there. Upon receiving the orders from Baron Sidney, Captain Sul'dak took a simplified map and plunged into the verdant sea with 13 soldiers. Perhaps due to the malevolent spirits claiming Moyun Ridge, the closer they drew, the more elusive the monstrous beasts in the forest became. Previously, glimpses of a few could still be seen amidst the mountains. But these beasts were not foolish. Upon sighting a multitude of human warriors, they would launch suicidal attacks. And those with nascent intelligence were even more adept at evading danger. It was only upon nearing Moyun Ridge that they discovered an alarming scarcity of not only the monstrous beasts but even the smaller forest creatures. The 2nd team stumbled upon a colossal carcass at the foot of Moyun Ridge, a skeletal frame of a mountain hound, its immense size only slightly smaller than that of a thunder rhinoceros. This mountain hound likely ruled over Moyun Ridge and appeared to have reached the 3rd tier of magical beasts, yet it could not escape the fate of being slaughtered by the malevolent spirits. The hound's skull lay shattered and fragments scattered across the forest floor, its body having been completely devoured by the spirits, leaving a grim tableau of scattered bones throughout the hillside. The forest had been ravaged extensively, resembling a scene of devastation wrought by a stampede of wild buffalo, with numerous trees uprooted or snapped, and the ground was stained with blood. Witnessing this harrowing sight, Sul'dak raised his hand, signaling the 2nd team to halt their advance. Any further progression would likely place them within the line of sight of the malevolent spirits, a threat they were currently ill-equipped to confront. Upon discovering the presence of the spirits, their options were to retreat swiftly or to find concealment. At this moment, He Buqiang approached from the rear of the team, casting a glance at Sul'dak. Sul'dak, accustomed to frequent exchanges with He Buqiang, could decipher the latter's intentions from a mere glance. "Are you suggesting we use the lookout scroll here?" He Buqiang nodded. initially dismissed by the emaciated old man at the magical goods store as of no use to them. He Buqiang had casually purchased 2 lookout scrolls, yet none had anticipated that this reconnaissance team would indeed receive the most perilous scouting assignment. Although activating 1 lookout scroll would cost dozens of silver coins to drop from their fingers. In such dire circumstances, no one could afford to cling tightly to such a resource. With the entire second team on high alert, He Buqiang ventured into the heart of the mountain hound's remains, where the chest bone, roughly the size of a room, lay on the ground. Its sturdy ribs forming a cage-like structure, he inserted a branch-like magical item within the ribcage before retreating. Is it done? He Buqiang nodded again. Gentlemen, we withdraw. The area was rife with tracks left by the malevolent spirits, and Sul'dak had no intention of following their trail. The spirits appeared ill-suited for navigating mountainous paths, their cumbersome bodies leaving distinct prints in the forest. As the second team infiltrated this perilous woodland, their mission was not only to track the patrols of the malevolent spirits, but also to scout for a suitable campsite for the subsequent cavalry regiment's entry into Mo Yun Ridge. Chapter 76. The Spiny Lizard. The task of the second team was to scout the movements of the malevolent spirits at Mo Tian Ridge and to identify a suitable camping site at the mountain's base for the larger force, thereby preventing the infantry regiment from encountering the spirits while clearing the forest paths. Baron Sidney had meticulously delineated the patrol areas of each scouting team on a simple parchment map. The area assigned to Sul'dak's team for reconnaissance and monitoring was located on the southwestern side of Mo Tian Ridge, less than 5 kilometers from the main force of the 4th Brigade clearing the forest paths. However, the intricate network of ravines and valleys in the mountainous terrain rendered this route exceptionally treacherous. Thus, the 4th Brigade wisely chose to avoid this complicated region while clearing the forest paths. The second team could not afford to flounder about like a headless fly in this perilous woodland. Encountering the malevolent spirits would mean certain doom. Cinnamon tree branches, with their pungent aroma, were highly disliked by the spirits, a fact discovered by a scout from Duke Ryan's Bushman Legion, and this knowledge had since been widely adopted by the reconnaissance troops. However, such cinnamon branches were not easily found. In the forests of Gander Mountain, sizable cinnamon groves were rare, yet the soldiers of the second team were fortunate. Soldier Augustus stumbled upon a cinnamon tree while traversing a section of woodland, and thus, nearly every member of the team donned a layer of cinnamon branches as camouflage. He Buqiang lay concealed in the grass on the hillside, with 2 new recruits beside him, their eyes wide in anticipation as they monitored the situation below. The slope below featured a narrow exit. Following reconnaissance by the team members, they determined it to be a crucial passage into Mo Yun Ridge. Sul'dak decided that the second team would conceal themselves here to observe the movements of the malevolent spirits. He divided the soldiers into 3 groups. Sul'dak, He Buqiang, and 2 new recruits formed the first group. Red Socks, Big Beard, Augustus, and a fellow townsman comprised the second group. The remaining 5 soldiers constituted the third group. The 3 groups would form an interwoven surveillance network. Despite the dense forest nearby, their elevated position allowed for mutual support as a 3-meter-long pine-scaled spiny lizard darted past the grass on the slope, swiftly fleeing in the opposite direction of Mo Yun Ridge. The pine-scaled spiny lizard is a rare low-tier magical beast, adept at employing stone skin technique, allowing its appearance to mimic that of a rock, and even its texture to feel like stone. This lizard possesses remarkable endurance, capable of hiding in rock crevices for half a month without sustenance, akin to a massive stone wedged in between. Although this lizard lacks aggression, its teeth are venomous, and it typically preys upon smaller forest creatures. Surprisingly, this normally stealthy and elusive spiny lizard was now fleeing Mo Yun Ridge. The lizard's skin was highly coveted by the lesser lords of the Green Empire, rendering this mild-mannered creature a sought-after prize among many adventuring parties. As soon as it appeared within the sight of the second team, it stirred considerable excitement among the soldiers of the second group. Augustus on the distant slope made a gesture to Sul'dak, requesting permission to hunt the spiny lizard. After careful consideration, Sul'dak deemed this a rare opportunity worth seizing, thus leaving 2 new recruits to remain on the slope for lookout duties. Should any malevolent spirits approach, they were to alert the others immediately. While He Buqiang hastened down the slope, the pine-scaled spiny lizard seemed to possess an instinct for danger. The moment there was even the slightest movement on the slope, it bolted toward a pile of rocks hundreds of meters away. Despite its large size, it ran with remarkable agility, its four lizard-like legs propelling it forward with the grace of a swift vessel gliding over land. Each push of its powerful legs launching its body ahead with impressive speed. Sul'dak had not anticipated that the ornate crested lizard would exhibit such alertness by the time he arrived at the base of the slope. The lizard had already burrowed into a pile of rubble at that moment. Augustus, Red Sox, and Big Beard also rushed over from another hillside, and upon witnessing the lizard's retreat into the rocky debris, they promptly converged towards the pile. Red Sox and Big Beard each wielded alloy bows, stationed on either side of the rubble, ready to intercept the ornate crested lizard should it emerge. Given its considerable size, it would be nearly impossible for the two novice archers to miss. However, after thoroughly searching both the interior and exterior of the rubble, an awkward realization dawned upon them. The massive lizard had completely vanished. Sul'dak spat on a large boulder, instructing his 4 soldiers. Augustus was the first to leap onto the boulder, wielding his pagrium spear, and without hesitation, he thrust it towards a rock, the spearhead embedding into the cliffside, sending sparks flying as a protruding stone shattered. Yet, it was not the ornate crested lizard. Augustus shouted, "Red Sox, this isn't the one to mark. It's not this stone indeed." If they could not locate the ornate crested lizard hidden among the rubble, the most effective strategy would be to systematically eliminate the surrounding rocks. He following closely behind Sul'dak, drew his Roman sword, prepared to strike at the boulder. However, Sul'dak swiftly stopped him. "Are you mad? You can't use a newly forged Roman sword like that. Do you intend to ruin the blade?" "Red Sox, bring out your lumberjack axe, Captain. This is..." Red Sox protested, looking as forlorn as a bitter melon stuck against the rock. "What else could it be? If you dull the edge, you'll have to return to the camp to exchange it." Sul'dak glared at him. "Yes, Captain." Red Sox quickly straightened his posture in compliance. With a resounding thud, 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 the white granite of the rubble was sparse. A single blow from an axe was sufficient to ascertain whether it concealed the ornate crested lizard. Each fractured stone would be marked, and within a quarter of an hour, nearly half of the rocks in the pile bore the charcoal markings, standing between 2 stones, mottled with colors and adorned with patches of moss. Rubbed his aching shoulders. The wooden handle of his lumberjack axe bore numerous cracks from the forceful recoil, while the blade was rendered a mere wreck. Having recently advanced in rank, had yet to fully acclimate to his newfound strength. As he vigorously swung the axe, the entire blade was obliterated, leaving it resembling a crude hammer as he struck the adjacent boulder. Suddenly felt the massive stone tremble beneath his feet. Upon closer inspection, a faint magical aura seeped through the rock, unmistakably indicating the presence of the ornate crested lizard. He had inadvertently placed his foot upon its head. At that moment, the lizard bore no trace of its distinctive markings. It blended seamlessly with the surrounding stones, its skin mirroring the hue of the rock it lay against. Realizing this, refrained from disturbing the lizard and waved to his teammates, beckoning the second squad to gather around him. Augustus, who was closest, rushed over with his pagrium spear and inquired, "Sul'dak, what is going on?" pointed to the unusual rock beneath him, prompting Augustus to notice the anomaly. With both hands raised high, Augustus brandished his spear with all his might and thrust it down towards the rock under Hebuchung's feet. The pagrium spear sparked and shattered the stone, revealing flesh beneath. However, Augustus' strength was limited. His thrust struck the lizard's back, with the spearhead fully embedded in its body, yet it failed to inflict any significant harm. Suddenly, the massive rock beneath them shifted violently, causing Hebuchung, who had been standing atop the ornate crested lizard, to lose his balance and fall backward. The lizard's gaping maw, filled with venomous fangs, lunged toward Hebuchung's left foot. Reacting without hesitation, Hebuchung hurled his lumberjack axe at the lizard, the blade crashing against its jaws. Surprisingly, the lizard managed to bite off the axe head, violently shaking its massive head, resulting in the handle snapping in two. And its mouth opened wide once more toward Hebuchung. Chapter 77. Hunting the lizard. Augustus stood back, momentarily stunned, upon witnessing Hebuchung in peril. He disregarded the fact that his pagrium spear was lodged in the lizard's back and leaped onto the creature, gripping the spear tightly in an attempt to subdue it. This leap allowed Hebuchung to narrowly evade the lizard's snapping jaws. Sul'dak arrived, sword in hand, and struck the lizard's head with his shield, sending it reeling back. He then drove his knightly sword into the exposed white underbelly of the lizard. While a slash would have inflicted little damage, a thrust proved effective, piercing through the lizard's petrified skin and into its chest. Impaling its heart, Sul'dak was not about to leave his sword embedded in the creature. As he evaded a claw swipe, he elegantly withdrew his sword from the lizard's body. A torrent of crimson blood gushed from the lizard's wounds, and it attempted to retreat into the crevices of the rocks. Unfortunately, its massive size rendered it incapable of squeezing into the narrow gaps, and with 2 gaping holes punctured in its body. It grew increasingly sluggish, the color of its petrified skin fading gradually until it resembled that of an ordinary lizard. Sul'dak pursued it, plunging his sword into the lizard's skull, pinning it to the ground. At this juncture, Hebuqiang regained his footing atop the rock and helped Augustus to rise. The ranger had been thrown from the lizard's back onto the stone, disoriented from the fall. As Hebuqiang assisted Augustus, Sul'dak retrieved the Pagrium spear from the lizard's back and coldly tossed it to Augustus. Red Sox and Big Beard rushed over from either side of the rocky outcrop. Astonished that the battle had concluded in mere minutes, Red Sox noticed that the handle of his lumberjack axe had shattered into splinters, while the head was lodged in the lizard's mouth. Resembling a piece of mangled scrap metal, his expression one of dismay. The handle could be discarded, but the ruined axe head would have to be returned to the camp for accounting, and he would undoubtedly face the ire of the logistics personnel. Sul'dak, not waiting for the lizard to perish completely, drew a newly acquired golden-handled skinning knife from his belt. This pristine knife had cost Sul'dak a gold and 50 silver coins, rumored to contain lapis lazuli, making it impervious to wear. While this claim suggested durability, every skilled skinner knew that a sharp knife was essential for quality pelts. However, Hebuqiang halted Sul'dak, signaling him to wait. "What is it, Sul'dak?" Sul'dak inquired. "Captain, perhaps we should drag this ornate crested lizard into the woods. It may not be safe here. It's too large to carry. We'll just deal with it here." Hebuqiang offered no further explanation. Drawing a lumberjack axe from Big Beard's belt and approaching the lizard's severed head, he swung the axe down repeatedly, severing the bloodied head from its body. Who would have thought? Sul'dak can be so ruthless. "Captain, what do you think is wrong with Sul'dak?" Silence at this moment. Hebuqiang extracted a magical core from within the lizard's head, tossing it to Big Beard, while he himself carried the bloody lizard head to a flat patch of grass. He produced 4 small ceramic bowls, placing them in each cardinal direction, filling them with a gray powder, and then positioned the lizard's head at the center. Standing before the severed head, he beckoned to Sul'dak. Without hesitation, Sul'dak approached, stopping just outside the circle of bowls. Hebuqiang stood in the center of the ritual, hands clasped in prayer, eyes closed, without any further movements. Unlike the grand sorcerers who performed elaborate dances, a towering, 2-meter-high silhouette of a magical deity materialized silently before Hebuqiang, its smiling visage directed toward him. Without hesitation, Hebuqiang presented the ornate crested lizard's head as an offering to the dual-faced deity, representing the angelic side, whose eyes glimmered softly. "I in his heart," Hebuqiang whispered, "Eye of truth," and then turned. Pointing at Sul'dak, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Sul'dak in an instant, a sight to behold for those present. For Hebuqiang, these magical effects were decidedly more direct. He observed the luminous pillars descending from the sky, brimming with countless particles of energy akin to dust. This energy flowed into Sul'dak's being alongside the light, while golden magical runes enveloped Sul'dak's eyes, weaving into a complex array that swiftly vanished within his gaze. Others seemed oblivious to Sul'dak's extraordinary transformation. However, Sul'dak widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his own hands, and then turned his astonished gaze towards those around him. At that moment, Hebuqiang was eager to inquire what peculiar sights Sul'dak beheld under the influence of the Eye of Truth. Upon activating the Eye of Truth, one could perceive the force of the world's laws, allowing a fleeting touch upon the very fabric of reality. The esteemed Archmage Inoyatilo was known to disassemble beasts while utilizing the Eye of Truth, as it purportedly maximized the preservation of the most precious natural magical patterns within their bodies. This aspect held particular significance for beast hides, as many possessed excellent magical conductivity, making them the finest material for crafting enchanted constructs. The integrity of the hide indirectly influenced the success rate for inscriptionists when creating magical constructs. The more pristine the hide, the higher the likelihood of success during the crafting process. Hence, it was precisely for this reason that Hebuqiang had endowed Sul'dak with the Eye of Truth during the skinning process. However, bestowing the Eye of Truth required a minor ritual. Sul'dak was evidently still acclimating to his unusual transformation. He did not even ask Hebuqiang how to proceed. instead walking step by step to the corpse of the spiked crown lizard, deftly wielding his knife. The lizard's hide seemed to peel away like a garment, effortlessly stripped by Sul'dak's fluid, practiced motions. Offering a visual delight to the onlookers, with a graceful fluidity, he removed the giant lizard's skin, the only regret being the absence of the head's hide. Chapter 78. Magical signal flare. A nearly flawless hide of the lizard lay spread upon the ground. Big Beard extracted some salt from his pocket and, while the lizard's skin was still damp, hurriedly commenced the curing process to prevent it from hardening upon drying. Sul'dak cleaned the grease and blood from his skinning knife before sheathing it. Turning to Hebuqiang, who lay on the grassy slope, and inquired, "Is this what you learned from Archmage Inoyatila during your days in the native village?" Hebuqiang, reclining with his hands behind his head and a piece of roasted flatbread in his mouth, nodded in response. "Are there any special conditions required?" Sul'dak suddenly became intrigued and curiously asked Hebuqiang. The other members of the second squad also looked on with eager curiosity. Hebuqiang nodded again, then sat up, casually picking a blade of grass and inscribing the words "ritual and sacrifice" upon the earth. "So, you're saying that the miraculous ability you just granted me was due to the simple altar and the sacrifice of the spiked crown lizard's head?" Sul'dak promptly asked. Hebuqiang nodded once more. "What I mean is, hypothetically, if we had sufficient sacrifices, could you invoke divine blessings for all of us? Is there a limit to the number of times this can be done? Or does it deplete your strength in some way?" Hebuqiang initially nodded, then shook his head. For a water-based support mage, casting enhancement spells merely required a simple incantation and a modicum of magical energy. However, for Hebuqiang, it necessitated sacrificing a beast-grade offering to exchange for the 6 abilities: Divine Body, Eye of Truth, Blessed Shield, Whispers of Death, Decay of Death, and Burning Life. Therefore, any ability Hebuqiang sought to acquire came at a certain price. Sul'dak clapped his hands and declared, "Then what are we waiting for? We need to find more spiked crown lizards. It's unfortunate we cannot venture to the river valley. If we could capture a batch of Tim fish. Wouldn't that mean each of us could possess the formidable, mysterious powers of the native hunters?" Hebuqiang vigorously shook his head, indicating that it was impossible for him to grant everyone the strength of the native hunters. In truth, during the destruction of the valley's demon gate alongside the Baijili swordsman, Archmage Inoyatila had infused the black-patterned demon hide into the 3 native hunters through the Eye of Truth, thus acquiring immense power in a brief span. The black-patterned hide, stripped from the demons, was transferred to the native hunters. Regrettably, the 3 native hunters could not withstand the overwhelming power of the infusion, necessitating Archmage Inoyatila to beseech the blessing of Divine Body during the ritual. It was this protection that spared the hunters from exploding due to the infusion of such potent power. Inoyatila had informed Hebuqiang that the art of infusion was a complex discipline, requiring not only a unique understanding of skinning techniques, but also knowledge of the characteristics of various magical patterns. In truth, most hosts were only suited to certain specific natural magical patterns. If a mismatch occurred between the host and the hide's attributes, and if the host was exceptionally powerful, it could result in the failure of the infusion. Should the hide possess even greater power, the host might very well perish. Archmage Inoyatila only possessed a rudimentary understanding of infusion and advised Hebuqiang that mastering magical pattern infusion required not only the finesse of skinning, but also a broader comprehension of magical patterns. It was precisely due to Hebuqiang's lack of knowledge in skinning that he had invoked the Eye of Truth upon Sul'dak. In fact, even if he were to use the Eye of Truth on himself, he might still struggle to peel the spiked crown lizard's hide intact. Upon witnessing Hebuqiang's shake of the head, Sul'dak had to settle for less, stating, "Even if we cannot gain such immense power, securing some blessings for us should still be feasible." This time, Hebuqiang nodded affirmatively, indicating that it was indeed possible. Sul'dak had participated in the Battle of Maysburg in the Warsaw Plain, and it was during that conflict that he had officially transformed from a novice into a valiant infantry soldier. He possessed considerable combat experience against demons and was well aware of their patterns of activity. Each time a patrol squad of demons appeared in the vicinity, Sul'dak would promptly evade them. As long as their patrol area did not extend outward, they would remain oblivious to the developing forest path 2 kilometers away, thus there was no need to disturb them. The second squad, in addition to patrolling the forest path in this area, began searching for low-tier magical beasts that had fled from the Moyun Ridge. Remarkably, within just over 2 days, the second squad had indeed gathered several low-tier magical beast skulls suitable for sacrifices. Collecting 4 beast-grade offerings in total, though none contained magic cores due to their low rank. Observing the now dried bloodstained beast skulls, Augustus sighed. Had I known hunting magical beasts was this simple, I should have joined an adventurer's guild after my military service, traveled the world, saved up some money, and then returned home to live a quiet life when I could no longer move. Augustus had only joined the Bene Legion after graduating from the Warrior Academy, considering himself a scholarly warrior, harboring dreams of an ideal future. Big Beard interjected candidly. You don't actually believe hunting magical beasts is that simple, do you? Augustus shrugged nonchalantly. Aren't we hunting magical beasts? I feel that as long as one has a clear understanding of their own strength and avoids reckless actions, even joining an adventurer's guild should pose minimal risks. Adventurer guilds selectively hunt those low-tier magical beasts, and they certainly do not perpetually challenge beasts far beyond their capabilities. Big Beard chuckled. Buddy, you're underestimating the dangers of adventurer guilds. Their threats extend beyond just magical beasts. Hearing the banter between Big Beard and Augustus, Sul'dak finally remarked, your discussions are somewhat premature. What you need to focus on now is closely monitoring the demons in Moyun Ridge. Yes, Captain, both responded in unison. Almost every evening, a patrol squad of demons emerged from the depths of the forest. Their general route circled around the forested foothills of the southern side of Moyun Ridge before returning at night. The second squad concealed themselves among the thorny, oval-leaved trees on the hillside, hidden in the grass at the peak, rendering them invisible to the demon scouts. As the five-man demon patrol passed below, the squad's warriors exhaled in relief, contemplating another day passed in tranquility. The status of the forest path's development remained uncertain. The second squad prepared to assign personnel to follow the demon patrol and escort them out of their territory. At that moment, a dazzling magical signal flare suddenly erupted in the western forest of their jurisdiction. In the twilight, the red light of that flare radiated far and wide. Chapter 79. The failed rescue operation. The appearance of a red magical signal flare in the sky signified that a nearby squad of soldiers was facing a critical situation, serving as a call for help. At this moment, launching a magical signal flare into the sky not only draws the attention of nearby warrior squads but also alerts the patrolling demon units in the vicinity. This indicates that both the nearby warriors and the demons will converge towards the area from which the distress signal is emitted. The burly Kager swiftly darted to the base of a large tree, scaling it in a few agile movements, peering towards the direction of the flare. However, all he could see in the distance was a dense thicket, obscuring any discernible situation beyond. Augustus, upon witnessing the signal flare, momentarily fell into a stupor before erupting in profane outbursts. These brainless fools, firing off a red signal flare here. Do they not desire for all of us to perish even faster? Though Augustus's words were somewhat harsh, they resonated with the truth. When the heavily armored infantry scouts encounter demons, what good is a plea for help? Do the other squads possess the power to vanquish the demons? A comrade seated beside him grumbled. They probably intend to drag us scouts down with them. Red Sox interjected. Perhaps they have spotted a large contingent of demon warriors and are issuing a warning to the fourth squad. Augustus retorted in fury. Then they ought to have fired a yellow flare. As the advance party into the region of Moyun Ridge, the warriors of the fourth squad had equipped each scout team with 3 magical signal flares. Distinguished by their colors, red signified danger and a call for assistance, yellow indicated the sighting of a vast number of demon warriors, and green denoted the discovery of a safe camping site. Serving as a guiding beacon, the red flare launched by a neighboring squad clearly signified they were in peril and seeking aid. Red Sox turned to Sul'dak and inquired, Captain, what should we do? For Sul'dak, this posed a dilemma. Neglecting to provide aid could result in the neighboring squad's demise, leading to inevitable scrutiny from the military judges upon their return to the infantry regiment. Conversely, rushing to their rescue might place his own squad in jeopardy. After a moment of serious contemplation, Sul'dak ultimately resolved, let us proceed to investigate, ensuring we remain concealed. If the situation exceeds our control, we shall withdraw in a timely manner. With the decision made to rush to their aid, they needed to act swiftly, hoping to arrive before the demon reinforcements and perhaps make a difference. The warriors of the second squad quickly organized their gear, since this was a rescue mission. They left behind the tents they had set up in the thicket. 13 warriors minimized their belongings, donning leaves for camouflage as they stealthily advanced along the slope towards the location of the magical signal flare. Traversing through the territory assigned to the second squad, and following the footprints left by the demon patrol, they eventually stumbled upon a grim battlefield littered with the aftermath of fierce combat. Several bodies of heavily armored warriors lay sprawled across the clearing, their wounds predominantly consisting of piercing and tearing injuries. The copper breastplates, torn apart by tremendous force, lay in ruins, while the chests of the warriors were opened. Their entrails spilled across the ground, and their hearts hollowed out. Bloodstains marred the forest floor, where a pear tree, thick as a wash basin, had been shattered, leaving chaotic footprints in the muddy earth. Red Sox crouched before one of the corpses. Retrieving the warrior's nameplate, clenching it tightly in his grasp, and seethed, "These brutes." Sul'dak examined the traces around the battlefield and noticed disordered footprints extending westward into the thicket that he commanded. "Be wary of potential ambushes by the demons. Augustus, take some men to search the nearby area." Augustus straightened his posture. Though he often displayed a fiery temper and an acerbic tongue, he proved reliable in critical moments. "Understood, Captain," he affirmed, before beckoning 2 squad members to scout the periphery of the clearing. "The rest of you, follow me," Sul'dak concluded, leading the members of the 2nd Squad in pursuit of the demon's trail. Having traversed a mere 200 meters, they encountered the body of a heavily armored infantryman hanging from a tree. His head nowhere to be found, a gaping wound visible at his collarbone, rendering his chest cavity empty. It appeared this warrior had attempted to conceal himself in the tree, only to be discovered by the demons, whose brutal force had impaled him upon the outstretched branches, blood cascading down the trunk. Witnessing the gruesome fate of their fallen comrade, the bloodstains on the ground continued their ominous trail deeper into the thicket. Sul'dak's eyes reddened with fury as he yearned to press forward. That moment, the sentinel scroll embedded in Hibokiang suddenly ignited, prompting him to hurriedly extract and discard it to the ground. Within moments, the scroll was reduced to ashes, while the sentinel totem lay beside the carcass of a mountain hound, likely crushed beneath the weight of a demon's foot. Creatures like the mountain hound, formidable beasts at the pinnacle of the food chain in Mayun Ridge, evoked fear in even the smallest of animals, who dared not approach its remains. Only demons would approach such a carcass. Hibokiang restrained the somewhat reckless Sul'dak, gesturing toward the ash-covered sentinel scroll on the ground. Sul'dak, seeing the charred remnants of the sentinel magic scroll, wiped his face with determination and decisively instructed the members of the 2nd Squad. "We retreat." Following suit, Hibokiang led the 2nd Squad back to the previous battlefield, just in time to witness Augustus and 2 warriors scrambling out of the thicket, their expressions frantic. Behind them loomed a demon towering over 3 meters. Its shoulder adorned with dark magical runes, its green visage displaying jagged fangs. Though it bore no horns, the demon clutched a military dagger tightly, striding forward with menacing speed, malice and mockery glimmering in its eyes. Red Sox and Kager, as they ran, unslung their alloy bows, and as they entered shooting range, they halted simultaneously, kneeling on one knee to draw back their bows and release 2 steel arrows. The arrows soared through the air with a swift whoosh, striking true. The demon, sensing the incoming projectiles, merely raised an arm to shield its face. One arrow embedded itself in its forearm, while the other struck its shoulder. Despite the demon's tough skin, the arrows merely punctured the epidermis, hanging limply from its shoulder. Nevertheless, the arrows successfully captured the demon's attention, as its blood-red eyes fixated on the emerging squad of Imperial warriors, advancing with predatory intent towards Sul'dak. Sul'dak hesitated momentarily among the members of the 2nd Squad. He and Augustus were the highest ranked, both being level 6 warriors. If he could not withstand the demon's assault, the others would surely fare worse. This time, he did not waver. One hand gripped his shield while the other drew his Roman sword. Stepping forward into a defensive stance, calling out to the members of the 2nd Squad, "Prepare for battle." The heavily armored infantry regiment possessed a tactical approach for confronting demons, wherein the strongest warriors stood at the forefront to absorb the demon's assault, allowing the remaining squad members to seize the opportunity to strike. In such dire moments, someone must rise to face the demon's onslaught. Moreover, the ability to withstand the demon's full-force strike would determine Sul'dak's fate. The other warriors of the 2nd Squad assumed a desperate stance. Upon seeing Hibokiang charge forward to confront the demon, it quickened its pace, barreling towards them like a steam locomotive. Sul'dak braced himself, heart pounding with fervor, fully prepared to meet his end. Just as the demon raised its military dagger to stab at Sul'dak's shield, A dwarf chain shield suddenly extended from Sul'dak's side, firmly blocking his path. The demon's dagger clashed against the shield, producing a shower of sparks. Sul'dak and Hibokiang collided violently, both being thrown backward. Chapter 80. Escape Shrouded. In Sul'dak's eyes, Hibokiang's back loomed larger than life, as his arched back slammed into Sul'dak's chest. The tremendous force of the impact caused Sul'dak to cough up blood as they tumbled backward together. Meanwhile, the warriors of the second squad, wielding Paglirio spears and Roman swords, began striking the demon's formidable form. The captain's courageous stand against the demon's full-force strike acted like a powerful stimulant, instilling the other squad members with the courage needed to retaliate, observing their captain and Sul'dak being hurled by the demon's blow. The other warriors remained composed. Augustus and Kager, wielding sharp Paglirio spears, maneuvered to either side of the demon, thrusting their weapons toward its heart along the ribs. Red Sox and two new recruits, approaching from behind the demon, aimed their Roman swords at its ankles, while two other warriors targeted its wrists. The remaining four warriors hastily fashioned a makeshift rope, swiftly ensnaring the demon. Fully aware of their inability to match its strength, even four combined could not overpower it. Hence, as they bound the demon, they also entangled nearby trees in their efforts. After the Paglirio spear pierced the demon's ribs, Augustus and Kager adeptly rolled away from the demon's grasping hands, while Roman swords struck its wrists. Despite the demon's coppery skin and iron bones, the combined might of the second squad's warriors managed to sever its wrist halfway through. As the malevolent spirit sought to retaliate, it was abruptly ensnared by a rope that bound its body. The fiend attempted to grasp and tear apart the vexatious cords, only to realize that they were tethered to a mighty tree. In its fervent struggle, the creature found itself firmly bound to the trunk. The knot tightening with every pull. To its astonishment, the very person who had ensnared it was none other than itself. The spirit endeavored to free itself through sheer brute force, but discovered that its body was irrevocably secured to the tree. Soon, the second squad of warriors launched a relentless onslaught, each strike aimed not at delivering a fatal blow, but at incapacitating the demon. Like lumberjacks felling trees, they managed to sever both of the fiend's hands and feet in a single wave of attacks. The dark runes upon the creature's body flared to life as Augustus and the bearded warrior seized the opportunity before the runes fully activated, grasping their Paglirio spears on either side of the demon's ribs. With fierce roars, they thrust the finely crafted steel weapons deep into the creature's flesh. Augustus spat into his palm, ascended the tree, and, brandishing his Roman sword, leapt from a branch, utilizing the momentum of his descent. He plunged the sword directly into the creature's nape, swiftly severing its head in one fluid motion. As the head rolled away, a thick, dark purple ichor gushed from the severed neck, and the demon's corpse convulsed violently. Ensnared against the tree, the warriors of the second squad, having exhausted their last reserves of strength, collapsed wearily upon the forest floor. The red-socked warrior, sword in hand, approached the fallen figures of Sul'dak and Little Dak. Anguish etched upon his features. Before he could voice his sorrow, he beheld Sul'dak propping himself up with one hand while the other supported him against the ground, and, after a bout of light coughing, he surprisingly sat upright. The red-socked warrior stared in disbelief at Sul'dak, wondering how the captain had withstood the demon's full-force assault. His thoughts then turned to Little Dak, who had valiantly interposed his shield between Sul'dak and the charging demon. He turned his gaze to the still form of Little Dak. Hibokiang lay on his back, a broken spike embedded in his dwarven shield, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes shut tight, unconscious. The red-socked warrior rushed to help Sul'dak sit up, concern evident in his voice as he asked, "Captain, are you all right?" Sul'dak, hunched over as if enduring the weight of excruciating pain, shook his head to indicate he was fine, gesturing for the red-socked warrior to check on Little Dak. Reluctantly, the red-socked warrior supported Sul'dak against a tree trunk and hurried to examine Little Dak's condition. He had expected to find Little Dak grievously injured from the demon's brutal charge, yet to his surprise, there were no visible wounds, no caved-in chest, no broken arms. He crouched beside Hibokiang, gently patting his face and softly inquiring, "Little Dak, how are you?" To his astonishment, Hibokiang appeared to awaken from a deep slumber, sitting up and rubbing his shield-bearing arm, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was still in the dense forest. His body aching as if it had been disassembled. Furrowing his brow, he glanced into the thicket and, upon seeing the demon bound to the tree, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The red-socked warrior could hardly believe that Hibokiang had withstood the demon's full-force strike and was now capable of sitting up and speaking as if nothing had happened. The red-socked warrior gazed at He Boqiang in amazement, exclaiming, "Little Dak, you're all right?" He Boqiang checked his limbs and face, finding no injuries, and looked at the red-socked warrior with a puzzled expression. "My heavens, you actually blocked the demon's full-force attack." The red-socked warrior exclaimed, a hint of exaggeration in his voice. Sul'dak, cradling an injured arm, approached He Boqiang with labored steps, a faint smile on his face as he extended a hand. He Boqiang clasped Sul'dak's hand and, with his assistance, rose to his feet. Sul'dak, hunched over, made his way to the tree where the demon's head had been severed, instructing the exhausted warriors of the second squad, "Clean the battlefield. The demon patrol will soon return, and we cannot afford to linger here." Upon hearing Sul'dak's urgent command, Augustus, filled with concern, asked, "Captain, what about the demon's magical hide?" "There is no time. Abandon it," Sul'dak replied without hesitation. "Understood." Augustus, recognizing the captain's resolute decision, did not press further and promptly agreed. Under Sul'dak's leadership, the warriors of the second squad swiftly departed the forested area. With a neighboring squad in distress, it was imperative for the second squad to return to the current location of the 4th Brigade to report to Baron Sidney. The Baron would need to make further arrangements, whether by dispatching another reconnaissance squad or hastening the conclusion of the woodland clearing task. As the warriors traversed through the dense underbrush and out of the demon patrol surveillance zone, their anxious hearts began to ease, having slain a demon warrior right under the patrol's nose. Undoubtedly, the demon patrol was now frantically searching for the second squad in that very area at the rear of the group. The bearded warrior suddenly walked alongside He Boqiang, delivering a friendly punch to his shoulder, proclaiming, "Little Dak, well done." He Boqiang merely offered a modest smile in response. At that moment, He Boqiang overheard whispers among the squad, at the forefront. The red-socked warrior leaned closer to Augustus, lowering his voice. "Could this be the power of the beast hide armor?" Augustus, somewhat distracted, replied, "It seems so." The red-socked warrior, filled with hope, mused, "When I have the money." Augustus coldly interrupted his daydream. "Shut up." The red-socked warrior, somewhat begrudgingly, retorted, "Hey, why can't I have dreams?" Augustus, not even glancing at him, remarked, "When you can muster 30 magic crystals in one go, then we can talk about dreams." The red-socked warrior's eyes widened. "Are you saying that little Dak's beast hide armor is worth around 30 magic crystals?" Augustus shrugged, indicating that it was merely the red-socked warrior's speculation. "I never said that. Ordinary beast hide armor might be priced around that. If you want to enlist a runesmith to craft magical engravings, you'll need an additional 100 magic crystals. Little Dak's armor, although made from varied leathers, is still a complete set of heavy beast hide armor, and I doubt it comes cheaply." The red-socked warrior lamented, "My heavens, when did Little Dak start becoming so extravagant?" Chapter 81. Sul'dak's bold plan. In just 2 short days, the nearly 300 warriors of the 4th Brigade had carved a woodland path on the northern side of a narrow corridor. 5 kilometers west of Moyun Ridge, the second squad arrived at the easternmost edge of the path, witnessing a group of heavily armored infantry warriors, drenched in sweat, vigorously wielding their axes to fell towering white birch and maple trees, each standing 20 to 30 meters tall. This area, devoid of the denser hardwoods like oak and yellow pine, allowed the path-clearing efforts to proceed smoothly. Each warrior was tasked with clearing 10 meters of the path daily, and the high-intensity logging work required them to labor for over 12 hours each day to fulfill their quotas. Under Baron Sidney's stringent demands, the 4th Brigade managed to clear a staggering 7 kilometers of woodland in merely 2 days. When the second squad emerged from the forest, camouflaged with leaves, the lumbering infantry warriors regarded them with envy. One soldier paused in his efforts, greeting Sul'dak with familiarity. "Hey, Sul'dak, how goes it over by Moyun Ridge?" Sul'dak, leading the way with his head bowed, acknowledged the greeting and signaled for his squad to continue along the path, stopping briefly to respond to the soldier. "We encountered a demon patrol at the foot of Moyun Ridge." "Craig, have you seen Baron Sidney?" The soldier named Craig pointed ahead down the path, stating, "The Baron seems to be over there." He Boqiang, following closely behind Sul'dak, recognized Craig's languid demeanor as indicative of a soldier more concerned with leisure than duty. Sul'dak had no intention of engaging in further conversation. Before departing, he cautioned Craig, "Be careful while felling trees. You never know when a demon might appear, and I need to report the situation to the Baron." Before he could finish, Craig abruptly grabbed his arm. "Wait a moment, Sul'dak. As a fellow countryman, could you ask Baron Sidney if the patrol team needs any additional hands?" Craig inquired, a grin plastered across his face. Sul'dak merely offered a faint smile in response. Craig, noticing that Sul'dak did not immediately acquiesce, quickened his pace and grasped Sul'dak's arm, refusing to let go as he lamented, "I truly envy your squad for receiving assignments outside the streets. Just look at us. Our hands are covered in blisters, and every day we awaken to chop trees from dawn until dusk. Those lumberjacks in the forest have never endured such hardship." Sul'dak halted, turning to Craig with a serious expression, and inquired, "Craig, are you truly eager to take on an external duty?" Craig, with a sycophantic grin, raised a hand and declared, "I assure you, I am absolutely sincere. I could swear it on the Statue of Liberty." At that moment, the bearded Cargill passed by. As a devotee of the Earth Goddess, he heard Craig's words and stopped, looking puzzled as he asked, "Craig, haven't you always worshipped the Earth Goddess?" Craig's expression fell, leaving him speechless and awkward. Sul'dak cast a discreet glance at Craig before replying, "I will bring this matter to Lord Sidney's attention, and fortuitously, there is an opportunity at hand." The 17th squad from the neighboring area was just eliminated by a patrol of vile demons, leaving that region in need of a squad for duty. I believe Lord Sidney will concur. Upon hearing Sul'dak mention the encounter with the vile demons in the forest, Craig's countenance soured dramatically. He stepped forward, intending to converse further with Sul'dak, but by then, Sul'dak had already taken long strides ahead. "Hey, wait, Sul'dak, please hold on. I think we should discuss this further." Upon receiving Sul'dak's report, Baron Sidney quickly summoned the 5 squad leaders for a brief meeting along the newly opened forest path. Sul'dak was not afforded the opportunity to attend this impromptu assembly. After a supply run, the 2nd squad plunged back into the dense woods. In accordance with Baron Sidney's orders, they were to hold their position in the forest at the foot of Mount Mayan for 2 more days, while the 4th squad, at the current rate of timber harvesting, would require at least 2 days to traverse the mountain and reunite with the 2nd squad. Upon returning to the monitoring area at the foot of Mount Mayan, they discovered numerous chaotic, oversized footprints in the forest, yet found no trace of the vile demons. Sul'dak, accompanied by the soldiers of the 2nd squad, returned to the battlefield, only to find that aside from the unmistakable pools of blood staining the ground, the bodies of the fallen soldiers had completely vanished. When the 2nd squad returned to their temporary camp, nestled within the crevices of a massive boulder, after a grueling day and night, they were utterly exhausted. Red Sox and a new recruit stood guard, while the others lay resting in their tents. Unable to find sleep on his hyena skin mattress, Sul'dak roused Hebuchiang, sitting up with his legs crossed, and asked, "Little Dak, do you think we have the ability to slay vile demons now?" Hebuchiang initially seemed puzzled, but upon hearing the term, vile demons, he began to comprehend. Sul'dak turned and retrieved the leather bundle hanging outside the tent, unwrapping it to reveal 4 heads of sacrificial-grade magical beasts. The warm weather had only allowed for rudimentary preservation, and thus the heads emitted a faint odor of decay. "Can you use these offerings to grant us greater power?" Hebuchiang nodded. "I wish to attempt it, hunting down a solitary vile demon from the patrol." Hebuchiang scrutinized Sul'dak, realizing he was not jesting. "Do you find this idea feasible?" Sul'dak inquired in a lowered voice. That Hebuchiang nodded once more, then lifted 2 heads of magical beasts, pulling Sul'dak outside the tent to set up the necessary ritual formation for the sacrificial ceremony. "Hey, little Dak, shouldn't this ritual be performed before battle?" Hebuchiang thought. Realizing time was of the essence, he waved his hand dismissively at Sul'dak, indicating that it was entirely unnecessary once the ritual formation was established. Hebuchiang stood in the center, silently reciting prayers. A spectral image of a divine being materialized before him as he offered 2 magical beast heads in sacrifice. As the offerings ignited in flames, a surge of power coursed into Hebuchiang's body. He silently repeated, "Divine protection, bless shield." 2 golden beams of light descended from above, enveloping the somewhat bewildered Sul'dak, as golden runes inscribed themselves upon Sul'dak's form, conjuring a faint hexagram beneath his feet. After bestowing Sul'dak with 2 enhancement effects, the divine power that surged into Hebuchiang's hands did not dissipate entirely. Thus, Hebuchiang attempted to channel it to his chest, and a golden beam enveloped his entire being, allowing him to feel the power of divine protection once more. Sul'dak seemed to sense this newfound strength. Stretching his arms, he excitedly asked Hebuchiang, "How long will this effect last?" The effect of the Eye of Truth was fleeting. He drew the Roman sword from his waist and swung it vigorously, feeling the power fill his body, creating a sharp whooshing sound as he moved the sword. Noticing Hebuchiang holding up 3 fingers, Sul'dak eagerly remarked, Are you saying the wondrous effects of the ritual will last 3 hours? Shouldn't we hasten to find a solitary vile demon? He Buqiang shook his head, raising 3 fingers once more. Sul'dak half-jokingly asked, did I miscalculate? If it's not 3 hours, could it possibly be 3 days? Before Sul'dak could finish, He Buqiang nodded in affirmation. Sul'dak stared blankly at He Buqiang. Swallowing his subsequent words, note, divine protection enhances one's physical constitution, providing formidable recovery and endurance, along with slight boosts to strength and agility. Blessed Shield imbues a shield with magical power, allowing it to absorb impacts and enhance blocking effectiveness. Chapter 82. The Reverse Walker. As dawn broke, the slumbering soldiers of the 2nd Squad were roused by Sul'dak, who initiated a new day of reconnaissance duties. The vile demons atop Mount Mayan seemed intent on conserving their strength. Upon discovering the presence of Imperial warriors at the mountain's foot, they refrained from launching a widespread search, even retracting their usual patrols to avoid encounters with the scouts of the Green Empire. Clearly, the vile demons were preparing to establish a permanent defensive stronghold in the Kandin mountain range of Handanar County to deter the Imperial forces in the lumberyard vicinity. The vile demons that entered the Warsaw realm through the Demon Gate experienced a period of weakness. Influenced by the laws of this realm, their physical strength was significantly suppressed upon arrival, and their skin would be corroded by the toxic air of the Warsaw realm. Thus, they required a lengthy adaptation period in this dimension. This was likely the primary reason why the vile demons atop Mount Mayan were reluctant to engage the Imperial forces immediately. After expending 2 precious offerings, Sul'dak acquired divine protection and blessed shield through a simple sacrificial ceremony. Armed with newfound strength, Sul'dak was eager to proactively seek out the vile demons within the forest. He was particularly keen on leading the soldiers of the 2nd Squad to hunt down solitary vile demon warriors from the patrol. Sul'dak lacked the patience to wait for dawn. He awoke the slumbering soldiers in the tent, and after a quick breakfast, departed the temporary camp, donning camouflage crafted from cinnamon branches as he began his search for the vile demon patrol within their jurisdiction. The previous day's battle with the vile demons had instilled great confidence in the soldiers of the 2nd Squad, who traversed the dew-laden grasslands without a care for their dampened trousers. Each soldier was invigorated, and the atmosphere was quiet, marked only by the sounds of footsteps and the rustling of grass. The 2nd Squad first arrived at the site of the mountain hound's remains, where the massive chest skeleton of the beast had indeed been trampled into fragments by the vile demons, and the watchtower branches embedded within the skeleton had also been destroyed. Yet no solitary demons were found here. 2 hours later, in a valley at the foot of Mount Mayan, 2 soldiers of the 2nd Squad concealed themselves in a stagnant pool, their heads adorned with tufts of aquatic grass, resembling a pair of swamp zombies lying low in the murky water. Quietly observing a patrol of 7 vile demons as they passed by the water's edge, a faint sound, akin to a stone dropping into the still water, echoed softly, thud. Although the noise was minimal, the last vile demon in line happened to catch wind of it. It paused, sensing something amiss. The front rank of vile demons halted as well, casting cold gazes at the last demon. Cautiously, the last vile demon approached the edge of the pool, but found nothing suspicious, prompting the patrol to continue onward. After a few paces, another peculiar sound emerged, causing the last vile demon to halt once more. The demons in front stopped, puzzled, and turned back towards the stagnant pool. Suddenly, a swamp frog leapt from the opposite bank and plunged into the abyss of the pool, producing a soft splash. The vile demons ignored the last demon, striding purposefully ahead. Although the trailing vile demon regarded the water surface with suspicion for a moment, it quickly resumed pace to catch up with the patrol. Hiding in the stagnant waters of the pond, Augustus brushed aside the floating duckweed that obstructed his face, preparing to climb ashore, when he was gently restrained by the burly figure beside him. The irritable Augustus was a quintessential academic warrior, while the bearded Cargill, prior to his military service, had been a ranger with only a modicum of survival experience, having participated in the outdoor hunting activities of a rather obscure local adventuring group. Cargill firmly grasped Augustus, preventing him from immediately emerging from the stagnant waters. Moments later, the sound of hasty footsteps echoed once more, as the patrol of malevolent spirits unexpectedly sprinted back, conducting a thorough sweep around the pond before departing empty-handed. Augustus exhaled softly, recalling how a foul creature had stood mere inches from him just moments ago. Had it taken another step forward, it could have easily crushed his face underfoot. Cargill rose from the pond, gasping for breath, allowing the murky water to cascade down his body. He reached out to pull Augustus up, uttering, "Let us follow." Amidst the lush branches of a sprawling tree, the red-socked Garcia lay on a horizontal limb, cradling a bound stork in his arms as he watched the patrol of malevolent spirits pass beneath him. Fear rendered him breathless. As the spirits traversed below, he even held his breath, feeling his heart thump wildly in his chest like a drum. If he could, Garcia would have grasped his heart tightly to stifle its furious beating, yet he found himself unable to control it. Long last. Once the patrol had moved on, he recklessly drew forth a metal bow. Taking aim at the last of the spirits, the faint glimmer of lethal intent caught the spirit's attention, compelling it to halt and glance toward the tree that concealed Garcia. Garcia then shot an unripe pear from the tree, the arrow soaring away in an instant, while the verdant fruit plummeted to the ground, splattering juice upon impact. The last spirit, often the source of trouble, evoked the ire of its companions. Just then, a pear fell from the tree, shattering upon landing, provoking mocking glances from the spirits ahead. The patrol paid no heed to the lagging spirit, continuing onward. The hesitant spirit contemplated returning to investigate, but upon noticing the tree shaking violently, it thought better of it and retreated. At that moment, a call echoed from the distance, prompting the last spirit to respond immediately. Gesturing toward the troubled tree, a stork burst forth from the foliage, soaring into the azure sky, disappearing from sight. The spirits of the patrol, having lost their last vestiges of patience, strode forward with purpose. The lagging spirit rushed to catch up, yet found the tree still trembling. Confused, it halted, its blood-red eyes fixated on the treetop. Garcia clung to the branch, feeling an overwhelming urge to relieve himself under the gaze of the spirit's lifeless stare. Sul'dak and Hebuchiang concealed themselves with the remaining warriors of the second squad in a secluded hollow. Here, a thicket provided an ideal hiding spot, albeit requiring them to lie completely flat on the damp earth, which carried a faint scent of decay. The mingling aroma of blueberry bushes brought Sul'dak to memories of the woods behind Wool Village and a beautiful girl who delighted in berry picking. Her sweet lips and clear, azure eyes reminiscent of the lake. You know, Dak, I can't shake this worried. Do you think they can accomplish the mission? Sul'dak inquired, shaking off his distractions. Hebuchiang nodded without hesitation. Seeing his confidence brought an inexplicable calm to Sul'dak's restless heart, he turned to Hebuchiang, asking, "Do you trust them so completely?" Before Hebuchiang could articulate his thoughts, a figure swung toward them. Gripping a vine, closely pursued by a furious spirit, Hebuchiang pointed toward the forest ahead, invigorating Sul'dak, who, with a booming voice, whispered, "Hey, they've indeed drawn it in. Everyone, be ready for battle." Chapter 83. The contrarians to the standard armor of the Heavy Infantry Regiment was exceedingly cumbersome. Resembling a body encased in thick iron plating, Sul'dak emerged from the thicket, brandishing a square shield in his left hand and a knight's longsword in his right, remnants of blueberry leaves clinging to his attire. He assumed a defensive stance against the malevolent spirit in the dense forest, shouting to the fleeing Garcia, "Run this way." Fearing the spirit might not hear, Sul'dak struck the iron surface of his shield with his sword, producing a resounding series of echoes. Boom, boom, boom. A faint silver light flickered upon the surface of his shield, glimmering in the sunlight. The spirit, perceiving Sul'dak's provocative stance from afar, let out a furious roar, its muscular legs propelling it forward with alarming speed. Each step quickening its advance. Clutching a heavy single-edged axe, the spirit closed the gap, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to a giant hammer pounding upon the hearts of every warrior present. "Prepare yourselves." Sul'dak's voice grew hoarse as he locked eyes with the approaching spirit. The spirit could leap 6 or 7 meters in a single bound. Within mere breaths, it had closed the distance to Sul'dak. Suddenly, a rope sprang from the ground like a tripwire, blocking the spirit's path. The spirit's reflexes were swift. It leaped over the rope, raising its axe high above its head to strike Sul'dak. Sul'dak inhaled deeply, lowering his center of gravity. This time, he did not remain passive but charged directly towards the spirit, raising his shield to meet the descending axe. The axe sliced through the air with a deafening rush. The spirit's body suspended mid-air, arms forming a bow as it prepared to unleash its strike. Just then, Hebuchiang emerged from the thicket, charging alongside Sul'dak. Together, they raised their shields against the spirit's formidable blow. The two shields colliding with the axe. In an instant, a spectral form with 4 arms appeared behind Hebuchiang, and silver runes illuminated the shields, brightening with a radiant glow. The axe struck the shields, shattering the magical runes upon impact. Blessed shield. The axe was momentarily halted, as if lifted by an unseen force, its blade emitting a faint chime before crashing down upon the shields. Sul'dak felt an immense force bearing down upon him. The ironclad shield splitting in two under the weight of the blow, while He Buqiang's dwarven chain shield held firm against the massive axe, the blade embedding itself within. The portion of the blade that penetrated the shield barely grazed He Buqiang's arm. Had it gone deeper by half an inch, it would have severed his limb. Yet, the axe remained lodged in the shield. The spirit attempted to kick Sul'dak aside while yanking its axe free, but as it raised a foot, Sul'dak's knightly sword pierced through the soul, sending him sprawling. Warriors from the second squad, hidden in the thicket, surged forward, weapons thrusting into the spirit's body before it could react. Realizing it was ensnared, the spirit struggled to free its axe from the shield. Pulling desperately, He Buqiang, taking advantage of the spirit's weakened state, drew his Roma sword, aiming for its abdomen. The spirit, already injured, could not allow He Buqiang close. With its last ounce of strength, it swung its axe, throwing off the surrounding warriors. He Buqiang was cast aside, dazed from the impact, and as he attempted to regain his footing, the spirit lunged at him, hands gripping the Roma sword. In that instant, He Buqiang, still reeling from the throw, thrust the sword toward the spirit's abdomen, only for it to absorb the blow without flinching, its hands seizing He Buqiang's throat, pinning him to the ground. He Buqiang's head struck heavily against a section of exposed tree root protruding from the ground, causing his vision to momentarily black out. The malevolent spirit, with hands imbued with immense strength, seemed intent on twisting He Buqiang's neck asunder. Sul'dak rose swiftly from the ground, retrieving a long sword and hastening towards the fray. The fiend maintained its grip on He Buqiang's throat, while Sul'dak grasped the short horn atop the creature's head with one hand and wielded the long sword with the other, delivering a fierce slash across the demon's neck. The most vulnerable part of the creature lay at the nape, and Sul'dak summoned all his strength, ultimately severing the head cleanly from the body, purple-black blood gushing forth and splattering He Buqiang from head to toe. As the fiend's last vestiges of strength ebbed away, its lifeless form collapsed heavily upon He Buqiang, who felt his vision dim and succumbed to unconsciousness. When He Buqiang regained consciousness, he found that the second squad of warriors had already departed the battlefield, retreating to a concealed temporary encampment. The headless corpse of the malevolent spirit lay with its arms outstretched, impaled against a nearby tree. The severed head rested beside the campfire, its black magic crystal having been excavated, while a large iron pot simmered over the flames, containing a rich, aromatic meat broth. Upon catching the scent of the broth, He Buqiang was unexpectedly overcome with a wave of nausea. Sul'dak has awakened. A startled exclamation from Hong Hua-zi drew the attention of the second squad's warriors, who gathered around. Sul'dak crouched beside He Buqiang, smiling as he remarked, "Hey, the last time we saved you, you were similarly pinned beneath a headless fiend. Perhaps this is indicative of your combat style." The burly Kager leaned in, peering at He Buqiang with a furry visage before suggesting, "We ought to let him rest a bit longer." Feeling no ill effects in his body, and aware of the warm flow of divine protection nurturing him, He Buqiang shook his slightly dazed head and sat up from the wolf for bedding. Hong Hua-zi squeezed in beside him, a triumphant expression gracing his face as he declared, "Sul'dak, let me tell you, I never dreamed of slaying a fiend on the battlefield. It feels absolutely exhilarating." As he spoke, he couldn't resist pumping his fist in the air. Soon after, Kager approached, his demeanor one of sheepishness as he confessed to He Buqiang, "If given another chance to hunt a fiend, I believe I could perform even better. To be honest, I felt a bit cowardly this time." Sul'dak then patted He Buqiang on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "You must recover quickly. We need to dispose of that fiend's carcass post-haste."